This young man was the top solo player in the game. But Dion never imagined that this moment would find him surrounded and killed by a bunch of crazy players just because he was too overpowered in the game. But then, a voice echoed faintly in his ear, urging him, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Hun slowly opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, and looked around in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind suddenly becoming hazy. What just happened? I thought I was going to be stabbed to death. At that moment, the previous voice rang out again. "Are you all right?" "Lord Round." Hun glanced at the maid sitting beside the bed and at the information panel above her, showing level 3 Anna. "Not only that, but you also saw a notification board that you couldn't see before. The Stable Soul notification is activating the Beta Connect system. You can now use the user interface. There is currently one user online." "Are you kidding me? Does this mean this is the world inside the new?" After calming down, Hyun stepped out onto the balcony, gazing at the regal-style mansion before him, feeling the gentle breeze caress his skin, and he realized one thing. He could feel everything. This sensation was completely different from when he linked with Crash. Synchronization. Your connection level with CC will determine your strength in CNC. The average synchronization level for players is around 30%, but for Hyun, it's nearly 90%. You could hold the top spot for 10 years until the big guilds appear. Thinking about that, Dion couldn't help but feel regretful. He no longer had that body. What a shame. I spent a lot of time leveling up those body stats. Oh well, it says this is the Glow Beta version and I'm the only player right now. I am the only one using the system in this world, so Down can try to access the inventory in this beta version. At that moment, the system suddenly announced it was scanning user information and detected that the user was locked. As the information was being updated, each fragment of Round's memories instantly flooded into Dion's mind. And during the terrible headache, Dion silently encouraged himself. "I will use the knowledge and strength from my past life to rise to the top, once again. My name is Ron Aston, the youngest son of Aston, the 5th count of the Kingdom of Reuben, and Aston is the first domain to fall in CNET." This information leaves Dion stunned. The Aston estate, one of the ruling noble families in the Kingdom of Reuben. The Countess and her eldest son died suddenly, and the younger son went missing. After the youngest son took over the territory, a coup d'etat occurred. Amidst these disasters, the barrier of the Forbidden Zone was broken and they couldn't stop the monster invasion. In 3 years, this beautiful city will be destroyed. Looking out at the bustling city before him, Hyun silently resolved that he could not let that happen anymore. "I am no longer living as Hyun or Crass. This is my last chance. As Hyun, I have suffered so much. If I lose the chance to live here again, then it would be too sad. The only way to prevent this place from collapsing is for me to become stronger." There's only a month left until the coming of age ceremony according to Aston's tradition. If I can reach the semifinals of that competition, I might be able to get into the Kingdom's Academy. There I will become stronger to protect my life. That was my determination, but when I picked up the sword, Down was the first to sense something was wrong. Why does this body get tired after just a few swings of the sword? Hyun, panting heavily, checked his personal info screen and couldn't help but be surprised. "I'm only level 5, just 2 levels above that maid. Looks like I need to start right now. Let's train for the upcoming competition." 1 month later, on the day of the contest, Down and the other contestants head to the arena to prepare for the next round. "Over the past month, you have endured a lot of pain to get through the qualifiers." To confirm, Dion sneaked into a quiet corner and checked the system panel. "According to my latest check, I am at level 13. My stamina has increased a lot, so I am ready to fight. But I still have plans for the upcoming matches. I will make it to the semifinals." Just as he was quietly celebrating, Hyun suddenly sensed danger behind him and instinctively dodged to the side. "Sorry about that. I slipped." "This noble aristocrat, are you here to compete as well? I thought you would hide in the room and cry." Dong-hoon stared intently at the young man in front of him, and according to Ron's memory, he was Dion, the second son of Count Aston, Ron's uncle, and the ones behind him were his cousins. He used to bully Ron in the sword training class before. The instructor and the Count just let him do whatever he wanted because their family's training motto was like real combat. On the training ground, everyone is equal, and no one is responsible for injuries sustained during practice. That means he's just a scumbag bullying someone weaker than himself. He secretly looked down on him with contempt and refused to say a word. Dion continued to threaten Ron. "You should back off while you still can. This time, I won't just break a bone. I'll crush every one of yours." He then turned to remind his companions to let him go, or else he would start crying again now. Seeing Dion smile smugly, Dohun silently thought, "Dion, you think you'll win this competition, but keep smiling. I'll crush you in the final." That night, the butler brought the report on the competition to Lord Melvin Aston's study, Rayun's father. Lord Melvin took the report and casually asked, "Is there anyone useful?" Regarding this matter, the butler hesitated and did not respond. And when he looked at the report, the Count understood why the butler was acting that way. "Where is Round now?" The butler smiled and replied, "After finishing his meal, the young master has returned to his room. I think the young master has used all his strength in the qualifying round and has gone to rest now." "Hunk, all right, you may go out." Melvin looked serious as he gave the order, but as soon as the butler left, he couldn't hold back his joy and burst into laughter. That's my son! The boy did it. He's made it into the main group competition. I never made him learn how to wield a sword because he was weaker than his brothers. But a month before the competition, he started training. At first, a bullshit fight. The boy only lasted 10 minutes before falling. But he never gave up. I knew he was bullied during practice because of his weak body. But if I help, it won't be able to grow stronger. It needs to do everything on its own. I have to wait until the boy stands up on his own. But this is truly beyond what I expected. Whenever the finals are over, I should go see him for a bit. On the day of the final match, some spectators couldn't hold back and started shouting, "Hey, do something, stir up the atmosphere, don't drag it out any longer and finish him off." Amon is also feeling frustrated as he looks at his opponent, secretly wondering why this weakling hasn't given up yet. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets, and Amon once again launches a furious attack. But in the end, Ron still managed to block every attack just like before. The audience, initially bored, now began to feel admiration. Look, he's blocking the attack again. How many times has it been now? He's been holding out for quite a while now. He'll make it. You coward, you can't run forever. Don't you see the tiger is furious when you keep dodging like this, as if you're a Count's family? Iman starts to tire, furious as he charges at Raon while cursing. Raon, as always, easily blocks his sword strikes and even taunts, "I can't hear a word you're saying." Finish him off. Iman, you've dragged this out long enough. I've bet everything I have on you. I'm not joking anymore. Let's end this match. Iman's expression turned serious. Then a blue light emitted, covering the sword in his hand. Immediately, whispers and murmurs spread across the audience. That is a mana sword. He must dodge that move immediately, or he will die if hit. Raon's eyes turn bloodshot as he gathers his strength and rushes toward Raon. Seeing that Raon had no intention of dodging, Mon couldn't help but feel confused. Does he not plan to evade? That thought quickly passed, and Mon regained his focus before striking at Raon. A loud explosion rang out, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. The entire arena fell silent, holding their breath for the result. As the dust cleared, only the referee was seen suddenly stepping out to stand between Mon and Raon, announcing that the match was over and the winner was Raon. The result caused the audience to erupt in cheers. The youngest son of the Count family has won. No way. Edmond refused to accept it, drew his shining sword to the ground, and with a fierce look, approached the referee to question him. I won't accept this. Why did he win? If you hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have waited for Mon to finish speaking. How stupid can you be? He just pointed to the small wound still bleeding on Mon's neck and scolded him. Look at your neck. If I hadn't stopped the match, you would be dead by now. At that moment, when he felt the sharp pain in his neck, Mon realized the problem. It turned out that Raon hadn't just been standing still accepting the fight, as he thought, but had deliberately aimed at his neck. Thinking that he almost went to meet his ancestors, Mon couldn't help but feel scared. His legs turned to jelly and he collapsed to the ground. Now Raon stepped forward confidently, his voice stern and clear. I need to have a little talk with you about how you insulted the Count's family after this competition. Back home, alone in his room, Do-hyun couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Oh my god, I really won! He quickly checked his status update, and his swordsmanship proficiency for Aston had risen to level 9 novice. It seems that using the game's features to gain more experience points and mastery by fighting stronger opponents has worked. The longer you fight a tougher opponent, the more experience points you earn. That's why he deliberately prolonged the fight with Edmund Mon. This plan worked because the game mode Doyen chose gave higher experience points, but at the cost of losing the resurrection option. That's the hard mode. High risk, high reward. Raon is now level 19 with the status. New class, Novice Swordsman, Psychic Novice. Aston territory, the youngest son of the Aston Count family. My strength stat is 22, agility 25, stamina 19, intelligence 15, willpower 34, mana 29, mental strength 35, senses 30, and I have the unique trait Master of Telekinesis from the royal lineage. If I were in normal mode, I wouldn't have leveled up so much in just a month. And the best part is that my unique trait Master of Telekinesis is inherited from Baeo-hyun, while royal lineage is from Raon in this game. The other traits will unlock after I level up. Hyun reviewed this for a moment and then tapped a point on the screen. Maybe I should try using this in the upcoming competitions. In the following days, Raon kept winning, heading straight to the finals. Along with the praise, there are also many whispers questioning Raon's victory. Some say he was lucky, others believe he used some trick. Raon knew all those words, but he ignored them. In the early stages, Citizen Connor didn't know about the powers that players possessed. So it's better for you to keep your ability to use mental influence a secret until the other players arrive. Remembering his cosmic level acting skills when pretending to be exhausted from fighting, Raon couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With my acting skills, I'm sure I can hide it. At that moment, a voice called out from outside the door. Excuse me, this is Jan. Go ahead. After receiving permission, Butler Jan entered with a worried look and asked Han, Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Even if I get hurt, there are priests and healers waiting for me. Suddenly, Jan stepped forward and grabbed Raon's shoulder to remind him. Still, don't let your guard down and remember there are wounds they can't heal. All right, I will be careful. Seeing Jan's gentle smile, Raon shyly replied, feeling a bit flustered inside. He really cares about me. I'm still not used to it because in my previous life, I never felt this way. At this point, Rowan started to change the subject. The thing I asked you about, how is it? I have done as you requested. As he then spoke, he handed Rowan a piece of paper and hesitated with a worried look, asking, Are you sure about this? Lord Dion. Don't worry, I will win. I believe in you. I will go out now. After speaking, Jan bowed and turned to leave. On the way, recalling Ryun's earlier confident expression, Jan couldn't help but reminisce about how similar it was to the young count. But in the end, his opponent was Dion, and anyone who faced him would be ruthlessly injured. At the same time, inside the room, Raoun looked at the number on the paper Ivan brought and suddenly felt pleased. How much is this? The Aston Territory's betting system has established a legal betting platform for the competition's success, with wagers also benefiting the participating fighters. This should be enough to secure my position in the family. The only thing left is to crush Dion. Finally, the day of the final has arrived. Raoun confidently steps onto the arena, directly facing Dion's usual disdainful gaze. The referee now announces that the final match may begin. The last fight is starting. You can do it, little brother. Get ready to be defeated by Dion. This time you have to win with skill. Round, round, round. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Dion on the arena looked at Ron and spoke. Hey, I don't know how you got this far, but I will make you regret facing me. Those cheering for you will soon see how useless you are. I can't wait to see you crawling on the ground and begging me. Are you done blabbering? Dion, provoked, released a surge of mana and glared at Ron as he shouted, You arrogant fool! A gasp echoed from the audience. Wow, look at his mana. Raoun can't fight him. Raoun didn't reply. He is focused on something else named Dion, a level 42 Master Knight class wielding a sword linked to Count Austin's family. Title, Austin Count Star Genius Swordsmanship. Potential level B. Power 52, Agility 41, Stamina 43, Intelligence 18, Wisdom 14, Mana 32, Senses 21. After checking Dion's personal stats, Raoun muttered to himself, All show. His potential is only B. He looks strong, but this is his limit. At that moment, the referee loudly announced the start of the match. I will kill you. As Dion finished speaking, Raoun acted instantly, rushing forward at incredible speed, jumping high and slashing his sword down fiercely. Dion was a bit surprised and quickly raised his sword to block. After the clash, both of them were pushed back by the recoil. Regaining his stance, Dion angrily shouted, Damn you, show-off! Raoun secretly assessed that he was less agile than he thought, and his strength was also mediocre. The two continue their duel. Dion repeatedly swings his sword, but never manages to land a hit on Raoun because he can clearly see all of Dion's attacks. In the end, spotting his opponent's weakness, Raoun stepped forward to trip Dion, causing him to fall face down on the floor. Inside, Raoun doubted that his swordsmanship was impressive, but he lacked real combat experience, making it extremely ordinary. Raoun was once bullied by this guy. Dion, clutching his nose, stood up and gritted his teeth as he cursed. Damn it, you tripped me up, I'll kill you. Raoun calmly observes Dion, wondering to himself, does he only know how to use mana swords? Then, in everyone's astonished eyes, Raoun swiftly swung his sword to knock Dion's sword away and said, I'm so disappointed in you, you're nothing, Dion. Overcome with rage, Dion shouted and charged at Ron, but was tripped by the same move, falling to the ground. Raoun continues, You're hot-headed and keep making the same mistake. Look at you, you're truly dishonoring the name of Count Austin. Dion, like a madman, got up again, charged at Ron, and shouted, I will kill you. But his voice suddenly cut off as Raoun punched him in the head, knocking him out, and he collapsed to the ground. Some acquaintances of Dion couldn't believe it and whispered, No way, Dion is down, what happened? Dion? At this moment, Ron looked at the referee with his mouth open and asked, Is my opponent knocked out? Is the match still going on? Come on, get your spirit back, the referee announced loudly, the winner of the Aston Senior Tournament. Young Master Raoun Aston, I believed in you. That weakling won. Raoun. Standing there, accepting the cheers from everyone, Ron suddenly felt his body drain of all strength and collapsed. He silently rejoiced in his victory. But this terrible endurance. Seeing this, someone immediately shouted from under the platform, Young Master, the healer, one side receives treatment, while Ron checks the tournament system panel. Mission complete. Check the reward. Mission, D-rank tournament. Goal, reach the semifinals, with additional rewards based on final placement. The tournament victory has been achieved. The reward is 300 coins, random skill books of level E or below, plus 5 experience points, and random skill books of level D or below. Raoun quietly said, Well done, the mission is complete. Now I can go to the Kingdom's Academy. At the same time, in an observation room, Ivan, standing behind Melvin, suddenly spoke, I am very proud of the young master. In just 1 month, he has grown a lot. Melvin pondered. The boy was joking with Dion. If it really was only a month, then he is truly a genius. But down on the arena, Ron also noticed Melvin watching him. He cheerfully waved his hand and thought to himself, Dad, you're watching? You must know I'm good enough to get into the academy. That night, Melvin sat in his room, calm expression, and said, I won't allow it. Why is that? Just making it to the semifinals should be enough to go. That depends on the situation and what I can see, Ron. You need to stay by my side longer. You seem a bit overconfident. Stay here a little longer, and Raon interrupted. Learning swordsmanship is a lifelong journey. Isn't that what Dad always says? I want to go to the academy to learn like he told me. You can't stop me. That boy has really grown up. Thumb size. Melvin slowly stood up, drew his sword, and pointed it at Raon, saying, if you really want to go, you have to get past me. I won't let you have it easy. So what do you plan to do now? 1 month later, Raon sat in the carriage, lost in thought. Phew, I finally got away. When my father tried to hold me back, I charged straight at him and collapsed from a single strike. Even though he said he only used a small fraction of his true power, that blow was clearly an all-out attack. But the powerful lord of the 5th district will die at the moment the world begins to connect. And then this district will quickly fall apart. Then Raon turned his head to look at the castle behind him, secretly determined that to prevent that collapse, his father must live. Because his father had let him go like that, he decided he would not let him down. I will become stronger and protect this family. I can't afford to lose anything. At the same time, Melvin was standing in front of the door, reminiscing about the day he and his father fought. Melvin, standing before Raon, who was struggling to breathe, advised him, give up. No matter how many times you try, it's the same. Raon resolutely replies, I will never give up. Melvin then suddenly grins happily and shouts, I commend your perseverance. That's what Aston should be. Move forward. Hit me. Raon said nothing and focused all his energy to strike with a single sword with his full strength at that moment. Huh? The trajectory of this sword's path. He was surprised and thought to himself that Melvin had used his sword to block, but a small wound still appeared on his face. He frowned and wondered, has he changed during the fight? Standing opposite, Raon silently wondered, even with the use of his mental attack, he only left his father a small wound? Remembering these things, Melvin watched the carriage go further away and softly said, Kid, it seems it's time to admit that Raon is no longer a little boy. He's now a proud swordsman. Go on, Raon. Go and see the world out there. By evening, the group found a clearing in the forest to rest and lit a campfire. Sir Philip, how much farther until we reach our destination? Should we speed up? Raon pondered and then decided. No, we still need to train the soldiers. Keep this pace. Philip nodded. I understand. Including myself and my retainers, the family has chosen a total of 50 people. Among them, 3 veteran knights, including Philip, 6 apprentice knights, 15 trainees, and 20 cavalrymen. They all have potential from level B and above. The number of people in both skill tiers isn't bad either. But to prevent the fall of the territory, they still have to become stronger. As Raon was deep in thought, Jack came to report, The Lord, the carriage maintenance is complete. It's ready for use. Raon smiled and praised, Well done. Jack, do we really need to bring so many people there? All right, Jack, don't question the young master's orders. Raon also smiled and said, Just go there and you'll understand. In his mind, Raon secretly thought that the reason he brought them here was Mirror Free City, one of the city's players would visit after completing the tutorial. This city is full of hidden quests and items, and the mana available for use is limited to prevent others from oppressing newcomers. Moreover, the resources here are unlimited, driving all players crazy about this place. The God's Domain monsters here are very suitable for beginners, and it is the main reason I wanted to bring everyone here. Many people even brought armies to grind and level up faster. Perfect plan. A few days later, the group finally arrived at Mira. A system message appeared in front of Raon announcing that the system had been updated. The new community linking feature has been unlocked. A new guild category has been unlocked. A new quest, the starting point for explorers and gathering skills, have been registered. Well, just stepping into Mira and there's already a new quest. I thought I wouldn't be able to use any features until the official release, but maybe as long as I meet the requirements, I can unlock other features. At this moment, Jay approached the truck and asked, Lord Raon, can you meet the mayor right now? Would you like to? Raon replied, Of course I want to meet him. In Mirror City, Renando looked surprised as he asked his subordinate, Who is it? The subordinate replied that he is the youngest son of Count Aston Round Aston and that he came here with 50 strange men. Oh, that third son who's famous for being useless? What is he here for? Traveling? Let them in. His family made a lot of money trading materials from monsters, but now I will take everything he has. Yes, sir. Soon after, Raon was taken to the mayor's office. As soon as he entered the room, he greeted proactively. Hello, Mayor Renando. Welcome, Lord Raon. What wind brought you to Mirror like this? That fake smile. Truly a fox in disguise. He muttered under his breath. Then with a normal expression, Raon shook hands with Renando, and they went to the tea table together. So, now that we're settled, what exactly is the main point? Is there something you want to discuss with me, Lord Raon? Raon replied, I heard there's a very good training spot here. Renando chuckled and said, Of course, you're in the right place. Mira is the safest place to train, leaving no room for Renando to talk endlessly. Raon interrupted, saying we can't just pick any ordinary place. I want you to allow me to enter the Forbidden Forest. Renando exclaimed, What? The Forbidden Forest? That's too dangerous, especially for young people like you. Hurry. It's indeed so. I have no choice anymore. Looks like I can't give you this 500,000 gold bribe anymore. Just as he spoke, Raon took out a full pouch of money and held it out in front of Renando. 500,000 gold coins? Renando shouted, his eyes shining as he stood up and grasped Raon's bag of gold with both hands, flattering him. Lord Ron, I was just joking. What is the Forbidden Forest compared to you and your knights? I am granting you access to the Forbidden Forest right now. Ron released his grip on the bag and smiled approvingly, knowing that a generous mayor like you would allow us in. In his heart, he thought that the last thing to do now was to get ahead and steal all the treasure. I will reach the top of this game soon. Mirror-free city, built for players. Currently, except for Ron, there are no other players here because it's still in beta. That's why the city is facing a crisis. There are many buildings, shops, guild halls, and other facilities that are completely out of proportion with the population here. The reason the valley caused land prices to drop sharply is because Ron's real purpose here is real estate. If you can take over all the cheap land in Mira, soon it will be used to build mansions for the nobility, guild halls for players, and homes as well. At that point, land prices will be 100 times higher than now. When players appear and war breaks out like before, Mira, the city blessed by the Lord, will become the perfect hiding place. Renting land used to bring in quite a bit, but that still wasn't enough. I need to prepare better for the upcoming battle and risks. In the past, I couldn't compete with your strong financial power, but this time will be different. The first thing Raon did after meeting the mayor was to register the guild. So, I just need to sign here? Dippo looked confused and asked Raon again. Raon tried to suppress his desire to punch him, repeating once more, yes, everyone has signed, only you are left. Signing here is enough. But my mother said I should be careful when signing documents. After some pressure from capitalism, finally had to reluctantly sign the papers, helping Raon complete the registration process for the first guild with 51 members. I have created the first society in the world without any players. The first and most advanced society. Raon glanced at the members of the group, especially Jack sitting in the corner muttering to himself that his mother would kill him. As members, they will receive system assistance. I really look forward to their confused expressions. After forming the guild, Raoun continued to the Mira branch of the Combat Association to buy skill books. The skill books contain many different skills inside. If you read carefully, you can learn skills. Skills are ranked from F to S, but at the Mira Battle Guild branch, only skills of level C or higher are available, and only VIP members are allowed to purchase them. What are the requirements to become a VIP customer? Raoun asked the clerk. Complete missions or make multiple purchases, but the second option will cost a lot of money. Around 10,000 gold isn't much. Here, I'll check the D-grade books first. Raon said as he placed a large bag of money on the table, causing the clerk to look surprised. The clerk immediately brightened and asked, what kind of books would you like to see first? Swordsmanship, bows, magic, or shields? Only kids pick those. Rick Raon, of course, takes everything, naturally carrying a huge pile of sky-high priced books that even the centipede can't help but complain. It's too heavy. Raon, do we really need all these books? Raon, with a mysterious tone, said, it's annoying now, but they will help you level up. Z continued with a doubtful voice. They are skill books, but can a beginner train with these skill books? Philip has been silent until now and also agrees. I agree. We can use the money to buy books to get armor and weapons. Sir, you'll find out tomorrow. Don't worry. Be patient. When he returned and saw books everywhere, Raon started to think that even the harsh words made sense. Maybe it's a bit too much. A player can't use unlimited skills. There is a limit, so usually players can't use many skills at once. Suddenly remembering something, Raon quickly opened the quest window and checked his inventory. When he woke up, 2 unidentified items were in his bag, but he couldn't click on or use them. But then yesterday when he received the quest, Raon finally managed to use those 2 items. One of them was the sealed skill catalog. Skill collection mission, rank not yet revealed. Collect at least 10 skill books and add them to the skill catalog. Additional rewards will be granted based on the type of skill book. The reward activates the skill catalog. The extra reward unlocks the acquired skill traits, so I need to open the catalog and hold the skill book. Raon, holding the index in one hand and grabbing a swordsmanship book with the other, said, add it immediately. The skill book automatically opened. A surge of mana flowed from the book to the index and then disappeared. All right, Ron exclaimed happily when he saw the swordsmanship skill appear in the previously empty index, but when he turned to look at the enormous mountain of books in front of him, his smile suddenly faded. If I add everything here, it'll take until tomorrow. Is there a way to add it all at once? As soon as Raon finished speaking, the skill books immediately floated into the air and opened, releasing streams of mana that automatically jumped into the index. Does it understand what I said? I think so. As expected, many new skills were added to the index. And then the system announced the completion of the skill collection quest. The rare skill menu has been activated. The additional skill collection reward has been unlocked. Receive the S-rank mimicry bonus reward. Raon promptly clicked to claim it. Accordingly, the system continued to notify the collection of S-rank skills to activate the skill catalog. The mimic skill slightly increases the ability to learn skills from S-rank mimic skill books to a level 3 novice, allowing the theft of skills from targeted opponents. The targeted skill will be added to the skill catalog. The more proficient you are, the more high-level skills you can learn, and the stronger the skills become. Current level P. Writing the description of the new skill, even the former top 1 player like Ron can't help but be amazed. It's incredible. I can steal and use other people's skills. The rare skill list can be leveled up with a limit. Description: a simulation of the legendary skill catalog item that records ancient skills lost when crossing dimensions. It will regain its old power after you meet the special requirements. I already know I have 525 skills. This is the legendary item I obtained just before dying. Some parts of my past life, like traits, extrasensory perception, and items, came with me. But I have lost many of my skills, and this is just a copy. The only things left are 3 X-ranked attributes and an item in my inventory. I wonder how powerful it is. The next morning, just as Ron predicted, everyone in his entourage, or now members of the first guild, suddenly saw the system. Seeing something like this for the first time in their lives, they couldn't help but feel bewildered. What is this chat window? Priest. I need to see the priest. Ron, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda and exhausted from staying up all night reading the skill catalog, steps out of the room, a male servant already waiting at the door. As soon as Ron stepped out, they immediately bowed their head in greeting. Hello, young master. Good morning. Bored. Have you explained it to them yet? Yes, I have explained it according to your words. And what about the skill books? Have you tried them yet? Ron looked at him expectantly and asked. Bernard smiled and nodded, then demonstrated a few basic moves for Ron to see. This young man is Bernard, a servant of the Aston family and Ivan's heir, who has worked for the family since childhood and was taught directly by Ivan. He has a good memory and completes tasks quickly. But Ron chose him for a different reason. Bernard has the ability to control the wind. Seeing Bernard create wind with his hands, Ron couldn't help but be amazed. Excellent. I knew you could do it. You flatter Bernard too much, he modestly replied. Immediately, Ron's system displayed Bernard's information. Name Bernard, 27 years old, level 21 servant. The Wind Control Apprentice linked to the Aston Palace with talent management skills, with potential rank A, strength 17, agility 18, endurance 24, intelligence 53, willpower 46, magic 23, senses 4, and strict management traits. Cold-headed like a breeze. Based on Bernard's stats, Raoun quietly assesses that he isn't particularly outstanding but is very perceptive and manages well. The preparations are now complete. Raoun immediately ordered Bernard to prepare to leave. We will go as soon as the knights get used to the new surroundings. Upon reaching the land of the Lord, the cursed forest, a tall, green, foul-smelling oxer immediately greeted Raoun. It shows its hospitable spirit by charging straight at where Raoun is standing. Too slow. Raoun sneered, easily dodging its attack before delivering a punch that sent the oxer's head flying. Then he looked to one side and challenged, "Come on then." 100 oxer troops rush to attack Raoun all at once, but Raoun shows no fear, even smiling confidently as he tells them go ahead. The cursed forest, the divine realm. Specifically, the divine realm isn't just the leveling area. It includes the entire Mirror City. If a player gets injured, they will be healed. If they die, they will be resurrected in this blessed city. That's why this city is the best place for refuge. In the forest, blessings only apply to monsters, so even if they are killed, their numbers won't decrease. Humans cannot be resurrected in the cursed forest and cannot take items gained from hunting monsters outside. If they do, the items will turn to ash and disappear. That means you're not allowed to touch the gods' treasures, but this rule only applies to the common people. For players like Raoun and those in the F Guild, they can take the items they find from monsters out of the forest. With over 100 members in the OR Guild, only the chieftain remained alive after just a few minutes. At this moment, it started to panic and questioned Raoun. What is that power? That human? Is this what you mean? Or's weapon suddenly lift off the ground and fly straight towards Chief Oxer, knocking him out instantly. That's why OR clan leader didn't hear Raoun's response about the skill that destroyed his entire OR army. Tam Dongzi and Philip watched the entire battle unfold. As soon as the fight ended, they immediately ran to collect the loot. Mind manipulation is indeed a useful ability. Z stops marveling. Don't say anything more and keep stripping it off, Philip reminded him. Hearing that, Jack sighed deeply and replied, I didn't go all the way to Mirror to do this. I mean, this training probably helped us improve a lot. If you keep learning from skill books, everyone can get stronger. Philip said nothing, but secretly agreed with Ron. He also tried attacking an Oxer earlier, but with just one sword strike, he split the Oxer in half, surprising even an experienced swordsman like him. That's amazing. At that moment, Raoun smiled smugly and said, This is why instead of buying equipment, I chose to buy skill books. Thinking of this, Philip felt a bit puzzled. How did the young master discover such a strange ability so quickly from everyone? At this moment, the guild information board suddenly appeared. After reading it, Philip's face changed quickly, and he hurriedly shouted, Sir! I also saw it in the guild section. Raoun, with murderous intent, ordered, Let's return to Mira right now. At the same time, in Mira, the members of the non-participating guild are being tormented by the servants of Lord Rend. I should have done this sooner. Once I saw you Aston kids just standing around here, I couldn't hold back anymore. Ramon, the eldest son of Lord Rend, said as he plunged his large sword deep into the back of a soldier from Raoun's group with a delighted expression. In another corner, Jerry, the second son of Lord Rend, was doing the same as his brother, with an equally gleeful look. Why are you doing this? A soldier from the Aston family, beaten to a pulp, but still unwilling to give up, was immediately struck in the face by Count Rend with a mace. It's simply because we don't like you at all. Unfortunately for you, you've crossed paths with us in this city. You'll regret it soon enough, our young master will." Without waiting for the soldier to finish speaking, Ramon plunged his sword even deeper into his flesh and then forcefully yanked it out, causing the soldier to die in pain. Seeing this, Ramon laughed even louder, his face looking insane, and said, "Please tell him to come back quickly. We also have issues to deal with regarding that young master." This is strange. They keep coming back to life. Ramon looked at the soldier he had just killed himself, now resurrected, and then continued to torment that unfortunate soldier with his old tricks. Just treat that round kid like this. I thought noble families weren't allowed to point their swords at each other inside the free city. Kay hesitated slightly and asked. Ramon shrugged and replied, "It doesn't matter. Just say it wasn't us. What can they do? Just think about it. This is actually good since we meet them here, and we can crush the Aston family at the same time. Maybe even get our grandfather to praise us." As Ramon finished speaking, he was beheaded, leaving his younger brothers in shock, while Jerry and Kay both turned to look at the mana that had just slain their brother. A young man with golden hair unleashing his mana and glaring at us with fiery anger says, "How dare you insult the Aston family? You will pay a much higher price. Your deaths are not enough for me. Are you crazy? How dare you attack the heir of the Randall family?" Jerry shouted loudly, while Kay turned to criticize his subordinates. "What are those knights doing? How did he get this close?" A Rand soldier has a sword at his neck, trembling as he answers Kyre. "My subordinates think they are the main force of the Aston family. We have surrounded all the Rend knights as you ordered. Sir Lord, I assure you there are no civilians nearby." Philip reports the situation to Raun. "You did well." Raun praised and then used teleportation magic to move the 3 soldiers tortured by the Rend family to Bernard's place, ordered Bernard to take them to the temple, then pulled out a sword from his inventory and declared firmly, "I will clean up this trash myself." From Count Randall as well as Count Aston, they are among the 5 largest military noble families of the Reuben Kingdom. But unlike the Aston family, Rend is not a family with a long history. The 4 great military noble families have reformed into the 5 great military noble families since the current head of the Huson Rendo family, the noble Huson Rendo, reached the rank of Sword Saint. Because they are a relatively new organization, they have employed various methods to strengthen their position. They organize a large cavalry army, achieve great victories, and crush all enemies, with their current target being the Aston territory. Because no swordsman had appeared for a long time, the Aston territory had lost its former strength. This had been going on for quite a while. The 2 clans clash in many places across the kingdom. Most of the time, the Rend clan is the one to provoke first, and because they have many swordsmen, the Randall family is always expected to be the victor. Rend's troops also thought that would happen at Mira until they met Raun. At this moment, Jerry stared intently at Raun, secretly assessing what kind of extraordinary strength that could be. Did he draw his sword from thin air? The soldier under Philip's control secretly drew his sword when no one was watching, but before he could draw it from its sheath, Raun cut him down. The Randall soldiers, seeing this, tried to rush in, but they were surrounded and blocked by Aston's troops with their weapons. Philip now commands, "The young master said you can defend yourself. Everyone put down your swords and stand down." Everyone immediately lowered their weapons after hearing the order, and this action left Jeremy, the leader of the Rand House Guard Cavalry, quite surprised. Are they really putting down their swords? Are they crazy? Anyway, it's in our favor. Do you want to fight us alone? This is not a practice fight. Kina said that and suddenly charged forward, swinging his axe at Ron, but before he could do anything, Ron cut him in half. Jerry shouted and turned to scold his subordinates. "You bastards, all you can do is stand there." I guess I have to intervene now. I was just standing here to avoid bullying a 15-year-old. But if I don't draw my sword when the comrade falls, I won't be able to. Jeremy slowly steps forward and draws his sword as a challenge. Instantly, Jeremy's information panel appears before Ron showing his status. 37 years old, level 65, Guardian Knight, Novice Swordsmanship Expert. Relationship, Viscount Randall, Randall Knight. Potential talent stat, Grade B, Strength 66, Agility. Ron quietly assessed the situation, realizing that, with his current level of 45, he couldn't win through conventional means against their elite weapons and level 65 commander. So he remained silent as the 2 elite soldiers from the Randall family taunted him. The soldier hadn't finished speaking before Ron cut him down, then continued to strike his sword into the ground to block the enemy's view, successfully killing the 2nd elite soldier. Just as Ron was about to attack the next one, Jeremy swept in like a gust of wind and aimed his sword directly at Ron. Fortunately, Ryun's sharp instincts allowed him to quickly swing his sword forward and block Jeremy's attack, causing him to be pushed back a few meters. Just like that, 2 elite soldiers lost their lives. I heard he's weak and can't even wield a sword properly. Hearing that, Jeremy pulled out another sword from his side and said to Ron, "From now on, I will face you seriously." Ron fearlessly replied, "Come on, you bastard." At the same time, Ron's mind was calculating how to block with a dagger and a sharp-edged broken sword. Is he planning to use the Randall family's secret sword technique, Lu Tin? Jeremy suddenly smirked and spoke. I like your bravery, but you know that in Mira all wounds will heal, right? You can't fight us alone. Ron opened his mouth to refute. I think you're the one who's mistaken. I bet that after arriving at Mira, you and your knights didn't even bother to train anymore. Jeremy thought to himself in surprise. How would I know that? Seeing Jeremy's expression, Raon explained, How would I know that? Even though their wounds have healed, the trembling soldiers over there are living proof that they are still not used to death. This guy not only understands combat, but can see through everything. He is a threat. With that judgment in mind, Jeremy immediately ordered his subordinate to cover me from behind. The subordinate responded, Leave it to me, sir. Then, with Jeremy and his subordinate attacking together, Raon's face and body were repeatedly covered with small wounds. Suddenly, Raon seemed to make a mistake. His face showed panic, causing Jeremy's subordinate's eyes to light up. I see it now, an opening. He secretly rejoiced, as the subordinate had completely forgotten Jeremy's previous order. Duelling charged forward to attack Raon. No, Jeremy was startled and shouted, but it was useless. Raon coldly struck with his sword, splitting the subordinate's body into 2 parts. Jeremy grits his teeth and mutters, Damn idiot, I can't waste any more time. He quietly whispered to himself. Jeremy decisively used the Randall Mercy sword technique. Raon was a bit surprised, but quickly raised his sword to defend, his face serious as he silently called out to himself, Let's go! As soon as he faced Jeremy's move, Raon felt an immense pressure. As expected, this is a powerful skill famous for one-on-one combat. Even with my emotions involved, I have to give it my all. I must keep up with this movement. Thinking that, Raon clenched his teeth and persisted in holding his defense. As for Jeremy, his expression was not looking any better. How is that possible? I'm sure I'm in the dominant position in this battle. I forced him all the way back, but I couldn't hold it in. Jeremy shouted in anger, What does that arrogant look for? Raon replied, 1% now. What do you mean? Raon's incredibly fast sword strike knocks Jeremy's weapon into the air. The system has completed 100% analysis of the opponent's skills and is ready to use copying. Use copying to precisely mimic movements and add the skill to your repertoire. Is the copying skill for sword technique rating B activated? Raon chooses to activate the Lutin skill and then grabs Jeremy's weapon as he charges forward. How is this possible? This must be Lutin. Who is it? Who betrayed us and taught you this sword technique?
Ha! You are the one who taught me that. And then Raon used Jeremy's own weapon to stab straight into his body, taking his life.
The synchronization system is at 100%. The S rank reward and the proficiency level of the Randall Lutin B sword technique have been adjusted to intermediate level 1. Successfully added Randing B sword technique to the skill list. Equip the skill in the skill category slot to continuously use Rand Lutin sword technique. Raon let out a quiet sigh and thought, It's over. Using an S rank copying skill is tough because it's just too powerful. Copying is a skill I learned along with the skill category. It can imitate the opponent's skill, but only one at a time, and I can't take my eyes off the target once the skill is activated. If the target leaves my sight, the detection rate will return to normal, so I never blinked when he attacked. And also, if it's not a one-on-one fight, I can't steal skills. Then, Raon quietly gives the order. Activate skills. Display the user's skills. Activate default skills. A powerful Aston sword skill, A+ level intermediate 2. Mind Shock S level intermediate 2. Aston Mind skill. A level intermediate 1. Copy S level novice 6-5. Basic meditation, E level novice 8. Skill category selection slot, lightning flash. C beginner, level 6. Random skill category slot for the right to choose. Thanks to the skill category, I can use 3 more skills. The slot selection will allow me to comfortably use 2 skills from the list. I'll use it here. Raon hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Jerry, who, caught in Raon's gaze, looked at him with fear and suspicion. Who are you? How can you use Ren's sword technique? Raon calmly said, So you're still here. Lord Philip, every time they are resurrected after an hour, you should kill them again. Philip said respectfully, bowing. Yes, sir. Then Philip gave the order. Did everyone hear what he said? Kill them. Yes, sir. When Jerry saw Philip approaching with a sword, he was terrified and fell to the ground begging. Please have mercy on me. There is no mercy at all. The entire area suddenly echoed with agonized screams. Raon stood coldly to the side, watching everything. Only after I finish dealing with you will I speak. Let's go. In his heart, Raon thought to himself, blood debt must be paid with blood. This is not Earth or a game. This is the reality unfolding before my eyes. I have to do everything to not lose it again. Still, it means I have to wade through a deep pool of blood, but I won't fail. At the same time, Ronaldo is using binoculars from afar to observe everything happening. What is this? What is happening to this world? According to the plan, when Rando's subordinates attacked him, it should have been my turn after sending the guards for support, but he managed to defeat all 15 knights on his own. Suddenly seeing Raon below, he looked up with wide eyes at his position, causing him to become extremely frightened. Quickly sitting down and covering his head with his hands, thinking to himself, how did he find out I was here? Is he just a wealthy pretty boy playboy, or could he actually be an anonymous swordsman from the Marquis territory? In that case, he must have uncovered all of my plans. I guess I'll have to be very friendly with the Aston territory in the future. After a while, Raon returned to his place and checked the quest board. Hidden quest to challenge the rival clan, successfully rescued and punished. Grade B judgment. Reward, 30,000 experience points to be used at the player's shop, with a random level B skill book draw ticket. Raon softly said with a smile, I went a bit overboard, but these rewards are pretty good. Especially I got about 5,000 gold a magic space bag that can hold quite a lot of items. A unique sword, and the left arm of Rain. Ron to scoundrels, he pulled out a B-level skillbook ticket and said with a smile, this B-level skillbook ticket is really great. Then Raoun frowned and muttered to himself, do I keep losing everything when I draw skill books? Just thinking about it makes me tired. I don't need something powerful, please. This time I just want a common mid-tier item, not necessarily a junk item. Please. After praying with folded hands, Raoun immediately tore up the B-level skill book ticket, the system notification. Receiving the Rivera B trade skill book, Raoun cheered happily, clenching his fist. This trade skill is exactly what I need for my next destination.
Damn it, I guess luck is on my side.
Next, there's only one important thing left to do at Mira. I need to focus on this for a month, and I will definitely succeed. A week later, in the evening in the forest. Ron had just successfully killed the monster. As he rested, wiping sweat, the system notification appeared. Ron has leveled up to level 51 and is now eligible for rewards. He can choose to advance his class, become a swordsman, or upgrade his novice mentalist skills and related abilities. The mighty swordsmanship inherited from Aston, A+, the swift swordsmanship with mental energy, S, increased to intermediate level 2, fulfilling the upgrade requirements. The profession, swordsman, has become a master swordsman. The novice mentalist profession has advanced to an intermediate mentalist level. At this moment, Philip and Jay come over. Wow, the young master is so cool. A 15-year-old master swordsman. Raoun didn't rush to answer them. He raised one hand high to use his telekinetic skill. Immediately, the small stones on the ground suddenly lift into the air, spinning above Raoun's head. Go! Raoun softly said and pointed towards the forest not far away as the spinning stones above him obeyed his command, rushing towards it and smashing many large trees. Raoun didn't stop. He drew his sword and leapt high, using a powerful slash to strike a large rock, which shattered into many pieces, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Raoun was a bit surprised and said, is it really to this extent? Philip approaches and praises. Truly remarkable. No wonder he's the young master. Now you can perform it yourself, right? Then we should take a break and relax. Z didn't even finish speaking before Philip pulled his ear in reprimand. What are you relaxing for? See how long you've slept so you don't fall behind the young master. Rhett shouted. It's just a joke, just a joke. It's because the young master has been training so hard that I only suggested taking a break. Anyway, you only know how to talk. Raoun laughed and said that whether it's a joke or not, I can't rest now. Philip asked, so what are you going to do now? Z also asked, should we contact the family? The Count will surely be worried. Raoun replied, I will report to the family myself later. For now, let's keep it a secret and head back. Yes, sir. Raoun secretly hopes that he has hunted monsters and leveled up enough. He has set all the bait. Now he just waits for the fish to bite. Come on, act quickly. The Imperial hunting dogs are in the city of Mira at a shop on the street. Take care. After seeing off the last guest, Mage Nikia stretched and smiled as she spoke. Today's work is done. Have the items from Aston been the reason why the medicine has been selling so well these past few days? To craft the potion, I need monster parts, but some are too rare to find in the Cursed Forest, so I can't gather everything right now. Thanks to the people from Aston territory bringing them in, I can now practice alchemy daily. Not only that, every morning the folks from Aston stop by the village shop to ask about what happened the night before, and if I need anything for the business. Closing the shop, Nikia walks down the street, her mind filled with Raoun's image, and she quietly wonders, is that Raoun? Although he's a bit strange, I am very grateful to him. He's quite handsome too. Nikia's face involuntarily flushed. She slapped her cheeks and whispered to herself, oh my god, what was I just thinking? Oh my god. Come on, Nikia, he's only 15 years old, 8 years younger than you. He is still a noble. As soon as Nikia got home, she called out at the door, Nikki, I'm back. No one responded, and Nikia suddenly felt a bad omen. Nikki was about to call again, but Nikia's expression changed when she saw a piece of paper stabbed with a dagger on the bed. We are holding your sister. If you want to save her, don't tell anyone about this and wait for our next instructions. After reading the content on the paper, Nikia burst into tears and shouted, please no, Nikki! Nikia runs frantically through the streets, her mind tangled in chaos. No, it can't be Nikki. If she leaves the city, it would be very dangerous. I've heard there are many reports of kidnappings, so many that the royal family has started investigating. If those rumors are true, where should I go now? I can't go to the city authorities. The kidnapper might be watching me. The guards won't leave the city even if I tell them. If I ask mercenaries or the Adventurers Guild, it will take a long time before they act. What should I do now? Suddenly, Raoun's image appeared in Nikia's mind. You once told her that if she ever got into trouble, she should come to me. Asking Raoun is the only viable option right now. So, Nikia immediately ran to find Raoun without hesitation. Raoun instantly received a message from Pierce. Nikia is approaching him. It's already that close. Raoun quietly ordered everyone to their positions, to stay focused on the target, and to report any changes. After finishing, Raoun opened the system window to access the CN community and then connected to a coffee shop. The Connection Coffee Shop, an exclusive information cafe for high-level members that I operated in my previous life. Because I am a famous player, I can gather useful information from fans and other informants. So this coffee shop has become a treasure trove of secret information from CNET. This cafe still exists. Lucky for me, I can use this instead of vague memories to plan better. Looking at the displayed information for the Mirror Free City search results, Raoun silently hopes. Alright, I've checked all the missions I can take. Hopefully everything will go according to plan. Just then, a soldier reports, "Sir, Nikia is here." Alright, be polite to her, Raoun ordered the soldier, feeling a bit nervous inside. Can I change her future? The mad fake Kim, the bloodthirsty witch, the forbidden destroyer. Nikia, the one bearing all these titles, is the one who instills fear in everyone. She has no hesitation in conducting experiments on humans to take revenge on the Empire. The Imperial Court is the main target of the chemical weapons she creates, which has also dragged many innocent civilians into this conflict. But now, Nikia, who has not yet been corrupted, is standing in front of Raoun, desperately begging for help. Seeing Nikia's panicked state, Raoun takes her by the shoulders and gently reassures her. Calm down, she'll be fine, I will help. Explain the situation to me, my sister has been kidnapped. She should have been home 2 hours ago because the neighbor was taking care of her. Please find my sister. She's just a helpless child. It's all my fault. Don't worry, I will definitely find the girl. I think I know where she is. Really? Please save her. Raoun smiled reassuringly and said, I will let you know as soon as I find the girl so you can stay here. Bernat will help you. Saying that, Raoun gestured towards Bernat to introduce him to Nikia.
Bernat politely bowed and reassured the young girl. If you need anything, just let me know.
You made the right choice. The young master always keeps his promises. They are about to leave the city now that everything is arranged, with Raoun, Philip, and Jack heading out. PS is tracking them. And here is Philip taking out a letter to give to Raoun. I have been authorized by Mayor Renando to conduct the patrol. At this moment, Raoun's system also displays a notification. Conquest mission. The free city of Mira from level D to B. The main goal is to defeat the bandits. The secondary objectives are to rescue the hostages and raid their hideout in the forest. A group of unidentified con artists is operating in the forest around Mira City. Mayor Renando has ordered an assault on the kidnappers and their illegal trading activities. Let's restore peace by raiding the thieves' basement. The reward will be a large amount of experience and recognition from the mayor. Good. So you gave him the list of those rats, huh? Philip replied honestly. Yes, the mayor said he would reward us later. He was also very surprised. I gave him the list of the con artists in the city. I used information from the informants and data collected at the Cafe Connection. I've used many sources, so I'm sure this plan has no flaws at all. With that in mind, Ron finally feels confident to set out on the journey. At the same time, after a thorough search, Peace's group, the Golden Bear Knight of Aston territory, finally tracked down the secret base in the bandits' forest. Based on the footprints on the ground, it was definitely it. Pi looks at the empty ground below the hill and silently judges. To be more certain, Pi jumps onto the tall tree in front and tries out the new investigation skill he just learned. Pear's pupils immediately turned red, revealing the hideout of the scammers, surrounded by a massive barrier on the hilltop, with 2 archers sitting on a magic circle guarding the entrance. The magic circle and the barrier. The young master is right, I need to report this. After the message was sent through the system, Pear immediately received a reply. We will be there in 5 minutes. Pi stared at the message with a hint of nostalgia in his heart. It reminded him of the events from 5 months ago. Raoun, the youngest son back then, was known as weak and untalented compared to his brothers. Many servants and knights didn't want to accompany him. Although he is looking for volunteers, it seems no one is interested. When Raoun visited the training ground and started talking to the knights himself, he also spoke with Pierce, and the first thing he said was that Knight Pi wanted to push beyond his limits and that he would help him. Immediately after, Raoun took Pierce's sword himself and pointed out the problem. Pierce thought to himself that he did say he wanted to push beyond his limits, but how could this child teach him? Just try it first. With doubt in his mind, Pi followed Raoun's advice, and surprisingly, it worked really well. His swordsmanship became much smoother. In the days that followed, Pi kept thinking about Raoun's advice. It will be very difficult for you to master that technique. Your strength relies on agility, not power. You should try to refine your skill in archery. I hear you're very talented at selling bows. At that time, only a few people knew Pierce's archery skills. Yet Raoun paid attention, believing he could really help, so Pi decided to follow him. Now looking back, Pi can't help but feel lucky that it was the right decision he ever made. Those who refused his offer must be regretting it now. I don't know why he hides his true abilities, but I reached expert level thanks to the skill book he gave me. I could even practice other skills. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Maybe today will be the day he shows his true power. Lost in thought, but when he saw the familiar figure, P immediately jumped down from the tree and bowed respectfully. You have arrived, Lord Raoun. Raoun looked into the invisible hideout of the scammers, and his system immediately sent a notification. The hideout of the unidentified con artists with undisclosed rank and size is under the influence of a high-level magic circle disrupting the viewer's sight. The magic circle will block the view of approaching people. Destroying the circle allows entry to learn more about this area. Hideouts in different cities all look the same. The spy from the Grainin Empire is hiding in Mira. Rowan thought, bored. Usually, CCK players take on quests from the first cities like Mira and earn rewards for defeating monsters or scammers. But some scammers are very unusual, completely different from the others. A slave trader corners the townspeople from the city. The mercenaries try to succeed, but the most dangerous among them is a spy from the Granin Empire, the Royal Hounds. They are players and extort and suppress them so they can't unite into powerful forces. They are also very important later in the game, so I can't just let it happen. Thinking this, Ron signaled to Pierce. Pierce understood and shot 2 arrows to take down the gatekeepers. Then Ron's group entered the barrier. No one was near the exit anymore. I will destroy the magic circle with the spell scroll I bought from the shop. As Ron was about to use the scroll, he realized he could see the flow of mana. So, a sudden idea came to Ron's mind. He put away the scroll, then drew his sword from his inventory, channeled mana into it, and struck, successfully destroying the magic circle. Good, now I don't need to buy the spell scroll to destroy the magic circle anymore. Saves me money, Ron thought happily. Just as I thought, Pi muttered in admiration before immediately giving orders to his subordinates. Jackson. Nin, lure them as planned. I will notify you when it's time to move in. Understood. Jackson and Nin responded and quickly followed the orders. Good, I have these elite knights here. Let's go hunt them down. Ron silently thought to himself, then confidently led his team into the enemy base. There's no need to capture them alive, just kill them all. Don't forget to use this to finish them off, Rayon said as he raised his sword to remind everyone. Jack pouted and replied, I don't understand why we need to use this sword, but I will follow your orders. It seems using weapons in this mission is unnecessary. Ron ignored Chow Jake's covert objections and began giving orders. Night Pian searched the surroundings to locate the kidnapped victims. We need to prioritize rescuing Nikki's sister from Nikia, Philip. Hearing the call, Philip understood and nodded immediately to Ron. After that, Ron used telepathy to open the gate and then entered with Volsinus and entered with his team. They passed through a dark, long corridor and finally saw the con artist's base at the end of the road. Raoun signaled to Pierce with his eyes. Immediately, Pierce's figure disappeared, accompanied by a system notification indicating that Pi had successfully infiltrated the enemy base. Alright, let's start the hunt, Raoun thought as he looked around cautiously. The elevated platform is surrounded by a wooden fence. Their level is around 30 to 31. Not much different from ordinary bandits. Since I have thoroughly checked their base, giving orders is easier. Everything seems normal. Ron signals to Philip and Z, then the 3 of them proceed with the plan. Ron runs straight up to the watchtower to deal with the soldiers there. Meanwhile, Z and Philip deal with the patrol guards. Soon, a loud commotion alerts the bandits to the intrusion, prompting them to quickly summon more forces for backup. Ron stands on the watchtower shooting arrows at the enemies, also sensing their numbers increasing and their weapons getting more advanced, so his arrows gradually become less effective against their shields. One of the bandits, after spotting Raoun's position, shouted, "Shoot him dead there!" Immediately, a rain of arrows headed for Raoun, but of course, they were blocked by his telekinetic skill. Seeing the arrows freeze in place, the archer couldn't help but feel confused. This demon, he's stopping my arrows. We need backup from below. The lower floor bandits immediately rush up the tower.
I guess I have to use that then. Ron puts away his bow and attaches the metal contraption to his hand to deal with the approaching enemies, combining it with telekinesis to control the arrows shot earlier by the bandits and turn them against them. Unfortunately, this attack wasn't enough to eliminate all the enemies. Many of them still survived thanks to their thick armor. It seems I'm still not strong enough. I need to use more force to pierce through their armor. So Ron switches back to using his sword to deal with the wounded. Where are the others? Ron curiously looked around and saw Philip and Jack dealing with the fleeing enemies. Seeing Jack's disgusted expression as he swung his sword to kill a thief, Rowan couldn't help but feel annoyed. That bastard man only asked him to use the long sword, but he looks like someone owes him money. He doesn't need to waste mana to take down these weaklings. I've told him many times to be careful and not leave too many traces of his swordsmanship during secret missions. But whatever, I don't think it's that serious. At the same time, Rayon accidentally spots a soldier sneaking up behind Jack Tone to ambush him from behind. P then appears just in time to deal with the soldier. Good, Tontep has all been taken care of, Rowan thought to himself with satisfaction. Sorry, sir, we have searched every corner but still haven't found Nikki, Pi said with a sad expression. It's okay. Did you explain clearly to the captured people? Rowan patted Pi on the shoulder and asked. Yes, we distributed clothes and rations to them and told them to stay put until the battle ends. Z then began to suspect and asked, do you think there are any other enemies? Aren't they just bandits? Yes, but don't you find something strange about them? Rowan begins to analyze. First, Nikki was kidnapped but is not here. Second, their numbers are large but they are all just petty thugs not worth mentioning. In the end, I saw a magic circle at the entrance. Has anyone seen a wizard around here? Anyway, the important people and the hostages are elsewhere. That's right? Yes, that's right. But if we can't find that place, everything will be for nothing. You see that, right? Piet stood to the side, sneering, then replied seriously. I checked all the suspicious spots carefully, but found nothing. There might be a high-level magic array or system nearby. Round couldn't help but admire hearing that. You've been in the guild less than a month and already made such an excellent assessment. Soon, no one will be able to outsmart you. Thank you, sir. Young Jack stood nearby, pouting silently.
but it seemed he was envious of Fit for being able to go. All right, follow me.
I think I know where they are. Raon led everyone to an empty building and ordered a search of the place.
If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. After a while, Jack, Philip, and Pear couldn't find anything unusual, so Raon had to take action himself. As soon as he entered the fourth house, he drew his sword from his bag and stabbed it straight into the floor. A secret door immediately appeared before them. Behind the door is a staircase leading down into a pitch-black cellar with no light at all. Suddenly, a strange noise comes from inside the cellar. Raon shouted a warning that something was crawling up. A terrifying hand suddenly reached out from the hatch. Then gradually, a red monster appears. Soon after, other monsters also slowly move forward. Philip immediately ordered, "Stay still. If we spread out, it will be harder to fight because Raon was the one who opened the door and the first thing the monster saw when it came out of the basement. So it chose you as its first target to attack. It reached out with its sharp-clawed hand toward Raon. But Raon naturally didn't stand still and take it. He dodged the monster's attack and counterattacked with his sword, causing the creature to retreat a few steps with minor injuries. They are demon cavalry, and their weakness is humans. Cut off their heads, Philip said while fighting back against the monsters and giving strategies to his teammates.
Damn it, what are they doing here?
The demon cavalry haven't fully evolved yet. Level 41, a fearless Granin type 1 warrior. After checking the information board and watching how his teammates handled the monsters, Raon couldn't help but sigh. What was he expecting from everyone? Back then, I also struggled because of them. In my previous life, Dion attacked the Empire's camp in the city of Khoi Nguyen after 6 months of playing the game. At the mayor's request, as the top players were nearly reaching the maximum level, dozens of the most talented players had already changed their classes twice. The formation of the expedition army with hundreds of guild alliances attacking the fortress. But when the true appearance of the demon cavalry suddenly emerged, most players immediately lost their lives along with a few high-level hunters. Among them, Do-hyun narrowly managed to escape. No one could approach the Imperial Army's camp for the next 6 months. That demon cavalry was a fully evolved creature with an average level nearly 50, so any player just reaching level 50 would find it hard to fight against it. And now, this monster hasn't fully evolved and is at a lower level. My teammates are also high-level knights, some even reaching level 80. More importantly, Raoul looks at the blue spots on the monster's body, which reveal their weak points. So I just need to strike those vital points. As a result, Raoul and his team managed to eliminate all the monsters in no time.
Why are the demon cavalry in a place that looks like the kingdom's front yard? What should I do now, sir?
I think going inside right now would be very risky, Philip said cautiously. Raoul firmly replied, "We have to move in now. There's no turning back." PS suggested that at least we should call for reinforcements. No need. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. Before they attack the people outside, we must eliminate them all. Then you hide behind and leave the enemies to us. You and Peace keep focusing on the search. Philip made the suggestion and then went straight down to the basement with Jack, leaving no chance for Raon to refuse. It's a pity, but now's not the time to be greedy for experience. If I don't kill them myself, I'll still get some experience points. This is a chance for others to carry me. They also need to level up even more. And having such trustworthy subordinates is really great. I can rely on them a lot in the future. Raon silently thought that he should eliminate them before they could cause more trouble. He was about to speak, but after looking into the room at the end of the tunnel, he suddenly fell silent. A laboratory with dozens of tanks breeding shadow knights, human bodies mutated, and body parts separated lying haphazardly on the ground, making anyone who sees them shudder. They truly have no fear, daring to research and hybridize chimera monsters within the kingdom's territory. The Demon Knight squad we just encountered must be the people they kidnapped and experimented on. I never expected them to go this crazy, Pai said angrily. Raon looked at the monster's corpse on the operating table, feeling a bit contemplative. In my previous life, I saw scenes like this many times, but even now it still makes me shudder. Actually, when I transferred my soul, I thought about joining their forces because in 10 years, they would hold the ultimate power in this continent. But the king, their leader, is a madman. Becoming his subordinate is no different from willingly walking into death. There are many rumors about the king, but one thing I am sure of is that he does not see others as human. Those who do not carry royal blood are divided into classes based on their worth. They endure a lifetime of exploitation, and when they become useless, they are turned into test subjects or food for the demon cavalry. And of course, even if they belong to the upper class, if they dare oppose the king's wishes, they will be executed. There was once a general who complained about the king's brutality. As he was speaking, the tattoo on his shoulder glowed red. Then he exploded and died instantly. I still remember it vividly because I was there. Following someone like that, I have no way to survive, and I can't stand by and watch innocent people become test subjects. As Raon was lost in thought, Philip's call brought him back to reality. Come here and see for yourself. Raon curiously stepped closer to Philip. Another door opens, revealing the main base of the con artist. The mage is casting a spell and giving orders. The time has come. We are ready to attack this land. Get ready. I will also create a teleportation gate to give us a chance to retreat. P quickly uses his observation skill and reports the situation. 3 knights, 4 mages, and 10 royal demon cavalry are casting spells in front of the cave. Philip immediately used that to plan his move. Leave the knights to me. P. Take care of those mages. Z. The demon cavalry targeting the young master, then leave it to the old man and support us from behind. Jack scoffs and says, "You want me to clean up the mess behind, huh?" This immediately earns Philip's cold glare. Seeing that look, Jack immediately turned away, not daring to speak a word. Pi shot an arrow, successfully taking out a wizard and marking the start of the righteous attack. They are level 5 mages with extremely powerful magic. We must eliminate them first. That barrier, ordinary arrows won't work against them. I have to use mind magic to open a path for the arrow to pierce through their magical shield. As expected, thanks to the mind-triggered arrow, Rowan successfully shattered the mage's magic shield into pieces, even piercing through it to take down another mage. Alright, now I must prevent the escape from the teleportation gate immediately. Rowan silently thought. The magic circle has been destroyed. A knight in panic shouted. The leader immediately ordered. The escape route is blocked, release the seal, and kill them to make a way out. Clear Thuong Hai, all for the king. The bandits shouted in unison and then rushed toward Ron like moths to a flame. Philip immediately appeared, standing in front with his shield to protect Ron. But the power of the pirates' attack left Philip a bit stunned. Seeing Philip's grimace, Ron couldn't help but worry. Does Philip still lack the strength to face them? A high-level knight who has surpassed level 90 but can't defeat them? Thinking of this, Raoun immediately uses his observation skill to analyze the opponent. Instantly, information about the enemy appears before Raoun's eyes. Mcel, level 71 knight class, intermediate swordsmanship expert of the Grainan Empire, Royal Hound managing the Mirror branch, nicknamed the Chain Link with potential stats. Level B, power 72 plus 5, agility 71 plus 5 stamina, 73 plus 5, intelligence 55 minus 10, mental strength 68 plus 7, magic 68 plus 7, perception 73 plus 5. The B-level blind loyalty trait with a fear level C. Raoun stares intently at the tattoo on Dowell's neck. His stats have already increased. Is that the effect of that red tattoo? What is this? Are they all risking their lives to attack? Z shouted irritably, then communicated privately with Ron through the mental system. Sir, I will kill them with my sword. Using this small stick would be troublesome. Raoun pretended to hold his face in disappointment and replied, Sir Philip and Bear are doing very well, but this seems a bit difficult for you, Sir Jack. This plan was made because we believe in your abilities, but it seems there's no other way. Hard? I only said that because I thought Sir Pierce was having a hard time too. As expected, this tactic is effective. RCK seems to have been cut down, making the bandits lift their formation. Raoun only then let out a sigh of relief and helped his teammates take down the cavalry. Seeing Raoun defeat a cavalryman with just a basic move, Rhett couldn't help but be suspicious. It's strange how he can easily spot the weaknesses of the monsters. I never expected us to be overwhelmed like this. Who are you? Dowell asked mentally, while guessing that since they use sickles, they probably came from the Randall territory. But their swordsmanship looks quite skilled in combat. Based on my instincts, they don't come from the Randall territory. It's all just a disguise scam. What does it matter to someone who's about to die? Once they've spoken, let's get started. The Imperial Dogs. He sneered and said contemptuously, How dare you insult us as the Empire's Hounds? Hearing that, Duel angrily shouted and then stared intently at Ron standing at the end of the line. Is that kid their leader? It doesn't matter. Let's find a way to survive first and then worry about it. A plan forms in Dole's mind. He smirks menacingly, then uses dark magic on the knights. Sacrifice your life for His Majesty. For His Majesty's glory, the knights roared, then their bodies grew larger, causing their armor to crack and shatter into pieces. As soon as the evolution was complete, a soldier charged at Ron. Jack quickly stepped in to block, but a single punch from the knight bent his shield and sent it flying far behind him. As soon as Ron saw it, he recognized this as the Black Sacrifice, a skill where the user sacrifices themselves by burning their life force and mana to gain immense power for a short time. If they are using this skill, they must be plotting something. While Raoun was thinking, he saw Dogwell rushing forward at full speed. Raoun's observation skill immediately analyzed the opponent, boosting the output level to E grade with 0.8 CP. Maximum usage time is 2 hours. Mana stone consumption during operation. Triple layer defensive skill. Be careful, sir. They are targeting you. Philip sends a message to Ron, then immediately runs to confront Duel. He swings his sword at Dowell to stop his advance. To everyone's surprise, his attack was deflected by the magnetic field of his armor's defense system, allowing Dowell to easily surpass Philip and head straight for Ron. It's over, you bastard, Del smugly said, then threw all his strength into punching Ron. But right after, he had to be stunned and exclaim, What now? You bastard! Are you also using a power-enhancing armor? Seeing Raoun block my enhanced punch with his bare hands makes Duel start to worry about the armor with the energy converter. On the surface, it seems to be around the force level, but the power it delivers is much greater. I have a feeling that if the mana stops transferring into the armor, it will be very dangerous. To avoid a long and restless night, Dowell once again puts all his strength into a punch to finish off Raoun as soon as possible. What's going on? Raoun wondered to himself. I was planning to dodge the attack using a C-grade light shield skill. But suddenly, a notification appeared and I couldn't move anymore. I had encountered a powerful armor, and the enhancement had awakened. Assessing Raoun's skill level reveals a unique trait X, Title.
Master Swordsman, Intermediate Telekinesis Expert. You have met the basic requirement and activated the enhancement. You do not have enough mana to activate it, searching for another energy source. A mid-level telekinesis skill has been acquired, successfully stabilizing the shape with telekinesis. The enhancement has been successfully activated. Throughout the process, Raoun's right arm transformed from normal into a layer of armor, finally forming a shining metallic shield that timely blocked Duel's attack. So this is the power of the reinforced strength armor? Raoun excitedly looked at the shining shield blocking Duel's furious punches. A barrier can block all physical attacks weaker than the user's mana strength of the enhanced power armor. A defensive skill can at least prevent triple magic. A mysterious core has formed to boost mana and physical strength, making it difficult for even higher level or more experienced fighters to defeat someone with the power armor. That is the amazing function of the strength armor. It enhances defense to create a powerful magic shield, but the strength armor is meant for NPCs. So if you're not a citizen of CNC, you won't be able to wear it. Therefore, for players, the power armor has become a dream equipment they can't obtain. For NPCs, that is the only way the game developers create that item so they can counter the player's overwhelming power when facing them. And now, I am wearing a strength-enhancing armor after awakening the enhancement skill. On the other hand, while Raoun is cheerful, Dogel is furious. What's going on? Why is my attack not effective? Dogel said as he delivered a powerful strike to Raoun's shield, causing him to be pushed back dozens of meters by the recoil. The illusionary shield also shattered. Relying solely on defense isn't the right way. Taking advantage of the shattered shield, Raoun immediately counterattacked. He used his mind to summon the sword from afar, then employed the Lu Tin technique to continuously strike Duel's vulnerable spots. Damn it, he even broke through my armor barrier. Is it over now? But I won't die alone either. Glory to the Empire, Duel shouted the familiar slogan, and then his body gradually merged with the power armor. It seems this isn't the end yet. Raoun cautiously watches Duel evolve. At this moment, your system alerts you that the enhancement has detected a forbidden energy source, breaking part of the seal and boosting your power further. Enhancement will reveal its true power for a limited time. Raoun's entire body emits a dazzling light. Then, he suddenly transformed from an ordinary person into a golden robot. Just as the two finished their transformation, Duel rushed quickly toward Raoun. Seeing Duel's current form, Raoun quietly muttered, "Disgusting." Their subordinates, who were fighting, instinctively stopped, turning to see Duel punching toward Raoun, while Raoun raised a hand to defend. The collision between the two was like a huge explosion that blew away those nearby. Only a few with enough strength could withstand it. As the dust settled, Dogel was surprised to see Raoun still safe and sound. Seizing the moment, Raoun gently pushed his opponent backward. "Get out of here," he whispered. Raoun punches directly at Duel's weak spot, knocking him out instantly. He bends over, catching his breath, as the reinforced armor on his body gradually disappears. "I did it, just in time for the skill to end." Suddenly, Raoun shouted out and spat a mouthful of blood. Philip and Jack saw this and hurried over to ask Han if he was okay. Raoun gestures that he's fine, secretly thinking that he's never felt this way before. The feeling he had as a player, he had never experienced, as if he glimpsed unstoppable power. This time, I borrowed power from equipment and enhancement skills. One day, I will definitely be able to do this on my own. After defeating all the enemies, everyone begins to clear the battlefield. Raoun holds a purple gem in his hand and quietly says, "Portable teleportation device and mana stone to figure out how to use." And then Pierre approached to report, "Sir, we have found Nikia and the other hostages. I've also done my best to arrange for them to return to their families." Pierre nodded and said, "Yes, but Niki's situation isn't very stable." Raoun ordered seriously and urgently, "Get out of here quickly." "Are you really going to leave them here?" "So what? Do you want to keep them?" Of course, some things are still very useful. Their value can't be measured in gold. He's not wrong. I couldn't wear the Duel armor earlier, but it proves we captured the infiltrator in the kingdom and can still use it for other experiments. Being a royal hunter isn't easy, but with the king's backing, they are very dangerous. Even minor nobles need to be careful when facing them. Many players have lost their lives battling them in various missions. There's no need to stir up trouble now, so it's better to focus on growing and expanding our influence. These dangerous items can be left behind. Thinking that, Raoun said, "Everything is already in my plan, so forget about it. I also eliminated him so no one will know we attacked them." The centipede argued back, "But you told us to stay away, so today I will give a reward. You've all worked hard. Go and rest now." Jack heard that and excitedly shouted, "Really? Getting a reward and a rest too? Don't you dare go back on your word." Watching Z happily leave, Raoun muttered to himself, "Is he foolish or clever?" Then Raoun said to Pierce, "Report that we have led the Wren family scoundrels here as planned, ensuring no mistakes." Hearing that, Raoun smiled, full of anticipation, eager to see what those greedy fools would do. Actually, it's not hard to guess. I'm just curious what face they'll show when the royal family finds out these are the items of the Hounds. Then, they'll face the full fury of the king. After falling into this trap, they will only have the path to death. A moment later, a shout from Ramon echoed through the forest. "How far have they gone? Hey, Hoatu, am I on the right path?" Just thinking about Ra makes Ramon feel uneasy. Damn it, we've chased all the way into this forest and still can't find any sign of him. We had to recover our spirits at the temple and even lost the money we brought with us. We just can't use some skills inside the city, or else he wouldn't have a chance against my December Knights. Commander Jeremy still has his armor of strength, so we must seize the opportunity while he's not here. Suddenly, Hoatu pointed at a tunnel and shouted, "Over there in front of the tunnel, Kay? Speak up, where? It looks dangerous. I guess I have to go inside to find out." "Fine, I'll go out to the outskirts to find him." "Let's go." Ramon led the way into the tunnel. They quickly arrived at the spot Raon had prepared for them. Seeing the treasure scattered on the ground, they happily accepted it without realizing they had fallen into his trap. Ramon smiled and said, "I don't see him, but this place is pretty good." Jerry also spoke up. "Magical items, treasures, and even the bodies of the wanted men, especially this powerful armor." At the same time, Raoun led his people back, and his subordinates immediately ran over to greet him. "Young master, you've worked hard. We raided the Eastern Forest base and rescued the hostages." Raoun praised them highly. "Where are the others?" "They have already returned after completing their mission." These subordinates are Raoun's apprentice knights, and also the founding members of the guild. After training, 6 of them advanced to master level. The remaining members are all ready to become master knights. Raoun's group is reclaiming equipment from the northern and western bases. They all can use mana and have learned swordsmanship from the Aston territory. "Now that we have over 100 people, ordinary thugs won't be able to stand against us," he whispered. Raoun waved his hand and shouted an order. "Everyone is here? Let's go." "Understood." By the time Raoun's group approached Mirror City, the guards on the wall had already spotted them. A guard loudly shouted that he was from Aston territory. "Why is it so crowded?" Raoun, leading his men and the hostage into the city, saw a large crowd gathered. He looked at a soldier and asked, "Are you the commander here?" "Yes, sir. We have brought the people here as you requested." Raoun nodded. "Well done. Is he the only one who saved the hostage?" "Finally, I have met my children again." Among the crowd, Nikia silently watched the person Raoun was holding. She wondered in her heart, could it be her sibling? Nikia walked towards Raoun. When she saw the face of the person her uncle was holding, she choked up and called out, Nikia, Nikia is here." Smiling and speaking, Raoun hands over the unconscious Nikki to Nikia, who trembles as she takes him, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. She is not fully recovered yet. I will treat her at the estate." Then Raoun turned to the side and called Bernat. Bernat understood and replied, "Yes, the priest has arrived at the estate." Watching Nikia Oniki follow Bernat, Raoun pondered that he had saved those who would have otherwise died. The demonic potions and items she created probably wouldn't have appeared in this world if something had happened to her. I still need Nikia for the future of the district. Everything started to change when I went back to the past. I don't care what history will be like. I won't hesitate to steal or change anyone's future. I'm no longer a good person. If I had acted faster today, I could have saved more people. But instead of focusing on saving people, I ignored them, chose to do the mission, and drew Nikia's attention. Still, I completed the mission as best as I could and saved as many people as possible. Then, Raoun quietly looked at the people and thought to himself that seeing the joy of the residents when their loved ones returned also brought him some relief. The city is now safe, and the mayor will visit with gifts at dawn, but I still feel so guilty. Among the crowd, an old woman clutching her gloves is crying, my son is not coming back anymore." Seeing this scene, Raoun silently thought that those from the lower classes could not live a proper life, and many didn't even have the chance to think about the future. Thinking back, everything I do is for the mission and leveling up first. I've never spoken to anyone unrelated to the mission. I told myself to accept reality after being reborn, but I still play because of that way of thinking. This is just a game. Not my real life right now. Living with the system hasn't caused any problems so far. But is it really correct to just follow the tasks given by the system? Until now, I still plan my steps from Beidou Hun's perspective. But have I ever limited my own vision and choices? If I can't find something that only Raoun, a noble from CCK, can do, something that players can't, then I might repeat the same mistake I made in the past. Raoun looked at Philip and asked, "Do you see those downtrodden people over there? Sorry, but could you check their personal information and circumstances and report back to me? Are they all like that?" Raoun nodded and said yes, providing financial support to those who lost their families or had loved ones missing to comfort them and help them find work. He felt a bit guilty inside, thinking to himself, "Oh dear, he's here to fight, yet he's giving him more work. I'm really sorry about that." Despite being tired, Philip still smiled and said, "I didn't expect that. I thought you would only do what's beneficial for yourself and others wouldn't refuse. So don't worry." Then Philip glanced sarcastically. There will still be someone who refuses. Are you crazy? What are you looking at me for? I don't hate doing good deeds. He just leaned in close to Ron and asked softly, "But you still gave me a few days off, right?" Ron reluctantly glanced at Jack without replying. His subordinates began distributing the bags of supplies to the people. The people were deeply grateful for this act and cheered as they held their subsidy bags towards Ron. "Long live Count Aston. Long live young Master Raoun." Raoun turned his horse to look at the people and smiled silently, thinking that Mira's aid to the citizens would be a great advantage in future battles against other guilds. Although it was all planned out, their enjoyment was truly a double win.
Staying longer to level up and gather a real combat experience was definitely the right choice. When Ron and his subordinates left, he didn't know that among the crowd, an old man wearing a hood was silently watching them with a smile. The next morning in the mayor's office, Renando sat across from Ron and said with a smile, "I have troubled you a lot, thank you very much." No, I couldn't rest easy knowing that Mira was targeted by that dark empire. If you hadn't given us the warning, we would have been in big trouble. Rowan raised his teacup and said, "I was also very surprised. Who would have thought that the dark imperial forces would block all access to Mira, a land clearly under the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Reuben? Judging by their secret activities, it seems they have been operating covertly for quite some time and have trained incredibly powerful demon soldiers. Actually, this isn't the first time people have gone missing like this, but we can't track them because of the treaty. According to the treaty, Mira can only have guards and cannot organize an army, and even the guards or patrols can't deploy even half of their forces outside the city." After explaining, Ronaldo looked at Rowan and announced, "Oh right, now I remember, as you mentioned, someone from the territory of Count Rend has arrived. They say they have destroyed the spies' hideout and are demanding a large compensation. If that isn't your order, we will drive them away." As expected, but as I said earlier, before Rowan could finish speaking, Ronaldo spoke up. "Yes, we should let the Duke Rendell handle that. But don't you think that's very disadvantageous? You will not only gain great fame, but also be rewarded by the Emperor. Thank you for your concern, but just do as I ask. At your age, you really can't joke about this. Anyway, I will make sure to handle this properly." Ron pondered. Dealing with the Imperial Army's secret base will be Rendell's miserable task. That action will attract the attention of the Empire. At this moment, Renando speaks up. "I still don't know what to reward you with. I think money isn't enough. Do you want anything else? Then I will bring it to you. I heard that your mansion has a very diverse library room. If possible, I would like to go in and take a look." Renando thought for a moment and then said, "Oh, that library room? No problem, but you can choose what you want to read. If you like, you can take the book with you. But it seems that's still not quite enough, so I will show you the secret treasure as well. You can also choose one item from it as a reward." Ron thanks him and says, "Well then, I thank you. You are as generous as the rumors say," Ronaldo said happily. "Is that so? I still am generous when I need to be. But some people still say I'm stingy. Their eyes must not be very good." Rowan muttered to himself that he should reward himself anyway and stop bragging. Then, following Ronaldo's orders, the servant led Rowan to the place he requested and said, "I've brought you here. Please feel free to look around." "Is this the place?" he thought to himself and walked toward the bookshelves, took out a book and opened it.
Does the system confirm that skill books at the beginner level have been collected? It looks like a mess of books, but in reality it's a treasure trove because this is a library full of skill books. Considering all the books here are skills, just looking at them is overwhelming, and I might not get another chance to come here. So I have to carefully find the ones I need.
Thinking that, Raoun quickly moved back and forth between the shelves searching for something useful. Suddenly, Raoun noticed a glowing book and decided to take it down. The system reports research on ancient rituals, charms, and advanced spiritual training methods. The name is too long, but this book seems to complain. Rowan immediately opened the book to check the meditation technique for S-level spirits, limited to users with spiritual power. The 24-hour automatic meditation effectively trains the mind. The Ancient Souls meditation art describes a method for cultivating spiritual power, where even in daily life, a person can refine their soul by communicating with nature and practicing within a spiritual realm. There is a belief that meditating near an oak tree enhances its effects. Rowan quietly thought with joy, "This meditation technique is for S-rank spirits. I can finally reach them. In my previous life, with only a B-rank meditation technique, I was able to rise to the top early on, but later I was pushed down because my soul power was no longer enough. When I was searching for a better meditation method, the path to collecting skill books was taken over by major guilds and high-level players. Basically, skill books related to superpowers are all rated B, and information about them is very limited. Not long after, news about the meditation stick technique also leaked out. According to a high-level player using fire magic in Japan, Sakata Sigasiba, each starting city mayor is holding an S-rank skill, and among them, the superpower he obtained is in the Mirror Library. Actually, in my previous life, I also obtained an S-rank skill book in a burning starting city. It's just a skill book on magic, so it was completely useless to me. But now it's different. With the automatic energy accumulation for meditation, I won't run out of spiritual energy anymore. Above all, the soul ability may not be very strong at first, but as it levels up, its power and capacity increase significantly. If I am supplied with enough spiritual energy, boosting my abilities will become much easier. If I can recover to my previous level before the full-scale war with the Empire begins, I will truly be able to turn the tide. I really look forward to that day. Not long after, Ron left the library and headed to the secret treasure. Ron looked at the new ring on his finger and softly said, "I chose a mana suppression ring from Renando's treasure. Anyway, there are better things at home. Now let's get back to the training we left unfinished. I completed 70 quests in one night and received skill books below level C as well as rare items. I also accumulated 50,000 coins for players." Ron orders to check the status window. Ron's level 55 with the profession of novice swordsmanship specialist and intermediate telekinesis. Territory Asen PH Guild.
The strength stat is 66, agility 67, stamina 65, intelligence 58, willpower 71, mana 70, mental strength 72, perception 71, unique skills include S-level combat skills, developer's analytical eye S, master psychokinesis S, royal lineage S. All my physical stats reached 65 a month ago. Mana and spiritual energy are both above 70 now, so I can train skills. Extraordinary people like sword masters or high-level psychokinesis users usually have stats around 90. In my previous life, my willpower and perception even reached 90. Now I will raise all my stats to 90 if possible, aiming to become the first player to reach 100. Sounds impossible, but I have many chances. Like Round looking at the golden item on his wrist, enhanced with B-level energy armor with a power of 1.5 CP. Energy core, active for 5 minutes, with a self-recharging defense mode 6-layer mana shield, effective attribute reduction to 50%, a simulation of a legendary energy armor.
Over time, most functions are sealed and some special features have been transformed. The seals will be lifted once certain conditions are met. Special function, Sentence of Guilt, 200% damage effect on the target. Conversion Saturation can absorb energy and simulate the functions of armor with lower strength. One of the 2 items I've been bonded with since reincarnation. My skill list has been unlocked through missions, and I can also activate energy armor enhancement. Then I can accept missions to unlock more skills in the skill menu. I need to complete 50 missions related to randomly assigned skill positions. But there is no clue at all about the enhanced armor. It might be too difficult to handle the current output load. And one more thing, I just unlocked a new unique skill. As Ron said, he looked at a unique skill.
The S-rank developer's analysis eye is effective. Borrowing the developer's vision can steal information related to the system, facilitating the analysis of the flow of special energies.
Round guesses that this might be the reason he can observe NPC information and mana flow at any time. It's just a hypothesis, but he must have gained that skill after defeating the Imperial Beast Hounds. I will find out when this quest appears right after unlocking the unique trait. It is a main story quest, dark energy level, collecting dark magic stone fragments, 1/5. The side quest description is not yet available. Please wait for the next update. Looking at the quest, Raoun thought it usually appears around the time he leaves the starting city, but it seems to be a bug caused by attacking the Imperial hunting dog base too early. If I continue with my previous life, I will have to keep defeating the Empire to collect the dark magic shards. I am following the story to find the stone with their interference. But now it's no longer necessary because I am both a player and a local in this world. Choosing a scenario or mission is entirely up to me. Now I am no longer a puppet moving according to the developer's will. If the ending they decide and what I want align, then I will do what I want, even if it means destroying the story or the mission. The next day, Bernard went to find Raoun and reported, "Young master, are you in there? Nikki has woken up. Nikia wants to meet with you. What do you think? Let's meet." "I should meet her. Let's go." Then Raoun and Bernard went to Nikia. As soon as he saw her, Raoun asked, "How is your sister Nikia?" The servant bowed and said, "Master, you're here, master." Nikia was startled and exclaimed, kneeling before Raoun, "I don't know how to thank you." Raoun helped Nikia up and replied, "It's not necessary. Nikki hasn't recovered yet, so she needs to be stronger." Then Raoun turned to check Nikki's condition. When Nikki saw Raoun looking at her, she spoke up, "Thank you for saving me." Seeing that Nikki remained silent, Nikia quickly explained, "Sorry for Nikki, she's quite shy. It's okay, she's still young." Raoun smiled and replied, "The girl hasn't recovered yet, poor thing. Should I check her more carefully?" As he hesitated, Raoun suddenly noticed Nikki's eyes, as if harboring powerful waves. "What is that? What's happening? Did anyone notice? Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I still have to try analyzing Nikki again using the developer's perspective." Thong decides, Raoun uses his skill once more to observe Nikki. This time, Raoun's expression completely changed, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "No way! I thought she was just a child." The information panel now shows the updated status for Nikki, a 13-year-old. Level 5, Profession 0, Mirror-Free City Organization. Your potential stats are SS level Strength 5, Agility 3, Stamina 3, Intelligence 60 minus 30, Mental Power 65 minus 25, Mana 62, minus 61, Perception 52, minus 45. Are you confused reading the SS potential information? What if I can cure her illness and help her restore her stats? Do-hyun stroked his chin thoughtfully, unable to imagine how far she could develop. Nikia turned back confused and asked, "What's going on?" He stammered, "Nothing." Do-hyun reminded himself that he needed to do something. He looked at the girl lying there in a daze and thought about examining Nikki more carefully. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, Do-hyun was on the phone, having gathered all the necessary information. There are a few photos on the table, and he hopes that Mira is also doing well and everything is going smoothly. The news has spread. They have identified a few more scammers and slave traders, rescuing over 50 people. Now Mira is the safest place. The guild headquarters has been completed, and some members are now living here. Many rescued villagers are ready to work for us, and there are many talented workers, so you can rest assured.
Down glanced at the newcomer. The rest was for Nikia to politely greet. May I ask you to observe her from the moment she first entered? The first thing Doyun cares about is how Nikki is doing. She reports that the girl is doing better now, thanks to the hard work of the pastors in treating her, and also expresses her gratitude. You secretly feel pleased. You raise your teacup and take a sip, praising it as very good. Doyun secretly understood that, despite what was said, Nikki's condition was no better. From the beginning, holy power had no effect on Nikki. You get straight to the point. I called her here because I have something to discuss. I understand. I heard you're leaving today. Is that right? I still haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Du-hai Unun admits I've stayed too long and still have many unfinished matters. The lady voluntarily offered that if there was anything I could help with, I should just say so. Deep down, I understood there must be a reason why he helped me and Nikki so much. Although I am very grateful for the help, all the nobles I have met so far have been full of treachery. And some are even hypocrites. I worry that he might be no different. I don't want to disappoint him. Dohyun's voice interrupted her wandering thoughts, not at all what she was thinking. He handed her a document and said, "First read this." Nikia took it with curiosity. Is this a document? Her eyes widened in shock as she looked inside the paper containing the forgiveness letter. I forgive all the mistakes Nikia has made in the past and set her free. The papers fall from her hands. Nikia was stunned. Sorry, but this is real. How is that possible? Dawn said calmly. It's just luck. This is something that can easily be settled with money. You secretly thought that the letter just now was Nikia's way of letting go of all her mistakes. Although it cost a lot of money to the League to settle her, compared to her value, it wasn't worth much. Nikia pursed her lips, trying to hold back the emotion that was about to overflow. I suffered for a year because of my limited mana, thinking I would never overcome it, but he handled it so easily. It's foolish to compare him to other nobles. I was so arrogant. Since Hyun mentioned Nikia, if it's okay, could you tell me how you were limited in your mana? Tears slowly streamed down her sleeve as she recounted that she had left her hometown when she was young. An alchemist recognized my talent and helped me join the alchemy guild. I became known as a young prodigy in alchemy, even mastering third-level magic at the age of 13. But then suddenly misfortune struck. A plague broke out in my hometown and I lost my entire family. When I arrived, only Nikki was there. I took her back to the guild to live together, but misfortune still continued. When Nikki was 6, she contracted a terminal illness. It was probably my fault. The surroundings around me were filled with toxic substances. I spent 2 years focusing on finding a cure. During that time, I was able to use 5th level magic at just 18, but it was all meaningless. When Nikki was about to die, I couldn't think about the consequences and broke the taboo of not using alchemy on humans. I used materials stolen from the guild to keep her alive. But still, Nikki couldn't wake up, and I was discovered to have broken the taboo, expelled from the guild with a curse that controlled my mana. Before coming here, we had wandered for a long time. This city used to be safe and blessed by the gods, which helped Nikki's illness, but people didn't have a good impression of the mana restrictions in her sick sister. Do-hyun understood. It seems she has been through a lot. He handed her a bottle and said, "Drink this, it will set her free." Tears streaming down her face, Nikia looked at the potion that Do-hyun handed her. She slowly reached out and took the gift, then without hesitation drank the entire energy potion, causing a burst of energy to erupt around her body. She closed her eyes and felt it. It's been 5 years since she last felt this comfort. She missed it so much. By now she has understood clearly. Now I understand what he wants from me. Nikia vows Nikia swear loyalty to Lord Round. I look forward to seeing you save countless more people like you did for me and Nikki. Your hand reaches out to her, the warm palm gently stroking Nikia's hair. I accept your loyalty and will not forget your words. Then Do-hyun took a stack of documents from the table. He hands it to her. You keep this too. Nikia hesitated. This is Do-hyun revealing the secret. It will help cure Nikki, a mana larva, a great alchemist who left this behind but missing a part. Nikia, use it to find the perfect treatment. This is my first command as your master. Nikia accepted it with tears in her eyes. Maybe I can develop the most perfect treatment method possible. Her resolve has become stronger. I've made up my mind. For the rest of my life, I will live for him. After finishing her task, Nikia leaves the room. Haihun sat down to rest, silently thinking that talking and acting this way still felt a bit awkward, but he had to try to get used to it. After all, this was the place he would live, and everyone he met was under his command. Today is a great success. We have gained a new member, and she is the alchemist who will leave her mark on history. I have full confidence that Nakia will find a cure, because the great alchemist Kim Thu was actually herself. In the past, Nakia also discovered she had the Nan disease caused by mana larvae. After a long period of research, she finally found a cure, but during the process she sacrificed countless people in her experiments. Now it's no longer necessary. Luckily, the data on Nakia's treatment method is still here. I'll just give her the flawed version so she can develop further. I hope she isn't under too much pressure. If she can't finish in time, I can provide the remaining data. Mira's task is basically done. Now I need to prepare for the next target. The next destination is the capital of the Reuben Kingdom, also known as Turium the Sword Burial City. I can't wait to see what will happen in that vast city. Dion is excited for the next journey. Let's go. Now that Hyun is at his destination, the snake riding behind announces, "We're here. Look at all those people over there." The capital city really is different. You gaze at the fortress before you, the royal city of Rubenterium. Just a reminder, since we are members of the Count's family, we don't need to line up. Let's go. Subordinate, follow the order. You think about your plan. I left the guild members in Mira and only brought the minimum number of people needed. So it will be easier for us if Dunn suddenly froze and stared ahead. Are you suspicious that there are no 2 escort carriages? Dohyun turned to ask Bernat if he had sent a message that we would be coming. He replied, "I'm sure I already sent it. There must have been some mistake. I'll go to the estate first and bring the people here. You ask further, do you know where the estate is? We can just go together." Bernard asked a passerby if they knew where the Aston Count family estate was. She was startled and said, "I don't y'all know about the Aston Count." He kept asking others and received the answer that the Aston family is that warrior family, right? Is there an Aston estate in Turium? Why don't you try looking in the noble district? When I asked the gate guards, they also didn't know. Sorry, but I've never heard of any Aston family mansion in the noble district. You can't enter, Hun thought to himself. I didn't expect our family to become famous, but this is beyond my expectations. Rage boiling over, he scolded the soldiers risking their lives to stop the monsters in Aston territory. And yet you ask where Aston is? Don't you even know who's keeping the peace? That kid with the sword thinks, it's understandable that the people don't know about our family. We are far away, and our father rarely visits the capital. But still, how is it that no one knows about the existence of the mansion? I heard there's a large estate here used for exchanging with nobles and royalty. It's inconvenient that Lord Dohun admits this, but Burnett, can you go to the government office and find the address? Bernard proactively takes on the task. Just leave it to me. The Royal Guard soldiers were surprised when they saw the address on the paper. Are you sure this is the document? I'm fairly certain this address belongs to Lord Jenda. Down was surprised. Isn't the Count not the Earl of Aston? He confirmed. Yes, Count Jenda has lived there for over 10 years, so we can go there for now. He glanced at Bernat, who checked the information. Count Jenda is in his 50s. He is your distant cousin. He handles diplomatic affairs, June continued. I see. Let's go to the estate. I want to see for myself when their convoy stops at an estate, someone will exclaim, Who are you all? Philip announces himself, the youngest son of Count Aston. Lord Ron, where is the diplomat? Sergeant sternly asked, Do you have an invitation, Earl Aston? He was surprised. An invitation? An invitation to what? Sergeant Juan was shocked. You're attending the party without an invitation? Sergeant Juan pointed to one side. Please wait over there. I'll be back soon. Aren't you having a party, Aunt? When he tried to rush forward, the soldiers had already blocked him. Wretch ignored them and grabbed one of the men by the collar. What on earth is going on here? Are you telling the master to wait outside? I don't care who the Count is. Get him out here. The guards blow the alarm horn loudly. An intruder? An intruder? Their spear falls to the ground with a clatter. Depp is holding one of them hostage, while the others panic and run into the mansion. He looks confused and asks what just happened. Are they running away? Do-Hyun ordered. Stay inside. Someone is blocking the way behind. Stop there. Jack shouted. You are not allowed to enter here. Who are you? I am Philip from the Kim Hung Cavalry of the Aston noble family. Where is Lord Jenda? He asked in surprise. Why are your intruders looking for Lord Jenda? Wait until Jackson finds out. Wait, the Aston noble family. The man bows his head along with the guards. Sorry, I heard you were coming here, but the report was late. I will inform the Count immediately. A command rings out. What are you doing? Lead them to the reception room immediately. Commander, Lord Dunhill was surprised. What is going on here? This place is truly as big as the rumors say. Even riding a carriage, it takes a long time to go around. The boy stared in awe at what was in front of him, wondering if that was the building only direct descendants of the Aston family could use. Why do I hear music coming from that building, and there are strangers wandering around the front yard? Is Jack curious about what event is happening today? Someone said there's a party. The guards are surprised. Don't you know? Today is Lord Aeon's birthday party, the third son of Baron Jenda. They hold parties here quite often, so we're a bit unclear. He was extremely shocked. Huh? Aiko's party? A calm voice echoes. Finally, you have arrived. That person steps forward to start a conversation. Let me see. Jenda greets. Are you round? You've grown a lot. Stay alert and assess the opponent's strength. He looks formidable. But the information panel showing Count Tenda at level 50 already gives you the answer. Level 50 isn't even considered a master anymore. I understand why other families look down on Aston. I understand why my father entrusted this person with diplomacy. But I just can't accept it. He even looked down on me. June spoke up. You know me? Jenda replied. It's been so long that you've probably forgotten. You can consider me your uncle. My father and yours are like brothers, the boy said straightforwardly. He's never heard of anyone with a name like yours, but he's the one he calls uncle. He just gave a quick, clever explanation. You might find it confusing. The Aston family tree is a bit complicated. Just call me uncle, Lord Dohun thought to himself. He thinks I'm stupid. I won't let him take advantage of me. You mentioned Bernard. Explain again how this person is related to me. He holds a notebook in his hand. Yes, sir. Count Jenda is the third cousin of Lord Aston and is serving as a diplomat in the capital. He was speechless. Jenda turned to criticize him. What are you doing in front of adults? Didn't your father teach you to show respect to your elders?
Do-hyun looked angry. Lord Jenda must be very familiar with my father. Maybe you're not afraid of the Aston Philip family? Except for direct descendants, how many people can speak to me without showing respect? Sir, only Earl Aston, the Count's younger brother, the boy continued. And why is that? Philip respectfully shows his reverence to the Earl of Aston and clearly establishes the hierarchy. When a child of the Count reaches adulthood, they inherit the title of Viscount and a parcel of land. I also inherited a piece of land with a population of 10,000, Do-hyun asked coldly. Now tell me, is there any reason why I should be looked down upon by a cousin I've never even met? Jenda lowered his head and became submissive. It's my fault. I forgot that Lord Raon is already an adult. Of course, I will show my respect. Has Lord Raon been satisfied yet? You don't care about the details anyway. I think you have a lot to explain. Why don't you try to clarify what's really going on here? He is pretending. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Philip exposes the truth, don't you know? Why isn't anyone escorting us? We've sent multiple messages saying we were coming. Jenda has a reason. I told them to send the carriage, but there must have been some mistake somewhere. There are too many guests today. I apologize. Lord Rondoyan changes the subject. Let me ask you one more question. Why did you hold a party for your son in the main building? He arrogantly said, Philip, maybe this is your first time in the capital, so you don't know. We have to throw a big party to show them who we are. This is all part of diplomacy. Don't worry, soldiers don't know anything about the nobility, Philip thought irritably. So I'll just let it go for now. The young master is also here, someone intervened. Sir Raon, this is the invitation letter I found outside. Do-hyun shows it to him. Lord Jenda, this party doesn't seem to be related to the Aston Countess family at all.
In this letter, I only see the names and Geohui of the Jenda family. He looks pale with fear, but still tries to cover it up.
It's just an invitation. This is definitely the official banquet of the Aston noble family. Even the location is listed as Jenda Estate, but the party is held at the main building of the Aston Count family. I told you, it's just an invitation, and I don't want to argue about the party anymore. Even if you are the young master, this is beyond your authority. If you want to argue, go home and do it. The boy replied casually. Really? Do you think this party is justified? Jenda confirmed. Of course. Using the banquet hall in an empty mansion is a long-standing tradition. You know that too, right? Dun-hun thought he wasn't wrong. Borrowing the mansion from other nobles was common, but only if he had the permission of Count Aston himself. He declared as the temporary representative of the Count that he ordered the party to be shut down within an hour and for a detailed report on the expenses to be submitted, prompting Jenda to furiously point in his face and scold him. It's ridiculous. You're being unreasonable. I can't possibly send everyone back. Who would delegate authority to this kid? Do-hyun realized his father already knew this would happen and asked angrily, You didn't hear the order? The sword points at the opponent and asks, Why don't you care about your own family? I don't think I need to worry about any guest. I'll give you a warning. That's generous of me. Should I go to the banquet hall myself and inform them? Jenda had to comply. Fine, I will stop the party. You will only regret it. Do-hai Unan doesn't worry. At worst, it's just my father scolding me a little. I don't know where he gets the confidence to do these things. There is no concrete evidence of the Aston family's downfall. Maybe I will find something about it here. Who knows, maybe I'll hit the jackpot. Oh my god. I'm surprised isn't the place they're escorting me to the annex building instead of the main hall? A servant behind him stepped forward and said, The Count said that because the main hall is too busy, he wants us to prepare a quiet place for him. Do-hai-hun silently cursed, Ridiculous. I don't want to hear it. I will go to the main hall. The main hall of Do appeared before him. Do-hyun threw open the door and stepped in, asking if everything was normal. You know that the 3-story main hall and the office where only the Count family can stay are occupied by the entire Viscount family. Do-hyun just walked in and asked directly, What do you plan to explain now? Does the Marquis Jenda, the noble family, have a tradition that allows the minister and his family to take over the Marquis's office? We are only borrowing it temporarily. Jenda shrugged and said, Maybe you don't even come here once a year. Leaving it empty, wouldn't that be a waste? Clearly, that has upset you. Get out immediately. If you don't finish cleaning the mansion today, I will execute all of you right away, even if you are close relatives. What Do-hyun said next made his face turn pale. From now on, I will strip you of your Viscount title and your position at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You coldly demand, If you want to oppose, then bring the documents tomorrow, showing you have fulfilled your duties with your current position. Jenda grits his teeth in anger upon hearing this. He turned and left in frustration because there was nothing more he could do. Do-hyun stood on the upper floor watching Jenda's figure leave below and silently thought that he was still in the preparation stage. I told myself I need to find more resources I need. I was worried it had been discarded due to the state of the DH residence, but luckily it's still here. Do-hai-un turns back to look at the file cabinet behind him. All documents related to the management and finances of the manor have been left behind in the office. They probably feel very confident and think that nothing serious will happen after a night, right? But Do-hyun is very confident because he has professional support.
In my previous life, I studied business management and worked for a trading company. When it comes to matters related to the mansion, Bernard is the expert.
Philip steps outside and calls. The young master, the Count and his family have already left, sir.
responding to Hyun's inquiry about the situation. Really? Did they leave peacefully? He reported back, and I was a bit surprised too. They only brought the necessary clothes. Dion has a different opinion. I didn't expect that their monkey's intentions were already so obvious. Since they'll come back anyway, there's no need to clean up their mess, which makes Philip worried. Is that okay? Wouldn't it be better to give them some time to sort things out gradually? You have a plan. The sooner you cut away the rotten part, the better. But wouldn't it be more effective to catch him when he's looking down on us? I whispered to myself. And also, I have to use this place as the first branch of my guild until I find a suitable location in the capital in the future. This is our home, so I can't let those bastards run wild here. Pai, standing nearby, voiced his suspicion. It seems the Count has someone backing him up, but I don't know what's going on. Do-hyun isn't worried, just offering reassurance. Don't worry, what his scheme is doesn't matter. You two should trust your country a bit more. The centipede behind them curled around both of them and asked, "What are you two worried about? Don't talk about those things anymore. Let's just go sightseeing the mansion." We just need to do what the young master says, right, young master? Du-hyun agrees. Tomorrow there will be some tasks that require effort, so you all rest now. Except for Bernard, everyone else has the day off. Rhett puts his arm around Philip Duke. Now let's go. You look up at the bookshelf and ask Bernard beside you. You know what you need to find, right? He confirms. Yes, young master, this is my specialty. Though he urged, we don't have much time left, so let's get started. The next day, the clinking of swords hitting each other. Down commands the swords to attack again. The two swords are controlled to rush forward. The remaining two swords suddenly trembled. Bernard gave up. This time you've improved a lot, haven't you? I never thought you could control two swords like this. He forced a smile. I still have a lot to practice. He looked at the sword in his hand, thinking that he had awakened his ability with the skill book in a month and a half, and he didn't expect him to be this talented. He's not an ordinary talented person. A wind mage wouldn't be able to control weapons so precisely that easily. At this level, he should reach intermediate level in about 6 months and become a rare and talented psychic warrior. Then he ordered, "Let's practice martial arts more. I already told you, it's hard to show true strength with just one special ability. Increasing proficiency by combining multiple skills from the start will be easier and more effective. Are you ready?" Of course, Bernard agrees. Yes, I am ready. Feeling the movement behind him, he grew alert. It seems we have a guest. Do-hyun could tell it's definitely a wind mage. I can't keep up with such remote sensing abilities. He said enthusiastically, "Let's go. As the host, I have to entertain the guests properly." Bon has received the order clearly. "I'll bring what we prepared yesterday," the boy confirms. "Yeah, bring everything over." Do-hyun smirked to himself. "After what I did yesterday, I deserve a reward." Benes is praying because whenever the young master shows that face, something always happens. Hopefully, he won't do anything reckless. "Countess, there are already many people waiting at the estate gate. So, you're warning me. That means you've buried some treasure or something, right?" Even he doesn't know. "I don't understand why there are so many people gathered here." Their gaze swept over a few people, thinking to themselves. Among the escorting knights, some looked terrifying, and there were even soldiers outside the estate. Jack glanced at Do-hyun, wondering if he thought this was a situation their side couldn't handle alone. Has the young master already found a way to deal with it? Old man Jenda looked very confident, thinking that everything was going smoothly. That young master has taken the bait. He jumps to conclusions before anything happens. By the time he leaves, everything is already over. If I do that, I will also gain a position of power. Jenda paid attention to the people around him. The Aston family members living in the capital are surely gathered here because of what happened last night. Jenda silently thought that being kicked out of the foreign minister position in the mansion was not just his problem because the relatives in the capital had also hosted banquets in the mansion using the Marquis's land funds. Even the mansion's management costs went into their pockets. So it's no surprise that those whose money was stolen overnight remain silent. It's also my fault for hosting the banquet in my name and using the office. But they don't know about that either. Maybe it only knows how to behave like a noble. He's just a fool who doesn't realize what he's gotten himself into. He's smug. Brother, I don't know why you entrusted the seal to your son, but I will use it effectively. Do-hyun frowns as he steps into this crowded gathering. Whispers and murmurs spread. Are these the beautiful faces of my relatives? But blood ties can't be fooled. I heard he's only 15 years old, but already 1.8 meters tall. That bastard who disturbed Lord Jenda, right? Someone couldn't help but ask. Is it true that he won the swordsmanship contest? Do-hyun confidently stepped forward and declared, I never thought I would stand in front of so many people. Everyone gathered here because of Lord Jenda's matter, right? Jenda Honghoch pointed directly at him. Yes, our family is very angry about your unreasonable actions, so we gathered here. Now, how do you plan to apologize and fix this mess? So Lord Hyun asked back, so does that mean the Count represents everyone here? As I promised, I will try to resolve what is right and wrong. Jenda did not back down and continued to provoke. It's funny, your sense of right and wrong. For centuries, this estate has been managed by relatives living in the capital. This isn't a playground for some clueless brat from the main family to mess around with. Everyone quickly became agitated and shouted, That's right, is the main family looking down on us? Countess, this is going too far. I can't believe you entrusted a child's authority and even cut the allowance. What are you doing? He was reveling in the support from them. An opposing voice rang out, while the expenses for building more mansions and improving management methods still couldn't be covered. Hyun silently thought that at this point there was no more time to explain Count Nam's actions and why he was dismissed. That no longer mattered now. You realized that things might be more complicated than you thought. Since Hyun is analyzing the situation, there are a total of 5 powers gathered here. First, the relatives of the Aston barony who didn't think much and just joined in. Next are the spies of the royal hounds and the intelligence of the Granin Empire. Nothing surprising since it's clear the Empire is behind the conflicts on the continent. You glance at the 3 people in the distance, but the third group surprises me. Knights from the Duelling family, one of the 5 great families of the country Brandon. Information about this person shows a status window named Graham, 45 years old, level 88, high-level swordsmanship specialist knight serving the Kingdom of Reuben. Count Han, Republic of Brandon, Duelling family, nicknamed the Red Blade Executioner, with hidden potential attributes. Strength 82, Agility 72, Influence 84, Intelligence 62, Willpower 68, Mana 71, Senses 76, with a unique trait of tireless body, a close combat expert. Curious, I've seen the common expert knights besides Graham, but why is a family much stronger than Aston gathering here? It's really troublesome. I glance at the rest of the crowd and those bastards too. The knight from the Randon territory. The information shows a status window with the name Raphael, 26 years old, level 61, a novice expert swordsman knight serving the Randon territory, nicknamed the 4th young master of the Landon estate. Potential hidden ability. B. Strength 61, Agility 65, Influence 58, Intelligence 61, Willpower 53, Mana 60, Senses 55, Unique Trait, Royal Bloodline B, Agility minus. I'm not sure yet. I don't know his skills well, but why is the 4th young master of the Randon family with the weapon symbol here? Maybe he's here because of what happened in Mira, but even so, he shouldn't be acting so terrifying. Doyen's eyes flashed with a yellow hue, fixating sharply in one direction, and finally facing a group of grim-faced traitors standing there, including Titus, a 2-year-old level 65 knight specializing in intermediate swordsmanship under the Reuben Kingdom and Jen estate, who is secretly behind the chaos and will take control when everything goes off track. The Jen family of the Brandon Republic has an innate ability index of 70 for strength, 64 for agility, 68 for influence, 62 for intelligence, 65 for willpower, 63 for magic, and 58 for senses, with royal lineage and a straightforward nature. A fierce fighter who is confident and aggressive, willing to kill or hurt anyone who provokes him, and he is the eldest son of Tutuak Jaden. His uncle is his cousin Titus Chadun, and the most talented among the brothers is Melvin In. But as the eldest son, Jaden is expected to become the count. One day, Melvin In became a common master and was supported to become a count more than Jen. Jen felt jealous and threatened, so he tried to assassinate Melvin In. But then Jen was captured and stripped of his rights. Time passed, and Melvin In became the count. He sold his possessions to the rival family, the Marquis Magniel, and left the kingdom with Tui Tong. All of this happened 15 years before Aston was born. Hun secretly understood that with Lord Jen's son standing here, he could see Lord Jenda's perspective. He looked at the angry faces, and since none of these people lost anything in the incident 15 years ago, they held no grudge against Lord Jaden. They probably think they can push me aside and see the place. Maybe they made the right choice. You know it well, but only when I'm not here will they realize how big a mistake they've made. Then down signaled to Philip, who was waiting nearby. I understood everything. It was time to act, so he struck the shield in his hand forcefully, startling them. Dohyun calmly said, "I've heard enough from you all. I want to say a few words too." Bernard Pierce, hand it over. The others looked on in confusion, lowering their heads to examine the documents Bernard handed out, each of them staring at it in bewilderment. "What is this?" the person next to him prompted. Read the title. The financial management report of the Aston Marquis estate with full evidence of investigation into the embezzlement and misappropriation by the Baron. They quickly flipped through that notebook. The entire hall fell silent. Then a voice full of surprise rang out. "What?" Jenda is so furious he's trembling. He throws it straight to the ground. This is all fake. The people behind whisper, "Yeah, they look trustworthy, but they're not. They just arrived yesterday, and today they've already finished all this?" "This is nonsense." Du Hyan said, "Let's talk nicely. You get straight to the point. It says here that 200 interns are being given free training here." "Where are they?" he replied. "They gave up and ran away with the equipment." Du Hyun's father asked again. "All 200 of them? You mean they all come from somewhere else?" "That's really strange. You keep choosing interns outside the capital even though the purpose of these free classes is to spread your reputation within the city. Jenda is so arrogant. They've all run away now and I can choose whoever I want. Put this matter aside." "All right, there's an address here that will help us find more during the investigation. What's next?" You revealed each detail one by one. It says here that you gifted 100 golden swords to other barons. But according to the report, they only received 10 replica swords each. It also states that he hired 100 C-grade mercenaries to guard. Where are they? You only have 20 F-class soldiers, right? Dong Hai's words made him stiffen. The court rulings revealed there, and the celebrations for Count Nam's son and Countess Nam's birthday hunting party kept happening. How is this related to the treasury? Doyen frowned, thinking to himself, and was truly amazed when he read it again. I had to stay up pretty late to find all of this out. Remember, last night I discovered some documents were fake, so I had to break into his house. While Doyen was rummaging through the stuff, we found the real ledger of income and expenses. Thanks to my judgment and P. Peanut's observation skills, they reorganized it into another book, and I copied it into dozens of copies. Seeing the remaining people's faces turn grim, you knew everyone here probably now knew how much the Count had embezzled. Doyen speaks up. As you can see, it seems that half of the estate's funds have been embezzled. Does anyone oppose the expulsion of Count Jenda? Jenda claps loudly in praise. Well done, he said angrily. I am very surprised. How long did it take you to prepare? A year or two? You are truly wicked, grandson. What is Du-hyun planning? Jenda starts to play the game of asking. Does anyone smell something sinister? He loudly said, I have never seen such a detailed interim report before. 2 or 3 pages are fine, but this one is 30 pages long. Jenda criticized, my grandson dares to say he can do it in a day, which is impossible. He definitely prepared in advance to try to overthrow me and keep the family in the capital. Those people changed their stance with the wind. Yes, there is definitely a political conspiracy. Aston wants to keep that money. Some people think that if the Count is dismissed, they will cut the funds of many other noble families. He took that opportunity to call his subordinates. We will not let that happen. Jackson, I have the report. This is our requested list. If you sign and leave, we will overlook what happened today. Down orders. Sudu, check it out. He stepped up clearly. Jay carefully reads each rule to see which one. 1 right to own the estate must be shared between the Marquesenda and other family members. 2. The management of the estate will be decided by the family members in the capital. The more he spoke, the worse his expression became. Ba, the exclusive swordsmanship for the main family is to be shared widely among the branches of the clan. Hearing this, he was furious. What the hell is this? Z couldn't hold back his anger anymore and shouted, Are you all crazy? Celebrating with the money we earned from killing monsters and now you want the right to control the swordsmanship? Go ahead and die. Someone is protesting ahead. How rude. Do you really have the right to speak to us like that? Is this really what the main house wants? He clenched the paper in his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, So what? I told you to go die. We will never hand over this place to you. This is the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard. These dogs have been insulted. He pulls it out from his shirt. How dare you? You have a knife in your hand. How dare you insult me? Philip is ready to fight. Raphael prepares to draw his sword for the worst-case scenario. They have to face the large number of enemies below. Down shouted, Sister, stop! He threw down that paper! Got it! Jenda was scared. He didn't care that he had drawn his sword. He just drew it to scare him. But he looked towards Philip's group, who was holding a shining sword in his hand. Those 3 are the strongest knights in Kim Hung. I can't win against them. Jenda demands round. He has insulted us. If you do not execute him and apologize, I will consider you the same. If you don't want bloodshed, apologize. Du-hyun sighs. Soe-jaek is not wrong at all. He calmly asked, Why don't you end it already? Du-hyun angrily said, I didn't think this file would solve the situation either. I thought at least you would feel ashamed. He drew his sword, a sharp blade emanating a cold, deadly aura. Do-hyun lowered the sword to the ground and dust billowed up thickly. You guys are probably more shameless than I thought, the boy said calmly. You know I'll never sign that paper. He was terrified when he saw this scene. Du-hyun asked the other person to speak, to say what he really wanted. Jenda couldn't understand. I heard that the youngest is the weakest and extremely incompetent. Why? But now I can't go back anymore. If he rushes in, he must follow through, he shouted. Don't try to deceive us anymore. If you don't sign, you won't leave here. The situation is extremely tense right now. Everyone is focused intensely. Jenda solemnly reminds them again. Think carefully, Ron. The Hun twins remain calm despite being surrounded. Is that so? He stands facing him, his aura beginning to weaken. You are warning, Count. Your actions are declaring war on the Count's family. Do you know that? The others behind all criticize Count Jenda. This is not part of our agreement. You want to declare war on the territory? You're crazy. I'm retreating. Let me go. Jenda contemptuously said, They are fools. It's too late now. We are in the same boat. Do you think the Count will forgive us? Hyun, no longer patient, asked. Are you done talking? Count, what do you plan to do? He replied, I won't sign the papers. Jenda has no idea where his confidence comes from. Roan, you probably still don't understand the situation. As soon as I give the order, hundreds of knights and guards will target you. Do you think the knights following you can defeat all of us? His confidence comes from having a backup plan, including a secret weapon that even the Golden Lion Knights can't withstand. The 2 Hun brothers are not surprised, just as I expected. A few are just watching, and nothing can stop me now. You point your sword at him and challenge, so what? Jenda feels something's off. Why is he so confident? He thought having soldiers would scare him, but now he's considering that the secret weapon is a last resort. If I use it, it will surely lead to war. He takes an item out of his shirt pocket. I have to use this. If he's as weak as they say, it should be easy. Jenda declared, You used forged documents to insult me and humiliate me in front of everyone. I will seek justice. The golden lion head in his hand was thrown to the ground. Ron Dustin, I request that you prove your lineage. Du Hai-hun was surprised.
Proving bloodline and issuing a challenge can only be done once in a lifetime. Those around are in an uproar. This is the only way to challenge a superior. Insomni. He's using it again here, and the opponent is his own nephew. Isn't that basically forcing him? You speak up. Count, are you serious? Why should I agree to you? He's as stubborn as a crab. Just take this as my final mercy. Better than stripping away your family's seal. Hun shrugged casually and said, that means you have the honor of removing your nephew's seal in a duel. He threatens you, decide now. If you refuse, I will have to use force. Jenda smirked quietly. Though he appeared strong, you knew what the answer was. He rubbed his chin and asked what the conditions were. I bet he's not the one fighting me. He demands that each side select 3 fighters for one-on-one matches, and the last one remaining will be the winner. Since this is a bloodline trial, you must choose 3 people from your clan. Philip angrily objects. How is that possible? The Aston clan only has Lord Ron. It's so unfair. Someone from the other side speaks up, and members of other clans are here too. If they see Ron is right, they will naturally support him. If no one does, it's not my responsibility. You want to jump into that? Hyun stopped him and asked, what do you want? If I lose, I will sign this document, and what about you? Jenda shrugged. I don't care what you want from me. This is a fair fight, so the stakes should be fair too. He boldly demanded, if I win, I will seize the assets of all the clans that signed this paper. You can't accept anything, right? That's ridiculous. Hyun reminds him if he doesn't agree, there's no need to fight. What do you think? He was confused. What is he thinking? Doing this will only make the other families oppose him. For me, this isn't a bad thing either. If I can't get him to sign, those houses are useless. Jenda is okay with it. I agree. Are you going to accept the duel? There's still another way. I understand that Philip is right, but I've already agreed to the duel with him, and there's also a mission I can't back down from. The mission information screen unexpectedly confirms a level C bloodline. The main goal is to win the duel, with an additional goal of winning the duel alone. The clans in the city are becoming more and more arrogant. Use your skills to take them down for experience, gold, and rewards. You turned to ask Philip, do you think I will lose? He denied. No, I'm just worried there might be some unexpected variables. Don't worry, if you think there might be a problem, you can step in and intervene. I bet they think so too. Hyun understands that this duel is just for show. If they lose, they won't accept the consequences. He declares that he will accept the challenge, but who will be the judge? I don't want you to go back on your word after losing, he interrupted, saying there's no need to think it over. I've invited a special guest. Jenda turned to Raphael and asked, can I ask you to be the judge? He agreed immediately, and I had no choice but to accept. Everyone present was amazed. Who is that? Who is that? Isn't he a bodyguard? He introduces this person as a famous swordsman in the city, a rising star of the Reuben kingdom. He is Raphael Randon, the 4th son of the Randon noble family. The others were shocked that the Randon Marquis' son was here. Jack immediately protested. Randon, you bastard, Raphael intervened. Calm down, I was invited here. I just wanted to greet Lord Ron. I never expected to stumble upon such an interesting incident. I mean, this tragedy actually happened. Hyun speaks. Count Randon, I hope you will judge fairly. He smirked. Of course. Raphael announces in the hall, please take your positions, representatives. Hyun felt relieved as he approached his designated spot, looking at the villagers avoiding him. No one is fighting alongside me. Good. I don't have to decide who is worse off. Aaron steps forward. It's time for me to enter the match. Raphael introduces the 3rd son of the Jenda clan, Aaron. Aaron is the first representative of the Jenda clan. He swore that this little brat had ruined his party, the weakest member of the Aston family, only proud of winning a local tournament. I will make you beg for mercy. Raphael announced the start of the duel. Aaron charges forward with his sword. You're finished, little brat. Doan's eyes flash with the cold blue light as swords clash. Everyone could only see the dazzling light. Raphael raised his hand to signal that the sword fight had ended. He points his palm toward you. You defeated Ron? And the arrogant Aaron is now a defeated opponent at your feet, terrifying everyone present with fear of death. Everyone was amazed. Just one move? What's going on? I didn't even get a chance to look. Jenda is insanely angry and stupid. He let his guard down. No way, you worthless bastard. You've already lost your chance to restore our family's honor, Raphael declared. Let's begin the next duel. Someone spoke up from behind, this time letting me handle it. The guy snapped to attention and focused on this person. Raphael knows about the opponent. The Baron is one of the most skilled swordsmen in the city. Interesting. Baron KPY, the 2nd representative of the Jena clan. The Baron steps forward and demands a duel. A swift sword strike cuts through the wind. Yun's pair blocks it with his sword and he praises him. Your foundation is solid. The 2nd continuous attack launched is very steady. His reflexes are very quick too. I can tell because Aaron has lost again. Aaron, never tiring, raised his sword to strike again. He told himself he shouldn't use this move on a kid 20 years younger, but he still had many things to do. Baron uses his trump card to launch a fierce attack, swinging his sword like a raging storm towards the young man. But it's only when the clashing of swords rings out that he looks on in shock at the young man before him. Did he manage to block the assault? The sound of swords clashing echoed loudly through the hall. What is he thinking, repeatedly practicing his family's sword technique so clumsily without understanding it fully?
Does he not realize that when using the same sword technique properly learned, he would have more advantages? Who would have thought blocking a mana sword would be so easy? Baron angrily says, "This skill is useless. You're just a trash. How can you do this?" He continued to unleash his ultimate move. What about this technique? Du Hyun silently thought that he seemed to be using a different sword technique from the capital based on their previous battles, and he was making an effort too. The others cheered when they saw you look vulnerable. That's right, that's exactly how it should be. That kid has no real combat experience at all. How could he last long? Does he really think his family's sword skills are effective in this city full of talented people? He sneered at them. It's funny they're just a bunch of losers who quit because of inferiority and jealousy, abandoning their hometown to live in the capital. Although Do-hun did not deny it, of course there are others of the same bloodline with talents beyond swordsmanship, aiming for the capital with greater ambitions. However, people like them are not here, unlike these losers. They only draw a line between themselves and their former family to create the illusion of being important in the capital. Your hand clenched the sword tightly as you swung a shining strike at Baron. Did he teach him? Honestly, you're truly pathetic. If you had taken the time to study your family's sword techniques more deeply instead of randomly mixing multiple styles, you could have surpassed your limits. Baron felt insulted. What does a worthless brat like you know about my swordsmanship? He poured all his strength into his sword-holding hand. Baron's eyes flashed. How dare he lecture me? You have mastered the charging skill for 15 years. That reckless, furious wolf-like attack unleashes its power. It transforms into a fierce wolf, opening its mouth with sharp teeth toward him. Du Hyun stands calmly in front of the wolf's mouth. Those people are celebrating too early. The Templeton family's savage wolf skill. He must have learned that master sword technique while in the guard unit. With that move, he should win, right? You're ready to face the opponent's berserk wolf. Du Hyun's eyes shine with determination. A sword swung straight ahead, breaking through that attack. Baron stared in shock as what he was proud of turned into smoke. He stared wide-eyed for a long time. The two eyes reminded him. I don't understand. It doesn't matter what sword technique you have learned. It all depends on how skilled you are with that sword technique, he shouted, raising his sword to block your strike. You fool, you think you can beat me with that basic sword technique? As Doyen's blade rushes forward, even though Baron blocks it, the sword light still manages to cut through his foot. Baron gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the pain. What was that sword move just now? He suddenly changed the direction of his sword to strike at me in an instant. He is in a state of confusion. What is it now? The fifth move of Hung Kitch. Leam team, Baron recognizes that the opponent's move is the eighth technique. Horizontal slash. The agile moves leave him confused and lost. So now? Third strike, BM team is not sixth, but a sweeping slash. Baron begins to lose his sense of direction and can no longer predict his opponent's moves. He changes his sword technique so quickly that he cannot react. He was gradually unable to resist. Could Baron shockingly combine so many sword techniques? From what he understands, sword techniques include many different skills, which are combinations of basic moves like vertical cuts, horizontal cuts, and thrusts. Still, it's easy to see these techniques. So combining multiple techniques when using swordsmanship is normal. Baron cursed under his breath, but such rapid and perfect combinations happen all the time. Could it be that he's just far more talented than me? Damn it. The sword light sliced through his wrist bleeding, and the heavy sword fell to the ground with a clink. Doyen's calm voice echoed. See? Baron points his sword at his opponent. Just combining a few standard sword techniques is enough. After this, do you still think the family's sword skills are lacking? Baron was so scared he was sweating bullets. You damn monster! He knows the truth. If you have eyesight, reflexes, and decisiveness at that level, swordsmanship no longer matters. Baron's body collapsed to the ground unconscious. Raphael announced the winner. Rumors are spreading that Baron KP has been defeated. The situation is becoming more strange than ever. According to some sources, I heard that he still hasn't learned the royal swordsmanship. Jenda, after regaining his composure, don't worry, even so, he's just a kid with that much skill. Have everyone forgotten who that kid's final opponent is? They should be confident if it's that person, because no matter how great the family's swordsmanship is, it's only that much. Raphael now invites the last person to step forward. He says excitedly, "This is truly a great entertainment match." Getting a glimpse of the Aston half-breeds, the thorn in my eye destroys its own reputation, and I feel so satisfied. I hope the kid loses, but it doesn't matter who wins. The opponent, carrying a sword, steps forward boredly and says, "Finally, it's my turn." His appearance surprised Raphael. Is he a demon? He's not very impressive. The eldest son of Baron Genda, older than me. I've heard he's surpassed the limits of a swordsman. Raphael thought it didn't matter. Just keep struggling to the death. Kid. He announced the next match. The third bout begins. The third representative of the Genda family just stepped in and was cheered by everyone. Get it over with. Next. Do-Hugh stared intently at his opponent. Who would have thought they could be so serious? Do they want me to fail at all costs? He swaggered in as soon as he entered. Kid, I won't say it twice. Give up while I'm being friendly, or else the tip of my sword will be pointed at your face. I will tear you apart with this sword. If you think you can defeat me with those sword techniques, you're dreaming. Everyone who sees your sword is amazed. Look at that transparent mana sword. It's definitely a divine sword.
He's a swordsman on a different level. Du Haihun told him to speak less and rush in quickly, estimating that his mana is only half activated. But with his fierce momentum, he charges forward confidently. Don't even think about making peace later. Du Hyun skillfully breaks through each of the opponent's moves, starting to counterattack instead of just defending like before. The shining sword is erased, with a face full of determination. Depp uses his sword to block Do Hyun's attack. He pushed you back. The kid attacked and said it was great, so why aren't you shouting anymore? Seeing Daeop rush forward, Do Hyun was stunned. Is the physical strength in the sword's effect increasing dramatically? You just blocked the attack while wondering how long the effect will last. Do Hyun coldly glances at his opponent, realizing it's indeed about to end. Deep grits his teeth and curses at the bastard. He raises his sword to strike down. Are you planning to keep blocking my attack forever? The shining sword slashed toward Do Hyun. He's calculating that the sword will break. If a mid-level mana sword clashes with a high-level mana sword, an ordinary sword would definitely break under the pressure. Hyun knew it was time to reveal his hand, but just as he thought, it wasn't a real mana sword. Now there's nothing left to watch. Let's end the show. DePost stunned in place, seeing that you were unharmed. Hyun teleported instantly to the opponent's side, his cold voice softly echoing in the air. That's enough. This is a fake story. No, more accurately, it's the Empire's dog. What? Arrogant fool. Du Hyun's expression turned serious as he drew his sword, but his sword was shattered by the opponent. Depp, riding on his victory, prepares to charge again, raising his fist for close combat. The punch is like a strike from the sky, aimed straight at the opponent's face. Depp's face wavered as he staggered backward. Du Hyun raised his fist, ready to deliver the final blow. Rest in peace. His face accepted your punch. Du Hyun put all his strength into his punch to push the opponent back. Deok's heavy body fell down the stairs, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Referee on the opposite side can't move anymore, says Do Hyun, wiping his hands. Raphael sweatfully reports, Round wins. I declare Round the winner. The entire hall fell silent, with no one speaking. Do Hyun raised his broken sword and sighed, saying, I really like this sword. Philip respectfully bowed and said, You did well. It's not that hard to stay calm. Du Hyun reminded Philip, When this is over, catch the guy I just defeated. I think he has the Imperial seal carved on him. He remembers. Yes, sir. I also noticed his movements were quite unusual. Sir, I brought a sword with me. The sword is placed into Do Hyun's palm, and now he calmly asks, What should I do? Jenda was stunned. How could this be? He did break the rules, but he is still a master swordsman. Why does my son have to suffer such pain? Maybe that kid is up to something. He shouted in protest. No, he's a con artist. He must have done something shady. This match is canceled without counting. Looking around in silence, Jenda's heart is tense. It's no use. Everything's ruined. Suddenly he remembered, that's right, the paper. I have to rely on the paper. That is the only way I can stand equal to the Jiden or Randon clans. Jenda shouted orders. Take the documents from him. What are you doing? Hurry up. They all draw their swords and we have no way out anymore. Advance. Reigniting is not much of a surprise. Just as I thought, Philip has been ready to toy with them for a while now. He stands at the front with his sword drawn. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. They protect you in the middle. No one is allowed to get close to him. You shyly scratch your head, not expecting this. The others protected Do Hyun. No one can get past us. He was surprised. The servants here are supporting me. A battle has broken out. Do Hyun's supporters shout, Don't back down, don't let them pass. No one escapes the encirclement. Those bastards, no one is allowed to get near him. I need to find out what's really going on here. I see. It seems I've accidentally come into possession of a treasure. Jenda angrily criticizes them. You bugs, how dare you stab me in the back? Is this how you repay me? They really are ungrateful, someone retorts. Hey, you're a bunch of subsidy thieves. It was supposed to be ours. We just hate the Marquise's territory, because we didn't know he was the one stealing it. If it weren't for Lord Ron, we would have been enslaved for life. Has anyone here been admitted to the Royal Academy through Lord Aston's recommendation? They performed very well in the youth competition and received scholarships from the Count to attend the academy. Since the academy's dormitory was closed during the holiday, they had to stay at the estate. Their living expenses should have been covered during the break, but the Count stole that money. He even used them as slaves to cut down on servant wages. Zen is furious. He's really crazy. He's done enough things to steal money. No wonder he's the boss around here. Turns out we entrusted the wrong person. At first I didn't think he was that kind of person. He was waiting for Do Hyun's opinion. What should we do now? If they really fight, someone will get hurt. Calm down. Don't worry, he's almost here. Satisfy your curiosity. Who is it? The commotion outside made everyone turn to look. The large door has opened and a figure strides in confidently. A voice full of authority rang out. Step aside. Who do you think I am? These people are terrified. Countess? Jenda was stunned. What's going on? Who is that? One of them looks pale. We're in trouble. They took a step forward. That person's presence crushed a traitor. Den demanded, Who dares to draw a sword in Count Aston's mansion? They are bewildered. A giant. He is a man whose waist is as broad as a man's. He is Den. Why is the Count's successor here? He steps heavily into the hall. Following him is a formidable team of knights. Den leads the group inside. A man trembling in front of him. D glanced down and he was so scared he dared not even breathe heavily.
With a strike, he sent the guy flying out the window, dismissively saying, "Get out of here." The crowd behind whispered, "How is that possible?" "He is the strongest person in the Empire," D asked coldly. "Where is that kid?" Someone pointed and shouted, "He's here." The bloodstained sword in his hand was driven into the ground as D rushed forward. "My youngest brother." He lifts him up like a child and asks, "How are you doing? Are you being bullied? Are you getting enough sleep and food? Are you okay? D-Hun is begging you. I feel dizzy. Put me down." He's only just started to notice. Yeah, he praises me, but it's only been 2 months and I'm growing up so fast, yet it's still not enough. If you're a man, you should have muscles like this. Do-Hun feel shy? "So you came here from home dressed like that?" he replied. "Of course, clothes these days are very uncomfortable. I think everyone in the capital would find this powerful body quite interesting too." I helplessly thought, oh my god. The next countess walks around the capital without wearing a shirt, while D pats her head. "Whatever, as a man you have to be strong. Remember that. I believe that if you had a body as amazing as mine, those cowards behind would never dare to draw their swords in front of you. I'm going to settle the score with them. Now let's end this. How dare you draw your swords inside the Aston estate? DN's guards are here to keep anyone from getting close." Jenda's heart is filled with despair, so this is truly the end. I didn't expect him to bring the deputy leader and the night squad here. 25 mid-level sword masters. Crushing the countess family really is as easy as flipping a hand. He muttered a curse. Damn it, I was planning to turn the tables, but now it's over. Brenda glances at Raphael hiding behind the wall. Randon's fourth child is still busy hiding in a corner now. He glances at the trio behind his secret weapons. Knight of the Brandon Gear Kingdom also turned a blind eye. They really are useless. Dak calmly walks over to take a look, glancing at the person hiding in the corner with a cold stare. "So it's Randon, huh? Come and say hello to your brother." He shyly stepped forward to greet you. "It's been a long time, Dion." "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "You're still no different from that second child, huh?" The man obediently replied. "Yes, Wednesday." Gradually sarcastic. "Wednesday? Luckily, you're still bullying the other kids with your third and sixth brothers, right?" Raphael denies it. "That's in the past now." Seeing the other person's unusual tone, he frowned. "Are you raising your voice at me?" He trembled. "Of course not." D slaps him hard across the face. "Looks like you're in a good mood today. If you want to keep having fun, there will be no more chance to talk to me. From now on, it will be a matter for the family." "You should stay out of this," I asked with a bright smile. "So what? Or do you want to stay here and keep talking to me?" Raphael was afraid and thought about pulling back. "I have something to do at home, so feel free to go on your own." "You're temporarily forgiven." "All right, go ahead." He suddenly remembered and said that your eldest brother can come find me if he wants to fight. I need to finish this first. D orders those not involved. "Everyone else, get out. This is a private matter for our family. If you have any hidden intentions, anyone who has drawn their sword must stay." "We need to talk," D asked coldly with a smirk. "So now what? Your tall figure looms over. Where are the papers he wanted to sign?" As night fell that evening, the two sat in the living room drinking tea. Du-Hun calmly said, "Thank you for coming, but isn't that a bit too much?" "You think so?" He frowned and reminded him, "I brought the Vice Knight Commander and a whole bunch of other knights." "What about your wife and kids?" Dion said with a triumphant smile. "Since I asked for help, my brother has to do his best to assist. This puts Do-Hun in a difficult position, and honestly, that's a bit too much. You know the reason too because I sent you a letter late at night. I think the reason why father gave me just enough of the seal to explain why I came here is clear." Du-Hun couldn't argue. He's right. If the heir hadn't come in person, things would have been even more complicated. And he arrived so quickly thanks to the teleportation gate, which must have cost around 3,000 gold for everyone to use. "Forget about this. You're just curious. So what are you planning to do with them now?" "There are about 30 of them. DN declares they must pay the price. I will not forgive anyone. You're conflicted because they are still your father's brothers. Do you think he's okay with this?" DN revealed that our father said nothing, so this is our chance to eliminate them. And we've forgiven them too many times. All the lost revenue comes from them. Dion understood. It seems that my older brother is the one who arranged this, not our father. The information says DN Aston is very good at calculations. 7 armies set up their formations. You're impressed by how strong and smart he is. Truly impressive. Du pats Do-Hyu on the head and asks, "Hun, what's with the sulky face? Is it because you thought I would kill them? Don't worry. I'm just making them pay a little. You did very well today. I'm very proud of you." The boy frowned. "I didn't do anything. I just dealt with them because they were too annoying." He hugs his younger brother tightly, cuddling him affectionately. So adorable. "Why wouldn't I be able to contribute? I already reported them and even won the fight. I really dislike it, high-end dough hugging Liv like that. You've grown up now. DN has put someone in your place. I really want to, but my sister-in-law won't let me touch Levi. Anyway, you're still her father. Why is that? You understand the issue right away. I don't think you should use those giant hands to hold the girl." Then Doyen got to the point. "I have something I want to tell you." You push a piece of paper onto the table. "This is the document recording the blood contract between me and the Count. What should I do now?" D. Pick it up and read. "Accordingly, this family with a total of 27 members will now be under my control. It's also mine now." "Do whatever you want. Do you need my help with anything?" Do-hun was startled. So they belong to me now, he thought to himself. At least this is worth 100,000 gold coins. Since this is a family duel, I thought the blood contract would be held by the family. Remember, this is the reward you earned after winning the battle against them fairly and justly. Now they belong to me. I don't need to care about him or the family. You said it yourself, a man must always be confident. Dion mentioned his status, and since you are a child of Aston, you should be even more confident. You deserve this. Du Hai-hun suddenly brought up the matter. I understand now. So I will try to become a confident person. Can I ask you for a favor? Dion agrees. What is it? You hand the documents to him and ask for his help. Can you handle this for me? And you want to use the Count's house? Because Down understands that the value of this document also depends on who is holding it. If you want to get rid of them all, it won't be any easier. Dion takes it. All right, I'll take care of them and make sure you don't get the short end of the stick. And to reward you, I'll teach you something. See you outside tomorrow morning. Du-hyun wondered, is that so? I will show off my bulging muscles and teach you how to develop yours perfectly. That aura makes the tea on the table ripple. He gradually asked, do you feel excited? Are you eager to start learning right away? He stammered, yes, of course. He was very pleased to hear that. Isn't that right? Dad and Lauren are both very interested, but he only teaches me, Hun thought. Does he have a secret to building muscle? Now I'm also curious. And Do-hyun spent a month in hell with his brother and then swore to himself that he would never train with him again. Finally, the entrance exam day arrived. B-Not sees you off on your journey safely. The young master sends his regards. I hope you do well on the ranking exam. Jian steps onto the carriage and responds. I'll do well. Those childish tests don't need to worry me too much. See you later. Inside, do you really think little tests are nothing to worry about? You confirm. Yes. There's no need to overthink it. I'll just smile and say I'll come back after the entrance exam is over, so don't worry about me. Do-hun thought something was off, expecting him to tell me I had to do my best. Getting into or graduating from school is easy for me. The academy is just an excuse to leave home, not my main goal. I don't want to think too much anymore. Trying to get along with those kids just makes me tired. Why bother overthinking? The convoy starts moving. When they reach the forest carriage, Do-hun steps down. They gazed at the fortress before them. You marveled, this place is truly built well. I didn't expect the enrollment day to be so lively. DN revealed that this year is especially important. Some people delayed their enrollment just to wait for this year. Do-hyun looked surprised. Is something wrong? I don't have any information about the academy at all. I still have a whole list of nobles enrolling this year, so something must be going on. But it doesn't really matter. I don't expect much from school life. As he entered the school, the announcement kept ringing out. Congratulations to Jorat D. Rubin for enrolling. The noble Tempoton family. Congratulations to young Master Danton on enrolling. Congratulations to C. Beta Randon for enrolling. Congratulations to Round Aston for enrolling. Hearing this name, you're shocked. What? What is it, Lord Philip? Didn't you say this year no warriors from the noble families would enroll? So why are there so many? Even the prince reported to you before we left Mira. I haven't heard any news about this at all. You're so tense thinking that I didn't get any information because I spent a whole month training with my brother. Even Bernard is too busy with household chores as Hun glances at DN, who is startled behind him. Can you explain this? Did you know about it beforehand? I'll wink and speak playfully. You'll understand soon enough. Just ignore the test and congratulations on your enrollment. Stay alert. Something feels off. Just go inside first. They gradually stepped into the main hall. Du Hai orders Sir Jack and Sir Pierce to accompany him. Can you go around and gather information? Then tell me what the main focus of the test is. They obeyed. He glanced at those beside him, truly pained. I thought I could take the entrance exam lightly, but now many high-ranking nobles have gathered here. Hun muttered secretly, I don't want to compete with kids this age. Seeing Philip nearby looking confused, he asked, Yes, what's going on? He replied, Don't worry about it. I'm just talking to myself. Down decided to set this aside for now. No need to worry. Just follow the plan. The announcement sounded. Everyone paid attention. The enrollment ceremony would begin soon. I sincerely welcome everyone to Rubin Kingdom Academy. Next, I would like to introduce the teaching staff. Down was thinking that he had already looked into the teaching staff, so there was no need to do so. But his thoughts were interrupted by his voice. It was difficult to invite this person, but they will become the temporary vice principal of the academy and head of the magic administration department. June was terrified. His name was called out loudly as Anfres. Gray, you are stunned to be one of the 3 saints of the continent. Grand Archmage Eightfold Alfred J. Why is he here? Gray stands on the podium. Hello, everyone. I am Gray, the interim vice principal of the academy. At the prestigious and respected Rubin Kingdom Academy, Do-hyun is stunned to think of the 8-ring Archmage Gray, whose illusion and visual magic are unmatched, and whose alchemy is also renowned. Why is he here? Everyone knows Gray likes to go places. He is also known by the name the Current Nomad. Even the magic tower he manages has to request the location of its owner from the News Guild. So this person is actually the vice principal of the academy? Truly different from what I expected. He should have appeared after the alliances joined. He finished his speech. The academy will include visual magic training in the curriculum. We will demonstrate it during the competency test. Thank you all. Now it is Spin Day Tempoton's turn to speak.
As Vice Principal Gray mentioned, the Academy's curriculum has changed this year, and so has the content of the competency test. So, students should pay attention to the overall content. I secretly think the level is still the same. I was planning to take my time with the exam, but Sen spoke up. Any student who performs excellently in the ability test will receive a special reward. Good luck to you all. Don was stunned. A special reward? I thought the purpose of the test was just to divide the classes. I didn't hear anything about a reward. The notification board shows the tasks, and the level of the proficiency test event is unclear. The goal is to enter Class S through the aptitude test. The secondary goal is to be the top scorer. If you fail to get into Class S, you will be penalized by reducing 5% of your skill proficiency when studying at the Academy. There are many talented people attending the Academy. This is an opportunity to boost your family's reputation. The experience points and bonus rewards are based on the results. You secretly think this mission isn't too difficult. Do Hyun analyzed carefully. The Academy Swordsmanship Institute has 5 levels, S, B, C, and D. Out of 600 students, the top 60 will reach level S, so it should be easy. The important thing here is whether I should take more rewards or not. I don't even know what the reward for being first place is anymore. If not necessary, Z thinks they said it was a special reward, but it doesn't seem that special after all. The request form states that top students are granted access to all library floors, a personal training center with visual magic training tools, and exclusive items from the Academy's workshop. The High Hun Hun was stunned. Yeah, I have to be number 1. The training center and the library, they allow access to both. I can't ignore them. I'm considering my reason for coming here is to meet someone important from outside the kingdom. Actually, sitting through lectures would be a waste of my time compared to hunting monsters and exploring dungeons. But if the training center has a visual magic device, then everything changes. The summoned monster, even if it's fake, will still give me experience points. The only issue is the magic maintenance cost. But if it's free, I won't have to worry about anything. As for the rewards, the library holds many secrets. With the right information, I can find hidden quests and skill books. The floors are divided by year, but I can access all of them. I thought I would have to wait at least 3 years to fully utilize the Academy's resources, but this way I save a lot of time. Of course, only the top scorer will get it. The teacher reminded us that the exam will start soon. New students, please focus on the square. Do Hyun speaks confidently. It's easy. There's a crowd outside the schoolyard, and behind you, there's someone calling. Hey, you, Kalep asked arrogantly. Are you an Aston kid? I'm getting tired of this. Another Randon then asked, who are you? Do Hyun said seriously, you look more like a kid than me. Sep points at your face and scolds you. You are as arrogant as they say. That's why people say the Aston family is rude and strange. Do Hyun decisively decided to leave. I don't know who you are, but I'm busy, so goodbye. He's behind you, speechless. Caleb is about to rush in. Stay where you are. You are stopped by a hand. A murderous aura begins to emanate. That's enough. I don't know which family you come from, but you should stop now. Seth still doesn't get it. Who are you? Step aside. The kind-hearted man is warning you. You don't want to cause a fuss and trouble here. Thon whispers, sir, many people are watching us. He can only argue verbally. The Aston kids always give me the creeps. That arrogant bastard, I'll teach you a lesson. Hyun quickly turned and left without arguing with him. In the courtyard, the students have entered. He quietly surveys his surroundings. Many students are cheered on by family members, and I recognize a few big names. The strongest knight of the kingdom, Duke Tempaton. The one holding the Tempaton banner is the top. Congratulations to young Master Danton on enrolling. Next is the Magneil family, where one member is skilled in using a greatsword. Count Clifford from the newly rising family also holds a banner to cheer. The top position is ours, with someone holding a banner cheering for Caleb, with a promising start from Randon, and he will succeed. He secretly thought that many students from these 3 clans have great influence in the academy, and he already understood how this place operates. Next to me, she exclaimed, it's just like a festival. I see so many young ladies. I see why you wanted to come here. You're eager to see. Why is that? I already knew the young master would be in charge. I want to see their faces when you come out on top. Seeing someone holding a cheering sign, do you have the message? Truk, good luck. Young Master Round was very surprised. Aren't they from our family clan? You report, I can't believe that in this situation they have to stand behind others to cheer. Sir, I will go take care of them. Good luck. See you later at home. He's focused on the paperwork in his hand to review the inspection guidelines and the new student list. Seeing those names, Dion was stunned. How are they all here? In his previous life, they were all very famous. You pay attention to a few notable people, especially Danton from the Tempaton house and James from the Marnell house. They will become masters in their professions within 10 years. It won't be easy to surpass them. A notification sounds, the first test is about to begin. Please move into the small auditorium. The Hun twins smiled triumphantly, but they are still too young and lack the experience. Sorry, but the top spot is mine. First, they conduct an ability test. The first exam is the written test. The candidates sit upright in the room. This test is no challenge for him. I don't need to study for the written exam. The discussion forum links and community system have all the information I need. The written exam is over. Next is the second test, physical fitness test. The teacher announced, please go to the gym in your groups.
Remember to follow the invigilator's instructions. The students began to move quickly. Down froze when sensing something unusual. You're in shock. Is this a mana-restricted zone? The two people behind are having their own issues. What is this? I can't use mana. The teacher up front is reminding us. This is just a test of physical strength. You can't use mana, so don't bother trying. When you hear the name, come here and follow the instructions. Look at what's on the podium. Is that a punching machine? The data says it's a strength measurement device, but it definitely looks like a punching machine. Reminder notice. Next, step forward and hit the measuring device. The first person raises a fist with great momentum and punches strongly, straight at the score display of the student. The teacher loudly announces, student number 2021418. Next, Dion guesses they allow 2 attempts and take the higher score and the average, which seem to be around 1,000 and 1,500. He thinks that's not very high. Pay attention to the next person. This person has a stamina stat of 43 and a strength stat of 50. He's among the top 5 in his group to see what he's capable of. This person's fist is raised, delivering a powerful punch onto the test machine. Their score is astonishing, reaching 2,250, causing some to be stunned. The crowd below cheers, just as expected. Neo is way too tall. Doan already has the answer. The first to score over 2,000, if he can reach 2,250, he will smile triumphantly. All right, now I know the level of the people here. The exam council is watching the students through the monitoring screen, and some are giving fairly decent scores. They are discussing that as Knights of the Empire, these scores should naturally be high. Compared to last year, the new recruits this year are definitely better. Everyone enrolled in the academy after hearing about Lord Grey. Grey spoke up. All students under 20 scored over 1,000 points. The students in the Leslie Kingdom must be very worried. Logan calmly replied, we are very proud. The academy in Leslie mainly teaches magic. I'm still quite curious why you came to this academy today. A month ago, the tower still said we shouldn't expect much. He replied calmly, as I said, I want to see how my new magic circle works on a human body. Gray chuckled at his words, so it sounds like I'm using students as experiments. A few people deny it. No, we are actually grateful that you allowed us to use your new magic circle. That's right. He even sponsored the magic circle training class for the top students. He continued on the topic, look at those young students. Luckily, I came here to observe them. I heard there are many students from warrior clans. I will introduce a few outstanding students. The one they are counting on is Sebi. Here he is the 13th son of the Randa family. Ken introduced, yes, his name is Caleb. The master has trained him because his talent is truly exceptional. The boy asked me to enroll him in the academy. Gray indicated he understood. I see. I'm really looking forward to it. Caleb outside is getting ready for the test. His punch causes the testing machine to shake, and the score appears, leaving everyone in awe. People watching the screen are shocked by what they see. He really is very different. I understand why the Marquis Dion cares for him so much. Some think they are truly very different, and catching up with them is still a long way off. Spawns is looking forward to it. Next up is quite interesting. The next to take the stage is James from the Marniel noble family, Gifford's direct descendant and grandson. Are you sure Jam is the only one the Knightly Order wants? He confirmed it. Yes, I hear his talent has surpassed the level of the academy. His punch is even stronger than Caleb's. A punch that makes the testing machine smoke causes the muscles on his arm to bulge fiercely. The score jumping to 3,600 points amazed everyone. He surpassed 3,500 both times. Isn't that a new record? Someone said that's the highest score ever achieved by a single person. Great clap to congratulate him. Amazing! Since that strength measuring device was created, even knights only score around 3,000. He is very eager. Next, get ready to go. Looking at the next person, they start to discuss. Is that Dant Tan? I heard he's the grandson of a swordmaster. This is his first time appearing in public. Victor exclaimed in shock as his punch was checked and the score of 2,900 appeared. 2,900 points? Even when I come here, I need to look carefully again. He doesn't understand why. It's lower than the previous student's score. Noah was terrified of him. He punched him with just one hand behind his back. A picture of Dantarn appears on the big screen. Everyone is stunned when they see his abilities. The final score displayed is 308 points. Spawns chuckles and explains, I made him enroll. So it seems he's not very happy about this. Everyone is amazed by it. He got that score with just one hand behind his back. What would happen if he actually threw a punch? Indeed, the Templeton family, truly worthy of being the strongest clan. Kenny angrily stood up. Let's just go get something to eat. We already know the rankings anyway. No need to watch anymore. Gray stops them. There's still another famous family. His name is what he objects to. We don't need to watch anymore. Kenny revealed information about him. Rumor has it that without an introduction from his family, he wouldn't have been able to be here. He's only 15 too. Everyone was amazed. Most of the new students here are around 19. How can he possibly beat them? He explained. I mean, there are students with no real ability who rely on their clans to get into the academy and come here just to gain some knowledge, but for a son of a warrior clan to have to do that, it's really a pity. D has been holding back all this time before finally speaking up. I was about to stay silent, but he shouted when he saw you. You're Gray, right? The one from the Aston family someone mentioned earlier? You look quite polite, quite different from your appearance. He walks in calmly. Truly an honor for me. Vice President Gray, how could I forget such an incredible body and that terrifying face of yours? Gray's attitude became serious. I'm curious to know why you are laughing. Can you tell me the reason? Then you can sneer at the other guy listening to the old men talk, because only trusting what people say is called arrogance. If I remember correctly, Kenny was furious. What did you say? You explained the situation. The boy only came to gain experience because he enrolled at the age of 15. Have you considered looking at it from a different angle? Maybe it enrolled early because it has nothing left to learn from the family, for example. He will argue back. Stop talking nonsense. No one has ever done that before, age 20. There's no way a 15-year-old kid could accomplish anything here. DN's response is real. Nothing guarantees it won't happen just because it hasn't happened before. Kenny was so angry he couldn't stand being called arrogant. Are you saying your younger brother could make history at the academy? He shrugged. I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. D felt uneasy inside. Honestly, I'm pretty curious too. What is it really thinking? He gritted his teeth and scolded fiercely, all talk and no proof. They are indeed Aston's family. ST interrupts them. That's enough. Don't embarrass me in front of the guests. He's also looking forward to seeing what the kid can do. Someone recognized him. Hyun stepped up to the testing machine with a gentle, youthful face. This makes them compare themselves. His face looks shiny and bright. Are you sure they are brothers? DN confirms. He is my younger brother. That's Ron. He is the jewel of my family. With that handsome face, his lack of swordsmanship skills will easily be overlooked. Someone couldn't help but ask, is there anyone else in his family who is single? Kenny interjected. Everyone calm down. What's there to talk about with that man's face? You can tell just by looking that the old man is trying his best. He has learned about Rayon's skills because of the incident with the Count. That ketchup or Sep guy or whatever, he's trying to divert attention to his 13th son. It's funny. Even Den can only pray that Raon will get through it easily. Given the situation, I hope it will do its best. I was a bit reckless earlier, so I'm worried. Outside, Do-hun calmly walks to the testing area, exhaling heavily with his eyes closed. When his fist is raised, Do-hun opens his eyes, a determined look flashing in his gaze. He punches the test machine with a force far greater than those before him. Spons had to exclaim that was perfect. He thought to himself, if I could evaluate him myself, I would give him a perfect score. The number displayed is 299 points, an astonishing figure for someone his age. Those sitting here must be amazed and still very impressed. He is only 15 years old, just 1 year away from being late. Watching Do-hyun's actions, they realize he's preparing for his next move. He breathes a sigh of relief. Everything is going according to plan. Everyone is cheering for the young boy. He can do it. This time, you have to score over 3,000. Don't let age discourage you. Be brave. Do-hyun's footsteps stomp on the ground as he gathers all his strength for the second punch. The leaders are cheering for Do-hyun enthusiastically. DN is proud of this kid. Seeing that number 3,615, he secretly feels happier by 3 points compared to the highest score. Dion understands better than anyone else. It's very smart. It already made a plan. Outside, the entire hall was silent as if everyone had stopped talking, and Do-hyun let out a breath of relief, thinking everything was proceeding as planned. The teacher's face darkens. All right, go back to your seat. You return amidst everyone's scrutinizing gazes. Do-hyun sits down at his place. Those looks still haven't left you. The notification appears on the screen. Report, testing area 1. The highest score remains 2,820, and in check zone 2, the top score is still 3,612. Checkpoints 4 and 5 will continue monitoring the scores. When the test ends, the reports will be sorted by students with scores above 2,500. You look around nervously. Well, I wonder if anyone's noticed. When I reach mastery level, my physical strength will increase dramatically, and the hellish training with my brother will boost my strength stat by another 68, so I can easily reach 4,000 points. But I have to act like a first-year student. That's why I need to gather information to pretend I'm trying my best. I even used my mind to lessen the force of the punch. I need to leverage my system's calculation ability to stay in the right position. I'm not sure if all of this is really necessary, but since the real threat is still unknown, it's best to try to hide everything as much as possible. I will continue to stay hidden until the other players appear. This power of mine is something extraordinary in the eyes of others. Yun recalls that in his previous life he showed the strength of a top-tier player. As a result, the guilds analyzed his skills thoroughly and then hunted him down. I have always had to run away, even risking my life. You tell yourself I won't let that happen again. Now I am the hunter, hiding and waiting for the prey to appear. The teacher announced that the first test is about to end. Everyone prepare for the next one. Seeing they are normal, Do-hyun breathes a sigh of relief. I was overthinking. Before the test ends, I glance at my status board, quietly calling up the status screen. The status display shows Raoun level 55 to 56 in extreme difficulty mode. The profession is Novice Knight, Intermediate Psychic Swordsman, linked to the Aston clan. The first guild, with strength stats between 66 and 68, agility between 67 and 68, stamina between 65 and 66, intelligence at 58, mental power at 71, mana from 70 to 71, spiritual power at 72, and perception at 71. The monk's special trait is his skill range, with the analytical eye of an S+ level psychic warrior descendant of an A-grade soldier. He quietly thinks that the next test is obstacle course, mainly requiring strength and speed, so he must control his body well. He hopes that Danton and James are also doing well. I want to see how far I can go. Becoming a descendant of the Swordmaster, a member of the Duke family, is truly a blessing. But in return, they also have to bear extremely heavy responsibilities. The Duke never forces his children to train with swords, but his children always try their best to maintain that top honor. They always have to listen to advice like, make sure not to tarnish your grandfather's reputation. You're the grandson of the Swordmaster. You need to win this competition. Danton feels no happiness at all. Because of this talent of his, he was always forced to become the best. Although he was faster than most of his peers, for a carefree person like him, it was too much pressure, so he joined the academy as a way to escape the boring training. Danton muttered to himself, so I have to take the test on the first day of enrollment? If I had known, I would have stayed home sleeping, so why is everyone making such a fuss? The names on the ranking board appeared, with Dion in first place and James in second. Shocked, I never expected this. Dame being only second place, even though I always beat him, he's clearly the strongest opponent I've faced. Is there someone stronger than him? Danton finds it really interesting. The teacher reminds us, and then we will move on to the next testing area. Everyone, line up. He glanced at Do-hyun beside him. Is the top-ranked person named Ron? Have I met him somewhere before? Danton approached to start a conversation. Are you Ron? You look curious and ask who they are. And who are you? You look surprised. I am Danton. Deep down, I feel like I just caught a glimpse of a radiant aura. He looks handsome, but not quite as much as I do. The Hyun couple turned their backs and were about to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait a moment. Danton, stop. He frowned in thought. It's been a while since someone ignored me like this. There's no way he hasn't heard of me. Usually, after hearing my name, people would come over to talk. This is truly an unusual reaction. Danton's lips curl into a look of interest, and I become even more curious. He's curious to see what face he'll show when he's defeated by me in the test. For the second test, the physical challenge, everyone moves to the outdoor training area. Everyone moves to... Hyun immediately realized that the test was very simple. They wanted to see if we could run past the obstacles quickly. The problem is we have to run while wearing full body armor, and there are also some traps set along the way. Immediately, announcements echoed out, saying the anonymous student was eliminated and another was disqualified, causing a stir among them. What? So many people have already been eliminated? Hyun and the pair of Hyun stroked their chins thoughtfully. They are all low-ranked students, but hearing that 100 people failed this test, it's said that because Deputy Director Gray came, they must have changed something in this test. What kind of change is this that no one can pass? The sound of a timer ringing echoes. 13 minutes 33 seconds. 12 minutes 52 seconds. I'm surprised someone already finished. Let's see how far we can get quickly. After a moment, the timer appears on the screen. 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Do-hyun snorted coldly. That's already the best record. Nothing has changed so far. He stands up to get ready. It seemed they finished the test quickly. Danton is dozing off in the back. It's almost his turn, so get ready. He yawns repeatedly and walks over. Is it my turn now? You ask via message, is something unusual happening? The other person replies, not yet. My best time so far is 7 minutes. Do-hyun orders, check it again carefully. And also keep updating me on the group's status. I will do my best to monitor all of them. The teacher reads out your student number. Number 285. Raun, let me explain the rules of the exam. All the traps and obstacles are illusions, but the damage is just as real. The damage will be tallied up. If the damage exceeds the armor's capacity to withstand, you will be eliminated. Do-hyun replied that he understood. Right after notification 285 started, he charged forward. He realized the old armor was too heavy and hard to move. Now I understand why so many people fail. Do-hyun's steps keep moving forward, but it's still not too difficult for me. After reaching expert level, I became much stronger. You face the biggest obstacle, the rushing water. Do-hyun kicks the stone surface. Even though it's illusion magic, it looks so real. I wonder how much mana stone they used up. Are they just using this space to test the entrance exam? You jump up high. Such a waste. Obstacle number 2, the trap forest. He is moving inside. Do-hyun's steps are steady as he steps onto a trap square. A barrage of sharp arrows is fired. He dodges the arrow by leaning aside. Then Do-hyun rushes out of the sharp spikes and away from the area. You have to face the sharp throwing knives coming at you, Do-hyun silently thinks. Maybe there's some new information coming soon. The screen appears. At the same time, Do-hyun successfully blocks the darts. Here it comes. Let's see. He sheaths the sword into the scabbard on his back. Do-hyun leaps forward at incredible speed. You darted forward like the wind, the ground beneath you cracking into pieces. Down kept running while tapping on the message screen. Jam and Danton are moving quickly and will pass the test within 5 minutes. Down asks, is there anyone else worth noting? The CP from Randon is also moving quickly, but not on the same level as James and Danton. there are also a few skilled individuals who are still calmly avoiding each trap. It seems they're not too concerned about the results either. Order to note down each person and keep me updated on James and Danton's progress. Doyon's footsteps stop in front of a wooden bridge. He is surprised to see a suspension bridge between the mountain crevices and even some fireworks. This is troublesome, but I can't be stopped now. Du Hyan's hand clenched the sword tightly, the blade shining with a sharp light. He charged forward without hesitation, his steps steady on the wooden bridge as he ran, and before he knew it, he had crossed halfway across. Do-hyun thought to himself, "It's okay. If I keep going like this, is it just the wind?" The bridge started to sway because of the wind, making it difficult for him. "I can't keep my footing anymore. The wind is making it impossible to stay balanced, and the firepower keeps coming at Do-hyun. He is in a situation where he cannot advance or retreat, surrounded by flying fireballs and fire cannons blocking his way. Do-hyun knows its power well. If hit by one of these fireballs, he would definitely fall into the abyss, so he must be careful. Without hesitation, he raises his sword to cut through the approaching fireballs. Disappear. Do-hyun is hesitating. If I use my aura sword to block the fireballs, it would be simple, but I can't reveal my full abilities to others right now. I'll just rely on my speed and simple swordsmanship to gradually get through. Finally, Do-hyun also escaped from the wooden bridge, which exploded behind him. It seems good, I've crossed that vine bridge, but the challenge ahead still looks quite difficult. He cautiously entered the pitch-dark cave, where hidden traps had been set inside. Do-hyun bravely runs into the trap, which is dangerous enough on its own. But with the darkness inside the cave, it becomes even more perilous. But to complete the challenge, no matter how difficult, I cannot let anything stop me. You prepare to draw your sword because there's no other way. Meanwhile, elsewhere, arrows are flying relentlessly forward. Jem blocks the incoming arrows with his shield, furious. This is really such a hassle. I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. Jem pushed his shield forward in frustration as he thought. Enrolling in this academy seems simple, but it's not at all. I just hate this whole thing. On top of that, I have to compete with people I never wanted to face. Even though with my achievements of winning many major tournaments in my 20s and years of experience gained through multiple campaigns with the National Security Forces, I am someone who is about to be appointed as an apprentice knight for the National Security Forces. Working here feels like such a waste of time. He feels a bit regretful at this moment. If it weren't for the owner requiring me to get into this academy, I wouldn't have signed up for the exam here at all. But still, I have registered to study at this academy. Of course, James couldn't forget Doyen. The little brat from the Aston family also enrolled in the academy. Now that the master's task to get into the academy is no longer important, I can do it. But losing to those kids in this exam would be extremely embarrassing. Looking at the light from the end of the cave, he thought to himself. I know, but how long will I have to keep going through this trap-filled cave? Jay keeps moving forward. Whatever, just keep going and push ahead. A series of arrows attacking were shattered. He charged forward with determination. Jam's time was 5 minutes and 15 seconds. He was confident he had already passed that challenge. I'm sure I'll have the best result. Jay is about to turn away and leave. With such a fast time, how could the top position escape from my grasp? Someone behind gasped in admiration. Look at the score over there. Jay has a bad feeling and frowns as he turns back to look. He was stunned to see the notification. Danton, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. G 5 minutes and kind seconds. He is shocked. What the hell is going on here? There are people marveling in admiration. 4-minute record? For me, just running without obstacles makes finishing this test in 4 minutes too difficult already. Dan breathes a sigh of relief. It's over now. I probably need to rest for a bit. That last test was exhausting. D glared angrily at him. That bastard who ruined his plan to top this exam. The people around whispered, he's really too talented. Seeing him finish the exam as if he wasn't tired at all, Dan didn't care and looked around, searching for Do-hyun's figure. Looking over here, I haven't seen Ron appear yet. Where is he? James, standing behind, guessed he was searching for that damn kid Ron of the Aston family, and he glared angrily at his back. Does he think winning is just a given? He clearly doesn't see me at all. Hey Ron, have you gotten the results for this round yet? I haven't seen anything so far. Why does he care so much about that bastard Ron? Is he up to something? At this moment, Danton is asking the person next to him. Hey, has Ron gotten his results for this round yet? The other person replied, I haven't seen the results yet. Jay thinks so, but whatever he plans or does has nothing to do with me. I did my best on the exam just now, and my completion time was only slightly behind that bastard Dan. As for that kid, Ron, he'll probably take a long time to finish the exam. A 15-year-old with no experience can't achieve any miracles here. I'll just stay in second place overall, and we'll meet again in the future. There's no rush. Suddenly, he was stunned. What the hell is that? Danton also turned around in confusion and exclaimed, What? Do-hyun's name has been ranked first. Ron is in first place with 4 minutes and 55 seconds, while Seb is fourth with 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Everyone here is stunned, unable to believe that Ron has beaten Danton's record by just a few seconds. No one could have imagined this. How could he do it? After he unscratched his head and thought, the results so far seem to match what he estimated. Jam simply refuses to believe it. How is it possible that a 15-year-old kid could complete the exam in that amount of time? That kid doesn't even have much experience with tests like this. Tian realized he wasn't mistaken after all. He's indeed an interesting kid. I used to think life at this academy would be pretty boring, but now it doesn't seem that way. The future looks very promising. The proctor on the surveillance screen exclaimed that the results of the final exam are in. With such a score, Raon will top this exam. Everyone is looking at him to share in the joy and congratulate young Master D. Your younger brother had a very excellent performance. I proudly laugh out loud. It's nothing. Thank you all for your support. Spawns rated this performance as quite impressive, especially the evasive movements that seemed like Raon could predict everything that was about to happen. I wonder if he was trained by his family beforehand with many such exercises. I'm not exaggerating. Watching Raon's performance, he outperformed even DM in avoiding the traps. Someone compared, and that made me think of young Master Dan. You're too modest. You don't need to praise me so much. That child truly belongs to the family and has always been favored. He really is the gifted one. As for studying and teaching, we only train basic exercises like usual. Nothing special. I speak seriously, and I think they understand what I mean. Anyway, making up stories like that probably isn't too unreasonable. I was quite surprised by this exam. I didn't expect that kid to achieve such good results. DM has gained too much experience. He's like the heir who inherits all the finest qualities of Count Mile. He has overcome many traps quickly with his own mighty strength, advancing unstoppable. Danton, a genius swordsman wielding twin swords, fights through every obstacle with agility, and no barrier can stop his swordplay. They truly are masters of swordsmanship. Simply put, both of them overcame all obstacles with their exceptional skills and abilities. Here, of course, Raon also has a sword like Danton, but the boy has his own ways of handling things quite differently from Danton. You could say it combines James's strength with Danton's agility, allowing the boy to overcome all obstacles quickly and achieve the best results. It seems that if you look at it, you can imagine that if it weren't for someone with skills and real combat experience, like a thief or a skilled hunter, with his sharp eyes, he wouldn't be able to bypass all the traps so quickly. He compares when crossing the fireballs, Raon even doesn't need to use the glowing sword like James and Danton. It seems this kid is trying to hide his true strength. He doesn't want to show all his power yet. Along with his refined combat skills, Raon's ability to navigate and target is also nearly perfect. Dion decided, I didn't expect to be his brother, and he's even more surprised by what he's able to do. It's fine. After this exam, it seems like the two of us need to have a friendly talk at the training ground. Although surprised, he couldn't hide the joy on his face, but he was truly proud of what this kid achieved today. He and the family felt quite proud of you. So the third round and the entrance exam for the academy are over. Somehow, the exam went quite well for Do-hyun. He also received many congratulations from the family members, but Do-hyun doesn't like this kind of fuss. So he quickly got on the carriage and left. Sitting inside, Do-hyun sighed, It's really exhausting. I did my best in this exam. I hope everything will go smoothly from now on. He rested his chin in his hand, feeling resigned, thinking that the exam was over and all he needed was to enter quietly without causing a fuss. Thinking about the holiday, Do-hyun felt happier. Now is my time to rest. In the dark memories within him, a scream echoes. Why? Dawn asked bitterly, holding Nikia in her arms. Why do you have to go this far? Ju replied. Well, as you can see, I only killed your sister. But since you're just a bunch of orphans, who would care anyway? He threatens, if I'm still talking to you nicely now, you better shut your mouth. Otherwise, I don't know what terrible actions I might take next. Even if you are the top talent on the leaderboard. So what? Do you really think you can face us? Hyun clenched his teeth and looked at him with a bullet-shaped gaze. Rudu reminded him, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. She's just an NPC character. What if she dies? I hate to think that to you she's just an NPC, but to me, it's different. She means a lot to my life. Hyun and she have been working together on a main mission of yours. And since then, you and she have always been side by side in missions. Over the past year, Do-hyun has always protected her from pursuit by various forces. They have faced countless dangers together. Although she is an NPC, Do-hyun always regarded her as his own sister. Now, she has been murdered by this big gang of bastards. They always take advantage of their power to do whatever they want. How can you? They are mocking you. Look at that guy. It seems like he wants to fight back. All right, do whatever you want. We're waiting here. If you resist, it'll be more fun. Just handle it quickly. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, forcing them to retreat. A sharp blue arc like a bowstring cut through, and they were pierced in the head by flying daggers, with one man screaming in terror. What? Du-hyun ordered the darts to return, pulling the spear out of one person's head. Then dozens of darts gathered in the sky, forming a giant sphere heading towards Diu. How could he do that? This guy is terrified. Even if he's the top assassin, how could he pull this off? He grits his teeth and says, I can't believe it even though I paid a lot of money into this game, but why can I only get weak and useless skills? Luckily, your skill is too good. Juju's face turned pale as he saw what happened next. Down radiated killing intent and shot a dart toward him. Your voice is cold as if rising from hell. Tell me, why do your big guilds want to kill all the guiding NPC characters? This guy is trembling before that aura. Get out and tell him quickly, you bastard, or you're dead for sure. You question those bastards why they killed the guiding NPCs? Aren't you afraid of the punishment for such actions? When a player kills an NPC, especially the guiding NPC in this game, they will face a severe punishment. usually including a temporary ban from missions, imprisonment without the ability to move outside, and the worst case is having their account locked by the publisher due to repeated offenses. Hyun is furious, and I really can't understand why you would kill an NPC when another character appears to take their place so players can continue their missions. So why do you do it even though you'll face such severe punishment? Judu laughed. A punishment? Do you think we are afraid of that punishment? He arrogantly said. Only poor guys like you are afraid of the publisher's punishment. We are powerful clans with wealth like water, so what does that matter? Just spend a little money on the publisher or greedy game administrators and everything will go back to normal. Whatever we want to do, who can stop us now? Do-hun grabbed his collar. You bastard! I told you to answer my question quickly. You must really want to die. This doesn't bother you much. So what if I die? What's so scary about dying? Anyway, you're probably just going to kill me right here. Dying does give experience, but coming back to life with me means nothing. With all the support items bought with money, I'll see you again soon. 도현은 깊이 굴복하며 아무것도 할 수 없었다. 이놈은 대성 그룹의 이응수 씨의 아들이다. 대성 그룹은 한국에서 5번째로 큰 멀티 인더스트리 그룹이다. Money doesn't really mean anything to him, he continued. Maybe now you can finally defeat me. It's okay, but next time I won't forgive you. Having money just means you can always bother others. Are you a poor and broken bastard? Whether in real life or in the game, money still makes you the boss, right? He fell silent as Yu killed him. You bastard. Having money is great, but today you have to die too. Ju's body collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with tears. That day, Doyon lost the person who guided him, the one he always considered like a little sister. Do-hyun burst into tears and held her in his arms. That bastard has paid the price for his actions. The hatred in his heart flared up, but he couldn't stop here. You bastards, wait and see. I will eliminate all of you. I will do whatever it takes to wipe out your gang from this game. Sunlight shines on Do-hyun's face as he wakes up, confused. Am I dreaming about my past life? Since I transformed into this character, this is the first time I've dreamed of my past life. I wonder if it's because the exhaustion from the competition made me so drowsy. But in my previous life, I couldn't keep my promise to her. A mailbox appears on the screen, and he curiously taps to check. What is this? A letter? Inside, there's information about the new version update. We are very happy to have everyone's support for the game. To upgrade and introduce new features, we will release a new version, Update 1.0. Ancient dungeons will be added to the game, along with the activation of the portal system, new NPCs and quests, and updates to guild missions. The update will be released in 1 month. Players are advised not to log in on the update day to avoid losing account data. Once the update is complete, we will announce it here as a major update with many exciting features waiting for you. The Hun couple was stunned. A new update? I didn't expect that after just a little time here, there would already be a new update. It looks like many players will join in. So those bastards will soon clash with me. This time, I need to prepare well to completely eliminate them. Hyun silently told himself that this update would include many new dungeons and guilds. I have to get there first. It may not be perfect since I haven't finished everything I want, but I hope I can prepare as best as possible for this new version. Are you excited? There's only a month left, not much time. After the update, everything will change completely. I need to do whatever I can quickly now because I won't be able to adapt immediately when the new version arrives. Therefore, you need to pay attention. This time, many players will join. I need to conquer all the dungeons and treasures available in this version. The next one will have many new changes. By then, I also had some experience and wealth to clear ancient dungeons. My choices in this version could affect the next one. Therefore, I need to be careful. Keep in mind there is also a guild update. I need to upgrade my guild further to gain more members and benefits in the next version. Now I also have to go to the academy to complete some courses, so there isn't much free time left. How could other dungeons and city treasures possibly be taken over? Even though I know I don't have enough time to do everything at once, I can't do everything I want. Tonight, I need to reevaluate all my available time and organize it in the best way possible. That night, Doyon spent a lot of time arranging everything as precisely as possible. But thanks to that, future plans became more stable, and the missions and dungeons could be conquered without significantly affecting the academy's schedule. When night fell and the candle was lit, Silver Zero, the leader of the Imperial Hunting Dog Guild, announced that the meeting would begin. Subordinates continuously report on the situation we have gathered from the Empire, stating that the king has not participated in court affairs this week and seems to be working on some plan. During my nephew's enrollment at the academy, the Duke in charge didn't attend either. The academy's dean also made several statements. Thank you all very much. The information everyone has gathered will be very helpful for our plan this time. Today, a command has been issued from above. In a month, our plan will officially take place. They are delighted. Everything we've worked hard to prepare is finally time to reap the rewards. He slammed the table to signal them to be quiet. Don't make such a fuss. This is only the beginning. The difficulties ahead are still there, but don't forget that everyone's role will be even more important in the future. Zero asked further. So how is your 7th investigation into that case going? 7th report, we also put in a lot of effort to investigate that matter. But the results obtained were not much. The case involving Mira is very complicated. It almost shook the entire kingdom, so the royal army also conducted a thorough investigation. He continued, "What was the conclusion of the final evidence?" The opponent replied, "It seems that the Randall family initially interfered in that matter. Someone was surprised. How could it be, since from what I observed, the family showed no signs of any activity? So, could it be that a small group of soldiers in Mira carried out the attack, destroying and stealing our assets at the Mira branch in that dungeon?" Said his true response still needs further investigation. But on that day, the Day family also announced that they would take some action nearby. Most importantly, the investigation devices and tracking magic we used all reached the same conclusion. It clearly shows that they are the culprits behind this. The other person continues to oppose. But I don't think that's possible. If a small branch of the J family is there, how could they have taken over our troops? Zero reminds him, "All right then. Is there anything else you managed to find out besides the J clan?" When he received the news, it was also reported that the youngest son of the Aston clan was marching towards that location. Is it the Aston family? It's tough, isn't it? The J and Aston families are almost like water and fire. They can't possibly act together on the same move. The other side agreed? I think so too. He asked further, "Is there anything else we can find out?" Number 7 hesitates. There is an unverified report, but a spy nearby has seen someone who looks quite similar to Gray. Zero stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it is? This incident has cost us too many personnel. If a kind-hearted person like Hien gets involved and causes trouble, it will be too difficult. Let's pause for now. Our immediate preparation is that in a month there will be a new beginning, and then we will start taking action. Be clever in giving a warning to the family so they know that messing with us won't be easy. He suddenly remembered. So how is your work at the academy going? Have you arranged for James to join the academy with the hope that he will become the leader and be chosen as the first-year head? Number 3 reporting. Exactly as intended. But there was an unexpected incident there besides Danton. That guy is quite powerful, but for some reason, a little kid from the Aston family appeared. He destroys everything. Zero is not surprised. Danton, I already know about him. But isn't it your 6th family member who is in charge of the Aston family? Number 3 is also curious. That kid used to be normal, but lately he's been developing at an incredible speed and nothing can be predicted anymore. Although he has developed further, luckily we can still control the situation as we wish. Of course, we also have many cards left unused behind the scenes. Zero orders, so continue with your plan at his place. Number 3 doesn't pay much attention to you. He's only 15 now, so he hasn't yet done anything that could significantly affect us. Moreover, that kid just joined the academy over there. We have many spies and agents, so if anything happens, we will have other powerful methods to intervene. He thought grimly. Danton's strength has already been proven, and now, with the Aston family brat, it's truly a complicated problem. Zero ordered, and about Mira, keep an eye on Gray's every move to see if he acts strangely. Let's see why he appeared nearby. James's plan to take over the academy has failed, so we need to send more troops to the academy. And what about number 8? Is the elimination of the remaining opposition troops finished? Number 3 replies, the matter is also settled. We have gathered more information about the opposition. Once we are certain, I will order an immediate preemptive strike. He ordered, everything is clear, but everyone pay attention. In the next month, be careful with all actions. Don't make any mistakes. Understood? Don't let our plan that has been built up for so long fall apart. Got it? All preparations are aimed at that day. No matter who the enemy is, we will crush them. Boyan is sitting and writing a letter. A month later, many students had returned to the academy. Because Hien looks around, I've worked very hard. But with those preparations, things will be better for me in the future. Studying isn't easy. Balancing learning and getting everything ready here. That's why I had to move houses and schools quite a bit. There are quite a few mandatory lessons at the academy, but they don't really help me much. Over there, attendance is taken 3 days a week, so it's not too difficult. He rode his horse inside amid everyone's chatter. That's the kid who scored pretty high on the entrance exam. He's only about 15 years old, I think. This time at the academy, there are really many talented kids. And there's also someone named Danton or something like that who isn't bad either. This exam at the academy was really interesting. That guy seems to have performed extremely well in both the practical and theoretical tests. But I don't understand why all the members of the major clans are enrolling in this academy. They already have too much power, so studying here doesn't really help them much. Duke Hun silently thought that if I were a member of a big family like that and with my current swordsmanship, I might even join the Royal Knight Squad. As they say, studying at this academy only helps a little. This could be a stepping stone for me to get to know others and develop more strongly in the future. You stop and look at what's in front of you, but of course, I am different from them. The main thing is that I need to achieve some things at this academy for my future purposes. What's this? The S-rank exam results are the top 3 positions. Raoun, James, Danton. Du Hun was surprised. The ranking of the exam determines the classification, and the announcement is displayed. The new scenario task, with difficulty D, requires the top 3 positions to earn the bonus reward. The reward is 500 gold, but the details of the bonus are still unclear. Do-hun was curious, so I've earned the first reward. But what's the secondary reward? He decided to set this aside for now since it's just a difficulty level D mission, so there's no need to worry about the secondary reward. Let's go to class. When the teacher entered the classroom, all the students were already seated. Do-hyun was quietly taking notes, although attending this class didn't help him much, since the lessons mainly covered basic knowledge he already knew. You glance at the person giving you a sidelong look, but the other students in the class don't bother you. Only Jay causes a little trouble for me. But it's okay. With this kind of life, it's really what I want. Just keep going peacefully like this. I will soon achieve what I desire. Do-hyun stands up from the table. Today's class ends without much expectation, just as Oscar walks in to ask if student Round is here. I'm the one approaching you. Do you need something? He came to deliver something to Dion. This is the certificate showing you ranked first in the entrance exam. It will be very helpful for you during your time at the academy. He also mentioned that Vice Principal Alfred J is looking for you. You were startled to hear that. The Vice Principal? The secondary reward is meeting the Vice Principal of Gray Academy. Down realized that this was the secondary reward after all. You are shocked. Alfred Gray is both a wise man and a brilliant strategist leading the League of Heroes against the brutal Imperial Army. Even Do-hyun didn't expect it. He didn't think he would meet someone of such stature so soon. He approached the room where 2 guards were on duty, eagerly looking forward to this encounter. Do-hyun politely knocked on the door and a voice from inside allowed him in. Come in. Hello, sir. You finally saw the person you had been waiting for, Alfred Gray. He politely invited you in. Gray is busy with some paperwork. Please wait for me for a moment. I have some paperwork to handle for the academy. Do-hyun walked to the chair and obediently responded, yes. He felt that he looked too friendly. Do-hyun gazed at him working. I've watched many videos of him before, but now that I meet him in person, the feeling is completely different. He looks like other nobles in the kingdom, but the aura he emits is completely different. I was stunned with my mouth open. What can I say about this encounter? I want to observe him more closely. The information about Gray shows his name is Gray, with an unknown age and level, serving as a great sage, an 8th Circle mage, a Kim House member, vice president of the Institute, owner of the Phoenix Tower, also known as the Sage, with a mastery of SSS level magic. You understand, I can't observe all the information, but that's enough to show how terrifying he is. Ray's words made Do-hyun feel embarrassed. I'm almost done here, kid. You're watching me too closely. You're sweating nervously. Did he just work while looking at me? All right, what should I say now? Do-hyun stood up, bowed his head, and apologized for himself, saying sorry for causing trouble to you. It's our first meeting, so he and Tu replied, it's okay, that's only natural. I will stay at the academy for a while longer, and there will be plenty of time to talk. I'm almost done here. Wait a moment, Gray said eagerly. I also want to know more about you, Raon. You're really quite a special person. That sharp gaze of yours is no joke. Could he have already figured something out about me? You're terrified. How can he see what I see? Is Do-hyun also a player that he can see my character status board? Or is he just guessing randomly? Ray smiled reassuringly and said, you don't need to rush. I've finished my work. Seeing you stand so close to me makes you look much better. Calm down. It seems I was too hasty in making a decision. Maybe facing a character like this made me too hasty. I should carefully consider the situation before taking any further actions. Ray continued, I apologize for the oversight. Please wait a moment while I offer you some tea. Here is a cup of tea for you. Drink it. Hold it with both hands. Thank you, sir. Inside, I think it's strange. I thought he would just transform right away. Not expect him to still brew tea as usual. Gray sat down opposite and said friendly, congratulations on being the top scorer in this academy's entrance exam. I'm very impressed with how you overcame the trap challenges. I called you here to get to know you and to talk about a few things. Do-hyun was still thinking that during the enrollment ceremony, he didn't make any impression either. Maybe after the trap-breaking test, he only then started to have a good impression of me. I don't know what he's calling me here for today. You should be cautious and try to probe him a bit. Dion spoke up. I don't understand what a vice principal, someone with such high authority, is curious about me. Ray calmly said, just get straight to the point. Have you heard about the Imperial Hunting Dog team before? I heard you had a confrontation with them in Mira, right? You were amazed after hearing this. Do-hyun knows about this? About 50 years ago, the entire continent was invaded by the Karen Empire, and the situation was extremely chaotic. There were countless heroes and talented individuals who rose up against the Empire during that time. The era that gave rise to heroes is a phrase that describes the situation at that time. That legendary battle was an unprecedented conflict in history. Thanks to those brave heroes, they played a major role in repelling the Karen Imperial Army, preventing them from unifying the continent, and 50 years have passed, allowing the continent to remain stable and develop as it is now. But Yen Bin then saw the major nations, after stabilizing, turn to war with each other, and so the vigilance against the Grand Empire diminished compared to before. This might be the opportunity for the Empire to rise again. Half a decade has passed, and although the nations have lowered their guard, the heroes who fought in that war are still there. They still believe that one day the Empire will return. Gray, a hero who once built a magic tower to train talented mages for future challenges. If the Empire returns, they will still have the manpower to respond and find talents for their tower. The person he currently considers most suitable can be called his successor. He has been trying to train her to become a wise inheritor of the magic tower. That is Nikia, a highly talented elder who was saved by Raun during the previous mission when facing the Imperial army in the dungeon. When he heard Nikia had been captured, he was eager to go there and rescue her. But due to being caught up in other matters, he arrived quite late. by which time Raon had already completely defeated the Imperial soldiers. By the time he arrived at Mira, the entire army had returned victorious. Nikia was freed. At that moment, he noticed Raon, another talent he was searching for. With what he had done, he believed he could nurture him into a great person in the future. Along with the Randall family also hunting for Raon, they were deceived when he left all the Imperial army equipment to that family. As we suspected, the Imperial forces retaliated against the Randall family, believing they had destroyed the Imperial Hounds. Ray wondered if that young Master Raon was really that clever to give all the credit to the Randall family in order to deceive the Imperial Hounds. He calculated everything very carefully, not chasing immediate gains but avoiding trouble. This is the kind of talent I need to pay attention to in the future. He smiled and made up his mind. With the continent in turmoil, increasing hostility among nations, and the Empire preparing to restart, the heroes of the past also prepared a lot for this situation. I need to quickly find new talented people as well. If I get the chance, I'll take the initiative to approach him and see what's really going on. Hyun is curious. So when Raon joined the academy and topped the entrance exam, how could Lord Grey miss the chance to meet him? Did he mention the Imperial hunting dog team again? At that time, I had already let the Dan family take all the credit. I need to be careful. Although he is a sage and a hero, this is related to the Empire, so right now he is assigned by the royal family to investigate the Empire and monitor any disturbances caused by the Imperial army. In this situation, I am still weak and have no influence in the kingdom. It's best not to discuss such complicated matters with him. Ray nodded and asked, "It seems like you already know something, right? I see you're quite cautious, always considering new issues carefully, but don't worry, I'm only thinking of you." "Ron, things aren't as bad as you think right now." He reminded me of the past in Mira. After you defeated the Imperial army and transferred all the credit to the Randall family, I paid attention to you. You have achieved things that no one would expect someone your age to do. A clever move that not only avoids the Empire's spies but also brings trouble to the Randall family. Down is stunned. How could he figure out what I did like that? Or does he already know a lot about me? This is quite important. While I won't accuse the Randall family, we must be careful if he has guessed my identity. Gray notices Do-hyun's anxious mood. Rest assured, I didn't call you here to threaten you. I won't tell anyone about that. I'm quite impressed that someone your age can do such a thing. You still don't understand. So you already know everything I've done? What is your purpose in summoning me here today? He takes a sip of tea. You probably studied history too. Empires are always quite a formidable force. But have you learned anything more about them? You reply. I only know that they intended to conquer the continent 50 years ago. This time, their dark magic seems quite powerful. Gray confirms that of course their magic is quite powerful. They also have formidable armies. But that's not all. Think about it. Since the Empire's territory isn't very large, how could they possibly conquer the entire continent? Hun silently thought that the land was still vast, the population not many, and the Empire had no support at all. All business and development efforts within the Empire were truly very difficult. That has never changed throughout history. Ray added, what you know about the Empire is all in the books, but what you don't know is that the Empire has an extremely sensitive intelligence network, which is their greatest strength. We are always caught off guard. Our plans are always seen through, while they remain in the dark and know nothing about us. He said that geographically, the Empire is located between two mountain ranges with treacherous terrain, one side with monster mountains, and the other with deep, difficult-to-cross abysses. The only way to get there is through a single route, and we are still vigilant against the rise of the Empire. Therefore, along that single road, we built many watchtowers to monitor the Empire's movements. But despite that, somehow the Empire still has access to many of our important secrets. Their spies always operate effectively while we are almost powerless. This is truly a difficult situation for our alliance. If this situation continues, it will be difficult for us to deal with them in the future. Do-hyun understands clearly. Indeed, in the past, once everything unfolded, it was impossible to resolve the situation. At that time, the continent once again faced a full-scale attack from the Empire. When the game officially started, the continent had already sent troops to invade each major country, and when I lost my life at the end of the game, it was when the Empire had almost fully taken control of the continent's lands. He revealed that to prevent that situation from happening again, we really need talents like you. These talents could become pillars and heroes who will help the continent resist the Imperial attack. We already know their plans, so we must be very careful. As Hill recalls, in her previous life, Nikia became a highly skilled alchemist who contributed greatly to the kingdom's achievements. It seems that Lord Grey, Hienchich Grey, predicted the Imperial plot, so he dedicated himself to training her. In this situation, I don't need to refuse either. The Imperial plot is obvious, and the failure across the continent was already anticipated. So I must stand up to protect the kingdom from that threat. His assessment of your strength and mind is unquestionable, but you should also be careful. The Empire has spies everywhere, so you also need to be careful. Before doing anything, you should think things through carefully. Don't act hastily or you'll ruin everything. Please remember, I will pay attention to what you say. He replied, all right, it seems you understand my intentions. Let's end our meeting here. Since you've come to listen to this old man talk, I can't let you leave empty-handed. I have a small gift for you. Do-hyun was surprised. Yes, this is the gift.
Gray gives it to you to prepare for unexpected situations in the future. I have prepared it for you. Inside there is a manual. You should read it. You open the box and find a ring. It seems to be a magic ring. Dion couldn't help but ask, "Why did you give me such a precious ring?" Gray reassured him, "It's okay. It will help you a lot. Just accept it. It's also a reward for what you've done." Dion was curious. A reward? What did I do to make him happy enough to reward me like this? After the exchange, Dion stood up and bowed.
Now I will take my leave. I sincerely thank the vice principal for giving me such a precious gift.
All right, I also thank you for coming here to see me and listen to what I have to say.
Later at the academy, you need to try even harder. We will have many more chances to meet. You hold the ring box and leave the room.
It's true that meeting such an important character for the first time made me a bit nervous, but luckily I didn't do anything too reckless, and I even received such a precious ring. I wonder what its purpose is. Suddenly Dion sensed magic. This ring has magic. Information about it shows the Gray's ultimate shape-shifting ring, a unique grade, with an effect that can transform the body at will. However, when transformed, 30% of the stats are lost. When it ends, mana maintaining the form will revert to the original form, and the unique effect can summon the Gray once. Hoon is overjoyed. This is exactly the item he needs. This transformation ability is essential for doing many things without others knowing. He sneered when he thought of those people. With his current identity, there are many tasks to do but quite limited, and he can't let other forces find out, especially the Imperialists, who always require many guards to accompany him, which is quite troublesome. This is the ring that helps me hide my identity, and I will need to use it many times in the future. Down puts it on his finger. However, to use this shape-shifting ring requires a 6-circle spell and many restrictions, so not everyone can use it. He gave me this gift, so he must have guessed what I will do in the future. Moreover, in dangerous situations, I can summon him to help, even if only once, but that is what saves my life. Receiving such a great gift, I also need to try even harder. You cheerfully leave. For now, I also need to pay attention at the academy. Even though he's handling things behind the scenes, I still have to try my best in many matters. Especially now that the Empire has started to take action, I will wait for the right opportunity to use this ring most effectively. Time has passed quickly, and it's already 10 days later. You are satisfied with this period of time. My life at the academy is nothing special. I have been completely peaceful, not doing anything excessive or attracting anyone's attention, so no major troubles have come my way unexpectedly. Danton's stalking annoyed Dion, but there were also troublesome things that followed, which I felt very powerless to handle. He asked if I was coming with him to a weapons shop today. I heard they have some new weapons. Roan, you refused. I've told you many times, I'm very busy at school today with many classes, so I need to focus on studying first. Don't mind him, just try to persuade him. Come with me. I don't know much about those weapons. You know more than I do. If you have anything, please help me. Consider this as an act of saving a miserable person. Life at the academy was supposed to pass peacefully without wanting to cause any trouble, but no. For some reason, this Danton guy keeps following you like a shadow. Even in class or after school, he has quite few friends at the academy. Probably because of his personality and talent, so he just keeps clinging to Do-hyun. I realize that having this guy follow me obviously brings trouble, but there are some benefits too. When he's with me, it seems like no one else at the academy dares to bother me anymore. He's just messing around next to you. I don't understand why you're so busy. You're already so good at studying. You'll just pass those subjects easily. Everyone knows that. Why do you keep thinking about studying all the time? I don't see you mentioning social relationships or other activities. Haihun sneered. I'm different from you. I'm not as smart or talented as you. I'm still worried about failing many subjects. Now I have to go to the library to read books. Danton replied, I really hate that place, the library. But if you go there, I might pay attention to it. Do-hyun reminds. All right, if you're free and have nothing to do, you can also go there and read. Stop bothering me anymore. Danton had to leave. Whenever I have free time, I will read. For now, I won't go there. Might as well go practice swordsmanship. Reading too much makes my head spin. He breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he's already bored and has left. Do-hyun walks to the grand library in the school and looks up at the upper floors. I have the right to freely access the library as the top scorer in the entrance exam, but I can only read up to the 4th floor. I still haven't been allowed to go to the upper floors. It seems only teachers at the academy and a few others are permitted to enter above the 5th floor. However, Dion is very satisfied, and reaching the 4th floor feels like enough for now. As far as I know, only 50 students are allowed on the 3rd floor. Today, I'm just trying to see if there's any book I can use. Lavin is flying around the library. Her wings shimmer. It seems like Lavin is judging the people here. Everyone in the library today is just a bunch of bookworms. I already know all these students and have checked all the books on this floor. Nothing special. She with her petite figure flies over to a female student who looks exhausted. Let me see what this girl is reading. Let's see if there's anything new. Lavenna feels she's still quite diligent in reading as always. The book isn't anything special either. She sprinkled some magic dust on the female student to make her more alert and energized. For those who are diligent like this, I should also give them some motivation to try harder. Lavin notices the male student dozing off at the desk nearby. Is that idiot here to sleep? There's no way I can tolerate this.
That idiot needs a little lesson first. She flew over and hit him hard on the head. He hurriedly rubbed the sore spot. What's going on? Finally, he ran off headlong, shouting loudly. Of course. Lavenna declares she's here to study, not to sleep. I won't forgive any fool who does that in this library. Hun nodded in admiration. This library really does have a lot of books. You took a quick look around, but this first floor seems to have too many books that aren't really to your taste. The second floor should have better ones. Are there two students talking behind? Did you see anything there just now? They happily chat with each other. So, you mean that little kid was so scared he ran out of the room and shouted that there was a ghost? Of course, everyone can see it sitting in that reading room. It's really funny, Peter confirms. That's right. So you should also be careful not to fall asleep during study sessions in this library. Duhyun would be surprised if he found out. Why is there so much magic in this academy's library that I wonder how ghosts could even exist here? But even if there are ghosts or demons or whatever, I don't really care about those things. I'm only here to study. I don't know where the skill books are anymore. Lavenna frowned as she looked down at the students below, wondering what kind of day it was that made her so tired today, flying back and forth, probably because those stupid students aren't here to study, but just to play and sleep, which really annoyed her. Suddenly she was stunned as she looked in that direction. Unbelievable, Lavenna flew over. It can't be like that. That valuable book has only been here for about a year. I have to go see what's going on over there. She pressed her hand against a book that was in pretty bad shape. The book can no longer help me recover from exhaustion or regain my strength. Maybe I should look for another valuable book to replace it. Lavin senses that the energy of knowledge emanating from this valuable book has decreased quite a lot. I didn't think it would fade so quickly. As I expected, it could still be used for many more years. Now, finding a book with this much value and knowledge is rare. Lavenna flies over the bookshelves searching. All the recently updated books in the library are quite mediocre. Nothing special, just the same dull content. If I can't find another book filled with such powerful knowledge, my fate will end soon. This is really worrying. She encourages herself to keep going. It can't be like this. I still have many things I want to do and accomplish in this life. Even though there isn't a worthy replacement book right now, I feel like a positive change is coming to this library soon. Suddenly, a surge of energy streaked through, making Lavenna freeze. I hope this is not just my illusion. She suddenly looked towards Do-hyun. Where is this intense feeling coming from? It's coming from over there. Lavenna slides down the bookshelf, hoping for something new. She leaps towards those books over there and prays. Don't mess with my feelings now. Do-hyun is feeling disappointed, unable to find the book he wants no matter how long he searches. He considers the two books in his hands, realizing that finding a good book is really too difficult for him. The perfect skill books are no longer here. Maybe I should go to the higher floors of the library to look for them. Dion silently thought that he had always hoped to find a skill book related to the mental realm like in his previous life. In this life, he had been listening and searching for people who could manipulate and control objects to learn from them, but the results still fell short of his expectations. Since there is no information about people who use such skills, it will be very difficult for me to learn and improve mentally. I paid attention to that book, knowing it would be hard, but I have to try. Let's see what this book is about. It looks good. Dihyun picks up the book to read the title. The name is Level C Horseback Acrobatics, so it's a writing technique. You can flip through the pages too. The writing technique is very important in battle. By combining the flower hand technique I just learned, I can improve my mounted combat skills and store the information in the system's memory so I can review it later to master this writing technique. Down feels a bit helpless and quite annoyed since one person can't learn all the skills. To learn more, they need to delete some skills from the system. However, I can store the skills I haven't learned yet in the system's auxiliary inventory to learn them gradually. You touch the book and the energy source ignites. Alright, Do-hyun picks up the next book to look at. Let's see how this skill works. Bright streams of energy illuminate as I lift the book. You guess it seems like it has already been integrated into the skill slot in the system. Once the system saves the skill from this book, it becomes just an ordinary book. I'd rather learn myself than let others do it. It's a bit greedy, but if I don't, the heavens and earth will be destroyed. I need to find more good skill books. You should leave now. Alright, now, let's look for more books to see if there's anything good. Lavin observes Do-hyun. He really has some pretty strange actions. You secretly followed him all the way. He carefully reads skill books, then performs actions no one understands, and keeps changing books repeatedly. No one could possibly read so many books at the same time. Lavin glanced at the pile of books on the table. The books he's reading are quite difficult for an ordinary person to understand. Some of them are quite selective in their readership because their content is hard to grasp, like the books on time flow and the essence of all things. These are books on fields that few people study. She praised them highly. Anyone who can understand those books usually possesses a very special intelligence and knowledge. Seeing him focus intently on those books, it's truly a beauty of wisdom. Lavin decides to put it aside for now. Whatever he does, it won't help me anyway. Now, I need to find valuable books to sustain my life. Also, anyone who wants to communicate with me must reach the level of a sage. Even if she can talk to me, it doesn't mean she can help me. She is releasing her energy on her own, and her life was created through countless sacrifices and a moment of harmony that formed this form. But now it's extremely difficult for me to maintain this life. Just thinking about it makes me very tired, so I no longer expect any help from anyone. I will rely on myself. Levin then continued to follow Sao Hien. Now, it's too difficult to find special books. Even if I find them, they are not of high quality, or they don't matter. The feeling he had before was very special, but it seems that now it has faded quite a bit. She's curious why he doesn't read books anymore, but keeps his hand on it for so long. It's like sensing something from the book. So, what is that book? Lavenna focused on the book in their hand, looking at its rather ordinary appearance but noticing the intricate patterns on it. And I feel like I sensed something inside the book calling out to me. After finishing, I closed the book again. Levin feels curious, but it seems like that book is absorbing his knowledge energy or something. But looking again, the books after he absorbs the energy don't seem to change at all. This is quite a strange thing I've seen for the first time. Let me observe a bit more. She decided. All right, if he goes somewhere else, I'll go check it out. Levin frowned as he looked at the pile of books on the table. I haven't seen these books before either. I don't know if they're special or the books I've been searching for. Who is he to act so strangely and mysteriously like that? She tried touching a book on the table and gasped in surprise. Lavin couldn't believe it. When I touch them, these books don't react at all. But how can that be possible? No matter what kind of book it is, whether it's literature or religious beliefs, when I touch it, the stories inside the book will appear in my mind. But when I touch these books, none of that happens. She's trying to touch the cover. What is going on with this strange thing? I just can't understand. Does it really work? Lavenna sat down on the book cover in disappointment. It still didn't work at all. Suddenly, a call rang out, startling her. Do-hyun asked confused, "What are you doing sitting on that book?" He's wondering who this girl is. Do-hyun observed Lavanna's appearance. She looked like an elf. Not sure if that's true, but her gaze was so faint it seemed like she could see through you. She floated up to face him and asked, "Why can you see me?" Then Lavenna tried to run away from here. Do-hyun thought to himself, I have no idea who she is, but since she's already gone, there's no need to pay any more attention. It seems she's paying attention to the books I'm reading. She'll probably be back soon. Now the main task is to find some more valuable skill books. A new notification has appeared. Level C horse riding and acrobatic skill has been stored in the system dictionary. Your proficiency with the skill has increased by 10.5%. Check it out, it seems like that skill has been fully stored in the system dictionary. Let's see what other skills I've learned so far. Frowning. That's really too much. The number of skills I've read and memorized in the dictionary has increased from 530 to 700 skills. Just looking at it is dizzying. No one can read and remember this many skills in this game, not even the great sages. Even with so many skills, rare level skills are still too few, mostly just normal skills. I wonder how many more books I need to study and read to gain powers like I had in my previous life. Lavenna called back. Hey you're curious. What are you doing reading those books? Do-hyun asked in surprise. She turned back so quickly. I decided I didn't need to be friendly with her yet. Just wait and see what she's up to. My voice echoed coldly. You were the one who touched my books first. Why are you being so sharp with me now? That's not how a reasonable person should behave. Lavenna admits her fault. Yes, I was wrong before touching your books, but I didn't think you could see and hear me talking about it. This is almost impossible at your age, so I was quite surprised. She approached. So now I'll introduce myself first. The elegant dress she held up, her foot tapping as she introduced herself. I am Lavenna. You can also call me Lavelle. I am a fairy who loves reading and is always friendly to humans. Dune replied, I am Roan, the newest member of the academy. She really looks like a true fairy, but there's something quite unusual emanating from her that I can't quite explain. Levin complimented. You're quite perceptive. Although I am a fairy, I actually resemble a spirit more. I've been in this library for a long time. The wise ones even call me the soul of this library. You exposed her. So does that mean you scared that student before? Lavenna was stunned after hearing that. What kind of demon is this? Why do you say I'm a ghost? I'm actually a very wise spirit. You change the subject. All right. Are you probably interested in the books I'm reading? Confirm. The books you're reading are quite special. I can feel that there's something quite different about them after you touch them for a while. Are you pointing at this book? Is this the one? Lavenna hurriedly said, It really is very special now. I no longer feel the contents of that book when I touch it. So please tell me why that happened. You understand clearly. She can use her skill to recognize the content of the books and analyze whether they are special or not. Pretty clever, huh? So with this skill, I can quickly find the books I need, recover my strength faster, and upgrade the skill dictionary library to a new level. After all, this library will stay with me until the end of the game. Dawn agrees. All right, I will tell you that, but you also have to tell me what I need to know. Lavenna agrees. All right, I will tell you what you need to know. She cast a spell into the book in his hands. Then, Levin immediately reached out and touched the flowing energy. She exclaimed happily, The energy of knowledge has increased significantly. Lavin was surprised to sense that its content was evolving. Damn it, this is so strange. How can this be possible? The powerful energy blew her away. Lavenna gasped in shock and shouted, How could this be possible? How did you find such a special and strange book? This book appearing here is indeed a serious violation of the rules of this world. Dawn asked Han worriedly, Are you okay? Lavenna excitedly asked with shining eyes, Where did you find this book? Raun Do-hyun reassured her to take it easy. let's talk calmly. What kind of information did she find in this book? Lavin excitedly recounted that this book contains all the knowledge about the creator god. That's not an ordinary god. It's an ancient deity believed to have vanished thousands of years ago. Ancient creator god? This is the first time you've heard of this concept. Does the power of the ancient creator god exist in that book? Dion isn't very interested because she can sense it. I don't really find it particularly interesting, even though I don't know what it is. Lavin stammered, "Do you really not care at all?" "That's why the creator gods of the past existed," Down confirmed. "Yes, honestly, I don't care much about gods, so just tell me what you know from the book." She started to recount. "First, I don't know much about the detailed content of the book because I only looked at it briefly. However, this book is currently banned. For some reason, I was struck and lost my position. You have some uncertainties. So how can we restore this book to its original state?" Lavenna pointed at the book. "How am I supposed to know about that? That rude kid has already refused to speak." Du-hun is surprised. "Does it do nothing?" She snapped angrily at hearing these words. "What? How can I know if I only touch it a little? Then just let me go inside that book already." The system displays an emergency request notification. The skill book management system. The soul of the forest fairy Lavenna has requested to enter the skill book. The soul that resides in the skill book will automatically be appointed as the book's secretary. Appointing a secretary will help upgrade the book's functions and effectiveness. Once appointed as a secretary, they cannot be dismissed without their consent. Do you want to appoint Lavenna as the secretary for the skill book? Dohyun ordered to look at this kid, deliberately clinging to the skill book. The content isn't a bad condition, but you can't let a kid who just met become the book's secretary without paying any price. Seeing him close the book, Lavenna widened her eyes. "What's going on? That look?" Do-hyun calmly said, "I guess I don't need to hear anything more. I also know about the span on this skill book, and I think I can handle it myself." The boy suddenly noticed. "It's too late. I think I have to go back now," Lavenna stammered in fear. What? She flew in front of him, begging. "No, you can't do that. Just let me in for a little while." "Go ahead," Du-hun replied. "Let's see. I told you I was busy and had to leave. Next time, let's talk. I don't know when you'll come again." Lavin clasped his hands together and begged. "Are you angry with me? I'm really sorry. It's just been a long time since I last talked to someone. Yun knows what he needs to do. All right, let's be more firm in this negotiation." Your voice sounds calmer now. "I told you I'm busy too. I can't really listen to your story right now." Lavin is pleading sincerely. "I will definitely help you. I can do that. That book really means a lot to me. Can't you let me in to talk for just a little longer?" Do-hyun estimates. Maybe this level is enough, right? "Take it slow with the negotiations." Suddenly, she burst into tears. "Really, why can't you just believe me?" Seeing her crying so hard, he was shocked. No, that's not how it is." "Calm down first," Lavenna shouted. Rowan is too unreasonable, so the twin sisters have no choice but to step back and soothe him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. Please forgive me," she replied. "It's okay. You're just reminding me. Still, I can't let you into this book yet because it is very important to me. So first, tell me about your current situation. Even the reason why you look the way you do now and why you love this book so much. I will listen and decide afterward." Lavenna, though sad, still understands. "All right, fine. I will trust Rowan and tell about it. It's a long story, but since you're telling it, I might not remember it clearly. In ancient times, a great war took place on the continent of Konet. Many races and supernatural beings were believed to be the existence of gods and demons. The war among all these races pushed the continent to the brink of extinction, and even my forest fairy tribe faced the threat of total annihilation. We, the forest fairy tribe, used a mysterious magic to place me, the last heir of the tribe, inside a book to protect me. But because the mana and space-time were unstable, I could only exist as a spirit and was trapped inside the book. All the members of my tribe were pulled into the space-time rift, and then I fell into a long sleep. When I wake up, I find myself existing by moving from one book to another. And each time I wake up, I lose a lot of memories, even forgetting how long I've lived. But there is one thing I absolutely must do," Hyun wondered. "What is it?" Lavin revealed that it is to find his scattered family. "It's clear that other fairies still survive beyond me. I must pass on the wisdom and excellence of my family to them. Before I can do that, I can't turn a blind eye. But in reality, I can't leave this library because I am bound by the books themselves." And now it seems that no book can accept me anymore. She just pointed to that mysterious book. "But this book has a scent just like the first great magic book that absorbed me. No, maybe the power hidden within this book is even stronger. So Round, please help me get into that book. I beg you." Dohyun estimates the amount of information he's just heard. "All right, this seems to be enough. You speak up, all right? I'll allow you to go in there, but in that case, you'll have to become the secretary of this book and might depend on me. Is that okay?" Lavenna excitedly jumps up. "Of course, if you allow it, but before that, can I ask what you want to do with the power contained in this book?" Do-hyun states his goal. "I want to protect my family and my homeland." You might think that's a trivial reason, but to me it's incredibly important. Lavin was excited about it, so that's a great reason. Then she placed her small hand in the other person's and sincerely said, "I hope you will help me from now on. Raoul Lavin immersed himself in the book, but I won't be able to help you right away because I need time to adapt to my new home. She told me I probably need to sleep for about a month.
but the book's function won't change, so there's no need to worry. Do-hyun wasn't too worried. There was no need to rush. He just hoped she would wake up safely and soundly. Lavenna waved goodbye and sat down with the book. Thanks. If I wake up, I'll do my best to help Rowan. See you in a month then. Her eyes slowly closed as she drifted off inside the book. So Doyon now has a little fairy like a colleague. After meeting Lavenna, time passed quickly, and there was only 1 week left. You're in a hurry because there's a lot to prepare, and there's not much time left. DN sat across from him and started a conversation. Rowan, you've worked hard these past few days. I'm very proud of you. He revealed that anyway. Your words are correct. There really is a prophecy from the temple. This little psychic boy. What did the prophetess say? Don became serious and recounted, which was a bit hard to understand. A week later, the things that had disappeared would return. The cut things will be restored. I heard that to prevent the rise of demons, you must open the door and step in to pick the hollow fruit. Hun thought to himself that it was definitely an omen, so it was a bit vague, but even so, he couldn't ignore it. He needed more information on how the temple had reacted. His response was nothing special either, like preparing the army to the highest level for a major crisis. You asked, so how did the royal family and nobles react? I also had a rough idea, but Don's response was exactly as I expected. Most people see it as nonsense or use the prophecy as an excuse to justify something. Then, if you hadn't heard it from me, you would have thought the same way. There are also precedents from the past. Hyun understood that. Of course, there have been many precedents. In this world, the Holy Empire is ruled by the Pope. The Holy Empire is a coalition of small cities. They gather in Ganadelia, where the Holy City and smaller towns are located. Although small in scale due to its religious influence, it has been designated as an inviolable empire area in perpetuity and is spreading a lot of faith. You expressed your feelings. I'm worried that if we wait too long after this happens, it will be too late. Don't worry, DN, just focus on doing what needs to be done first. We have conveyed the method to handle the territory within authority and also made promises to friendly clans. He is very relaxed. So don't worry like the old man anymore. Just relax your body. I mean, that strange ability will also be used powerfully. Do-hyun concluded that basically this guy's family wouldn't leave anything strange unaddressed. I mean, both his father and his brother are the same. However, when you provided information about the news update, he no longer just laughed it off, but took the information very seriously. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, during that time, your brother knew about your ability to move objects with your mind, but he still always called Do-hyun to train whenever he had free time. At the training ground, DN's excited voice echoes, so next, you use your sword to block his attack. Do-hyun silently thought that this training would never become familiar, no matter how many times he did it. Sweat poured down my body like rain. Although this training session was for Den, it has helped improve my muscles quite a bit, and at least I've raised my object manipulation technique to a higher level than before. Do-hyun looked at his muscular older brother in front of him. DN only focuses on strengthening his body. Thanks to that, he has a body unlike an ordinary person, but he also has many weaknesses in combat skills. Myun ponders that if the world falls into a cycle of war, we won't be able to easily face our enemies later on, and to overcome that crisis, we need to help D become stronger. If I can add suitable combat skills to that extraordinary body, Do-hyun believes he will definitely feel that the gap in strength between us has been greatly reduced after so many battles. He will soon realize that he cannot overpower me with just physical strength. At that time, I will find suitable skills for him. When the dungeon opens, we will also be able to find more skill books. Hun is excited about what's to come. Not only the villains, but also the surrounding characters are becoming stronger. The future plans will become much more exciting. At this moment, he is on the departing carriage. Sitting in the carriage crossing the small town, I'm arranging my next steps. Now, everything that needs to be done until the update day is gradually coming to an end. Although the prophecy has been revealed, in reality nothing has changed. Though it's a bit frustrating, Do-hyun understands this all too well. It's no wonder that no lord would bother preparing for things that haven't happened yet. Could something really happen? The temple people keep talking about pointless things all day, but it's still unfortunate that the kingdom's strength will be very necessary in the future as the story unfolds. For example, monster invasions through portals, chaos when the Forbidden Zone is opened, wars with empires, and so on. In the future, situations requiring large armies will keep happening. To deal with that, I have to minimize the kingdom's losses and preserve its strength. Down knows his weaknesses, but even with knowledge of the future and being born into a noble family, there are clear limits to what he can do. Since I am still just a 15-year-old boy with no special reputation among many noble families, I decide to focus on what I can do myself. Dune attended lectures at the academy and searched for skill books in the library. Additionally, when there were no classes, he used the teleportation gate to visit the other 3 free cities. He paid attention to the free cities of the Ruben Kingdom, Juice, Kessin, Brian, and Mira. There are 4 points in this area. Mira is to the south, Kaisen to the east, Brian to the west, and the remaining one is to the north. At this point, Do-hyun took the Mayor Mira's introduction letter and went to meet the other 3 mayors to propose investments. The other places were similar to Mira. Therefore, the project proceeded smoothly and was highly welcomed for investment. Afterwards, he initiated the construction of a large-scale civil project at the prime location of the newly established branch of the First Society.
Including the investment in Mira, the total comes to 3.5 million gold coins. But it's worth it, as they will need to proceed with maximum construction efforts before the main player officially accesses. And Dunn also announces the recruitment of mercenaries along the 4 city roads and other free capitals. The target is private mercenaries of rank C or higher and small mercenary units with fewer than 10 people. The contract states that they will pay double the usual labor cost for 1 month based on the update days. Those who contribute will be given the opportunity to become apprentice knights and to join the guild. Thanks to the attractive incentives, many people signed up, resulting in the recruitment of 50 B-rank mercenaries and 950 C-rank mercenaries, all of whom are elite fighters with over 3 years of experience. Level B mercenaries are skilled swordsmen or team leaders of mercenary squads, so you could say the military strength now is quite solid. Of course, hiring these people also costs 30,000 gold, and maintaining them later will require even more expenses. Still, it's worth that much. At this level, even if a territorial battle breaks out, I won't have to worry anymore. The people on the street are gossiping. They're crazy. It's not a divine tree or a spirit. What should I do if nothing serious is happening? Or maybe he's hiding something else in his heart. Hai-Hun turned to ask Philip, how is the gathering of the guilds going? I have reported that all 45 people except the management staff have arrived and have been divided into 10 groups for training. I just ordered the regular knights to go ahead. You've worked hard, but you must stay alert. Don't forget there's a combat plan tonight. Philip confirms, understood. Young master, Duhyun muttered, so many things have changed. I have 6 knights who, after training, reached expert level and were officially appointed. In total, there are 9 regular knights, including Philip, Jack, and Pierce. Everyone has been officially integrated into the First Knight Order, including the interns and soldiers. The First Knights are officially part of the Knight Order as interns. Following them is the First Guild, a fully equipped team. Hun quietly rejoiced. So the First Guild. In terms of external relations, our own guild called First Knights has officially been established. Information about the guild shows it is a small level 10 guild with influence and power in the region. Guild leader Round Aston. Vice leader Philip. Chief administrative officer Bernard. 50 core members, 9 knights kneeling, 35 interns, 5 administrators from the Northern Guild. Experience points increased by 10%. Proficiency level increased by 10%. Down is extremely excited. Now I need to check the stats of the members in the guild. You turn around to look at the people behind. Anyway, just choosing latent abilities of level 3 or higher is pretty good. I look forward to a strong growth in the future. Hyun's expression grew serious. This is all he could prepare for the upcoming upgrade. So from now on, you pray that everything you've planned will go as intended. The system in front of you begins counting down for the upgrade. At Zero's annual meeting, he ordered everyone to report quickly. Each person gave their report, and the royal family showed no special reaction. The capital's security patrols have been increased, and the same goes for Duke Tempaton's side. The others chimed in. As for Marquis Magniel, there was also no notable activity. Zero directly names 6. Is the Aston family really a devout religious clan? This person denies it. No, not at all. Number 6 explains. Their treatment of the temple is quite good, but their beliefs are not clearly expressed. On the other hand, their prior preparations before the prophecy was announced suggest they already had other sources of information. He asked about him. What about Gray's situation? Number 6's report shows no other activity. It seems they are focusing on the academy. Zero asked Number 8 if we had succeeded in infiltrating our spies into the Aston family mercenary team. Number 8 revealed everything. That's so embarrassing, Your Highness. We tried our best, but we all failed. Others would be amazed if they heard this. What? Out of 1,000 people chosen, not a single one managed to infiltrate? Most of the 8th's powerless candidates passed the preliminary round, but were all eliminated in the first interview. That kid Round is not an ordinary person. Zero frowns upon hearing the news. Number 8 asks for his opinion. Is it really necessary to worry about that? After all, he can't help me anyway. The others agree. That's right. Those greedy nobles will never be able to stop our plan. He agrees. You're right. Let's observe the situation first. What about deploying the spies? One of them responds. All the spies have been deployed. Zero coldly reminds us that our great plan will soon begin. The day to stab those fierce pigs in the heart is not far off. Everyone must remain loyal to their assigned missions. Everyone shouted in unison for the glory of the Emperor. Night fell over the town, lights illuminating each house. The curious child on the street points to one side and asks, Mom, what are those things? In the sparkling night sky, shooting stars streak across the stars. The mother looked confused. What is that? Why are there so many shooting stars? Suddenly she fell silent, sweat pouring down her face. The earthquake caused the people on the street to sway and they panicked. What is that? It's an earthquake. The mother instinctively held her child tightly in her arms, not letting go, while the frightened boy closed his eyes tight, tears still in the corners, not sensing anything unusual. This little boy. Atho opened his eyes in surprise as a giant gate appeared before the mother and child, glowing with a fierce red color inside. The people behind are stunned. What is that? A hand from inside the gate reaches out, and monsters pour out with fierce appearances, sharp teeth, and blades, ready to attack humanity. Rep appears just in time to cut off the heads of the entire group of demons. His face hardens with determination as he looks sharply ahead. The defending soldiers around shout, "This place is dangerous. Quickly find a safe spot." Sophia held her child tightly, stammering, "Thank you." Jack ordered that this is the fourth fortress in Area B of Sector 32 where the gate was detected. Start protective measures immediately. He commanded the soldiers to evacuate the civilians quickly and to heighten vigilance around the gate. P, while aiming the bow, reports that the gate has been detected at the pressure zone. Sector 21 has some monsters passing through, but luckily no victims because there are a few people around. Philip also reported that a gate had appeared in Sector 3 of Fortress 1, Noble District. Once secured, I will hand it over to the security team and continue the investigation. Dion is in the mansion and responds, "Good, keep monitoring." He receives a report about a gate at Sector B of Zone 32 at the 4th Fortress, requesting reinforcements. I understand. The reserve forces from Zone 14 will move to Zone 32 to provide support. Report from the outside indicates that Sector 21 of Area 3 has detected and subdued a swarm believed to have come through the gate. Dihun's face grew serious. Update the list. Call Bernat. He materialized and asked, "Do you want to summon the gods?" "Yes, young master." Doi ordered, "Quickly decide on the list of army members so we can maintain the order of battle in each area." Bo obeyed the order without question. I frowned, thinking that although I had some idea, I never expected there to be so many gates. Duhyun knows our side is at a disadvantage. I've prepared as much as I can, but if this keeps up, we're in real danger. When the goblin hordes attacked, you knew from the start that there were many gaps in the information about this mission. Down is aware of that weakness. All I know is that in the year 521, the CCK gate will open and cause enormous damage to the kingdom. I can't even know the exact number, location, or level of the gates. You have to stay calm even though I really want to deal with those gates immediately. But Dohan looks at the points on the map and now I am no longer alone. We need to use the guilds to minimize the damage caused to ordinary residents by the gates. He stroked his chin and thought, if only I had information about the levels of the gates, I could have maintained the forces more effectively. Suddenly, the blue screen from the notification caught Dohan's attention. The displayed information shows a time-limited mission. Peak hour level X gates. Aim to close as many gates as possible. The deadline is 30 days from June 28th, 521. Information. What's going on? The mysterious gates of unknown origin have spread across the entire continent of Net. Clear as many gates as possible to reduce the people's unease. Prizes will be awarded in different order, with special rewards for individuals and the top guild. The gates will be recreated every day at midnight. What? You're so angry you're banging the table. Why is that? What does that mean? What are you talking about that's so unreasonable? Dohyun is stunned. So it really can't be anything else? Could it really be like that? You analyze the script's pressure carefully. This is GCK's defense system to prevent gameplay aimed at disabling the script or obstructing the appearance of linked scripts. Although there will still be special missions like now, during the scenario execution, there will be cases where the player's actions are guided with additional or surprise missions. Dohyun feels a bit disappointed. In other words, even if you destroy the gates, it won't have any effect. You need to pull yourself together. Heaven and earth, it really isn't that easy after all, right? But even so, I can't give up. Hyun Chung decided to change direction. Now all he could do was minimize the damage. This is a reminder. The second fortress, Zone 3, Sector 17, the yellow gate mentioned by the guildmaster has appeared. You shout out commands. Even though nothing special has happened so far, you must stay alert. Hyun divides the tasks. Absolutely do not approach the gate. Focus on it, because if you make a mistake, the members could be pulled in. Deploy 3 level B mercenaries to the area and immediately seal off around the gate. Philip remembers these instructions clearly. He understood well in his heart that a level B gate truly was not easy to handle. Hyun summoned his sword, so I can't just stand here giving orders. He decided he had to personally confront him head on. Today, on the battlefield, there is a young man named Jos, 21 years old, a level C mercenary, a self-made genius swordsman from a poor family who rose from rank F to rank C, and a kind noble who provided him with the opportunity to become a servant. Hoping to make a legend, Jos immediately joined when they gathered members for the mercenary army. Jos is touring his room. I heard the leader is the son of a count, and the resting room is very nice. He stands in front of a sumptuous meal with his eyes shining. They also provide plenty of food and drinks, something Jos could never even dream of in other guilds. He thought that as long as he obediently followed the noble master's orders, he could enjoy a comfortable mercenary life. But right now, Jos is surrounded by a horde of monsters.
This situation is truly unbelievable. One after another, they all rush out from behind the teleportation gate in waves.
Jos let out a heavy breath, gripping his sword tightly, swinging powerful strikes around him. The monsters were unable to counterattack, with Jos standing alone at the teleportation gate, preventing them from invading even a single inch of land. Sweat was trickling down his face, and he knew that if things kept going like this, there would be no end in sight. If it continued, he would faint from exhaustion. At this point, the situation becomes more urgent as the demon prince appears. Jos grits his teeth and endures. Damn it, things are getting harder and harder. Can something that big really appear? Seeing how many of them there are, he's scared. If we keep trying to push back with force, we'll only end up suffering losses. Joss decides to take a gamble. Should he just give up and do nothing?
Maybe we should take the risk and try it. He runs toward them, aiming to take down the biggest one first, and then subdue the rest, when suddenly someone rushes past Joss, making him stop in his tracks.
Each weapon is wrapped in icy coldness, and they all fire simultaneously at the monsters. A bloody scene has unfolded. It was Dion who arrived just in time. His eyes flashed with sharpness as Down charged forward, cutting down the Demon King like chopping mud. Joss looked at your back and was stunned. Down turned around and asked, "Sorry, did I bother you?" Around him lie the bodies, fresh blood pooling on the ground. Down recognizes him as someone familiar. A member of our first society, right? He only just realized and came to his senses. Yes, I am Joss, a level C mercenary. He revealed Joss's earlier intentions. Targeting the biggest one first was brave, but also risky, because the rat people are fierce and hard to scare. Storm, you want to join? So who exactly are you? Z asked as he appeared beside him. It seems like a new member, right? But even so, I wonder if the chairman can make use of them. He introduced that person as Lord Raoul Aston, the president of the First Place Society. Joser just realized he was dealing with a major figure. Is that the leader? Jack turned back to tease. Do you think the Count's son just built this guild easily? If so, you're very mistaken. He emphasized that our guild is a group of genuine fighters, recognized by strength, regardless of class or background. So let's rise to the challenge and follow us quickly. Du Hai-hun leads the mercenary group. Alright, from now on, we will start the battle to siege the gate. Good luck, everyone. The rallying cry echoes loudly. Got it. You understand that the true guild's principle is being recognized solely by their talent. Joss's expression became much more serious. He skillfully runs after the first group ahead. As night falls, sparks fill the sky, and below is the blazing teleportation gate. The monsters that rushed out one by one triggered the alarm around the forest, and one of them looked around confusedly. Because Dion appeared with unstoppable momentum, it only managed to let out a squeak before being killed. Your sword light extends behind you, cutting through their bodies. The cold glow of your sword flashes in the darkness. The monsters growled cautiously, glancing at Dion, who silently thought, indeed, level D gates are no easy feat. Luckily, I came here in person. Behind Dion are the bodies of the monsters. Right now, there are a few others in front of you. You know there's not enough time to clear all the gates. Let's fight fast and finish this. I'm curious. There are already quite a few people at the entrance. Could it be that there's a residential area nearby? Dohun confirms. Maybe he will send reconnaissance soldiers to investigate. He reminds them to prioritize rescuing those who have been pulled into the gate first. Joss rushes forward from behind, facing the monsters alone. Joss raised his sword high, shouting to boost his morale. Do the morale, and with a sharp strike, cut through the neck of a monster. Another blow, and Joss easily defeated it. He skillfully took down each monster with swift sword moves, and Jack watched in amazement. That kid is so strange. So, you're Joss, right? Your swordsmanship is still a bit rough, but you have a good sense of it and seem to have talent. Joss finished and gave you a thumbs up. June smiled contentedly. Just being able to handle mana is enough to become a capable person, right? A subordinate comes to report, Chairman, we have detected a group of rats over there in the forest. Are you surprised? He continued, but he didn't find any civilians being drawn into the gate. The size of the residential area isn't small, but it seems there are no monsters other than the rat people. Since the D-level gate has specifically blocked all access for civilians, almost no one was pulled in. Du Hai-hun carefully ordered, but just in case, search thoroughly. No civilian can be lost. Your mission is clear. You ordered an attack on the gate with the motto of swift victory, but absolutely do not neglect rescuing the civilians. Did June turn to ask Joss, right? Are you coming to the residential area with me? He was surprised. Yes, of course. You encourage everyone's spirits. Tonight will be a long night. Everyone stay determined. A new day has begun. The morning sunlight shines down on the town. In Dohun's room, Dian's voice echoes. Little brother, it's only been one night, but you look so exhausted. I asked Han through the communication orb. Did you wear yourself out fighting last night? So we need to train more. You look exhausted. Now is not the time for jokes, brother. What's going on over there? Why are you worried? I already have all the necessary information, so I am ready to fight. Du Hai-hun asked how many gates the entire family clan, and he casually replied, about 100. Among them, 10 are grade D, so it's not too difficult. He was surprised and couldn't believe it. Only 10 out of 100 gates are level D. Then the situation is worse than I thought. I don't understand. Why is that? Because Hyun is worried. You should go there and help him. You interrupted. I thought you were expecting less. You let out a confused sound, not understanding what was happening. Reminded. What are you talking about? I've already taken care of all those gates. Probably about a day and a half. Keep going. Dad has relaxed his muscles a bit. Kim hung Trevor the landlord and the leader of the bloodline. They all looked as excited as if there was a festival going on. After hearing that, I could only force a nervous smile. They're too used to it. They're tired of living a normal, peaceful life. Watching those old men excitedly running around is quite amusing. Only now do I realize I forgot that my family isn't ordinary. Hun still feels a bit worried. I know everything ended well, but doing it that way still feels reckless. I told you to leave those D-level gates behind because they are too dangerous.
Dee stared blankly.
Why leave it there? So your team can go and handle it with your mysterious power? Tranan, listen to me. Rotten Lordship is very powerful. Dion's voice becomes serious. Dad and brother are not weak. Don't worry.
I reassure you when you're still uneasy, we are always ready to fight, and the number of gates is not an issue. Den emphasized what truly matters. The Aston family is not weak. We don't need your knight's help. We can easily handle a few hundred gates. Seeing you look confused, I call Ron. Den reminds you not to worry about things at home and to do what you want. Your father and I will pave the way for you. Do-hyun listened to these words and sighed with a smile. He replied, yes, you're right. I was too arrogant. He replied, do you understand now? You still have a long way to go before you can appear strong in front of me. Duke remembered and said, right, I forgot to tell you, some of these gates don't disappear after we conquer them. Why is that?
Do-hyun asked curiously, so the gates didn't disappear? He gathered everyone into the meeting room, and from inside the room came the question, isn't the purpose of the expedition to destroy it? He recounted what happened earlier. My brother said that some level E and level D gates in the clan's territory didn't disappear at all. This doesn't cause much damage. But Do-hyun closed his eyes sadly and said, what we feared has actually happened. Isn't that a big problem? We can keep an eye on them, but only to a certain extent. We can't monitor them constantly. Philip expressed his opinion that if we allocate personnel for surveillance, our fighting force might be shorthanded. We need to find the fastest way to destroy those gates. Duo-hun states his objective. I want to find out why those gates haven't disappeared so I can see if there's another way.
Bernard Sen asked, should we prepare some people? He declined, saying this time we will only take a few elite soldiers. There will be me, Philip, Jack, and P. Philip is concerned. Is that too few people? Do-hyun revealed that the elders at home are going crazy, and we can't just sit and watch. He instructed us to prepare 10 people to scout the gate, as we might find some civilians to support us. Bo stands up to receive the order. I understand. Jack reminisces about the past. This makes me think of the old days. Should I bring a lunchbox for the combat mission? Pi interrupted. It was only 2 months ago. He was serious in reminding me. This is not a picnic. Stay alert and cautious. Wretch retorts. I was just joking. Damn it, the battle at the gate continues fiercely through the night. The monsters keep appearing and rushing toward them. Do-hyun calmly asks if anyone is tired yet. The three of them surrounded by a sea of dead centipedes. I haven't even started yet. The monsters have surrounded us in a circle, trapping us inside. You remind us we don't have much time, so we need to hurry. Is that clear? The monsters all rush towards the three of them at once. Doyen's sharp sword successfully took down each monster as they charged forward, while Philip faced no obstacles in the monster hunting. Killing them goes without saying. The more we fight, the more fierce we become, transforming in the process. When they fall, are you just going to feel regret? Is that all? So boring. Just then, a monster rushed from behind, and an arrow immediately pierced its chest. Jack looked at it fall to the ground, with 2 arrows stuck in its chest, and then shook his head. What? Pi was the one who acted. No need to thank me. You're as hot-tempered as a screaming ice cream. I don't need your help. I'm doing just fine. His attitude is indifferent. Of course, the shoe challenge wants to see who can score more. Stop it, Philip warned. We're not here to play. The Hun duo is suspicious. Is that all? Apart from the difficult terrain, there's nothing special. Jossa stepped forward to report and said, you may continue. He added, the rugged terrain is a bit troublesome, but I didn't notice anything unusual. It seems there are no civilians here either. Do-hyun became even more suspicious. Are these gates made so that only new players can access and fight the monsters? I knew this would happen. But as far as you know, a gate leading to 2 dungeons can easily be destroyed by continent NPCs because they are usually much stronger than players. But players don't like that. So dungeons and gates usually have very strict restrictions. NPCs are not allowed to enter the gates of guardians, or the lairs of monsters in the dungeon. No matter how strong they are, NPCs cannot handle those gates unless they are players. Do-hyun has taken note of this. I need to find out. The system has displayed a notification that I am eligible to conquer the gate. Hidden space, alert detected, hidden mission to eliminate the guardian has been activated. If you do not accept the hidden mission, it will automatically expire after 30 minutes. Hidden quest, eliminate the dungeon guardian level D+. Objective, destroy the gatekeeper. A strong guardian is protecting the gate. Destroy it and disable the gate. Low-level hidden quest reward, experience, gold, and item boxes. Do-hyun finds it a bit annoying. Usually I would be happy to get this, but I'm not free right now. You glance at the people beside you. Everyone saw it, right? Philip replied. Yes. Are you hesitant that we have to find the gate's guard ourselves? I think the gates we've found don't have any guards. Joss pointed in one direction. Young master, could the guardian you mentioned be there? The giant demon steps down, revealing its towering figure. It is the blackened demon guardian of the E-level gate. Philip assesses it. A giant goblin. It seems to be the guardian of this place. The darkened demon steps forward towards where they are standing. Zay is excited. All right, since it has appeared to block our way, that's fine.
Philip says we won't have to look for it at other gates anymore. Let me handle this, boss.
Joss stepped in. That monster will be my opponent. Suddenly, its voice stopped him. You must not let him hesitate. The two Hyun suggest that I face it. Joss stepped back immediately in obedience. Yes. Jack asked curiously why the young master had to face it directly. Philip wondered why he said that. The young master always considers responsibility the most important, so what's strange about that? Duhwan hesitated awkwardly before speaking. Why is that? Since you're just NPCs, defeating it won't earn you any rewards. I don't expect a big reward from the level E monster at this gate, but having something is better than nothing. You go face the monster. All right, come here. Do Hai Hun risked everything. Not sure if defeating this gatekeeper bug would make the gate disappear, but he had to try. The darkened goblin roared as the giant iron club swung down. You quickly block the heavy iron hammer. The clash of sword and hammer echoes with a sharp, piercing sound. Du Hai Hun leans to one side, causing the demon to miss its attack. He then prepares for a second strike. The sword pierced through the monster's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Jack and Philip discussed. Yes, watching the young master fight it seems really simple. After all, with his strength, that monster is only at level E. Joss admires and thinks he's truly talented, winning against the monster effortlessly. From his observation, he was able to identify its weakness. He looked up in admiration at Doyen's proud stance, truly the leader of a major guild with many mercenary members. You know that defeating an E-rank gatekeeper isn't difficult for me, but for inexperienced mercenaries, facing it is no joke. Dohyun glanced at the notification board. But I already defeated it, so why does the notification still say nothing? Ah, here it is. The display shows that the gatekeeper has been defeated. The gate will disappear once the guardian is down, and everything will reset after a while. The enhanced power has been activated. The gate will be renewed at midnight. You stand there in surprise and say, what? What? Doyen handed them a black sphere. This is the heir crystal, the essential material for crafting power armor. Its information is displayed. E-grade core stones are rare metals found only in dungeons and can be used to craft high-level equipment like power armor. Someone must have recognized that as the demon core of that goblin guardian. Are you sure? That's right. If anyone finds this crystal core, they should keep it. Once we have enough materials, we can craft incredibly powerful equipment. Z replied with a grin. Yes, we understand. Anyway, it does look quite special. It seems like it's also very expensive, doesn't it? Pai asked, confused. Didn't you hear what the young master said? If you did, make sure to keep it. Doyen glanced at the blazing portal. I defeated the monster, but the portal still hasn't disappeared. You guessed that. It seems the publisher's script intended it that way. It doesn't matter that Doyen has the core crystal in hand. Alright, this is basically over for now. It won't restart for a while. We'll head to the D-grade portals in the capital now. We'll go straight there without taking a break. We'll assess the situation when we get there. Everyone, together. Yes, young master. Du-hyun turned to ask. There will be more gates now, so we need more mercenaries. Joss, can you come with us? He asked, surprised. Me? I explained. That's right. I took down the boss that was supposed to be yours. Now I'll give you more chances to fight. Joss became determined. I understand now. Du Hai Hun leads the team. All right, let's go. The gate seems to be welcoming them ahead. Du Hai Hun paused in surprise as he stepped through it. Huh? In front is just a cave. You're curious about a dungeon. Oh no, it must just be an ordinary cave. If only there was some light, everything would be pitch black and I wouldn't be able to see anything. But the light is a bit dim. Doi Hai Hun thought to himself that the situation here was complicated enough to consider how to handle the notification, so he needed to pay more attention. Repeat after the complaint. It's too dark here to see anything. Be careful not to get caught in the gate. Du-hyun took out a light and used it to look around. He wondered, is this a magic lantern? It's quite rare, I suppose. Philip beside him added, I've seen it for the first time, but it's truly miraculous. Don't forget to remind them, everyone should be careful because the light only illuminates a limited area around it, so don't go too far. Focus carefully on that danger. Hand the flashlight to Joss. This is the first task I'm giving you. Hold this flashlight carefully. Did he get startled? Am I really the one holding this flashlight? Du-hyun trusts you. That's right, you can do it. Do your best with this. There will be many more chances for you to fight and advance in the future. He took the lantern and saw it as his duty. Yes, I understand now. I will protect the lantern well. You turn around and leave with praise. That's good. I have high hopes for Joss. He is someone who tries hard, and I hope he will have opportunities to grow in the future. I trust in his future. He could become an S-rank mercenary with proper training, and the title of Mercenary King might belong to him in the future. His information shows his name as Joss, 21 years old, level 38, mercenary profession, temporarily affiliated with the first guild. Potential level A, strength 53, agility 56, stamina 59, intelligence 32, spirit 48, beast instinct attribute A. Competing in Battlefield B, aspiring to rise to C and D. Down. How is P over there? He reports there are quite a few movements in the darkness but can't observe them clearly. But I can accurately sense that there is a strong aura inside the darkness ahead. Pear's pupils turn yellow, then he pulls back his bow and shoots forward, the arrow flying toward the dark entity. Z asked impatiently, Did you hit anything? PS replied, Of course, even in the dark I can still hit it. He frowned, seeming like they had dispersed. That thing has strange red glowing eyes. The swarm of giant falling creatures is rushing toward them, following the light and noise. Everyone be careful. Joss suspiciously looked at the lantern in his hand. Starlight? In an instant, he was surrounded by the falling debris. Oh my god, what is this? Zeke exclaimed. It seems they have surrounded the lamp. You give the order. Joss, put that lamp down and come over here, huh? Do-hyun was surprised to see him angrily swinging his sword wildly at the falling enemies. You bastards, do you think I'm easy to bully? If you touch me, you'll die. One by one, they got cut down. Joss is determined to protect the lamp. Let everyone die. The falling creatures were chopped into pieces by him. Don't even think about touching my lamp. Do you understand? The centipede is feeling confused. What's wrong with him? It seems he's trying too hard to protect that lamp. Hun's response is good enough. It clearly shows his determination. That counts as his first challenge. Joss is facing a swarm of falling insects alone. Why is everyone just standing there watching? Jack asked. Hey, you're too slow now, Philip added. Take your time to get rid of all those falling objects. They successfully protected the lantern and moved forward. Jack cautiously looked around. We've been inside for quite a while, but we haven't seen anything yet. This cave is just full of falling debris, Philip reminds him. Anyway, this is a B-level gate. Don't let your guard down. Seeing your cautious attitude, he continued. The young master is also very cautious, so make sure to catch up. This night, the master. Oh no, how strong is the chairman actually? He revealed. It depends on how you define the word strong. The young master is growing stronger every day, and as a member of the Aston family, he lacks nothing. Joss frowned when he heard Philip's revelation, but if we only consider swordsmanship, perhaps he is even weaker than Z. Suddenly, shouting from behind, oh my god, why are these things so huge? Philip, seemingly helpless and used to it, looks clueless but is very skilled with the sword. Do-hyun stopped and stared intently in one direction. Philip cautiously called out, I know, young master. The centipede from their group exclaimed happily, You're here. Facing them was a giant scorpion emanating a deadly aura. They are level 45 D-grade armored scorpions with acid armor that taunts their enemies. They look so ugly. Philip reminded him not to forget. There are a lot of them. Be careful. Do-hyun silently thought that a giant falling couldn't possibly be the main enemy of a level D gate. These scorpions only appear in gates and dungeons, so this is probably their first time fighting this type of monster. He drew his sword. No matter what, if this is a mission, we have to complete it. Their armor is as hard as iron, so stay alert and watch out for their venom. You call your teammates, so let's get started. The notification will appear. Space Gate Mission Level D. Level D. Objective: destroy 50 armored scorpions level D. Time limit: no rewards, experience points, gold, or random low-level items. Queen is surprised that it's not a conquest mission, but a destruction mission, and it's asking me to complete the task rather than destroy the gate. Seeing the scorpions rushing toward you, there's no time to think. Deal with them first, then reflect later. The Hun are ready to face the enemy. Charge forward. They show no fear and charge forward, aiming to be the prey for your sword. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as a giant scorpion leapt toward Philip. Zayd is also enthusiastically stabbing a creature as they keep rushing in from one group to another. Jos had to protect the lamp while holding his sword, cautiously looking around. Seeing the scorpion in front of him, he muttered a curse. Damn bugs, why are they targeting me? There's one coming from behind too. Jos was caught in a dilemma. Trembling in fear as he exclaimed, oh my god. Nevertheless, he fought with all his might, swinging his sword at the scorpion in front of him. But for the one behind, Jos was tense, knowing he couldn't dodge. Its claw, like a sharp, sturdy blade, reached out. Where did those swords come from to pierce the scorpion? What's going on with him? The swords are floating in the air. Do-hyun is surrounded and protected by them. Watching you protect the lamp and fight at the same time is really impressive. Jay was stunned to see a swarm of bugs under your feet. Do-hoo continued. I feel like I'm giving you all the chances to show yourself. I want to focus on protecting the lantern. He controls his swords, unleashing them towards the swarm of bugs. A bloody battle ensues. The centipede frowns. The young master has almost taken care of all of them. I thought I might get a chance to relax a bit this time. Jaws was amazed for the first time by the spectacular scene as the bugs collapsed around Dion. He was terrified. He truly is beyond imagination. I heard he's only 15 years old now. Is this a noble who would make a knight? A sense of pride rises in Joss's heart. This is the master I will serve. I continue to drive Do-hyu's sword into the bodies of the bugs. You're counting in your head. That's the 50th one. Now I have met the minimum requirements to clean up this gate. Do-Hai-hun immediately reminds me after finishing. Let's go deeper. Jack was surprised. Huh? I thought the mission was already over. You remind us. Since we're already here, we need to check thoroughly. If we don't clear the D-level gate, it will be very dangerous, he said with a sigh. I thought we could finally get out of this cave. Philip finds it annoying. Stop rambling. Do-hun thought to himself that we had met the requirements, but the hidden mission to destroy the gate didn't appear, so we have to find the Guardian ourselves. He's determined to stick to the plan. If we don't kill the Guardian, it will be very dangerous. Even if it takes time, I must find it. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Master, can you hear me? Do-hun, did you find anything yet? His voice wavered. I found the end of the cave, but Pear thinks it might be better if you see it with your own eyes. Du Hun looked at the stone slab with the scorpion carving, a round-headed figure in the middle of the cave. Ah, it really is a strange gate. Reap guesses that the one in the middle is the guardian, he continues. Maybe that's the case. Everyone was curious, so why isn't it moving? It seems like it's waiting for us. Standing in the center is the B-grade gate guardian, the level 64 C+ scorpion champion. The guardian sneered coldly, as if it had been waiting here for a long time. Du Hyun calmly said, "It's quite fun. Since it's extending an invitation, we have to accept it." Zia shouted as he ran after him, "Young master, you must rush towards the scorpion guard." Du Hyun's footsteps touched the ground. I feel a bit sorry for them, but he leisurely walks along the paved stone path to the center where the guard is standing. Du Hyun is steadily approaching. I can't forgive it, and it's not just for the reward. It's still unmoving, closing the distance between us for 2 days. He reminds me, I've made you wait, so just use all your strength and attack me. The guard gritted his teeth and snorted as he looked at Do Hyun, then jumped to attack his opponent. The boy leapt up and swung his first sword. It grinned arrogantly, the shining sword clashing with another, sparks flying as the guard was pushed back. Its poisonous tail raised high, and I leapt into the air to dodge this attack, but I was stunned by what I saw before me. Its claw blocked my sword. The guard counterattacked with great strength, forcing Do Hyun to retreat. He coldly stared at it with glowing blue eyes as the guard rushed in to attack Do Hyun. He blocked with his sword, his expression turning very serious. They fought for a while, and the entire space lit up with their swordsmanship. Philip watched from afar. That monster seems to be quite evenly matched with the young master. Jack calmly said, "The D-level gatekeeper boss is not easy to defeat." Joss worried, "Should we help him?" Jack was surprised. "What are you talking about? It looks like the young master is winning." He assesses that the monster has advantages in size and a fairly agile tail, but the young master also fights very skillfully with his sword. It seems like both sides are evenly matched. RCK saw his face smiling as if he was playing with the monster, and since Hyun was enjoying himself, I also haven't felt this kind of fight in a long time. I've been too busy with other things outside, like managing the guild and academy matters. Watching the Guardian, I feel like I can finally focus entirely on fighting here without being disturbed by anything else. Hyun lowers his sword to the ground, but this is the end of the fight. He reminds you that he still has many things to do, so he can meet you another time. Do-hyu says, "This battle looks exciting, but I don't have much time to play with you anymore. Your sword is shining brightly. Let's end this." The Guardian still grinned, as if looking down on you, and raised the blazing red sword in its hand. Do-hyu was stunned to see its next move. Huh? The guard's tail spewed out green slime, and you suddenly felt unexpectedly tense at this move. The green slime is gradually approaching Do-hyun and falling to the ground in patches. From the ground being corroded, sizzling sounds echo and even smoke rises. Only then does he realize it was spitting poison. It seems like it's trying to challenge me. The giant bodyguard jumps up from the ground with a sword in hand. You instinctively raise your sword to block its attack, and the aftershock from the clash spreads out around you. The knights above are struggling to stand. Joss exclaimed, "What?" Pierre couldn't believe it. That monster can also use mana to fight. Joss is anxious. I think the young master might be in danger. "Let's go help him quickly," Zen said. "There's no need to rush in, even if he can use mana in battle to boost his power. But the young master is still fine. He hasn't used all of his strength yet." Philip agrees. Moving forward to help would only distract him. He keeps watching. "The only thing we can do is trust him. Even though this life is different, I can't forget that in the past I was a top assassin. Life is a constant struggle and fight without end. Now I finally feel what it's like to give my all in a life and death battle against a formidable enemy. I will use all my strength to see where my true power lies. No matter the life, fighting to achieve my goals is always the most important thing." This bug is no longer easy to deal with after using mana. Its sword is now sharper and more agile than before. Its attack range is also longer. Although it has a tall stature, incredible strength, and decent agility, its fighting movement is quite simple. I've figured out its movement pattern. The Haihun pair has its own plan, and now I can use this method. You run towards the opponent without hesitation. This might be the first time I've faced an opponent this tall, fast, and agile. Should I aim for its claws or its tail? The Guardian became unusually eager in response to your attack. Do-hyun has a target? Alright, it's the tail. One of its claws slammed into the ground, and you jumped up to dodge. The Guardian seemed to realize this was a mistake. Its claw is deeply embedded in the ground and cannot be lifted. Do-hyun seizes this opportunity to move toward the target. He aims his sword at the guard's sharp tail and strikes down, breaking it. Do-hyun has poured all his strength into this attack. His eyes blazing, the Guardian howled in pain that shook the entire cave. He ignored everything and continued to raise his sword to strike down, his whole body torn apart by the sword's glare. Do-hyun, with a serious expression, swung his sword with overwhelming power, and he disdainfully said, "Fighting you feels pretty great, but if your strength is only this much, you can't do anything to me." "Goodbye," Jet exclaimed. "The young master is too powerful," Philip agrees. "That's right. It's been a long time since I've seen him fight so brilliantly. It seems like he can fight above his level without any problem now." Z accepts this truth. Despite being busy lately, his fighting skills have continued to improve. Soon he will surpass our swordsmanship level.
He's demanding his rights. Our young master, let's move to the next gate. Next time, if there's a gate guard, let me fight it. You find that hard to understand? I don't get why he's not happy like that. Notification, Aston A's swordsmanship skill has reached level 4 intermediate. The profession has been changed to master swordsman at intermediate level, and the secret mission to eliminate the gate guard has been approved as completed. Du-hun secretly felt pleased when he saw the announcement. Nice. You told Joss that it took quite a while. Sorry about that. You must be bored sitting there watching me fight. He's not excited at all. It's amazing. Your way of fighting feels like cleansing my eyes. Down didn't expect that. Thank you. Philip stepped forward and asked, You did very well. What should we do with the next gate? You remind us. We are behind schedule, so let's do it now. You lead the group. I told you today would be a long day, so get ready. Reach is willing. That's exactly what I want. They continued their bloody slaughter, clearing all the gates without rest. After 7 hours spent clearing E-rank gates, they also cleared 4 D-rank gates. Meanwhile, mercenaries under Bernard's command rested sufficiently at the E-rank gates. The civilians rescued were safe and all tasks were completed smoothly. That includes every gate in the city of Turium, Hugh estimated by looking at the terrain map in front of him. There were about 500 casualties on the first day, and they rescued around 700 civilians. You look at each gate point on the map, and most people think it's over. He thought to himself, but he knew this was just a small skirmish before the real battle behind the scenes. Inside the city, the civilians were discussing among themselves. Did you see it? The gate or something? Of course there is. I even saw a bunch of brains spilling out. I heard a few people were dragged inside. Everyone at the tavern is buzzing about it. The waiter said, That's why I saw so many mercenaries and knights. The customers drinking were amazed. They anticipated this and prepared to deal with it. The group of women excitedly chat with each other. I heard that they come from the noble Aston family. I also heard that their youngest son is in charge. Really? That's so cool. They are curious. What is his name? Someone responded, Ron or something like that. You are currently resting. Bernard is carefully taking care of you. At the Randall family estate one evening at sunset, Houston bitterly declared that the gates of Turium's capital were useless. He emphasized that the noble warrior family of Aston had returned. What Houston is curious about is being chosen by the people of Turium, the man of the times. Who is Raoul Aston? He clenched the document in his hand and tore it apart. The great leap of the Aston family could be a sign of stepping into politics. The paper was quickly torn in half and crumpled, Han trembling with anger. This is so unreasonable. Everything we prepared has vanished in just a week. Do you think this makes sense? Brian lowered his head and said, Father, there's nothing for you to worry about. Houston's eyes flashed with cruelty as energy burst outward. He looked as dark as a demon at this moment, causing Brian to fall into utter panic. The oppressive pressure forced Brian to bow down to the ground. He was trying to resist, letting out a faint groan, his hands trembling as he clung tightly to the ground. Hoos angrily said, I fathered more than 30 sons before turning 60, and all of them are useless. He thought to himself, while above, the chandelier of the Aston family trembled due to the fluctuating energy. It became silent again, and the pressure had dissipated. Brian, having just survived a great ordeal, slowly managed to stand up. Who's criticized? You can't even stand this much pressure. How can you call yourself a master knight? He could only stammer. I'm sorry. Who's ordered to report everything that happens to me after I have been in training for a month? Brian recounted that about 2 weeks ago, an official document was sent from the Holy Temple. Who's read the information on the paper with a grim expression, noting that 73 gates had been confirmed and about 40 gates had been cleared in a week, with the number still rising and approximately 3,200 civilians missing or dead. 15 knights and about 1,300 soldiers have gone missing or been killed. The knights, frightened, hesitated to enter the gate, leading to increased casualties among the army. He frowned when he read the last sentence. Currently, the gates are sealed and under strict surveillance. Seeing Hudson's hand bulging with veins hanging limply, Brian turned pale and called out, Dad! The door to the room ahead was sealed shut, shattered from when Brian was thrown out. His whole body collapsed to the ground, dust and smoke billowing up around him. Brian looked at Houston with a gloomy face and begged, Dad, please. Hoos gives the order to leave. There's no place for you in the Randon family anymore. Don't think about stepping onto the Randon territory until I call you, he warns. If you come into my sight again, I don't care if you're my son. I will kill you. Call my third son here and get out of here. Understand? Brian is being helped away by his guard, while Huss, behind him, is so angry that veins are bulging on his forehead. Damn Aston family. The next day, at the Kingdom's Academy, May tugged her mini dress and asked, Is that him? She happily chats away. The young leader of the Aston family. I heard that he and his knight have made great contributions. He's quite handsome. Hyun walks among everyone's chatter. He is the youngest person in history to achieve the highest rank. I heard his knight is well paid. Sep snorted in disdain, insulting him. The guy doesn't really do anything. The guy next to him is from a family that arranged everything for CP, pretending to be noble because they saved a few civilians from the gate or something. When my family's reinforcements arrive, I'll show everyone that I'm better than him. Du Hai Hun looked annoyed at this crowd. This was exhausting. They looked at me as if I were an animal in a zoo. Why didn't they just come to talk to me? Dan Tan appeared out of nowhere. slapping his shoulder and delivering the news. And you became a star in just a week. He continued, I bet you've done really well. The whole city is talking about you, you know? Do-hyun replied, I don't know if I should tell you. Is Dan-tan really eager to hear the story, and are those rumors true? That you are the true heir of the family. Hearing this, you are surprised and wonder who could spread such a malicious rumor. He explained that which family would send so many troops to an heir, and you warned him not to talk nonsense. The eldest son is the heir, and I have no interest in being the heir either. Do-hyun clarified that he had recruited his own knights and had no support from his family. Dan-tan was stunned and couldn't believe it. What? How can that be? You're so calm. I have some money. Hearing this, he was speechless. I see. That's amazing. Maybe I should stop by some gate with you. Do-hu staring at me intently, Dan-tuan was confused. What? Why are you staring at me like that? You secretly rejoice now that you've got a follower on your tail. Do-hyun's goal is to attend that academy, which is also one of the reasons he wants to leave his family clan. But the more important thing when he arrives there is to search for skill books in the school's library along with the talented people of the kingdom studying at that school. But things changed when I arrived there, as Vice Principal Gray appeared. The list of students admitted to the school was different from before. The students Do-hyun had previously targeted for recruitment through the Link Cafe network no longer appeared, and instead there were many new faces. He glanced at the person next to him, and this Danton kid was one of the new people he was aiming for. According to Hyun, the strongest character in this kingdom that he knows is the Swordmaster Marquis de Tempeton. In the world of Set, those with low status find it very difficult to approach high-ranking figures in the kingdom. Meeting Danton, the grandson of the Marquis de Tempeton, truly is a great opportunity for me to do what I want. Do-hyun thought about the current situation. Currently, all newly appeared gates are guarded. To enter, you must have permission from the city authorities or the military. Therefore, Danton also cannot enter the gate to experience real combat. He believes that even if he improves his fighting skills through training and exams, it doesn't necessarily mean he can perform well in actual battle. Therefore, his desire to conquer the gate is greater than ever. Do-hyun smiles contentedly, having lured in another person. Are you asking again to be sure so you want to go fight and conquer those gates with me? Right now, with your current strength, conquering those level lock the gates wouldn't be a problem at all. Danton cheered happily. Really? Alright, then let me come with you. Befriending you is really a good idea, but I can't go in alone. Do-hyun isn't easy to deal with, but to go with me, there are conditions. Danton is curious. Conditions? You need to clarify each point. First of all, only you can go with me there. You are not allowed to bring servants or bodyguards because it could be dangerous for them to go inside. Alright, I understand that. Going with many people isn't necessarily better. What I need is to experience real combat in there. Do-hyun continued. The second thing is you must not tell anyone that I let you go through that gate. If you reveal this, people might gossip or speak ill of me. Danton doesn't care. It's simple. It's better to do it in secret because I don't want my family to find out about this. He silently thought that he seemed eager to fight, so he didn't have many thoughts. My initial idea might reach the upper echelons of the family through him. Furthermore, no one in this kingdom wants to provoke or confront the de Tempeton family. Do-hyun revealed that you must also have the Marquise's approval for this. He was startled and wondered what you were talking about. You warned him, thinking that although the gate might not be dangerous, who knows what's inside. Therefore, someone needs to be responsible for your trip. If anything goes wrong, I will have something to say. This is a real combat expedition, not just a trip for fun. You will go with my night squad into that place. Whatever it is, you have to be cautious about everything. He frowned and said, I understand, you're right. But Do-hyun is giving Danton time to think. Alright, just ask for permission and let me know later. Wait, call me from behind. He was in a difficult position. How could he possibly persuade her to die? Dunn returned to the mansion to continue discussing with his knights. Inside the room, Philip asks, what happened at the academy with you? Don replies, it's nothing serious, just attracted a lot of attention, so activities at the academy are a bit difficult. You keep talking, saying you've done some things according to your goals and hope things will turn out as you planned. Bat asks, so you mean the public will pay attention and you'll steer the situation to your advantage? Currently, about 100 mercenaries have been deployed there over the past 2 days. So it's still not enough. We've sent about 10 more soldiers to reinforce them. The guild has also recruited around 20 new soldiers. They are now qualified to participate in real combat at the gate. They have passed all the basic training courses. Down pondered the public opinion surrounding the battles. Besides manpower conflicts, the aristocrats also had many other tricks up their sleeves. Among them, the battle over public opinion regarding information that always benefits strengthening one's position and the issues surrounding influence in the kingdom. Down became even more confident in his decision, so reaching out to Ruben's voice was the right move at this time. Now it is necessary to strengthen your reputation and influence in the kingdom. So spreading positive rumors about our guild providing free gate information and protecting the people has become a priority. Down has a plan, so spreading these positive news even further is something that must be done immediately. Because Ruben's voice has an incredibly strong influence in this kingdom. Although it is just a major media organization, its influence is immense. In this continent, information spreads faster than ever before.
Did you hear the news about Ruben? Ruben's Voice is an organization formed by the strongest mages on the Net continent. Furthermore, the editor-in-chief or the sole authority behind Ruben's Voice is one of the 3 great wise men, Janaspi, who are highly esteemed sorcerers within the governmental systems of the kingdoms across the continent. Of course, with their influence and voice, Ruben's Voice has achieved things no one could have imagined. It has a huge impact on everyone, as well as the high-ranking aristocrats. The Hun couple is reading news about Ruben as mentioned, living in an era where information spreads too quickly. So sometimes, fighting with swords is even less effective than fighting with words. Therefore, I must utilize everything available to achieve my goal. After careful consideration, I order the knights to double the manpower for each mission and recruit more people. These conquests will need to be completed soon. They will soon realize that our influence on the kingdom is too great for them to intervene. Philip is curious. Yes. Who are they here? Step aside. They are the upper-class aristocrats. The situation is now stabilizing and returning to normal. Therefore, those people always want to profit from these conquests. They will make their move soon. The Hun couple continued. We also want to stay peaceful to work and achieve our goals. But this is probably quite difficult. He agrees. Yes, they won't be able to stay quiet. If there's any opportunity to feed on, they'll definitely jump in. First, they might find even the smallest mistakes of ours and attack us there. With such a large army, we can't control everything. You let out a deep sigh of relief. Knowing that, whatever they want to do, we can adapt and respond. Even if they try to intervene, they still can't match our speed. Our armies are fully prepared. Down did not forget to give instructions. We have already surveyed and predicted many of the current gates. These are valuable pieces of information. Greedy people always want to know this information, but it will be difficult for them to do so like us. For now, do not reveal these secret details. Philip will remember carefully. Yes, I understand. Just wait. These nobles' greed will only be exploited once they see a tempting target. Once enough soldiers are gathered, I won't need to care about them anymore. Hyun looks at the city through the window. This preparation must be thorough because major events could happen soon. At night, the entire area is immersed in silent darkness. The sound of footsteps running on the ground breaks the silence as the tree desperately flees down the alley. Nghiện rằng tham chuỗi thế chết tiệt. Không nghĩ là mình ra vào rèn cổng rồi mà con bị truy đuổi nữa chứ. Vậy mà là thỏa thuận sao? Tree has a mission. I need to buy some time for everyone to escape. He stops when he sees the group of people in cloaks in front of him. Vodan, the masked man speaks. Hello, little one. I am the leader of the Free Wing information organization called Anonymous. Nice to meet you here. Are you questioning whether it was you who have been hunting underground societies in the kingdom for the past half year? He calmly didn't expect you to find me so quickly. Be careful. What do you want with me? Nameless was straightforward. All right, I was planning to do something when I met you, but it seems you understand. So I want to make you an offer. The ring on his finger glowed as he asked, an offer? He demands, surrender now. Killing you would be too easy, but that would be a waste of talent. A leader like you doesn't deserve to die. So, if you join our organization, everything will be much simpler. Kay chuckled and said, prepare to draw your sword. Are you saying I should surrender? He immediately rushed toward Vodan and shouted, don't talk nonsense. His armored arm raised to block. The sword was unstoppable. Kay didn't expect them to use this method, and Vodan pushed him away and cursed. So this is the power. He was thrown far back, and he directly accused them. Those bastards are the Imperial Hounds, aren't they? Vodan replied, well, it seems you know too much, which isn't necessarily a good thing. You bastard, he ordered his subordinates to attack. Now that you know too much, you only have one way out. Kill him. Kay, facing danger and surrounded by them, grits his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain from the intense tension. Suddenly, the entire space lit up with light, and by the time they realized it, he was gone. They were shocked he had disappeared. Is this a stealth skill? The remaining name replied, he just used an item. Look for him, he hasn't gone far yet. The tree hiding on the roof thought, are those Imperial hunting dogs trying to wipe out these small guilds? He couldn't help but wonder what was going on, asking what their true intentions were in this kingdom. In Doyen's office, a subordinate reports that the permit for the First Night Guild's gate has been cancelled. He angrily asked, what do you mean? That's impossible. You weren't surprised at all. Is that so? It must be like that. What about the rank E and rank D gates? Raven reports that it is still allowed. Dion shifts to another topic. Then it's good. From now on, who will handle the forced rank gates? I'm not sure yet, but I predict many clans will join in. You can now confirm that forced ranking is indeed less dangerous and easier to use for showing off power. If everything goes smoothly, they can also make a lot of money from it. Raven patted his head in confusion, not understanding how this happened. The captain of the guard squad also seemed quite puzzled by all this. It would be easier to gain his trust right here. Hyun said, I understand. If anything happens, come to us. We will always have a team ready to help everyone, he asked happily. Really? Raven sighed in relief. You're truly an honest person. I wish other nobles were like you. Hyun smiled gently and said, the duty of a noble is to protect the city and its people. Let's work together to contribute. He suddenly cleared his throat and said, I have to be careful when I say this. But Javen revealed a secret, and there are rumors that the Randon family is behind all of this. He expressed his personal opinion. I think the Ministry of Finance is the main supporter of them. But this is just my personal guess. Many people in this department are also closely connected to Jonan, including the minister. I wanted to let you know because something seems unusual. Dion will remember these words. I understand now. Thank you for telling me. You're reminding your colleagues. Everyone heard that, right? We expected this to happen, so it's not really a surprise. Scorpion is not convinced, but isn't this a bit too much? What did we do to lose our license? Do-hyun has no choice. It's a direct order from the royal palace, so we have to obey. You revealing that isn't something to be upset about. We haven't lost anything either, and it's not clear why we are in this situation. Do-hyun explains that the rank-locked gate can be conquered by an ordinary army, so deploying the mercenary team we paid for would indeed be a waste. Do-hyun considers the pros and cons. Everything gained would only be ordinary items. Focusing on the E-grade gate and higher-level gates would be better. This ponders this plan. You're right, Philip has concerns. What should we do with our people when they are pulled out of the F-rank gate? He ordered them to go to the gates outside the city walls to train. Use this opportunity to conquer the remaining gates outside. Those blinded by the item won't hold on to it for long anyway. Sooner or later, it will come back to us. Controlling the gates is not an easy task. What is most important and essential for us now are virtue, reputation, and advancement. Do-hyun assigns tasks to them. Just forget about what's happening outside and focus on yourself. Please focus on commanding the mercenaries and developing yourself. Everyone, say it out loud. You are starting to take things more seriously. 1 week from now, the annual knighting ceremony will officially take place.
This will be the glorious moment for the first guild knights. It's a major event for Do-hyun.
We need to work hard before everyone notices the ceremony, so that even outsiders hear about it. There are guards at the gate talking. Are you sure they are coming out? The other person replied. I don't know. Don't ask. This person is a bit worried. What should we do if something bad happens here? My teammate is confused. What do you mean? We have to deal with it or what? While this person is complaining, you and I are both considered worthless if we don't obey those nobles. Behind us, someone on horseback is approaching, along with soldiers clearing the way and shouting retreat. The person on horseback is Aston, the fourth son of Lord Sington. HCK shouts loudly. Sington family's son is here. Get out of the way. Bill approaches to greet. It is truly an honor to meet you. I am Bill, the person currently in charge of this gate. Aeon glances at the gate. Is that it? He confirmed. Yes, his gaze never leaves that spot. Is that a gate or something? The guard replied. Yes, that's the one. Sir, he can give the order.
Your people are blocking the way. Tell them to step aside.
Bill is worried. You mean you're going in right now? Aeon declares, we will go straight inside, follow me. He then asks, what about your horses? He turned around and said, if he hasn't hired someone to look after his horse, let us do it. Bill was quickly knocked back by Aston. He furrowed his brows in anger and said, know your place.
Where do you get the nerve to tell me to get off the horse? Bill sat up and explained, Sir, I didn't mean it that way.
Inside the gate, Aeon didn't want to listen. Shut up, I will ask the captain. He looked down on them. Let's go, you rustic fools. Ghost helped Bill up and asked, are you okay? He swears. Damn it, I told him clearly. So if those horses go crazy in the gate, it's not my fault. He thought to himself, not knowing that horses are forbidden there because they have a high mana density. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will suffer greatly. Watching Aston enter, Bill thought that we would be busy tonight cleaning up the bodies. Is he riding through the forest like this at the gate? I can't see anything. Hats off. There's only brains or contribution here. There's no need to worry about anything. Aeon is so damn annoyed. I thought I would find some treasure. He was so angry that his hand clenched the horse's reins. I wish that cunning guy wasn't the crown prince. Do-hyun's image appeared in Aeon's mind. He thinks he became the star of the fortress, having killed a few monsters thanks to his wealth. I will conquer all the open gates to drown you, Aston announced to his soldiers. To conquer the gate, we must eliminate all the monsters, divide into multiple units, and go destroy them. Guard soldiers step forward to advise you, sir. Splitting the army at the gate is extremely dangerous. Just focus and use the assassins to scout around. Aeon didn't listen. Lord Mo, what are you afraid of? Then we won't be able to conquer all the gates. He questioned, what would people think of us if we can't even clean up a gate like this? Mako was speechless, suddenly sensing danger and turning to look. Marco draws his sword, ready to fight. Sir, please step back behind me. Aeon was terrified. What's going on? In front of them was a tall monster with glowing red eyes, approaching one by one. The group shouted in fear. What are these creatures? Monster. At this moment, Aston no longer looked arrogant, but trembled with fear. What? Mako ordered the team to stay calm and hold their positions, facing the three giant monsters. He gathered the soldiers, everyone prepare for battle. The news reaching Do-hyun made him disappear in surprise. He stood up and asked, what are you talking about? About the people who entered the dungeon of the level upgrade. Jven reports, yes sir, although it's not logical. All teams that entered there have disappeared. Hyun Do-hoon frowns and emphasizes, all teams? He recounted that 2 days ago 10 teams disappeared. They all met the requirements to clear the gate. He was worried when considering the possibility that those teams had been wiped out. Is the gate changing, but only at higher level gates? Could there be something else inside the gate? Bernard approaches to call the young master. He immediately gives the order. Bernard gathers the knights, including Homer. Is he curious about the trainer as well? What's going on? The Heian twins revealed that we will go through that gate on a rescue mission. The energy emanating from that gate is mysterious and terrifying. Monsters rush out from within, but they are quickly slain by shining swords. Danton raised his arm to cover his face. Blood splattered all over me. He asked irritably, "Hey, Ron, are all these gates like this? They're boring and disgusting." Do-hyun was too used to it. What was he expecting anyway? We can't predict the terrain inside the gate. This is your last reminder. I told you we're not here to have fun. In this regard, Danton has no argument. That's right. Do-Hi-Hun glanced at him. The gate's level is indeed low for Danton, but given his lack of experience, this is the most suitable place. "Sir, the scouts have returned." He replied, "What did they say?" As expected, the sightings of monsters have decreased. Down knows this well. Yes, they have prepared thoroughly. You have obtained information about this gate. It is a level-locked space gate with a maximum capacity of 300 current access limit, current number 132 out of 300, cumulative 0 out of 2, classified as extermination. Down knows that no one has entered except the Conquest team, but there are reports that many others are trapped. It's a trap. But I bet they can't guess that they'll become the ones caught in the trap. At night, Down secures this spot in the forest behind the gate. "All right, this should be a good spot." He turned back to ask. "Homer, what do you think?" He replied. "Yes, young master. Homer is one of the first squad knights." And he continued, "We can see across the plains, and it is opposite the swamp. I also think this is a good area. Hyun and I are hiding here, standing and looking into the distance. Then, let's get to work. I decide this will be our base, and everyone will move to the trained positions." Homer nodded. "Yes, young master." Dan Tan is curious. "What do you plan to do with the base on this hill?" Do-Hyun replied, "We will build a cannon." He frowned. "What, a fortress?" I can't tell what he's thinking. Where did that come from? Your palm radiates energy as you open your eyes wide. What will you learn now? Watching Dion from behind, he's shocked. "What? You ordered your allies yesterday? Start now!" He gives the order to his subordinates. Everyone activates, the relics activate. They all simultaneously point their energy-filled spears at Dion. A formation has appeared right above your head. Dantan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "You keep adding energy to the formation. Where did all these floating bricks suddenly come from?" Danton was stunned to see those countless floating bricks. "What is that?" Do-Hyun then spoke up, acting as if he had been trained. "Form up, we go straight in." The bricks began to neatly form a wall, and a base was gradually taking shape in an instant. The dust and smoke reached Dantan, making him cough violently. "What's going on with all this dust?" When he finally saw clearly what was in front of him, Dantan felt a tingling sensation. He was stunned to see the solid structure before his eyes. "What? This is like breaking Danton's perception of reality." A Doyen fortress explained, "It was built a bit hastily, but it will do the job. This way, it's better than sleeping in a tent. The fortress is 3 meters tall and 20 meters wide, so it can hold at least 100 people inside. It's a perfect base to wait for the enemy." He can't believe it. "Are you planning a close combat fight? Is this gate dangerous enough to build an entire fortress?" Du-Hai-Hun explained. "The gate is dangerous, but we need a fortress just for this. You secretly thought you needed a lot of holy relics to reduce the weight and size of the bricks, but you believed it would be worth it. A simple fortress. A method I've used a few times when facing difficulties. I usually use high-level gates or help reduce cleanup time for gates. I trained members who can use relics for moments like this, but I didn't think I'd have to use them so soon." Danton didn't say much more. "Okay, I have many questions, but I'll only ask one." "You follow up. What is it? You seem to have doubts about why you need this fortress. I thought we were trying to rescue the missing people." Do-Hyun hesitated and said, "That's why we need it." "I can't tell. The fortress is used to defend against enemy attacks." "What are you planning to defend in a rescue mission? You remain calm, and you'll see that Hyun is confident they are prepared for this. You assume they haven't considered the possibility of failure. Do-Hyun is looking forward to the upcoming battle, waiting to see whose preparations are more thorough." In a quiet mountain area under the night sky, the elite squad of the Ruben Empire's Royal Army, District 8 Command, sits arrogantly inside, his face showing arrogance as he waits for news. His subordinate kneels respectfully and reports, "Sir, we have taken them hostage as you ordered. Jack is waiting." "Has anyone come to rescue them?" "Yes, we have. We found a group with a similar number of people as the one we captured. The investigation team is closely monitoring them." He contemptuously said, "I hope this time they can entertain me." Jiak didn't consider their group important because the nobles in this kingdom are too weak to ever entertain me. "I'm interested in this trip, so I guess I have to follow the captain's orders. Going on a hunt for a specific target." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Sir, reporting urgently, this person hesitated. The espionage team is monitoring the rescue team," Jack replied. "What did they say?" Even the messenger himself finds it hard to understand. "They are inside the fortress and doing nothing." Could I have heard wrong? A fortress? Do-Hyun is standing on the city wall observing the distant situation. The wall is solid and unusually quiet. Danton is so bored he's crying from yawning and just lies down in despair.
Are you sure they will come to us? I didn't come here just to lie around yawning.
Du-hun stands seriously to one side. Don't get too relaxed. They will be here any moment now. Sit up and hesitantly say, "That's right, you must have your reasons for building this fortress." But Dan Tan turned to ask, "At least you can tell me who is chasing us."
Du-hun was mid-sentence.
"Oh, and to be honest, I was a bit surprised too." You look ahead and say, "Perfect timing. Why don't you go ask them yourself?" Dan Tan is stunned, not understanding Doyen's meaning. Over there, Jack led a group of people out of the forest. The two of them stood on the wall, watching their movements. Dan Tan frowned and looked. "Is it them?" Jack grabbed the collar of his subordinate.
What is that fortress? How did they manage to build it?
He stammered, I'm not sure. You can tell just by looking at Du-hun. Maybe they thought we would completely fall into their trap. So now, they must be really panicking. Your squad was ready to shoot when they realized they were the ones caught in the trap. Philip is leading them, and everyone is preparing to fire. Dion believes this encirclement attack is a surprise to them. They couldn't have prepared for a siege attack, so seeing this, they must be discouraged. You glance at Jock, lost in thought. He seems impulsive. Should I tease him a little? So, Do-hyun decided to tease the guys a bit and shouted, "Hey, Imperial dogs! You call yourselves dogs, but why don't I see a collar on your neck?" Suddenly being called a dog, Jock gritted his teeth in anger and continued to stay calm while teasing him. "And you must be crazy to carry that huge piece of metal around like that. Normal people wouldn't do something so out of place. Don't you feel lost?" He sneered with a contemptuous smile. "Huh? A young horse eager to fight. Are you from Aston?" The shining sword points at Do-hun, proud but also brave. "Does this mean I'm threatening to cut you? I mean, destroying you would be quite satisfying. I will finish you myself." He orders his subordinates to take over that fortress from you. "Attack. Your plan has succeeded." That's right, they've fallen into the trap. Do-hyun summons his sword and it gradually takes shape. Dan Tan is completely confused. "I still don't understand what's happening, but I'm sure they are people from the Empire. You shouted an order for your soldiers to fire. They received the command to draw and tense their bows." Jack's men charged forward, aiming to bring glory to the Empire, crossing a rain of arrows as they approached the city walls. As the soldier looked at the scene ahead, two shining swords appeared before him. Just as he was about to finish off the soldier, he was attacked from behind. It was Dan Tan and his swordsmanship that defeated him. Dan Tan quickly took care of the two enemies alone, his face showing discomfort. Those filthy Imperial dogs killing these frogs feels so disgusting. The thrill is even greater now, with another eager young horse added, getting more and more exciting. He waved his hand to signal, probably time to return the favor. The subordinate received the order to withdraw the cage and blow the horn. Doi-hyun was stunned, unsure of the opponent's next move as the thunderous footsteps echoed on the ground. The giant monsters emerged from the deep forest, their eyes glowing red and their appearance extremely terrifying. Jung-ji confidently said, "Let's see how long you can keep talking big." Dan Tan opened his mouth in shock. "What are those? Monsters? No, they are the Empire's magic soldiers." He thought to himself, "It seems like they've been modified since the last time I saw them. Whatever they have, they've probably used it all up." Do-hun quietly thought to himself, "My plan is perfect then." The three magic soldiers are snarling as they walk toward the wall, and the soldiers on the fortress ask in fear, "What kind of monsters are these?" "The Empire's mages." Someone reminded them, "Stay calm and stay focused." The magic soldiers snarled with sharp teeth bared, suddenly roaring with a deafening cry. The Empire has truly taken action. The magic soldiers accelerate and run towards them. Philip ordered, "Do not let them get close to the fortress. All fire at will." The city guards stretched their bows and shot. However, those arrows are just like small toys to them. All of them are broken. Dan Tan realized that shooting with arrows would be useless. Of course, Do-hun understood that ordinary weapons were just scratching the surface for them. Had he guessed what you were planning to do with them? "You have a plan to deal with this, don't you? You admit it." "Of course I do, but I also need a little help." Do-hyun asked for his partner's opinion. "What do you think? Are you ready to fight?" Dan Tan is ready. "Of course, that's why I'm here." You exclaimed. "Then it's settled. Let's do it." The magic soldier shouted and raised an arm high. Its hand slammed down on the ground, causing the earth to crack open. The soldiers on the wall, frightened, warned each other to be careful. Philip had to stay calm and command his subordinates, holding their position. The crossbowmen moved forward. Jock looks at them with disdain. Do they really think they'll be safe just by staying inside that fortress? He declared, "I will show them what happens when you face the Empire. I will destroy the fortress." Jiak froze as he saw the scene before him. Do-hyun and Dan-tan coordinated to jump down from the cannon and strike the mage soldier with 2 sword slashes to the shoulders. Dan-tan was stunned to see his sword had chipped slightly, while the magic soldier remained unharmed. It turned back to him, growling. Dan-tan was tense, saying, "My sword has no effect on them. Their family is too tough." Do-hyun remained calm. Of course it wouldn't be easy. Jinrin mocked them then. "So you're here to fight instead of defending the fortress? Truly a brilliant strategy." "I respect your ignorance," he asked impatiently. His mocking words are becoming more annoying than the monsters. "Are you just going to let him talk nonsense like that?" Do-hyun calmly replied, "Of course not." The undead soldier on the other side seems to sense something unusual. He pulls out a giant sword and silences him.
Dan Tan understood his ally's intention, and his facial expression finally relaxed. The sword in his hand shimmered with a blue energy.
You reminded me of the past, and you said I could do whatever I want, right? That's all I need.
The magic soldier roared fiercely at them, the sword in Do-han's hand shining with brilliant golden energy. Dan Tan also joined in, raising his sword to strike alongside. When their swords cut through, the entire body of the magic soldier was slashed, fresh blood splattering everywhere. They stopped behind the magic soldier, its scales falling apart in fragments. Doi Hai Unun stomps to the ground to gain momentum and jumps high alongside Danton. Each person takes one. Jock is stunned by their seamless and coordinated teamwork. What? Your eyes flash with a cold blue hue, looking extremely serious. This strike has seriously wounded the mage soldier, and Dan Tan successfully cut down the remaining ones. Jock gritted his teeth as he watched the situation spiral beyond his control, while the soldiers on the wall shouted, "He has defeated that mage soldier." He glared angrily at the bloodied mage behind him. "Damn it, I almost held the arrogant one accountable all this time. Now you're silent again. Is this all you're capable of?" Du-hyun sarcastically exposes. "You keep talking about loyalty to the Empire or something. I guess your loyalty depends on whether you have it or if these magic soldiers do, right?" Jock, still unable to regain his composure, glared angrily at his opponent, then suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "This is getting more and more interesting and that he might enjoy himself a little." Jack regained his arrogant demeanor and pointed his sword at Do-hyun. "You will have to kneel before me. This battle will teach you a lesson." Danton asked, "Do you need help since he is a commander of the Empire, which means he is stronger than the monsters?" "No, I can handle him myself." Du-hyun reminds him, "And I think you also have your own rival." He glanced at that thing, a giant insect crawling on the ground causing the earth to shake. The well-equipped magic squad leader shouted and advanced to crush the pests. Du-hyun asked for his opinion. He's younger than the monster earlier, but he's better equipped with more armor. "Can you do it?" Dan Tan asked arrogantly, "Who do you think I am? Have you forgotten my name? I won't forget to remind you. Don't worry about me, and make sure you teach that bastard a lesson." Du-hyun quietly assessed, why is he still the Duke Tempeton's nephew? This is his first real combat experience, but he seems quite trustworthy. "You need to focus on your opponent. I have a protector behind me, so now it's just the two of us finishing this." "Duke," Hai Hun announces, "please forgive us for making you wait for the battle." Suddenly, Jack asks, "Young master of the Aston family, what's your name?" "My name is Ron." He knows about Do-hyun. "Your family is famous across the Empire. I heard your family specializes in great swords, but it seems that's not the case."
This annoys him. He talks too much, like a bunch of gorillas.
"You carefully assess your opponent but cannot underestimate his strength. His stats and team level may only match a master swordsman, but he is definitely the strongest opponent I have ever faced."
Information about him shows he is a level 81 Knight Swordsman, Master of the Imperial Relations, Grannon Royal Hound Team Area 8 Commander with excellent skills, talent stats, A, Strength 79, Speed 77, Stamina 73, Intelligence 71, Reason 61, Senses 68, Magic 65, with unique traits of narcissism, bloodlust, quick-wittedness. B, he can't hide his joy. Luckily, I hit the jackpot and found the two heirs of the noble family. Let's see what you can do now.
Yoon switches to alert mode. He has balanced stats and decent skills. I can't be careless. However, you still have your own strengths. Since Hun knows that his stats have improved from leveling up and the money he invested in upgrading his gear isn't bad, let's see what a former assassin player like me can do in this battle. Swordlight, Jack can see you're quite skilled. Looks like you're not just a spoiled brat, huh? The stronger the opponent, the more he gets excited. Isn't this fun? Jock still underestimates his opponent, saying, "Maybe you can entertain me for a while." The sword in Jiok's hand bursts with fierce red energy as he says, "Don't think I'll let you go easily." He stomps the ground fiercely, his steps gaining momentum, becoming unusually aggressive. Don't cry when you fall after a single blow. The young noble. Du-hyun prepares to face his opponent, surrounded by mana, as Jiok unleashes all his strength with a sword strike, which he immediately blocks. The collision ignited a burst of energy. The magic soldier leader is also fighting fiercely. Dan Tan crossed his swords to block the spear, gritting his teeth as he fought back, finally managing to knock the sharp orb away and exclaiming, "He's too strong!" When he finally swung his sword at the opponent, the leader opened his mouth in shock and shouted, using his shield to block the attack. Dan Tan was amazed. Could he really block it? Does he know that his shield will break if it blocks my sword light? So I glance at the iron mallet in his hand, raised high. Dan Tan jumps up as soon as the leader strikes down. "Damn, you're a bit clever. This battle won't be easy." Seeing the leader constantly growling at him, Dan Tan thought to himself that if he ran away instead of facing him, he wouldn't have any face left in the family later on. He's watching Do-hyun's situation to see if he's okay. That leader seems even harder to deal with than this monster of mine. Their two swords clash repeatedly, trying to crush their opponent. Zhao chuckles in amusement and praises. "Not bad, kid. He's pushing himself to pressure you. You're good, but that's as far as you go." Du-hyun stepped back, ready to raise his sword high. You realize he's too fast and strong. Do-hyun's steps stomp on the ground, and in that moment of your lapse. Seeing Jack rush in, he knew he would be doomed if he let his guard down. Hyun raised his sword to block the attack, but his opponent's strike carried overwhelming energy.
You grit your teeth and try to withstand this strike. The sword's glow flashes past, and Do Hyun leans aside to dodge, still holding his sword against the opponent.
Then he managed to knock Jack's sword away, making him even more excited. Yes, you're fighting well. This is better than I expected. After this battle ends, it's a pity I have to kill you. The weak can do nothing but grit their teeth and endure, so just endure even more, you little brat. Do Hyun felt quite annoyed. He said too much, and it gave me a headache. He frowned and thought, but that's not the main issue. More than anyone, Do Hyun understands that the longer the battle lasts, the harder it becomes for him. He feels the amplified magic trembling strongly. If he unleashes it, he can defeat him quickly. But my allies might get hurt because I can't control this power. That's why Do Hyun kept focusing on defending, trying to buy time and keep them here until the rescue plan was fully successful. The call has been received, young master. Can you hear me? Bernard reports that the situation is under control. We have successfully rescued and eliminated the enemy. He and Jake have cleared an area. The plan is successful. It's time for Doyen to counterattack. Good, Jang Mokman asks. Are you laughing? Had you given up? What happened to your rescue plan? I only see your teammates hiding behind the fortress in fear. Why don't you focus on this fight, kid? You quietly release a cold blue energy blast. Seeing that, he was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. Jack stood there frozen like a statue in shock. Dohan spoke. The rescue plan is hiding behind the fortress. The rescue plan has been underway for a while now, because it has succeeded. So why don't we start fighting seriously now? Let's get serious. Imperial Hound. Earlier, the sword fell and shattered the source, with killing intent swirling in the wind.
Mặc cổ hít thở từng hồi nặng nhọc, cỏ thế mệt ra rồi sau trận chiến kéo dài. Tiếng oan vọng lại từ xa.
I hear that most of the nobles in this kingdom are cowards, except for a few families, and it seems to be true. Ason's entire team is now surrounded, coldly mocking you. You're trembling like a leaf, even though knights are protecting you. What a fascinating scene. Seeing Ason trembling uncontrollably, Marco calmly reminded him, Master, please stay calm. You need to focus in times like this. Outside, Marco tried to maintain a composed appearance, but inside he was storming with turmoil. I don't know if the Empire is part of this, but we've fallen into a trap. He's secretly calculating how to survive. The voice of Owen's manipulation still echoed in my ears. We won't kill you if you don't resist, but you still want to fight to the end. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, fine, whatever happens, secretly assessing that, as long as that useless noble brat is taken hostage, the others don't matter. At that moment, Owen decisively ordered to capture the noble, kill the rest. Mao tensed up, gripping his sword ready to fight. At that moment, hundreds of arrows tore through the air and rained down on Owen's army. The soldiers collapse instantly. Owen is startled and turns his head. What's going on? Marco and Asen also looked over in surprise. Leading the team, Jae-an Weevu shouted loudly, How dare you step into our kingdom? The royal hounds. The situation changed in the blink of an eye, causing Owen to panic. Who are you? Before he could say more, Joss swung his sword with deadly intent. Behind BR, arrows kept flying to take down those attempting to ambush, while Bernat swiftly cast spells, coordinating seamlessly to repel the enemies. Jack is the strongest. He directly swings his sword to tear apart the monster. Seeing the brutal scene before him, a deep sense of injustice stirs in his heart. They easily defeated my Ma soldiers, and he didn't even use his sword aura. Before I could recover, he suddenly stepped back, instinctively blocking a sword with a faint smile. I was too reckless. I didn't mean to kill these guys. The murderous aura surges wildly. With only a single enemy left, I can extract information. I can kill the rest, right? On the other side, Marco quietly explains to Asen. He is Z Hung Knight. I guess the first Knight Order has arrived to rescue us. The first Knight of the Order. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed nearby. What's wrong? Did something happen to your knee?
They can't even hold their ground in this situation. It's pathetic.
Joss chuckled softly, showing no signs of hiding his contempt as he continued. I guess not every noble can be as formidable as your young master, right? B paid no attention and responded indifferently. What's the point of comparing that guy to my young master? Aston narrowed his eyes at the battlefield, a wave of horror rising in his heart. Just a few soldiers had defeated the entire Mana army, the Empire's elite troops, and even those equipped with energy armor. He suddenly woke up. That's Raoul Aston of the First Knights. After the victory, Bernard pressed his earpiece and reported, Master, can you hear me? Everything has been resolved. We successfully rescued them and eliminated all the enemies. The plan was a complete success. Now back in the present, Doyen calmly faces Jack. Hearing the situation from you, his expression immediately changes. What? What did you say? Du-hai Hun coldly repeated, The hostages have been rescued. That's quite easy since you've already mobilized most of your troops here. Your words are as sharp as a knife. You took hostages and used all your troops to attack the fortress. Have you forgotten why you're here? You probably think your plan is perfect, but the truth is, you're the one caught in the trap. His words like a sword stabbing straight into Giap's heart left him silent with rage. He slightly curled his lips and said, I understand. After saying that, Giap thrust his sword into the ground with force, snarling angrily. Planning is not my strong suit anyway, hiding and waiting for the prey. Such a hassle.
On the opposite side, Do-hyun raised both hands, waiting for him to charge. Jack now radiated murderous intent, flames spreading to each fingertip. I should stick to my own style. It's better, don't you think? Still a kid, he roared like a beast, unleashing his power. I don't need to worry about anything. Let's get ready to fight. Hai-hun stares intently at the opponent. Here it is, the shadow sword illusion technique. I recall seeing it a few times in my past life when I was still an assassin. The heavy sword skill that the Imperial Knight used, named so because it allows the user to strike unpredictable sword paths. This is an extremely powerful skill. Lightning flashes in Doyen's eyes. He frowned. I've waited a long time for you to use this move. He charges in, the sound of cracking provocation echoing. He swings his hand forward, each step sparking with sparks. Do-hyun focused all his energy, concentrating on each of Gak's movements. He swung his sword horizontally to block each strike he delivered. Sparks constantly flickered in the air as Jacques roared with fury, launching a relentless storm of attacks. On the other side, Do-hyun was just as busy, his figure spinning rapidly, his sword forming a protective shield. Jiak shouted loudly, "Do you only know how to fight? Where is your arrogant ego now?" He couldn't hear. Do-hyun was silently counting 40%. He dodged while muttering calculations to himself, 50, 70, 90. Suddenly, he slowed down for a moment. Lightning exploded in his eyes at 100%. At the very moment the final number flashed, Do-hyun swung his sword down hard, with overwhelming force, sending bolts of lightning and a violent shockwave tearing through the ground. His actions were so fast that Jiak was stunned, only able to watch as his aura surged forward, torn apart by lightning in an instant. Jiak gritted his teeth and wondered, "What is this?" Dong-hyun's voice rang out. "Simulation successful, you smugly lift the corner of your mouth. This sword technique looks good. I will use it." Hao-yo angrily strikes down the hammer with great force. Danton quickly swings his sword to block, gritting his teeth as he gathers strength to counterattack. With overwhelming power, Hao-yu's Troy was pushed aside. Danton realized this was the perfect moment to turn defeat into victory. So, like lightning, Danton swung his sword in a decisive strike. But just then, Hao-yu leapt high, and the blade only managed to graze its leg chain. A cracking sound rang out. Hao-yu was released, and it immediately stomped its foot on the ground in excitement. Danton quickly turned his head and muttered, "Damn it, is this attack still not enough?" Then, he saw the claw of the beast demon about to sweep over him. Danton quickly leapt back just in time to avoid the deadly strike while the beast demon bared its teeth, its fierce aura surging as if ready to devour him alive. Danton quietly assessed that these monsters are too agile and intelligent to analyze tactics, and they can find reasonable fighting methods. But upon closer inspection, their fighting style is very simple. However, their weapon is a hammer covered with demonic energy, which is quite dangerous. I need to be careful. I am at a disadvantage because I can't use the light sword. Seeing the demon beast advancing step by step, cornering himself, he began to think and had to find a way. Suddenly, Dan had an idea and decided, all right, let's try using a wide area attack like this. On the city wall, Drake and Philip watch closely. This isn't easy for him. Drake anxiously asks, "Do you think it's okay for us to just stand here and watch? Does he need help?" Philip shook his head to stop him. "We are not allowed to intervene unless his life is in danger. Stay in position and wait," he whispered. "Rescuing the hostage is the most important part of this mission. Just trust him. He'll be fine." At that moment, a voice echoed from below, from the knight on the wall, saying, "Your name is Philip, right?" He shouted down, "Yes, is there something you need to say, Your Highness?" Dan said loudly, "I need to ask you for a favor. Please tell the soldiers to hold on to anything nearby tightly." After finishing, Danton began to execute his move. He shouted, "I will use a technique that causes a slight earthquake so the ground might shake and scare everyone." Philip was stunned, realizing the fortress would shake. He immediately ordered everyone to stay away from the walls and prepare for a major quake. "Hold on to something so you don't fall down." Philip's voice echoed throughout the fortress, making everyone fear and cling tightly to the walls. Seeing everyone ready, Philip nodded to signal Danton. Danton secretly admired. He's quick to adapt. No wonder Rayon trusts his army so much. He pointed his sword at the beast demon, ready to challenge him. "All right, let's begin." A surge of energy erupted as Danton roared loudly. "Try to block my attack and see." Hao-yo also shows no fear, snarling as he rushes forward. Danton furrowed his brow, decisively leaping up. At this moment, he took long strides, his swift figure rushing straight to its front. Danton startled and looked up just in time to see the boar demon swinging the spear down. Luckily, he managed to leap up as the spike club crashed into the fortress wall, unleashing a tremendous force that shook the entire fortress. Philip shouted loudly to hold steady. Just as the beast was still stunned, Danton descended from above. He poured all his strength into swinging his sword, his eyes blazing. The earth-shaking spell was activated, the ground exploded, the beast was ambushed, and its massive body was thrown far away. A scream of agony echoed as blood gushed from its neck like a fountain. It collapsed heavily to the ground, dust billowing up. The situation is dangerous, but luckily it succeeded. He looked up to the sky, silently praying that everyone above was safe. Tongtun felt a bit of the monster's influence and his own technique, hoping everyone was safe.
Drake loudly praised. I heard this is your first real fight, but you fought quite confidently. Philip nodded and added, yes, you could say he's proud and full of skill. He looked at Danton standing blankly below, secretly acknowledging the opponent's strength. Anyway, he's the grandson of the great swordsman Duke Toten. Duo Hai Hun watched from afar, assessing the others. You holding that sword so tightly? It's really getting in the way of ending this. Jock smirked coldly. That's just what I wanted, but this won't end the way you want. He roared, you copied that skill quite perfectly, but a copy is always just a copy. And as he finished, fury surged forward. I will show you the difference between me and you. Immediately, his senses were overwhelmed by the power from him, forcing him to retreat. Do. Hai Hun seized the opportunity to swing his hand and strike a second time, his sword light sweeping down with powerful bolts of lightning shooting toward the opponent. Jack Hong Han quickly leans back to avoid the attack, but the continuous strikes from Do Hyun leave him exhausted and gasping for breath. You sneer at him, what do you think? Just a copy, but not too bad, right? Jack heard that and trembled with anger. That arrogant kid. Do Hoon stared intently at him, secretly evaluating the new move. It's not too bad. This move is powerful and fairly easy to use, but I still need to learn more to master it. Suddenly, a series of warning sirens blared. Error reported, the system detected a forbidden attribute, and the Shadow Sword illusion skill will be cancelled. What is this? He looked at the opponent, feeling a shock in his heart. What the hell? Why is my skill learned from him suddenly banned? The calm gaze turns cunning as the system notification continues, searching for an alternative skill. Du Hai Unan frowned as he watched his power gradually weaken. He cursed in frustration, damn it. I thought I had learned a powerful skill. I was just waiting for him to use it so I could copy it, but I didn't expect it to be banned now. In this urgent situation, Doyon clenched his fists and quickly calculated. The system is searching for a new skill to replace, so I might as well use this skill to defeat him. Alright, let's finish this fight quickly. You spin your sword to point directly at your opponent, unleashing your full power. Unable to delay any longer. As murderous intent surges and your figure transforms into lightning, Du Hai Hun charges forward recklessly. The clash of weapons rang out loudly, sparks flying in all directions. Gak gathered his strength to defend, shouting arrogantly, You're really an idiot. Charging at me like this is great. It seems you've lost your patience and can't wait any longer, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly swung his blade back. Gak's wild laughter echoed. That's exactly what I wanted. Meanwhile, a blue lightning flash erupted from Dohan's eyes as a sword tore through the air straight toward Jock. He was startled and spun around. What the hell is that? He snapped out of his shock and looked toward the flying sword, secretly wondering where it came from. Is someone interfering in this fight? Jiak heightened his vigilance, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly froze as hundreds of gleaming swords hovered above his head, ready to strike him down. Jiak shouted in horror, No way! At that moment, Do Hyun had already summoned the sword in his hand. He smiled softly, Enough playing with you now. You will witness my true power. Surrounding him are deadly gleaming spears. Do Hyun softly said, Now you can rest easy and lie down. Take what you deserve. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of swords shot towards him simultaneously. Jiak roared in fury, continuously counter-attacking. You bastard, don't think I've surrendered just because of that. Is this the best strength you have? Jock said smugly as he blocked a sword strike. Don't think this will defeat me. These things only make me more disappointed in you. You can't scare me with these childish tricks. Where's that bravado you had earlier? Jayak stared at you fiercely, his rage clouding his judgment as he let out a hoarse laugh. We've wasted too much time on this fight. Hurry up and come here so I can end this fight. At this moment, MD Hun flickered, silently thinking it's time, controlling the swords to attack continuously to distract Jock, then summoning the twin axes behind him. Tae Do Hyun snaps his fingers, and the twin axes vibrate, ready to strike. Suddenly, Jiak senses an unusual aura behind him and immediately turns around, swiftly raising his blade to block the attack. He grits his teeth and taunts. What can you do to me with these childish tricks? Haven't you learned anything from the last time? Kid? Tae Do Hyun muttered to himself. It seems he has become overconfident and fallen into his own trap. On the opposite side, Jack still doesn't know what you'll do next, only focusing on blocking the axe pressing down in front of him. A powerful surge of electricity strikes, pulling him back into the world, causing him to panic and grip the sword tightly. What? Immediately, Doyon seized the opportunity while he was distracted to fly behind him. You swing your sword and deliver a powerful slash to Gak's back, leaving a long wound on his back. He grits his teeth and mutters, You bastard! Duhai Unan suddenly realized that this shape-shifting sword technique couldn't pierce his armor of strength, but still, he had another way to defeat him. Jack, angry, attacks, Your swordsmanship is good, but only enough to scratch my itch. Keep going. You damn brat! As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot toward him, making him panic. Jack quickly threw himself back to avoid passively. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he saw a punch about to land right on his head. I acknowledge you're very strong, but you talk too much, the boy said dismissively, tightening his grip. Now is the time for you to shut your mouth. Imperial Hunting Dog. He launched a straight punch with deadly force, smashing him into the ground and creating a deep crater, with only dirt, rocks, and dust rising around him. He calmly cracks his knuckles and looks down at the battered body on the ground.
Duo Hyunin quietly sighs. So it's over. A leader of the Imperial Army, this battle is quite challenging. The shattered armor pieces are scattered on the ground, and the murderous aura gradually fades with the wind. I think that after defeating him, I'll level up too. It's been a long time since I've faced an opponent like that. Did the Duo Hun activate the screen? Has the system found a new replacement skill? Let's see. Brightly glowing words appear on the electronic board. A replacement skill has been found. You have received a new skill. Holy Light A+. Do Hyun felt like he was seeing stars. What is this? Hide the system. I am stunned and can't believe I received this skill. Holy Light. This is a high-level active skill used by holy knights serving the temple, allowing them to defeat many dark evil creatures. This is a skill with many effects like cleansing, healing, and blessing that make knights fight more powerfully. He recalls when he was the strongest assassin, fighting many opponents, and rarely witnessing this powerful skill being used. He never thought he would now possess this holy light skill. Clenching his fist, Do Hyun smiled softly. This is truly amazing. I am so lucky. Do-hai Unin summoned his sword back and quietly assessed the ambush behind the gate against an invading army. I never expected this. You think to yourself, they are fully armed, so there must be strategists behind the scenes planning. I have to stay alert, Danton said slowly. You're really fired up. As Down turned around, he saw Danton come over to praise him. You punched him straight in the face because you couldn't cut through the energy shield. Do Hyun politely replied, how can that compare to you using the wall as a stepping stone to finish off that monster? Dan Tan smiled softly and said, well, it doesn't matter. We've also taken care of the rest. The mission was a success. Do Hyun nodded, feeling deeply grateful. You've helped me a lot. Thank you. Suddenly, Dan Tan burst out laughing. I was just following along to see what real combat is like, but I can't afford to embarrass the family. The old man will kill me if I just stand by and do nothing. A surge of pride filled Do Hyun as he silently thought that he was even more than he expected and couldn't believe this was his first real battle. Glancing at Dan Tan looking heroic and confident, he secretly thought that if he became a first-class knight, he would be famous someday. Suddenly, Philip heard a strange noise, and it turned out that Doyen was the one approaching. Philip cautiously reported, Sir, the rescue team has returned. Jack cheerfully shouted, Young master, we're back! Seeing that, Dan Tan's face turned pale, and he tried to shake his head to signal, I told you not to call him that during the mission. On the contrary, Doyen calmly approached and gently asked, Are you all doing well? Is everything still okay? I can handle anything with me here. Everything is going smoothly. Bernard continued, No one was seriously injured, but there were some casualties. We need people to help handle the bodies. Dohun agreed, All right, we can ask the city guards for help. Asun was stunned and standing from afar. I had a bad feeling, but I didn't expect Ron to be the captain. That guy really took the prestigious title for himself. Suddenly, Danton realizes that he's not Aeon, is he? He slightly smirks. You're one of the hostages taken. I didn't expect the Carrington family to be involved in this. Asan broke out in a cold sweat seeing him here, filled with admiration. Dantarn of the Tempaton family, he has also joined Raoun's Knight Order. Asan stared intently at Doyen. Just how much influence does he really have? Doyen was enthusiastically announcing that the hostages had been rescued. The Empire's hunters have also been eliminated. The mission is complete. After saying that, he clenched his fist in quiet satisfaction, and I also gained an amazing skill. Truly a great harvest. Do Huihun smiled and gave the order. All right, now we will head back. A few days later at Doheen's mansion, his deep voice echoed. How do you handle the captured Imperial soldiers? Philip immediately reports. We secretly handed them over to Lord Grey as you instructed. He asked curiously, what happened to them? Bernard cautiously replied, still the same. It seems the Empire cast a curse that makes them mentally impaired when captured, making it very difficult to extract more information without Lord Grey's help. Hearing this, Doyon felt a bit disappointed. Lord Grey, he also couldn't find a solution to this problem. Damn Empire, ask about something else. What is their motive? Philip replied, We only know they disguised themselves as guards to sneak into the city. Philip's face gradually grew serious. So a large-scale internal investigation will be conducted. We lack information about them, so it's very difficult to determine their true purpose. The Heon brothers pondered and said, I wish we could gather concrete information, recalling that night you felt their methods were precise and dangerous. We need information to prepare for the next attack. Doyen's figure reflected in the glass of tea in front of him, his eyes heavy with thought about what he must do. He looked up and decisively said, We will leave this matter to the kingdom and Lord Grey to handle. Tomorrow is the night ceremony, right? Philip nodded. That's right, he reported the current situation. At this moment, the capital is very chaotic, so the ceremony will be simple and modest. Hearing that, Do-Yun fell into silence. I guess there will be a real evaluation instead of a showy ceremony. I prefer that. He gently reminded them, This ceremony is still very important. We should prepare carefully. Philip and Bernard didn't fully understand, but they agreed to follow the order. Yes, Hun thought to himself, many noble families and distinguished knights will attend the ceremony. This will be our first official debut as the top knightly order. Your eyes burn with determination to impress them with the strength of our order, from the kingdom to the ears of the empire. We will show you the majesty of the first-class knight order that will dominate the entire continent.
The next day, the sun stretched across the town, and the peaceful refuge was sheltered behind sturdy walls. The sound of hooves pounding on the ground in a steady rhythm made passers-by curious enough to turn their heads as flags fluttered high in the wind. Do-hyun led his army through the bustling crowd. Look, that's young Master Ron from Aston territory, the knights of his lord, the protectors of Turium City. Along the road, the flirtations of the girls aimed to attract attention. Young Master Ron, please look in my direction. Do-hyun waves cheerfully throughout, while Joss feels embarrassed and just wants to find a place to hide. Unexpectedly, the crowd erupted in applause. Everyone cheered and shouted for him non-stop. Red-haired knight, you're amazing! The girls excitedly wave at Joss. Look this way. Seeing Jay's shy expression, Z asked with concern, "You've never experienced this when you were a mercenary, right?" He hesitantly replied, "Yes." Z smiled softly. "Get used to it. As long as you are under the command of the first-class Knight Order, you will always be welcome." Your encouragement echoed in Joss's ears. "Answer them. You deserve it." Hearing everyone's cheers, Joss gathered his courage, forced a smile that made the girls blush even more, and silently thought, "Luckily I joined them." And so, the entire army passed through the crowd amid cheers, shouts, and applause, the protectors of Turium, the first-class knights. They finally reached the arena. Sunlight shines through each gate, highlighting their majesty and ancient beauty, banners fluttering, symbolizing the will and honor of each army here. When Do-hyun's troops arrived at the arena gate, they couldn't help but be amazed by the grand scene. More crowded than I expected, and it seems some free knights are here too. A squad of soldiers nearby huddled together, whispering, "Look over there, isn't that the top-tier knight group? They are the Knight Order recently formed to handle the gate crisis." "It's really crowded. Is everyone from the guild here?" One of them muttered a curse. "Damn it, what's so great about those guys?" The guy next to him also chimed in, "The show-offs, and the third guy isn't about to be left out either. I heard there aren't many common knights there." Meanwhile, Do-hyun calmly walks in. "Inside your heart is only positivity. Indeed, we seem to attract a lot of attention. Nothing surprising. Every step you take carries a determined will. We are here to show them our strength. The more attention we get, the better." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed behind me. "So this is how I met Turium's revered protector." Do-hyun turned his head to look back, curious, and asked. He was the one who smiled gently. "Nice to meet you, young master. I am the financial manager of the kingdom." Jerry lowers his gaze. Jerry withdraws his smile. He nodded. "I heard that you play a very important role in this gate incident. I wonder if we could speak privately." Hun frowned and wondered. "What is Jerry D. Blank, the kingdom's financial manager, contemplating?" Jerry bows politely. "Finally, I've met the busiest hero in the capital. I've wanted to see you for a long time, but your responsibilities never seem to end." He smiled cheerfully and said, "I heard you attended the celebration, so I came here to see you. I think this is my only chance to meet you." Hun frowned, carefully analyzing each word. Jerry's actions, he thought to himself, were deliberately meant to meet him. What does he want? A flood of memories rushes in. The captain of the Imperial Guard said that most people in the finance department are involved in corruption. He's no different from them. Seeing that insincere smile on his face, I guessed that he even came to see me in person. He definitely wouldn't do that just to say hello. A flash of suspicion crossed Do-hyun's mind. Is he trying to probe what I plan to do? He slightly smirked, forming a bright flower-like smile. Though he challenged inwardly, he still responded politely on the surface. "The hero of the capital, you're too kind to say that. Lord Brank, I am merely fulfilling the duties of a noble of the kingdom." Jerry's laughter soars up to the clear blue sky. Everyone in the capital knows about what he and his knights have done. Yet you remain very humble. He praised you, saying, "You truly are exceptional, as the rumors say. You will become a role model for other knights." Hyun also happily replied, "Everything is thanks to the finance department taking care of the kingdom's treasury. Knights can only operate with the support of the finance department." Jerry, seeing your politeness, shook his head shyly. "You're too kind." He frowned silently, thinking to himself, "This kid is smarter than I thought." He already knew that the finance department would be hostile towards him because of his relationship with Randon, yet he still behaved like this in front of me. Seeing the calm and composed person in front of him, Jerry realized why everyone was having trouble with this kid. Suddenly, Do-hyun spoke up. "But I have a question I want to ask you." He was surprised and asked me why I knew. "I heard that the finance department had banned the First Path Knights from entering the gate." You point outside and ask, "Do you know anything about this?" Jerry's face keeps changing. He tries to appear calm, but his mind is in turmoil. Is he really going to ask me directly like that? He's not planning to pretend to be an idiot in front of me. Jerry's eyes suddenly darkened as he began to suspect that perhaps he was implying he had evidence to prove that the finance department was his enemy. Jerry clenched his fists in anger. Clearly not easy to probe. He forced a smile and said, "This is the first time I've heard about that. That rumor probably isn't true. There's no reason for the finance department to get involved in something like that." Do-hyun nodded in agreement. "You're right." Jerry is checking. "So, have you found out anything about the Imperial soldiers who ambushed us at the gate?" Do-hyun raised his hand and silently stroked his chin. As for that, they had prepared thoroughly for all situations. They probably wanted to provoke us, just like last time. "We can't see it as an invasion." Jerry began to make some guesses to test the waters. And Do-hyun calmly replied, "Is that really true?" but they have already come a long way and entered very easily. It's like someone is secretly communicating with them from inside the kingdom. Your cold tone makes Jerry uneasy. Suddenly, Dion burst out laughing. That's just my guess. That can't be true, right? He secretly cursed in his heart, furious. This brat. Still, Jerry has to save face outwardly. His laughter and chatter echoed throughout the arena. Just as I suspected, I understand why they call you the protector of Turium. Meeting you here was very worthwhile. Before leaving, Jerry politely said goodbye. I'm leaving now. I hope Deputy Gray can gather useful information from the detainees. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Dion quickly caught the flaw in his words. You honestly share what's on your mind. Strange, isn't it, that the Vice Principal Gray handling the detainees is top secret information? Are you teasing or asking? It seems like the finance department really knows a lot, doesn't it? His words made Jerry pause for a moment, but he didn't bother to turn around and responded coldly. Of course, we are responsible for a very important part of the kingdom. Jerry decisively walks away, afraid that if he stays any longer, he won't be able to keep up the act. It was a pleasure talking with you. I hope I will see you again in the future. Veins are bulging and my hands are clenched so tightly they seem about to bleed. He secretly cursed Ra and Aston. You really exceeded my expectations. You're quite capable too. Jerry's eyes flashed with murderous intent, feeling unexpectedly amused inside. Tudyk, you'll be very happy. Do-Hugh watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance. A smug smile appeared on his face. You've picked the wrong person to provoke. Knowing how to taunt is the most important skill for a player. Hai-Hun has a feeling he still doesn't know how he's connected to the Empire, but from now on, he will put more pressure on us. My gaze fixed on the flag fluttering in the wind, my heart turning cold. If you're so capable, try it yourself. We won't back down first. Among the crowd, a stranger is lurking around you. That is the tree. He silently observes every move from down there. The sun is high in the sky, and the scorching heat covers the arena. Onyx stands among the crowd, shouting loudly. The guiding competition is about to begin. All participants, please gather in the hall. Raising my hand with fierce determination. It's finally time. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Seeing that, Do-Hoon chuckled and teased him. You seem excited, huh? Although not long ago he hesitated whether it was really necessary, he shyly justified himself. Now that I am here myself, the feeling is completely different. You turn around to say a few words before it begins. It seems this ceremony holds a deeper meaning for us. This will be our chance to show them who we are. You just pointed to the other armies, so everyone probably already figured it out. But they are not very friendly to us. This is also part of my plan, but something is still missing. Do-Hyun raised his head, his eyes full of determination, but it was fear. He emphasized that the goal here was to make them fear us. Respect comes from fear. Standing among the army, Do-Hyun confidently declares, make them remember what the first-class knight order can do. Everyone shouted in unison, weekly order. Can you now command them, Philip? I will be watching from the stands. He immediately nodded firmly. Yes, young master. Jack warned seriously, if any of you lose, we're heading straight to hell. Philip cheerfully replied, you too. Don't underestimate them, but focus on them. Hyun, standing from afar, watched their warriors' backs, his heart filled with strong confidence. I don't need to worry about them anymore. Just trust them and let them do their thing. Look at the tree hiding over there. Now handle what's on the other side. He is turning into a dark, hidden alley to avoid being seen by outsiders. As he looks around to make sure no strangers have entered, a voice suddenly sounds, almost making his heart jump out of his chest. Have you gathered all the information you need? Hai-Hun asked straightforwardly. I don't know why you feel the need to hide yourself and do this, but if you have any questions, just ask me. Recognizing the familiar voice, Tree quickly turned around and looked, feeling a wave of fear. I can't sense anything from him at all. Since when has he been like this? He wondered. When did you find out? He calmly leans against the wall and says, honestly, you've almost outsmarted me. You're really hard to detect. As the leader of the News Guild and the ruler of the kingdom, having free wings and discovering an invisible presence is no easy feat. Dong-Hyun subtly compliments the tree, and his words make him wary, causing him to hold back from saying anything more. Suddenly, he stepped in front of him. Let's stop playing hide and seek. Do-Hyun suggests we have a serious talk. He says, let's get straight to the point. Why are the members of the Free Wings following me? He warned seriously, better to handle it quietly. I don't want to resort to violence. Hearing that, he furrowed his brow and thought for a long time before finally speaking. Do you know that every time a member of the News Association speaks, there's always a problem? Do. Hai-Hun nodded. I know, but I don't think you have any other choice. You lift your head and look straight into his eyes, saying, the winged free leader has to step in personally. There must be problems within your organization as well. The tree suddenly changed expression. Had he already figured it out? He stared intently at the young man in front of him, unable to help but feel a sense of admiration. Ron Aston, people say he's really sharp, and that's not wrong. The tree furrowed its brow. Decided. All right, that's enough. Do-Hyun waited silently for his change. He took off his hat, rarely revealing himself to anyone. Stubbornness was useless. I'll tell you, he admits it. You're right, I am the leader of the Free Wings, also known by the name No Face. Do-Hyun directly asked without courtesy, are you really a reasonable person?
Can you tell me now why you've been following me? Kay quickly said, before explaining, I want to clear up this misunderstanding. I was watching and investigating you, but that's not why I'm here today. His words once again reveal the identity of someone else. The man you just met, Jerry DL, if I'm not mistaken, he's more dangerous than you think, Kay whispered. Meanwhile, in the arena, cheers echoed everywhere. Crowds surged in, making the atmosphere intensely heated, signaling an imminent battle. The sword spun rapidly in the air, emitting a piercing screech. The entire hall stared in awe, eagerly awaiting what would happen next. Obsidian collapsed helplessly, his face pale with fear. The mighty knight points his sword at him, surrounded by endless cheers. The first-class knight wins again. They've won several matches in a row, haven't they? All the renowned knights have fallen to them. Obsidian clenched his teeth so hard he was trembling. Monster, how can he move with that giant sword? Z looks down from above and loudly challenges. If you still refuse to surrender, I am willing to fight one-on-one. Faced with Z's imposing presence, Obsidian, though furious, dared not speak out. He stepped back half a step before reluctantly declaring, I have lost. The crowd's cheers erupted loudly as the first-class knight celebrated his victory with his arms raised high in excitement. P, seeing this, muttered irritably, he's bragging again. Someone should teach him a lesson. Jaws also stood nearby, just as excited. Perfect. Philip looked up at the stands to find Do-hyun's seat, but it was empty. He thought to himself, the young master is late. After all, he emphasized how important the ceremony was. He narrowed his eyes for a long time, then suddenly guessed, could there be something hidden in a corner of the arena? Do-hyun's voice was incredibly surprised. From Count Bank, the news agency also has to be wary of him? I find it hard to believe. The tree standing opposite added, no matter what you're thinking of, he's much more terrifying. The old man said in a deep voice, if I am right, they are the threat to this kingdom. The shocking news made Do-hyun furrow his brow in thought. Them? The voice of the tree sounded steady. Have you ever heard the name Imperial Hound? Do-hyun replied, annoyed. The Special Intelligence Agency of the Granin Kingdom is still considered a myth because there are no clues about them at all. The tree nodded in agreement. You're right, if I knew them, it would be easier to explain. He recounted that recently many small guilds have been raided continuously, but since there was no evidence left at the scene, the investigation has reached a dead end. In the news agency, this is considered guild hunting. Do Hai-hun suspects. Do you doubt the Imperial Hounds? But the tree firmly asserts it's not a suspicion. I'm sure, he continued. The Free Wing Society has become a target, and we have to face them. So what does that have to do with the title of Baron? He sighed softly and said it was just a guess. I think many nobles in the kingdom are secretly colluding with the Empire. He asked further. Do you think one of them is the finance governor Brank? Kay revealed. Yes, the Ministry of Finance has faced many accusations. He recounted some recent intelligence they had gathered. They are close to the noble families involved in the capital's order, indirectly interfering when the gate opens, and even forbidding the top-tier knights from entering. His words left Do-hyun stunned. Kay continued to voice his inner suspicions. It's hard to understand. Preventing the most capable knight squad from intervening when disaster struck the gate? Immediately afterward, the gate investigation team was ambushed. The families close to the Ministry of Finance couldn't do anything. His voice grew serious. Moreover, since we discovered that the Imperial Hunter was behind the ambush, the finance department has deliberately kept it quiet. So we can infer that someone is colluding with the Empire, and it's highly likely that he is from the finance department. Hun listened carefully from start to finish, secretly assessing that indeed the head of the news association knew many clues. Kay continued, but we can't be sure the mole is within the Ministry of Finance. It could also be someone we haven't considered. Mr. Duncourage expressed his long-standing suspicion that even Ratwan Aston, the leader of the first-class knight order, could be the culprit. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Do-hyun's lips. Utterly ridiculous. Why do you think that? Kay replied. The top-tier knight order suddenly appeared and resolved everything in a short time. Bet right now everyone in the city knows their names. When the gate appeared, it was the perfect timing, and no one was prepared for this disaster. Except for the first-class knights, the tree revealed everything, including the things that still puzzled him to this day. It seems they know everything from the structure of the gate to information about the monsters and how to destroy them. They almost already know what will happen. Suddenly, Do-hyun smiled, satisfied with what the tree had just said. Well done! Approved. Do-hyun nodded thoughtfully, deliberately causing chaos then stopping to win the crowd over. Very risky, but quite effective. I understand why he would be suspicious. My voice slows down. Maybe I should let you see for yourself instead of just explaining. Hyun extends his hand sincerely inviting, join our night squad and you'll see if I'm shaking hands or chaining up the Empire's fools. Deep in Do-hyun's eyes, there was a resolute brightness. The cautious guard hesitated and asked again, are you inviting me to join your night squad? He cautiously said, I think there's been a misunderstanding. You are one of my suspects. Feel free to doubt me as much as you like. You can decide whether joining us is good or bad while you're in my legion. And I'm not forcing you, just suggesting. My free wings are gone, and I happen to need a good spy. I think this is a mutually beneficial relationship. Kay stared intently at the other person, still weighing many things in his mind before making a decision. Suddenly, cheers from the arena erupted, causing both of them to startle and look over. Are you sure you can stay out here that long? I thought this ceremony was pretty important to you and the knights. For now, this is more important. He found it confusing, but still gently reminded him. Your people are fighting to be recognized as official knights. I think you're being a bit too hopeful as their team leader. Du Haihun looked up and responded confidently. That's because I trust them. Whether I'm there or not doesn't matter. Anyway, they will win in the end. Seeing your arrogance, the tree feels a bit reluctant. The ceremony was attended by many renowned knights from across the kingdom. I guess I saw you looking down on them a bit. Hearing that, Do-hyun immediately interrupted. I know this will be a tough challenge for them, but I trust them. They have fought alongside me many times before. There's no way they will lose. His words struck straight into my heart. Does he really trust his people that much? So he decisively made his choice. Okay. Kay looked straight into Do-hyun's eyes and said, I will cooperate with the first-class knight order first and consider officially joining the knight team later if it seems suitable. He nodded in satisfaction and said, You made the right choice. Kay felt there was nothing more to say, so he quietly put his hat back on. Then I'll see you again later. I don't like staying in one place too long. The duo of Hun stood still, watching as his figure gradually merged into the darkness. I will wait for you. Indifferent, he calmly agreed, a slight smile curling on his lips. Just call me the Guildmaster. As soon as I finish speaking, I swiftly leap across the rooftops and vanish into the sky, leaving Do-hai behind, who secretly feels pleased that everything is going smoothly. I really needed a talented informant. And finally, I have the leader of the Free Wings on my side. Looking at the lively arena, Do-hai-hun prays, hoping they will understand his absence, as he has more important matters to attend to. But now that it's done, I decide I can't be absent the whole time either. Let's see how they're doing. The sound of screams rising high. The atmosphere in the arena is boiling to the extreme. Ares leapt into the air, sword raised high, ready to strike down. The other warrior trembled as he held his sword in front. Unexpectedly, Ares lunged past and swiftly slashed his sword across the opponent's back, causing him to spit blood and fall down. The entire arena held its breath, waiting for the warrior to rise and counterattack. But he fell backward, leaving Ares standing tall as his opponent collapsed. Suddenly, cheers erupted like waves. Randon had won again. Wu's voice echoes in Hugh-san Randon's ears. They win again with the Lu Tin sword technique. No one can stop it. The highlight of this ceremony will be the Guild of Thieves. They have achieved several quite convincing victories. Z watched the match from a corner, wondering why they were acting so aggressively. Isn't that going a bit too far? Philip gently reminded them because of us. They are trying to make a good impression on everyone here and use that to gradually undermine us. PS stepped forward and asked, Are we the only ones left undefeated besides the Randall group? We haven't faced them yet, have we? Are they deliberately avoiding us? Z also found it hard to understand the speculation. Maybe the matchups weren't randomly arranged after all. Jack warned everyone that Jan's side was already aggressive enough and they wouldn't hold back in the fight. Joss felt a bit tense after hearing that. Someone's concerned voice calls out, How do you feel now? Do you think you can do it? Suddenly, Do-hyun approached from behind. You have to win. If Do-hyun encourages you, it will be a problem if you keep overthinking. Keep trying your best, Joss. Joss softly calls out, and President Donu looks towards Roy and asks quietly, Is that guy your opponent? The so-called genius of the Randon family, Roy Randon's 10th son. You remind me it won't be easy, but it's not impossible. Every word from Do-hyun stirs Joss's mind. They must be very happy. Their first opponent will just be a new soldier who used to be a farmer. Down raises his voice to encourage. Make them silenced with your skills. As soon as the words finished, Joss immediately steeled his resolve and answered loudly, Yes, sir. He held his head high, his eyes determined, waiting for his moment to shine. Are you sure, sir? Jan's people will really try to kill him during the competition. He confidently replied, Don't worry. Seeing Joss's passionate enthusiasm, Do-hyun couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He won't be defeated. After many battles, he has gained a lot of experience. Meanwhile, Joss and Roy have stepped onto the arena. The atmosphere was electrifying throughout the arena, and whispers spread all around. Oh my god, the Randon family and the first-class knights will truly face each other. The undefeated fighting the undefeated. This match will decide which guild is the strongest. I thought I would finally get to fight you guys. I didn't expect I would have to fight that peasant again. He lazily looked at Joss. This is so disappointing. I will end you with one strike. The kid, approaching Joss, feels a bit uneasy. He's a noble from one of the 5 renowned families and will be stronger than any enemy I've faced before. Clenching his sword in his hand, Joss steels his spirit, but he must not give up. Looking up at the flag fluttering in the blue sky, his willpower seems to be strengthened. I am no longer a farmer or a mercenary. I am now a member of the highest-ranking knight order. Joss raises his sword, ready to fight, promising himself he must not lose for the sake of the guild leader and his comrades. Before long, Roy swung his sword quickly forward. A tearing wind sound echoed as Joss smoothly dodged to the side, avoiding Roy's attack. He glanced briefly and said, I guess you can follow my previous sword move. Immediately, Roy spun around and swung down from above. What about this move? Joss quickly swung his sword to block a strike. The weapons clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Roy aggressively keeps attacking, his sword thrusting with fierce intent. The crowd points at Joss, shouting, Look, he's blocking every attack without even breaking a sweat. Who exactly is he? Those rumors only made Roy lose his mind even more. He roared, "Damn it, you damn farmer!" As Roy rushed forward in a hurry, Joss quickly kicked out, causing him to slip unexpectedly. Roy shamefully fell face down to the ground, shouting out loud, trying to crawl up with veins bulging, yelling, "You bastard!" This incident surprised Joss, who widened his eyes. Is that all he's got? He's amazed at himself. I can see all his movements. I don't even feel threatened by those sword strokes. At the moment Roy stood up, he also clenched his sword hilt. If that was all he could do, Joss was determined that he would definitely win. The crowd's voice echoes down. Can everyone see that Jandon's rich kid can't do anything? Are you sure he was ever a mercenary? He looks very experienced. Roy gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, why you? A civilian dares to embarrass me. I didn't expect Joss to respond so sharply, embarrassing you. I didn't think I would have to consider your feelings now. Do you want me to act according to your emotions or what? He shouted loudly. What? Do you know who I am? While facing Joss, he pretended to scratch his ear.
That's strange. I heard that all the knights participating in today's festival would be treated fairly.
He held his sword high and confidently said, even if this is just a practice duel, it's still a fight, and there's no time to care about the opponent or etiquette. Showing off as a noble or commoner is already pointless. Joss points his sword at the opponent and coldly reminds him, only the strong and the weak exist here. His words strike Roy's pride, making him roar in fury. You bastard! He charged forward fiercely, silenced. The clash of weapons rang out sharply, and the arena fell silent as everyone held their breath. R wants to take back his previous judgments. I thought he should have overwhelmed our rookie Joss. Philip stood beside him and continued. That's not true. He is considered extremely skilled and powerful within the Randall family. That's all. The problem is that Dion interrupted. Joss was so strong that he overwhelmed him.
That's all there is to it. I knew Joss was talented, but this exceeds my expectations.
Looking down at the arena, both sides are evenly matched. Dion comments. The Randall family must have thought they could overpower him if they attacked right from the start, but that was a mistake. He confidently concludes that Joss has successfully returned unscathed from the battles at the gate. Through that, he gained a lot of combat experience and had no reason to lose this battle. At that moment, Roy was flying swiftly toward Joss. Unexpectedly, he was a step faster, sweeping his sword sideways to counter with a defensive move. He knocked Roy away from the beam, the force of the blow so great that Joss clenched his teeth, trying to hold back. But it was at that moment of distraction that Joss charged in. If you only block the attack, what's the point of the fun? He is provoking Roy. Now give it your all. Are you a noble? He immediately raised his sword to block Joss's attack. But because the opponent's strength was too great, Roy gradually found himself at a disadvantage. As he looked over, he saw him raising a punch high above his head. Roy hurriedly stepped back, narrowly avoiding a punch from Joss. Enraged, he shouted, You damn mercenary! Do you dare to use fists in a sword fight? Do you think this is just a fight or what? He leapt up, trying to strike before Joss could regain his stance. At the moment he was about to close in, Joss suddenly counterattacked, using his sword to parry Roy's blade, making him speechless with rage. You think real combat is what? In a real battle, there is no room for hesitation. Joss's words were sharper than a blade, piercing deep into Roy's pride. In real combat, there's no right or wrong, only victory. If you don't win, you'll lose your life. If you're afraid, surrender now. At this moment, Roy was so furious he was about to burst, wildly swinging his sword, saying, I will make you shut your mouth. And so, both sides continued to clash, and seeing Roy unleash his fury only made the spectators more excited. Here it is. The young master of the Jiandan family isn't that bad after all. Now the real fun begins. Philip looked down from above and felt a bit of respect. He is truly determined, quite different from the other Randall guys. Dion nodded in agreement. Perhaps that's why he's known as a rising star among the new fighters. He looked up at the sky and muttered casually. However, being determined alone is not enough to defeat Joss. As Do-hun predicted, Joss is now gaining the upper hand. He grabs Roy's collar and, full of determination, slams his head into Roy's forehead. The surprise attack throws Roy off balance, causing him to fall backward. He spun around and shouted, What the hell is that? Joss smugly replied, sometimes in real combat. You have to use your head. Remember that? Your head literally. Roy let go. A large bruise already forming on his forehead, touched by his wounded pride. He growled, So that's why people call you thugs. You always use dirty tricks. Roy clenched the hilt of his sword, veins bulging on his arm, and said, This isn't a move meant for a mercenary like you. But I have to use this because you've insulted me too many times. As he finished speaking, Roy suddenly unleashed his attack and thrust his sword downward. I have no reason left to hide anymore. Joss concentrates intensely on the opponent. Here it is, the luminous star sword of the Lonan family. He remembers that many knights of the kingdom have fallen to this sword technique, but his move will be much stronger than usual because he is a true member of the Ron family. Joss wondered to himself, Can I block this sword move? The murderous aura swirling around him, I will wipe that arrogant look off your face. He charges forward like a furious beast. Consider it an honor to die at the hands of a Randy family swordsman. Suddenly, Joy froze for a few seconds, eyes wide as he looked at the opponent's move. The sword wasn't that different.
Seeing him rush forward like a gust of wind, Joss had to admit it was very fast and incredibly powerful. But compared to what he had experienced versus during his time with the Knights Guild, this sword technique was nothing. At the very moment Joss was about to strike down, Roy also dodged aside and swung his sword up. He opened his eyes in panic, looked down in horror, and realized that Joss had launched himself forward, while he himself had taken a sword strike. Joss gasped for breath as he fought back with all his might, the entire arena falling silent, only Do Hwan above smiling proudly. Roy collapsed helplessly. You ordinary citizen, you civilians, you talk too much. You still don't understand what I said, Joss Duong declared loudly, raising his sword high. It doesn't matter if you're noble or commoner. What matters is who will win in a real battle. Joss's words full of heroism caused the entire audience to erupt in applause. The victory goes to Joss, a member of the First-Class Knight Order. Joss raises his hand to the sky, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. The First-Class Knight Order has won. Have you seen? He has defeated the Randall family's rogue mage. That guy is amazing. Everyone is surprised and excited at the same time. The Randall family lost? That rookie guy was defeated by a mercenary soldier. The praise and adulation for Joss soared to the heavens. He had never felt so proud of himself. Joss looked up at the stage, smiling and patting his chest. Receiving his signal, Dion also nodded proudly in admiration. Even Phantom on the high platform couldn't help but marvel, as the strongest knights in this ceremony are of the highest knightly order. Titan also nodded in approval. The new knights are that strong? That's really surprising. It seems the rumors are true. I hear the leader of this guild is the son of the Aston family. The gossip of the monarchs echoing in Hussein Randon's ears felt like a blow to his pride. Soon, I'll have to write a congratulatory letter to the Aston family. I also have to find other members of the Aston family in the capital. I'm sick of Hussein Randon with his veins popping out. He secretly cursed that he was truly useless. Did he really lose to that damn mercenary? He clenched the armrest of the chair tightly, constantly filled with evil thoughts. I still allow it to kill the opponent or to wound them so badly they can never wield a sword again. And looking over at Do-hyun calmly standing in the distance, he found it hard to believe. Has Raoun Aston really gathered these powerful people without relying on his family's help? Frowning deeply, Hussein Randon was determined to crush his opponent. I need to act quickly. He turned around and ordered his subordinates. There's nothing more to see here. Let's go. The guard looked surprised. Already so soon. H-San Rand didn't say much, just instructed someone else to take the knights and then returned. Just a few people need to follow me. It made the guard worried. Where are you planning to go? He replied angrily. I need to meet rank at the Ministry of Finance. The battles at the arena are still ongoing. VIP shouts loudly and swings the axe down. Philip calmly raises his sword, not intending to dodge, but directly blocks the attack. The clash of weapons rang out painfully loud. Vi froze. He blocked the attack. Then what? Suddenly, Philip swiftly used his momentum to push her aside, causing him to lose his balance and kneel down. Taking advantage of VIP's unsteady stance, he immediately struck with his sword, and with a clang, the blade hit right in the middle of VIP's back. Philip respectfully said, "That was a great fight." Meanwhile, the VIP still couldn't believe he had been defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly accept. I lost. The cheers ring out once again, as the victory belongs to the First-Class Knightly Order. They've won several matches in a row. Killing from above, he slightly smirked. The last battle was too easy for him. Only Joss makes every win feel like the first time. He shouted excitedly, "Well done." The high-ranking monarchs are also excitedly discussing. He managed to overpower a swordsman of the same master level as himself. Now we know which knights are the main characters of this ceremony. Jaden looks at the Knights Guild. He muttered, "First-class knight." Trying to look carefully, he suddenly snapped to attention. The knight order that Raon established has a few familiar faces. He looked at Titus for his opinion. What do you think Titus Raon is like? Memories flooded back as Titus recounted. He has been calm and mature since he was young, and it seems that after the gate incident, he has become even more mature. Jeden Din is curious to hear more. Really? He said with a hint of displeasure. That family had always been content with swinging swords in the countryside, but now someone with ambition has appeared. A voice rang out, the highest-ranking knight, truly impressive. Meteor praised without hesitation. I heard the capital calls them the strongest knightly order in the kingdom. Now I understand why. They are fighting as if this were a ritual before their battlefields. Only the Randon, Templeton Gear, and Kim Hung Knights of Aston, the only major clans participating in this ritual, are involved. He grumbled that with 4 warrior clans not participating in the ceremony, claiming the title of the strongest knights order was meaningless, Maderi suddenly felt very childish. He smiled and said, "But that a newly formed knights order can defeat John is still quite surprising." "Do you think so?" said Vice Principal Gray. KS looked at him cautiously and asked, "I hear the leader of the first-class knights order is studying at the academy. Do you know about this?" "Of course, I've met him a few times." He continued to ask curiously, "What kind of person is Raon Aston?" And Gray remained silent for a long moment to consider. He turned to the boy and made a suggestion. "Can I ask you a question before answering your inquiry?" Gray asked straightforwardly. "Do you think this kingdom is currently at peace?" He also honestly speaks what is in his heart. For a knight of a kingdom, there is no such thing as peacetime. A knight must always be aware of and prepared for danger. Gray nodded knowingly and smiled with a hint of meaning. Indeed, a commendable answer. He said seriously, I have to admit I don't know much about Round, and I wouldn't dare say I know more about the safety of the kingdom than you two. But if one day an evil force threatens his kingdom, I can't help but think that young man will become our savior. But of course, this is just my own opinion. Medio happily interrupts him, and the wise Gray praises him so highly. He must be your favorite student. After some reflection, Kasan decided to speak up. If you value him that much, I want to test him a little. He believes that a great knight is not just about honor or fame. Only strength can make a knight truly great. Only strength is the true measure of a knight's valor. So I must see for myself whether his reputation is real or just an illusion. Finally, the competition is over. The organizers loudly announced that everyone should pay attention as we proceed with the royal knighting ceremony. All eyes turn to Dion. The knight representative and owner of the first-class knight order, Aston, is asked to step forward. The entire crowd shouted together, Young Master Round, you're very handsome. The presenter turned to ask for his opinion before stepping forward. Have we started yet? Then he stopped us. Wait a moment. TAS, step forward. Before we proceed with the ceremony, I have a favor to ask you, Round. He straightforwardly made a proposal. Can you carry out this unreasonable request of mine? Du-hun frowned, hesitant and not wanting to answer. The current head of the Knights Guild, what is he about to say? He continued. The performance of the first-class knight order in this ceremony is quite impressive, but it's a bit of a shame that only one warrior family is participating in this ritual. So, as the head of the Knights Guild, I want to see the strength of the first-class knight order myself. Looking directly into Doyon's eyes, I coldly ask, what does Ron think? Do you agree or not? Dion remained silent, unwilling to answer, a sense of suspicion flashing through his mind. The leader of the Ruben Kingdom Knights, Countess Khan. His name is unforgettable when talking about one of the strongest knights in the kingdom, as well as the commander of the Royal Guard and a master swordsman.
Doi-hun quietly compares the abilities of both sides. I am only a novice swordsman for now, but the difference between a master swordsman and myself is still too great at this point.
You're weighing your options. If you agree to this duel, he will be the strongest opponent you've ever faced as Raoul Aston. The frown on his face impatiently asked, Are you hesitating? That's strange. He looked directly at Du-hun with a challenging gaze and said, I thought the first-class Knight Guild leader would agree immediately. Pai asked nervously, What's going on? Why does Kan want to challenge the guildmaster? Philip replied, He wants to test our strength himself. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is strange compared to before. The guild leader is still too young to defeat a master swordsman. Looking at the fluttering flag in the wind, Philip thought to himself that if he refused, all the reputation they had worked so hard to build would be washed away. Then he glanced at the shadowy figure of Dune and wondered, a battle that is unequal and unavoidable. What will he do now? Chairman Dion pondered deeply for a long time before suddenly raising his head and facing Khan with determination. All right, then summon your sword. A duel with the esteemed leader of the Knight Order is an honor I can't miss. I smile knowingly. I will learn a lot from you. Lord Carson, the leader, the atmosphere in the arena is now incredibly tense. Khan and Du-Hill stare intently at each other. He announces in front of everyone here that this match will be conducted fairly under the name of the Kingdom of Ruben. Yun Duong drew his sword high in the air. Of course, sir, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn. The audience kept cheering excitedly. Your match with Round and CON was incredible. This fight was so unexpected, especially during this ceremony. On the contrary, while the atmosphere is lively above, the arena below remains silent as they observe Do-hyun closely, and he also focuses all his attention on his every move. Joss ran up to ask Philip, Vice President, what's going on? This fight wasn't in the plan, he's just as stunned, and it really shouldn't be happening, at least not here. P continued. However, the ceremony has also undergone many changes, including scale and schedule, so that means there is no need to follow the previous standards. Z grits his teeth. Damn it, that means we have to prove ourselves twice. Drake also looked down nervously. The commander is a serious person. He needs an undeniable certainty. Seeing everyone getting more and more excited, Philip had to speak to calm them down. The chairman agreed to this match because he knew what he was doing. We just need to trust the chairman. Gray, from the high seat, smiled awkwardly. I think I've put Roan in a difficult situation. Sorry for talking too much. And Marie sitting next to him is very optimistic. How awkward is that? I think that's good for him. A match against the head of the Knights Guild isn't an opportunity he would normally get. He watched the match with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I've known Sir Kan for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen him like this. Seeing a serious Sarn join the fight, Midoriya briefly recalled his youthful days when he saw him so passionate. Hun straightforwardly said, Then let's begin. As soon as the words finished, he charged forward with his sword, while the sand still stood still, waiting for the next move. The clash of weapons echoed loudly across the arena. At the point where their weapons crossed, sparks flew so brightly that it was blinding. The serious Sand swung his sword down with force, while Dohu gracefully leapt back to dodge. Immediately, he leapt back and swung his sword fiercely against the San.
Their eyes locked, both brimming with fierce determination. As if reading each other's moves, they both swung their swords horizontally. Doi-hyun clenched his teeth, his hands trembling, unable to find any weakness. He will counterattack immediately if I stop. In that split second, I focus all my strength and remind myself not to let my guard down. I must keep a continuous rhythm of attack. With each move, both of them gradually closed in on each other. Hai-hun quietly calculated that he was too close and that his opponent's attack was faster than he thought. I try to analyze the previous attacks as my body jumps high. I attempted to control the fight by attacking from above, but he has a faster attack speed and closes in quicker than I expected. As the sword falls towards him, Kan looks at the calm man and can't help but marvel. This is the true strength of a swordmaster. A resolve rises from within him. He cannot afford to lose. Once again, he swung his sword down while the opponent swept horizontally with two swords of equal strength, instantly neutralizing the attack. Just as Kan was about to regain his stance, he leapt into the air once more. He was startled to see Do-hyun charging at him with full force, holding the upper hand and determined to force him into retreat. Do-hyun immediately felt some difficulty due to the difference in strength, while the others remained calmer. He also focused to counterattack. Immediately after, he swung his sword towards Do-hyun, forcing him to retreat. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the stands, the arena below was extremely tense. With a once-in-a-century match like this, everyone here feels it's a stroke of luck. They cheer loudly with excitement. It's on a completely different level. I can't even see what's happening. They are too fast, Joss muttered softly. Damn it, that's the strength of a swordsmanship master. Pierce quietly observes as expected. On the arena, Do-hyun gasps for breath, constantly thinking of a way to win. He's too strong. I can't find any opportunity. Can I only keep this balance with him? All right, I've seen your swordsmanship, but there are things that matter even more. As soon as the words finished, Ka summoned a strange blue box in his hand. If he was to lead the new generation, he needed more than just a sword technique like that. He reached out his hand, his eyes filled with deadly intent, and said in a deep voice, "Let's start the second round." The opponent across from him said, "You're considered to have real strength too. Now we will move on to the next challenge," he continued. "Are you ready?" Rondown felt something unusual. When facing him, I had a strange sensation. You glance at the box in your hand and realize that feeling might be coming from that very box. Midari asked in surprise, "How is that even possible?" Ray and Chung felt that this object looked quite strange, truly sparking curiosity. Midari exclaimed, "That is a dark magic core. An item containing a lot of dark magic. Only high-level knights can use it." Basically, the original purpose of the dark mixed magic core was for knights to detect the source of dark magic. In the early days, it worked quite well, identifying imperial mages and those secretly trying to infiltrate our kingdom. Then, many unexpected events occurred. It also mistakenly identified the wrong person, leading to many difficult situations when using it. That's why it was suspended from use, but somehow it appeared again in this match. I didn't think that Sir Knight Kan would use such an item in a friendly match. I might have guessed it too. No matter what happens, there must be clear and solid evidence. The first-class Knight Order has done many good things for the kingdom in recent times, but everything must be verified and certain. Nothing can be overlooked. The cold and stern voice said, "I only use this for that reason. Please cooperate with me." Ron? Vast streams of dark-colored energy burst out from the box. Hyun stood frozen, watching the scene before him as a massive explosion erupted in the sky. The man's size? "So today you came here after all, Count?" Jerry asked. "So I heard that Lord Jandon will also be attending the inauguration this time. Is it okay for him to appear here today?" Hughes replied, "I feel the same way about you. So why didn't you attend the previous inauguration?" He felt confused, unable to understand how he could look at you so calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Or have you already forgiven that Aston family brat?" He smiled and replied, "You, Count, seem quite displeased in your words. I guess during that ceremony, the first-class Knights Order did things you never wanted to see. If Hughes questions this, it seems things are not going as we planned. So I think you will have to step in to prevent similar incidents, right?" Jerry casually paid no mind. "It's okay. You don't really need to worry about it. Even if those problems arise, I can still calculate so that they cause no loss or impact on the plan." He can't believe it. "Do you think the Aston kid and his followers are a minor problem?" Jerry's voice turns cold. "If it is said that affecting the plan requires the involvement of Count Aston, then the issue would be considered serious and would require a counter-strategy. You see, I can still control the situation with that kid Roan in the first-class Knight Order." Hun frowned silently upon hearing this. He continued, "Even though the first-class Knight Order has made great progress, it is still an organization separate from the Aston family. However, if they continue to grow strongly in the future, I will intervene immediately and cannot allow any force to threaten the White Tiger Knights." Hughes frowned and asked, "So you still let them act like that?" Jerry smiled. "Well, right now their organization only has a few mercenaries. How can it compare to the White Eagle Guild, which is made up of renowned knights with years of battle experience?" Even though I find his rapid growth a bit unsettling, a lone force without backing, especially when facing the aristocracy, can't really make a difference in this kingdom. Everything unexpected is still to come. The battle is quietly unfolding. Whether on the front against the Empire or within this kingdom, it will soon erupt.
Going back to the students with the mysterious box, the trainees are worried. What's happening? What is that dark magic flow? Shouldn't this competition be stopped right away? It's too dangerous. Jaws anxiously paces back and forth, calling out, "Guild leader." Gray stared blankly at the scene before him. Even Meteor was tense and never took his eyes off it. He thought to himself, from looking at the box it hadn't changed at all, only feeling a powerful holy energy spreading from within. So what is going on here? Hun exclaimed, "War will never end." Being vigilant and ready to confront any dark forces opposing the kingdom is the true trait of a knight. Those words have always been what I remember and what I always want to pass on to the members of my highest ranking knight order. Therefore, in the face of the suspicion you have now shown, I must also demonstrate that I always have surprises that can dispel unnecessary doubts. He thought to himself, now feeling the divine power spreading, he has proven his identity, completely unrelated to dark magic or the imperial forces. But I wonder where that divine power comes from. How can such a small knight possess such immense strength? The twin Hyun confidently raised their arms, energy swirling around them, with fists encased in iron armor and large wings spreading behind down. Everyone gasped in amazement at this scene. The others also stared in disbelief with wide eyes. Ray and Miriam stand frozen in silence. Down remains there, surrounded by the power emanating from his fist. From the fist, a burst of energy radiates brightly, transforming into a column of power shooting upward. The feather floats away into the space. The scene is now silent as the grave. The two of them stand facing each other, still unable to regain their composure, both frozen. He speaks up. "That great holy power you just showed must be enough to dispel your doubts about me, Count." He remains silent, sweat streaming down his face, and someone could tell that was divine power, right? He couldn't hide his excitement. "Count Raon is a disciple of the Holy Spirit, a bearer of great holy power. Will you help us in the fight against the damned Imperial Hounds?" The surrounding chatter grew louder. If he possesses such holy power, then he is truly a saintly knight. Everyone cheered. The first-class knight order are the disciples of the Holy Spirit. They are very proud of this victory. This is our guardian deity. Hooray for the first-class knight order. They will help us win this battle. Jiden frowned as the situation spiraled out of control and turned to leave. "All right, that's enough," Titus replied. "So, shall we leave now?" Jiden already has an answer. "Now I understand why that old man Randon is always cautious and considers that kid Raon a thorn in his side. He is starting to get interested. I never thought that little kid would have such power. In the future, there will be many exciting things to watch out for with that kid Raon." Here, in the main hall, loud cheers erupt as the representative of the first-class knight order steps forward. With the achievements of the First-Class Knights Guild, the Guild Master of the First-Class Knights will be granted a noble title. Your name will be celebrated. Raon Aston. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. "Amazing, young Master Raon is so talented." The crustiest one has been silent all along, maintaining a calm demeanor as they look at the person in front of them. He swept his cloak aside and knelt before him, the sword in his hand flashing with a bright light. "I ask you, Raon, the captain of the First-Class Knight Order." He asked further, "Do you now swear loyalty to the kingdom of Reuben at this very moment? You place your hand on your chest and firmly declare, 'I swear.' Do you pledge to protect the people of the kingdom with your life and to stand against the invading imperial forces to defend the realm?" Do-hyun resolutely said, "I swear." The next question was asked. "Do you vow to remain forever loyal to His Majesty, never let your spirit waver in the face of any hardship, and always follow the knight's spirit as a model for those who come after, or not?" He repeated his old words. "I swear," he continued, "you will always train yourself to become stronger." The commanding and majestic voice echoes. "I will strive to contribute to the development of the kingdom." The other knights listen quietly to his words, always upholding justice. Dawn remembers those demands and always upholds justice for the oppressed. Finally, the knights declare that to embody the spirit of a knight of the Reuben kingdom. From these vows, I hereby recognize you, Raon, as a knight of this great kingdom. In the corridor, Maderi asks for his opinion. How does he feel about the boy after having the chance to face him in the arena? I need to remind you. What did you say again? When he repeats it, I was talking about Raon. What do you think of him after witnessing his formidable strength? You truly consider him a strong and talented young man among his peers. Maderi hesitated. There's more to say. You also understand what I mean. So tell me, what do you mean? He asked more about other matters, not about his strength. I mean, did you notice anything different about him? In response to these words, he suddenly fell silent. The others paused before speaking. Well, that's not entirely because I paid too much attention to him. He recounted, I only cared at that time to verify what Lord Grey said about that boy. From what Lord Grey said, I paid more attention to what he would be concerned about in the future. Will the Empire's invasion be stopped? Can Raon become the one to take responsibility and lead the Knight Order against the Empire? And finally, why does someone as young as him have so much trust from Mr. Grey? In the past, in every situation, Mr. Grey, with his profound knowledge, always had the right strategies. But in this uncertain future, I could see his concern. From then on, he also placed high hopes on the young knights, especially Raon. Of course, upon realizing that Lord Grey thinks that way, how could I, as the leader of the Knight Order, not care? Material's guess shows that the current situation is quite unstable. He agrees. That's right, with the rise of the Imperial faction, the future battle will be very fierce.
Madari understood this point from those comments. It seems you also acknowledge that Raoun might become the savior of the kingdom by leading the Knight Order in the future, right? The crab hesitated. This next statement will surprise Madari. I'm not entirely sure, but I can say this for certain. He believes that if things continue to develop like this in the future, Raoun will become a trustworthy ally. But if we lose him to the Empire, it could become a threat that's hard to handle.
But, according to my test, he has no magical power in his body at all. So for now we can trust him, but we still need to keep certain surveillance on the first-class Knight's order. First, we need to gain his support. Therefore, we must act skillfully towards him, so that both sides can achieve what they desire. Meteor crossed his arms and thought to himself, he's truly a seasoned veteran, always cautious in his judgments and actions regardless of the situation. He quietly uttered the prominent name from that day. Raoun Medary remembered his imposing figure. He is indeed a mystery that needs attention right now. There are many carriages parked in front of the academy, and inside the training yard, students are diligently practicing swordsmanship. Joss trains tirelessly with his sword, facing Jack, who looks incredibly serious. He easily blocks one of Joss's swords, and Joss, at a disadvantage, is pushed back by Jack. Joss collapsed onto the ground, the sword falling with a clinking sound. Why can't I land a single effective strike? He analyzes that you are only fast and strong in attack, but your swordsmanship is simple and predictable. You can handle the fools of the Randa clan, but against experienced warriors, you're simply no match for them. Jack pointed out that your boldness and recklessness are significant advantages, but on the battlefield, every mistake can cost you your life, so you should be careful. You should remember that everyone's fighting style doesn't change, but don't underestimate your opponents just because you're confident. Joss realizes his mistake.
Yes, I understand. Jay revealed something. After the match at the arena, the guild leader was promoted right after the battles of the Knight Guild members there, which caused a huge stir across the entire kingdom. Since then, our Knight Guild has gained many new members, and you also played a part in that.
Joss looked at me suspiciously. What do you mean?
So everyone has also recognized my strength now, huh? He confirmed.
That's right. You're now a senior to the newcomers. So Z forgot to encourage you, and you need to try much harder. Don't let the newcomers in the guild surpass you, he replied. I can do that easily. Vice President, you don't need to worry. Hyun stood by the window looking down at the training ground. He let out a breath of relief. Young Master, the tests you designed for new members wishing to join the guild are ready. Thank you. You are satisfied with the current progress. Now the Knights Guild has made new strong advances.
We also need to upgrade ourselves to keep up with this growth. He fell silent, as if pondering something before speaking again.
But there is one thing I don't understand. The Knights Guild is still new, and its foundation is not yet solid. Are you sure it's okay to hastily expand the guild by accepting more new members now? You explained that this is necessary and that we must do it. Hyun mentioned political affairs. The kingdom's situation is now quite unstable. The future war with the Empire is approaching. Analyze it carefully. Although on the surface the kingdom seems peaceful, there are many internal disturbances. This is what the high-ranking members of the kingdom have noticed. I'm just like them. This peace is only superficial. War is imminent. Hyun predicts that in 5 days a special event will happen, so we need to quickly prepare to deal with the unrest. The first-class knightly order must show itself as the best shield to protect this great kingdom of Reuben. Jot, sitting on the throne, spoke. Everything today has been hard on you. Duke C.N. thanks you for presiding over the knightly promotion ceremony for the outstanding individuals today. I must kneel respectfully and say, this is my duty. Joris Reuben, the sixth prince of the kingdom of Reuben, added, since the appearance of many monster gates, the royal family has had too many things to deal with. Therefore, I will mainly rely on you to carry out those tasks for us outside. Rest assured, at present the Empire has too many aggressive actions and schemes aimed at us. Therefore, protecting the safety of the royal family is our top priority. So, Prince, rest assured, I will do my best to handle what I can. He feels much more at ease now. If you say so, I can also feel a bit more reassured. Jazz mentioned the recent news. It seems there is a knight who was recently knighted and is very capable. Is that correct? He is the leader of the first-class knight order, right? He reports, and that's correct.
In the competition among young candidates from various clans, the first-class Knights Guild performed the best. He is Raoun.
I have to say, it's truly astonishing. With his numerous achievements at the Royal Academy, and now this noble title, it proves he's truly someone the future of the kingdom can rely on. When the first monster gates appeared across the kingdom, he was the one who led the knights from his family and mercenaries to suppress the monsters. Even during small-scale attacks by Imperial Hounds, he was the one leading the charge to eliminate them all. Jor was very pleased after hearing this. This is truly the exemplary knight order of the kingdom and deserves recognition. Maybe we should award the Hero of Justice medal to encourage them to do well in their future duties. He asked for your opinion. Raoun has heard a lot about him and also wants to meet him, but the current situation doesn't allow it. Do you have any opinion on this? The nobles politely decline. You don't need to worry much about things outside the palace, Your Highness.
The divine reward will be handled by His Highness, but currently, the first-class Knight Squad faces many restrictions in reaching the monster gates. He was surprised and asked what the restrictions they faced were. They have already contributed to defeating monsters to help ordinary people. Who could possibly stop them? Who issued this order? He revealed that the demands of the Count of Death, who is responsible for the safety of the entire capital, are the measures he proposed to restrict the actions of organizations not under royal control. This is also what the gods are worried about. Of course, in some urgent situations, restrictions on the first-class knights can be relaxed. He warned that the current situation at the gate and the chaos within the Empire have already caused us too much damage. I cannot let this power struggle continue. Joris has decided that I need to personally go meet Lord Randon to discuss. From within the desolate rocky area near the gate, the beastmen emerge wielding sharp axes. They are level 55 C rank steel boars, powerful with sharp fangs, gathering densely around the gate. The lead iron beast froze upon sensing something unusual, and Do-hyun rushed from the gate to their side. A flash of swordlight shot out from the gate so swiftly that their bodies were instantly sliced into pieces. You land right in front of the group of iron demons. Do-hyun looks at them thinking, there seem to be quite a few iron beasts here. They are quite strong for inexperienced soldiers, so if they break out, it will be extremely difficult to handle. More than anyone, Do-hyun understands that he must deal with all of them inside this gate. A steel beast behind him is about to attack, and they all charge towards Do-hyun. His face shows a calmness with no trace of fear at all. Inside the gate, many knights appear. Some wielding swords, others shooting with bows. That Chu didn't expect to be ambushed. Philip struck it with a sword, cutting it in half. Joss also enthusiastically swung his sword, cutting off the monster's head, while Po shot an arrow that killed another one. R excitedly caused chaos in one corner. Soon they successfully cleared the area, leaving behind countless mutilated corpses. Philip said, there are too many monsters here. How long will it take us to finish this? Jack reminded him, this is just one of the gates in the city center. There are many more. PS asks curiously, but if we can't eliminate all the monsters here, there will be even more trouble ahead. At that point, everything will be beyond our control. Joss's concern is whether we can eliminate them all when multiple gates of different levels open simultaneously. The Heian twins reassure them. Don't worry, we will have helpers by our side. Someone just appeared, I arrived too late. Nikia is holding a potion in her hand. The production time for this medicine took a bit longer than expected. You reply, all right, it's okay, Nikia. The battle through this gate is all up to her. Dion is really looking forward to it. Show me the true strength of a master alchemist. She obeyed and began using the potion. I understand now. The iron boars around her can't reach Nikia. The potion spills out from the bottle, her eyes shining brightly, looking extremely serious. A powerful explosion erupted as she threw the vial behind her, knocking the young knights back with the shockwave. Joss closed his eyes tightly. It was too dazzling. Jay was curious. Is this alchemy magic? That was the first time I saw it. Philip explained in more detail. It's alchemy, but upgraded with powerful spells added to it. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Nikia's current appearance looks extremely dangerous. She keeps creating explosions and throwing potions at her opponents. The Iron Legion could only scream as they were consumed by the raging flames. Hun secretly rejoiced, not expecting that he had saved his sister. Now I have a talented alchemist supporting me. In the future, there will be many terrifying monsters to face, but with such excellent potion-making skills, I will worry much less. He silently thanks the alchemist Nikia. I hope she will be of help to this kingdom in the future. Moreover, seeing that the surrounding monsters had been defeated, Dion had to admit that her skill truly exceeded all expectations. Nikia returned to her original appearance, took a deep breath, and noticed everyone looking at her differently. Feeling guilty, she asked, was I too focused? Sorry, everyone. Philip replied, it's okay. The potency of that medicine combined with magic is really impressive. Du Hai Hun praised, that's definitely a move to wipe out all the monsters. He thought to himself that he finally had a powerful alchemist, and he would need many other professions in the future to achieve his goal. But for now, thanks to her, his knightly strength has increased significantly. Doan has decided that from now on she will accompany us on many missions to gain more practical experience. Z and Joss came to chat. She's really good at magic. It's really a surprise. Thanks to her, we handled the mechanized enemies easily. But you shouldn't be complacent. This is only the beginning of the battle. Hun's team announced that they would now continue to the other gates, aiming to conquer the level C gates. At this moment, Houston entered the castle from the back, and seeing the person with their back turned, he said, sorry, your highness. I didn't know you were visiting, so I couldn't receive you properly. It's nothing, Count Tutuk. I came for official business only. He clasped his hands to his chest respectfully and said, yes. He coldly said, I came here on business, although I wanted to talk with you for a long time. But there are many things to do, so I will get straight to the point. Joris brought up the matter. I heard you banned the first-class knights from the city gates. Is that correct? Explain it to me. Your Highness, I made this decision after consulting with other nobles. He emphasized that this is a ban for all guilds, not just the first-class knight order. Jorat reminded him, I understand you're doing this for the safety of the city, but currently the royal family lacks enough troops to station at all the gates. He announced that from now on, the ban will be lifted. I will allow all capable guilds to enter the gate to exterminate monsters and protect the city. Joris left a message and then walked away.
I will announce this to everyone. Thank you for your efforts in securing the capital. From now on, the gate management will be handed over to the royal family. Houston could only obey the order. Yes, sir. When he was left alone in the empty room, Houston clenched his trembling fist in anger. Damn it, I've disliked this Prince Luke for a long time, and I never thought he would interfere directly in my family affairs this time. He remembers this opponent, the Luke Prince, along with that bastard Round and his Knight Squad. You just wait. It won't be long. You will all have to die. At the gate area near the Rocky Mountain, the enemy troops are being wiped out, each sword slash cutting through their necks. Joss analyzes the situation. The terrain is too narrow. Swinging the sword is difficult, but because of that, we can't be overwhelmed by their attacks from all sides. P realized that the terrain extended further inside and everyone needed to be careful. Seeing him cling to the cliff and fight fiercely, if he could hold on here, he's truly skilled. Nikia moved cautiously, not forgetting to remind him to be careful. If she was careless and tripped on a stone, she could lose her footing and fall down. Nikia just happened to fall into Joss's arms, and he blushed deeply. The path is a bit tricky. Be careful. Nikia gently smiled and said, "Thank you very much." That springtime smile made Joss fall into a trance. He gently said, "It's okay. Just let me know if you need any help." Jack reminded them to stay focused on fighting. Do-hyun walked and pondered that a C-rank gate makes everything more difficult. Just walking on this terrain already tires me out, let alone fighting monsters. I silently thanked Juven for his help. Luckily, I have the captain of the city guard here, so I was allowed to enter this gate to break through. But this mission needs to be carried out quietly, so I couldn't bring many members along. Do-hyun glanced at her, luckily managing to supplement Nikia's alchemy, but the situation still remains quite difficult. He's still trying to think of a way. This terrain is quite dangerous for resting because of the risk of ambush. What should we do now? Nikia calls them. Can everyone sit over there and rest for a while? She took the initiative to suggest it. Everyone else also seemed pretty tired. I will help restore some strength for everyone. Philip frowned, surprised, and asked. Recover? Nikia explained. I brought some medicines I need to use. She holds a vial of medicine in her hand and says this is a stamina recovery potion made by me but very effective. Z looked at it suspiciously, tilted his head back, and drank the potion in one gulp, causing Nikia to panic. Why so quick? Be careful. It takes effect immediately after drinking. His eyes sparkled. Retch threw the bottle back to Nikia, brandished his sword, and shouted, "Everything's fine. I'm full of energy." She sighed sadly, saying I should have taken it multiple times, while Nikia quietly let out a breath of relief as he was filled with strength. Luckily, I brought plenty of it. P advises, be understanding of him. He's the type with strong limbs. Dune didn't expect she had this ability, alchemy, to create medicines like a priest. Truly versatile. Seeing Philip holding the potion bottle with his talented allies, he breathes a sigh of relief. Now he feels more at ease. Do-hyun is confident with Nakia's support and will bring her along to every battle in the future. He praised, "Great, thanks to her, everyone has regained their strength. Let's lift our spirits and move forward." He is very confident. If he faced the boss here now, he could take it down too. With a reminder from a friend, just cut it down quickly before it escapes. Do-hyun can stop. All right, no more arguing. While they were chatting, a giant ferocious monster appeared, wielding a large sharp axe that made everyone cautious. It is the level 77 elite D-rank C-grade Lion Guardian, strong with high resilience. Night falls over a desolate rocky mountain area, where inside a heavily guarded dungeon, someone is on patrol. This soldier was very surprised to see the newcomer. Seeing Gray smile kindly, he hurriedly saluted. "Vice Principal Gray," he politely said. "Everyone has worked hard." Gray reminds them, "I want to talk to the prisoner. Please, everyone step aside for a moment. The guard on duty." "Yes." He glanced back at the soldiers who had gone far away, and Gray's expression turned cold and serious. He approached the prison holding someone and asked directly, "Do you still refuse to cooperate? I don't understand what the Empire gave you to make you so loyal to them." Frank remained silent, indifferent, then suddenly sneered with sarcasm. "Stop saying those cheap, provoking words." Even though he was tightly bound to the post, Frank remained very proud. "You think I'm easy to deal with? Just show your true face and say what you really mean." Gray's form gradually disappeared, returning to that of a tree. The Imperial Army really is harder to deal with than I thought. "You've figured it out. Now I understand why my guild was defeated by you. The tree demands, now we can talk properly." Brand found it really ridiculous. Talking politely while actually chatting with prisoners? What kind of joke is not funny at all? He doesn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Stop pretending it doesn't suit you at all. What you're doing isn't more like interrogation than conversation. Blank shows a resolute attitude. Threatening or torturing is all the same to him. Do whatever you want, because no matter what, I won't reveal anything. He sighed and said, "Of course, following your advice isn't bad, but unfortunately, I can't do that." He got straight to the point, saying, "I am no longer a member of the Free Wings News Society, but an ally of the First Class Knights Guild." He emphasized, First Class Knights do not use torture, and I must follow that principle. Of course, Frank didn't believe it. It was truly amusing. Suddenly, he became frantic and shouted, "The Void Guest has become a dog of a noble who only pretends to be a knight? Those who have died at your hands will surely mourn when they hear this, and your smile only grows more arrogant. So you think you can get information from me by acting as arrogantly as those first-class knights? Fine, I'll wait." Just try your best to do it their way. That's my answer. Of course, even if you don't say anything, I will do it anyway. He started to manipulate when the father interrogated the first-class knight prisoner without threats. Father, is it about seduction or persuasion? Are you curious? In the end, how did they make the prisoner reveal the information? Did they take out a star-shaped communication wire from his hand? It's all thanks to this item. He held it out in front of him. This is an ancient artifact that paralyzes the mind and triggers the recall of essential information. With just a slight touch, it can also erase memories from a few hours ago. The next words make Frank sweat bullets. Since you've already met me here, you'll even forget that you gave me the information. That's the final piece. I got what I wanted without betraying the Empire. How is it? Very fair. Is that right? He's more relaxed than ever. Now let's take our time and talk. You asked the first question. What is the ultimate goal of you Imperial Hounds? At this moment, from the rocky mountain where Do Hwan's group is working, a voice screams in horror. Are you joking with me? Looking at that dimly glowing gate, he said in confusion. We barely got through the canyon, and now there's a dungeon?
What happened to this gate? Nikia asked, turning to him. Young master, this is your revelation. It was created by the magic of the gate. It seems the dungeon is still under construction.
The Hun duo led the way inside. If the gate's level increases to C, the terrain will change. If we don't quickly eliminate the guardians, it will be quite dangerous. What Joss worries about is that if the dungeon completely swallows the terrain of the gate, monsters of different levels from the current will flood into the capital. Is that right? Wretch is urging. Now is not the time to hesitate. Let's go. Sir, Dahai Hun is deep in thought. It's strange. Everything is too bizarre. That event will happen in just a few days. So suddenly this gate appeared out of nowhere? You examine and observe that gate. Gates of level C and above are not places that can be conquered in just 1 or 2 days. Moreover, it will probably be very difficult to quickly clear this dungeon. The urgent request for help from the city guard commander is for a level D gate. They said the gate suddenly changed and asked our knights for assistance. Du Hyun concluded that he had a feeling someone was trying to bind us with this gate. Seeing you silent, R asked nervously, is there something wrong with this young master? Du Hyun replied, it's nothing, but you still need to be careful. Take some time to observe your surroundings before entering, and remember to look after yourself. We don't know what the situation inside will be like, so we must prepare thoroughly. All together, follow the order. Do Hyun is hesitating. Am I overthinking this? But there is still a little time before that happens. You decide that, even so, the truth remained that we cannot just leave this gate as it is. Since things have come to this, we need to close this gate as quickly as possible. 2 people are watching Doyun from afar.
That is Vodine's henchmen standing guard there for a long time. Your group then hurriedly moved into the basement.
Everyone was alert, observing their surroundings. Joss held the flashlight, illuminating the interior architecture. Jack curiously asked, it's very spacious in here, but strangely silent. Is it because this dungeon is still primitive? You remind me. Don't let your guard down. Even though it's weak, it can definitely sense its life.
Is it always like this in every dungeon Joss asks about? Do they form naturally?
Philip answers from behind. There are many different types of dungeons. These ruin-style dungeons give a very realistic feeling. He's explaining the basics to him.
Dungeons are terrain formed from a large amount of concentrated magic energy, so their shape can change freely depending on the flow of magic.
Sometimes monsters are attracted by magic, or the Hellgate itself creates monsters, Philip said seriously. So we can never really know what will happen in the dungeon. We have to stay alert. Nikia cheerfully calls out, look over there, everyone. Those pillars look amazing. I heard the moss here contains magic energy, so can I take a little as a sample? Joss smiled, realizing that the alchemist girl didn't seem worried at all. Philip explained, she's very strong now, so probably there's nothing to fear anymore, and we should just keep tense. Du Hyun has not lowered his guard since entering here. This newly formed dungeon is very large, but surprisingly not very dangerous. Considering this is a dungeon within a gate that is leveling up to C rank, it's really strange. I look up at the high dome, and the flow of magic here is too sluggish. Not like a normal dungeon. It's unnatural, as if there's a locked chain in the middle. Hyun compares and senses that something is unnatural, as if the dungeon's magic has been suppressed. Joss raises his lantern higher, and upon seeing what's before him, he pauses in surprise before turning toward it. Sir, President, look over there. Even Hyun was amazed when he saw this scene. In front of them was a magic circle emitting a mysterious glow. Joss wondered if this had been formed inside the original dungeon. Nikia confirms, that matrix definitely... How can you not believe it? There's a magic suppression spell, so why would there be something like that in the dungeon? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Dodo Hyun's mind, and he shouted a warning to his team. Everyone be careful, this is a trap. Immediately after, the invisible group's members jumped down from above, and the knights never expected they would be ambushed. They froze in place, and when they looked up at them, Pia was shocked. What? A fierce explosion erupted in the space. Damn it, where did they come from? The centipede realized things were getting out of control. The leader of the group said, luckily, you managed to find your way here on your own. 2 expressed gratitude for saving her, making her work harder. Du Hai-hun silently thought, the Imperial Hounds, have they infiltrated all the way here? Have they suppressed the dungeon's magic? What could they be planning? Be alert and draw your sword. What kind of scheme are these bastards planning this time? At this moment, inside the Reuben Royal residence, Jorat entered the corridor, where silence was only broken by footsteps. He froze when he saw the person before him. It's been a while since we last met. Are you doing well these days? He replied, It seems you just left here. Haven't you already known? As a member of the royal family, we are not allowed to leave our territory even for a moment. He refused. Sorry, brother, but I just received information that I need to go to the Randall family to discuss lifting the ban on entering the gate. I think this situation is very important and cannot be ignored. I will explain directly to my father and accept the punishment. He left a word and then walked past, but since father is very tired right now, you don't need to do that. Father will surely understand the situation, Hyen reminds. But remember this. If a similar incident happens again, send someone to deliver your decision on your behalf because no matter who issues the order, a royal decree is still a royal decree. Joris will remember this deeply. I will keep it in mind, sir. Dion asked Min as they walked. When did Jor get involved in the gate incident? Did your majesty directly order him, or was it one of my other brothers? Did she deny it? That was the decision of Prince Jorat himself. Melvin recounts. But it seems that Raoul Aston, Prince Jorat's friend at the academy and the third son of Count Aston, also played a significant role in preventing the monster from the gate, and appears to have influenced Prince Joris's actions during this time. He ordered, I will secretly summon Lord Bankir first. I think I need to discuss my future plans with him a bit more. Tu's condescending voice from Do Hyun's side echoed. Honestly, I didn't expect you to fall into the trap so easily, he continued. So the rumor that you boldly entered the gate is true. I'm really disappointed. The first-class knights are highly regarded, but it turns out they can also make deadly mistakes like this. Pi and Z curse bitterly. The Imperial Hounds, those bastards. I didn't expect them to be hiding in a place like this. Tu nodded without hiding anything and said, Yes, no matter how much you talk, the truth is you fell into the trap yourselves. Hun secretly doubted something was off. How could they prepare such an intricate trap with so few people? There isn't even a commander or any other high-level mage. I have a bad feeling about this. It just can't be. Do Hyun asked Nikia if they used the Matrix to suppress the dungeon's power, and if she could tell him how strong this Matrix is. She agreed. Of course, it's fine. The Matrix is quite powerful, resembling an ancient magic suppression spell with an artifact at its center to operate the formation, enhancing the power of the suppression spell. Down realized that the Matrix is used to suppress the flow of magic through the gate, and the gate's level will gradually increase because the magic concentrates here due to the formation of the suppressive spell. Nikia confirmed, That's almost right. The problem is that you still don't understand. Are they manipulating the level of this gate just to lure us in? But what do they plan to do with such a small number of people? Doi Hai-un silently thought, it feels like they have a different purpose. Ri then said, You are pushing yourselves into trouble just to set up a complicated trap for us. This is interesting. You challenge us with such a small force. What are you thinking? Who knows? I'm really worried too. Still, don't underestimate us, he said firmly. But remember this. We are not as weak as you, despicable commoners. And we are just carrying out our bait mission for the next plan. Du Hai-hun was shocked to hear this bait. The knight group charged forward. Jack reminds them, You don't need to set this trap just to stand around talking nonsense, right? Philip's sword light flashes past the two masked men. Die. Jack fights fiercely, preventing the opponent from getting close. P. Duong draws his bow. Two masked men block with swords. Joss fights in close combat with one. Gritting his teeth, he shouts, Die. One of them kneels down in surrender, shamefully saying, We thought we could fight a proper battle, but it ended so quickly. Philip confusedly asks, Do you still want to continue that messy plan even though you know it will be useless? Tu, upon hearing this, was so angry he trembled. Messi, you underestimate us too much. Everything is going according to plan. Nikia is paying attention to the sword embedded in the formation, pondering that this relic seems to contain another spell within the Matrix. Nikia suddenly realizes that this can't be true. Just as she thought, Tu spoke from behind us. We are not as weak as you think. Our deaths are just part of a larger plan. We have already succeeded in the first phase. His outer mask shattered for the glory of the Empire. The energy within the Matrix began to surge violently, unleashing a powerful wave. Nikia exclaimed, What is going on? Z and Do Hyun immediately turned to look. What is that? The magic array shows a crack and returns to the dull appearance of a stone. Nikia realizes that this relic is equipped with a linked magic and a self-destruct spell. When the caster dies, it will activate and the spell suppressing the flow of magic here will disappear. At that moment, all the magic from the dungeon was gathered here, all being suppressed and turning into a magical explosion. Suddenly, a booming sound made them stop in their tracks. What was that, a strange sound? Do Hoon stared intently ahead. Something was emerging inside this darkness. He couldn't take his eyes off the dungeon gate, where giant claws were stomping on the ground. A whole horde of iron golems rushes out, the leader shouting, You die with us! Someone swears, Damn it, we can't handle that many. The monsters are too many. Do Hyun immediately shouted, Fall back, everyone! Turn around and run, we must get out of here now! The whole group was still stunned, not yet realizing what was happening, and Do Hyun led them to run towards the back. He instructed, After climbing those stairs, we'll reach the entrance to the dungeon. Don't stop and keep running.
Suddenly, Tietchu's giant axe swung down forcefully, revealing a massive Tietchu monster at the entrance of the dungeon, its appearance even more ferocious than its kin, with blazing red eyes. Sunset falls over the Reuben royal residence inside. Hien speaks softly. I'm sorry for calling you here so suddenly. Sneaking into the royal palace like this must have been very difficult for you. But I have no other choice because all members of the royal family were ordered to stay inside the palace. I hope you will understand. The person Hodin has been talking to is Marcus Brink. He seriously says, I know calling you here is very dangerous, but I hope you understand that this is to prevent our plan from failing. He smiled and said, It's okay, Your Highness. Actually, I am the one who feels guilty for making you worry. Hodin frowned and looked displeased upon hearing this. He warned, I didn't call you here just to hear your empty words. You also know why I summoned you here, don't you? He mentioned the plan you talked about earlier. When do you plan to start implementing it?
Your Highness, do you remember what I said to you during our first meeting? I'll remind you, to achieve what you always dream of, you only need one thing.
And that is patience. Do you still remember? Hodin was not very pleased. You know, I wouldn't risk so much just to hear that answer. Do you still want me to wait any longer? Jerry said as he stood up. Of course. And so, unlike our usual meetings, I entered the palace today in a very happy mood. Thanks to your patience all this time, I can bring you good news. His expression stiffened. What do you mean? Jerry replied. Tonight, you can taste for yourself the reward of your patience over all these years. The crack on the side of Dohun is shrouded in the silent night. The entire building below trembles slightly as the hurried footsteps of the knights echo through the night. He shouted, I can see the exit. After escaping, we will head straight to the narrow valley we crossed before. Suddenly, Dohun stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. The giant monster was blocking their path. It stared at them greedily, its mouth agape. What the hell? What is that ugly creature? Philip stared blankly. That monster can't be it. I knew it was the gatekeeper. Suddenly, the system notification light started to turn on. The message is displayed. Urgent mission to defeat the gatekeeper. Level B. Objective. Defeat the gatekeeper. Lion Mane Warrior Champion. Reward. 28,000 experience points. Random B-level material pawned. You grind your teeth and curse silently. Damn it. Why does it have to be now? Hyun only has one hope. If only we could cross this narrow valley and escape the dungeon, we could use the terrain to get past the gate without being surrounded. But right now, we're in a tight spot. Now we've run into the gatekeeper right at the entrance to the dungeon. Did those hounds predict this too? Hyun blames himself. Damn it, I was too reckless. A roar echoes from behind, causing them to turn around in alarm, with Jack and Philip both worriedly exclaiming, They've caught up, young master. If we keep going like this, they'll surround us. You forced me to find a way. This high-level guard is a formidable beast. Defeating it won't be easy. The situation is quite unfavorable. So Hyun kept thinking but couldn't figure it out. Damn it, what should I do now? Suddenly, you notice the sword in your hand. Do Hyun just remembered? That's right, I still have my power enhancement. If I use this power, I could defeat the monsters and this guardian immediately. The problem is, I still can't fully control this power. If I lose control, my teammates will be in danger. I'm desperate. In the end, I guess I have no choice but to fight directly? Nikia frowned, sensing something unusual. Joss immediately turned to look at her, suspicion on his face. Seeing her leave, he worriedly called out to the alchemist girl. Nikia suggested, Chairman, let me handle these monsters, and the guildmaster and knights please open an escape route. He was worried. No matter how strong Nikia was, she couldn't defeat them alone. Dohyun only then noticed that thing, his eyes showing clear surprise as he focused on the potion in her palm. That potion cannot be. Dohyun shouted and gave the order. Everyone, get away from Nikia and focus on the gatekeeper. Don't let it cause more trouble. Everyone was stunned when they heard his command. You are helpless. Even with this method, safety cannot be guaranteed. But I have no other choice. All hope rests on her. It's all up to her now. As Nikia's hurried steps, the approaching monsters gradually close in on her. The first in the herd was stunned as he sensed the danger. Nikia was reading an ancient mystical scroll, her eyes shining, turning completely white. A purple beam of light descends on the demon army. Philip can't tell what it is. He was stunned, thinking I was right. I never expected Nikia's alchemical magic to reach this level. She even uses the language of dragons, the beings that created all magic. This level of magic is only one step below the power of the gods. It is the strength of dragons, the dragon's spell. Waiting for the shift change, some guards have been yawning for hours, so why hasn't anyone come to replace them yet? The person next to him replied, What are you expecting? Everyone knows the Randon family members are always late. The two of them kept chatting. Usually the knight from the Randon family wouldn't accomplish much when he showed up. But today, I don't feel the usual quiet. I'm sure they're just being lazy somewhere again.
Have you ever seen anyone from the Randon family do a decent job? Rupert wonders why they insist on guarding the gate when their attitude is so terrible.
Slayer was surprised. Someone is coming. He asked the person in front. Your guard duty has been going on for generations. Where have you been? As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-deep pain shot through Slayer's entire body. The two guards only managed to shout once before falling, while the other one charged straight at the gate with his sword. He stopped and looked at the fallen behind him. Another of Vodian's subordinates approached and asked, Is everything taken care of?
There are no witnesses left. This guy has taken care of everything. I have completely taken control of the area around this gate. The mask has been removed. That person praised. Well done.
Then let's get started, the other person asked eagerly.
Should we cause some chaos at this gate? Inside the dungeon where Bren is imprisoned, a figure hanging from a rocky cliff asks with an open mouth, "What do you mean?" He warned, the Imperial Hounds have infiltrated every corner of the Reuben Kingdom. Their operation has already begun. He wondered about sneaking through the gate and assassinating the guilds. Not everything there is just a trick to provoke the generals. Bran retorts that they would never do such a thing. Their goal is simply to eliminate the opposing forces. He reveals a horrifying secret. The entire plan is all about preparing for a large-scale war, Frank emphasized. And tonight, the battle will begin right at the heart of the Reuben Kingdom. The tree immediately runs off after hearing this. The guards outside called out, "Vice Guild Leader, are you all right?" The person next to him looks surprised. "Isn't that the Vice President? Where did he run off to?" He blames himself. Why couldn't he see it? It was all just a stepping stone to start the war. The tree considers the worst-case scenario, and if everything he said is true, the Kingdom of Reuben will be destroyed tonight. Over at Dion, Nikia's healing potion is thrown into the air and then falls to the ground, shattering. Fragments shattered loudly as the Iron Beast halted, unwilling to advance. High above, a divine dragon appeared, its power making them all tremble in fear. Nikia continues to recite the ancient spell. Joss realizes, "I'm not sure anymore, but it seems something big is about to happen." Dawn wasn't very surprised, just as I thought. Her spell even makes this entire dungeon shake. With this incredible power, I predict it could deliver a fatal blow to the gatekeeper. That guardian suddenly prepares to charge at her, opening its wide mouth with sharp teeth as if ready to tear her apart.
Do Hyun appears and blocks its path with his sword. Damn it, it's aiming at Nikia. I have to stop it.
This guardian keeps growling and showing off. Do Hyun shouted an order, "Don't leave any opening for it. Stop it." The knights immediately moved into action with Pai at the back, drawing his bow to shoot. Nikia, protected by her allies, continues to cast the forbidden spell. The Iron Beasts roar as they call out to their kin. The three in front rush towards her recklessly, while the Hyun pair, caught on the guardian's leg, call out in panic. Be careful. Nikia releases her magic around her, and the magic spreads out in all directions with great power. The demonic constructs open their mouths in shock and fear as the divine dragon roared, activating its power.
The powerful magic wave surged like a wave, knocking back the uninvited attackers.
The energy surges toward the gate. Nikia stands there, her surrounding power calming. In front of her, a long trench stretches into the distance. Joss felt this scene was incredibly terrifying. Philip also froze, surprised at how powerful she was.
Even Du Hun couldn't have predicted the destructive power of that magic, which was beyond his expectations. I didn't expect her to defeat a wild boar armed with weapons with just one attack.
The magic power made the guardian monster unable to resist and retreat. It must have felt threatened when sensing Nikia's magic, which is why it acted that way. You look impressed, looking at Nikia's back. She's improved more than I thought. She will need your help even more in future dungeon assault campaigns. Nikia's strength is waning as she gradually leans back.
Dohyu immediately realized and called out,
"Oh, hold her!"
Joss caught Nikia in his arms. "Are you okay?"
Z and Philip admired her. She truly defeated all the monsters on her own. It's hard to believe. You give Joss the task of protecting Nikia, right? He obeyed without hesitation, clearly determined. Do-hyun is proud of her. Well done, Nikia. You saved all of us. The remaining guard is frantically shouting behind them, and they all draw their swords to face it. Leave the remaining things to us. The battle at the western border of the Reuben Kingdom is extremely fierce. Dion and his team sweep up to this point. Confused, he asks, "What is that all? How are we doing?"
Nemesis reassures from behind, "Everything's fine. I haven't even seen a wild animal, let alone monsters. I feel like something's off."
"I've heard there are so many monsters at the border that they need urgent help to deal with them, but we've only encountered Oz and goblins." "What's going on here?" Dee changed the subject. "So you heard that the knights from the temple have been sent to the northern border?" He replied, "Yes, they received orders from the Empire's intelligence agency to go there." Nemesis explained further, saying that since the Swordmaster led the team himself, there are rumors of a dragon-like monster there. Dion prayed, "If things get tense, even the Swordmaster might fall. I hope our journey will not be in vain." Nemesis hesitated. "But Captain, don't you find anything strange?" He replied, "What is it?" He expressed his doubts. Knights like us are usually sent to fight monsters. But is this the first time the king has sent a team? Or is it the first time he has dispatched an elite knight squad for a mission to eliminate? It's strange to send an army to each border region, as it would weaken the security of the capital. But, of course, Marnell and Randon are still there, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? DN reminds us to check the surroundings now, choose a guard team by morning, and have the other team report the situation to my father. If Nemesis is worried, what about the other team? You order them to go to the capital. He finds it hard to understand. Are we going to the capital? DN is not very clear. Let them secretly investigate the situation in the capital, and the king, I have a bad feeling about it. At the crack where Do-hyun is, it looks peaceful and quiet from above, but below a fierce battle has taken place. The armored guards rush wildly with axes, swinging them into the ground, and the fire spreads to where they are. A fierce explosion erupts, causing Do-hyun to sway. Seizing the moment, Z and Philip work together seamlessly, raising their swords to strike. The defending guard was a bit surprised by the attack, but its fangs blocked their swords. The others were stunned, realizing their efforts were in vain. Now it's Pai's turn to knock 2 arrows at once, then draw the bow and aim at Thietchu's vital weak spot. Pai's hand releases and the arrows soar forward. The guard immediately grabbed the arrow and broke it, and he and Trung, along with their teammates, looked on in amazement. What the hell? Pai has been counterattacked. A strong gust of wind blows toward him. Pai can't react in time and is pushed back. At the same time, the 2 others also showed signs of weakness. The guard pushed them back with all his might. Both of them were pushed back by the force, while the guard swiftly charged forward, preventing them from regaining their composure. Someone rushed from behind to attack Philip. He looked clearly tense when he realized he was no match for it. As the guard's sword light struck, Philip only managed to kick back with his foot, and just as it turned around, he saw someone rushing from behind. Its entire body was obviously pierced by a sword straight through the chest, fresh blood flowing out. That attack had caused it damage.
Hyun felt something was wrong. Damn it, this is getting troublesome. After that strike, the guard went berserk, shouting loudly, and the sharp axe in its hand swung high, bringing down a blazing spear. Joss tightly holds Nikia in his arms, shielding her from the aftershock as Hyun raises his arm to block the scorching heat. Pai turned back and asked, "Are you still able to move?" The centipede, he's ready to stand up with his sword. Of course, this is nothing. He's worried. This troublesome monster is worse than I thought. With such a big body, moving so fast isn't easy. P considers this the strongest of all the monsters I've encountered through the gate so far. Dunn inquires about Philip's situation. "Are you okay? Can you still fight?" "I'm still okay." Philip stands up and gives instructions. "Be careful, young master. It's much stronger than any gate guardian we've faced before. You analyze its tactics, first hiding its strength to make us complacent, then suddenly unleashing its power. Impressive. And in truth, this monster's strength isn't much different from a C-grade gatekeeper, but we can't give up just because it's so strong. The stronger the opponent, the faster our strength develops. That's what our first-class Knight Order desires, isn't it?" Anna surrounds Doyen's sword-holding arm. "It's just a stepping stone for us. You face it. Jack Piars, I will lead the way, so attack as soon as I give the signal, targeting its weakness and ending it with a single strike." "Understood?" The 2 of them are following orders. "Ready. Please give the order." "I'm ready." Philip is worried. This monster's reflexes are no ordinary thing. I don't think it will be easy to defeat it. You won't know until you try. Let's go all in. Just watch. I've been waiting for a chance to use this in real combat, and I think it's a worthy opponent to test, right? The Guardian senses the danger ahead, while Do Haihun has activated Holy Light. Activated? After the activation notification, a flash of yellow energy burst forth. He condensed the Holy Light in his palm, and a pair of shining angel wings appeared. The light from the wings shines through the dark dungeon. The Guardian opens his mouth in shock and exclaims, as the radiant holy glow blazes intensely around him. Philip was enveloped in that light and curiously asked what kind of light it was. Z and Pierce felt the same. "They wonder what is happening to their bodies. My body is gradually recovering thanks to the skill's effect."
That person's skill is the one I saw at the coronation ceremony. As expected, the young master is truly impressive. Nikia regained consciousness and asked what happened. He explained that to defeat that wave of monsters, he needed everyone's help. This is the first time I've used this skill in actual combat, so I'm not entirely sure, but Do-hyun swore on his honor that he would do his best to keep everyone safe. He is very grateful for their companionship. Everyone even risked their lives to save him. Shouldn't I also act according to my duty? It seems we're wasting time in this gate. Let's finish this. The Guardian stomps his foot hard on the ground. It lifts the axe and then roars a challenge. Do-hyun didn't expect it to be this strong. As it swung at him, he quickly leapt into the air. It opened its wide mouth and looked up. He swung his sword accurately aiming down, but it had already created a shield to protect itself. This Guardian yells out to taunt Doyen, leaving him stunned by his opponent's reaction. It swung an axe to strike toward Doyen. He struggled to retreat. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be this agile. Is this really a top-tier Dungeon Guardian monster? I'm not sure if I can defeat it alone, but at least I can hold it off. Doyen's goal is to buy us time until we open the gate, so they are in a one-on-one situation. You try to stall. Joss asked nervously, "Dr. Kim Thwat, are you awake yet?" Nikia replied, "I am fine." Moreover, she kept her eyes on the person across, secretly thinking every moment counted. The young master is reminding us, he's fighting alone right now. Shouldn't we help him out? P reassures calmly that he has forgotten the young master's orders. He remembers Doyen's words, and since he hasn't given any signal yet, I'll wait a bit longer. Just trust the young master. The guard continues to strike at you, Down muttered to himself while defending. Just a little longer. I'm trying. I just need to hold on a bit more. When the two weapons clash, I will have a chance to see its weakness. The guard raises his axe, preparing to strike again, with the axe in his hand glowing with a bright energy. Do-hyun is counting down the seconds, a chilling cold aura of power emanating from his entire body. The guard senses something is wrong but still frantically leaps toward his opponent. Do-hyun seizes the opportunity. Now is the time. The guard tightens his grip on the axe in his hand. Its scream echoes.
The guardian grits its teeth and pushes the axe upward before forcefully throwing it down. He shouted, "Everyone attack now! The opportunity has come!" Pai shot an arrow at No from behind Duong, hitting him in the back, and the guard screamed in pain. Philip and Jake coordinated seamlessly, each landing 2 sword strikes, blood splattering everywhere, as its back was slashed by their blades. The enraged guard screams in pain as the agony hits him. Do-hyun prepares to deliver a finishing blow with his sword. The blazing sword light cut across its chest, a fatal weakness. This strike caused it immense pain, and only the heart could withstand such a blow. Finally, the body of the guard collapsed backward, blood gushing out, unable to move anymore. Defeated by their combined efforts, Do-hyun sat down on the ground to rest. Philip brushed himself off and asked Han, "Are you okay, young master?" "You're panting and saying, 'I'm fine, but I want to rest now.'" "Just joking. Isn't that skill a bit too much?" "I never expected you to use such a wide area skill just to heal me." Do-hyun replied, "I can't defeat that monster alone anyway. I have to trust my teammates. Nikia has already tried her best. As the young master, I must." Suddenly, a voice interrupted his words. "Young master, are you listening?" Pierre asked curiously. "Why did the guild's communication system suddenly go down? Who could it be?" Don-hyun continued. "Bernat, what's going on?" He reported, "Sir, we're in big trouble. The capital is currently under military blockade." After hearing that, Do-hyun was stunned. Night fell. The flickering lights inside the palace shone through the windows, revealing a horrifying scene with bodies scattered everywhere. "What are you doing right now?" The crown falls to the floor and rolls away. "Is stabbing your father still not enough?" The king trembled as he held his son's cold body. "And you even killed your own brothers." His gaze toward Ho-Dien was filled with utter despair. "You're crazy, aren't you?" But his eyes still looked vacant without a hint of remorse. "Ha, Ho-Dien?" He looked at him without blinking and spoke coldly. "It's all for the future of the kingdom, father." Ho-Dien's eyebrows furrowed as he questioned, while the ailing king was too weak to govern. "Since you are weak and have no potential to inherit the throne, shouldn't you be the one to stand up and save the kingdom in danger?" The king's whole body trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, "Save the kingdom?" He stands among his subordinates, his face cold and fearless. "So, you mean we will submit to the empire?" Ho-Dien's eyes darkened with a cold glint. It was time to end the conflict between the two sides, and the Ruben kingdom would enter a peaceful era alongside the Granin Empire. His eyes trembled slightly, his pupils contracting for a moment, and he slowly raised his sword, just as a figure rushed from behind before he could react. In the blink of an eye, he took down all his subordinates. Ho-Dien widened his eyes and turned sharply to look behind. The enemies charged forward with swords, but Ho-Dien blocked them. He furrowed his brow, his eyes darkening. The head of the Knight Association, Lord C.O.N., roars in fury. "Ho-Dien! Yeah, Ruben, the traitor." The two swords clash ceaselessly, sparks flying. "Intelligence reports say that all obstacles to the revolution have been removed from the capital, and you are certainly not strong enough to be considered an obstacle." As soon as he heard this, Kan shouted, "What are you doing? Quickly take the king to a safe place." The two soldiers hurriedly helped him up in panic. "Yes, your majesty, let me assist you." A cold smile briefly appeared on his face. "There's no point, there's nowhere safe left in the capital." He clenched his teeth, his face dark with anger. Things are like this now, but if he holds on a little longer, they won't be able to fight back. Hien immediately interrupted with suspicion. "Wait a minute, are you waiting for the first-class knights and Rao and Aston to arrive?" "Don't you know? They have." The snarl sneered, "You're the one who doesn't know anything, right?" He frowned and said each word sharply. "They are on their way here." At the same time, somewhere else, Pear's group is rushing to the sheep farm of the Ruben kingdom. In the middle of the forest, right in front of the gate, two guards are complaining. "Damn it, why do I have to guard here?" Anyway, they won't come out today, and it's not just today. Our plan has no flaws at all. While one of them was still speaking, the other suddenly sensed something was wrong and spun around. The capital must be bustling, but we're the only ones in the dark here. Do-hyun appeared from afar, sword raised, and in an instant, the two of them were taken down. He stands in front with his sword pointed straight down, and Do-hyun turns around quickly to survey the surroundings. The outer city gate is guarded by royal hounds, just as Bernus said. You narrow your eyes slightly, your gaze becoming sharper. If the outer city is in this condition, then things inside must be much worse. We need to hurry. What is this? Where did the Jandon family go? Why are only the royal family here? He walks beside and speaks. If the Jandon house has been defeated, there should be some signs of a fight somewhere. P.S. Eyes scanning the surroundings. It's so clean here, no sign of a fight at all. Could it be that the Randon family members managed to escape? Suddenly, a voice came from behind saying, Rand hasn't escaped yet. There was no reason for him to do so from the start. The old man slowly lowered his cloak. Master, I'm glad you've returned safely. You are surprised, Kay. Do-hyun clenched his fist and asked in a low voice, What happened? What is the situation in the capital now? It's very dangerous. The Imperial Hounds have broken into many places in the capital and are attacking. His eyes darkened and grew heavy with sorrow. Randon is a betrayed family. Apparently, they are now joining forces with the Imperial Hounds to attack the capital. Hearing this, everyone fell silent in shock. He slightly furrowed his brow, silently thinking as I expected.
Various guesses quickly flashed through to Do-hun's mind. The kingdom of Reuben has already fallen into chaos. This event happened when internal forces colluded with the Empire to betray the royal family and seize the throne. This incident has led to the destruction of the Aston family. The more I think about it, the more my face darkens with displeasure. Even though the plan has been laid out, it still takes some time. Did my actions affect their plan? Hun turned to look at the tree and asked how Bernard and the knights were doing. He replied, Bernard has led the members to carry out the campaign with Lord Homa. A few drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, but now, due to the enemy's schemes, the kingdom's main forces had retreated to the capital. Still, even approaching the castle was very complicated because of the enemy's overwhelming numbers. He stroked his chin in deep thought, especially since the main force of the rebels was from the Randall family, responsible for internal security in the capital. Jack clenched his teeth, his hand tightening with anger. Those reckless bastards, how dare they betray us? And now they've joined the Empire, I'll blow away the Randall family rebels. Pi crossed his arms and said calmly, Steady now. If we keep going like this, we won't last long. We're all weakened after the dungeon battle. Joss carefully kneels and gently sets her down. Alchemist, please sit and rest for a moment. Nikia quickly says, Thank you very much. He grits his teeth and says, Damn it! Philip walks up and stands behind them. Nikia, do you still have any revival potions left? I have a spare bottle, but if you take too much today, it won't have any effect and might cause side effects, he said seriously. They probably already calculated everything. All factors that could hinder the rebellion have been eliminated. He silently pondered without saying a word, exhausted from using holy light to fight earlier, which drained more of his strength than he expected at the gate. What should I do now? A system screen suddenly appears in front of you, lighting up with the message. Librarian Laban requests to use a D-grade mana stone from the inventory. Do you want to accept it or not? Duhian's eyes widen, showing hesitation. This is a problem you're facing, isn't it? The book floats in midair, slowly turning each page. She steps out and offers a gentle smile. Lavan's eyes widen with joy. It's been a long time since we met. Brown Do-hyun was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. How could Laben do that? In another village, lights shine through the window frame. On the ground, bodies lie scattered everywhere, while a person stands exhausted before a mother and her child after the battle. They snorted coldly, their sharp eyes fixed on that direction. Still, there's one guy left in the capital. I guess they can't keep track of everyone. Does he belong to which side? Why bother? Just deal with them all at once. A figure from behind steps forward and speaks. He belongs to the Noble Guard unit of Carrington District. I heard he left there after the gate incident. His eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. If you have stayed here, then you can take part in this great revolution. He clenched his jaw, thoughts racing through his mind. Is Carrington part of the rebellion, working with the Empire? Marco's gaze lingers on the group of unconscious people. Tempeton and Aston are both nearby. Morel and Gear are nowhere to be seen. The only force capable of stopping the rebellion is now the Guard force. A sudden thought crossed my mind. Is this the end? He clenched his sword and raised it to attack. So you refuse the invitation to join the revolution? I will end you quickly. A resonant voice echoed, causing them to freeze. Who do you think you are? In the blink of an eye, he took them down with a single strike. Mo and the woman stared in shock. Dantarn lands right in front of him. Damn it, I might have killed them all by mistake. You should have kept one alive for questioning. He turned to look, his gaze making Marco panic. Danton steps forward, his face showing clear surprise. You're a knight from Carrington, right? He hurriedly replied, Yes, my name is Marco, Sir Danton. He didn't stop and continued speaking. I didn't expect the young master to be in the capital. I thought the Holy Knight Order was stationed at the northern border. His words startled Marco because they were hard to believe. That, I sneaked out there. It's hard to escape from it. Ignoring his expression, Dan Tan turned to look at the battlefield. Who would have thought this would happen here? She muttered to herself. Well, I guess so. The wicked woman on the ground finally spoke in fear. Thank you. He smiled reassuringly. It's okay. You should thank the young master instead. The boy in the woman's arms peeked out and asked, The Holy Church Knights will protect us, right? This made both men fall silent. Actually, no. The Holy Knight Order is very far from the capital. Mo turned and said, The young master doesn't pay attention to him. I interrupted with a smile and said, Don't worry because that person is here. Dohyun is still staring at her. Turium's protector. Seeing Dohyun's confused expression, Lavenna couldn't help but tease him. It's been a while. Brown, have you forgotten about me? Only then did he snap out of it and stare fixedly. Are you feeling better? Bravo? She nodded while floating in the air. Of course. Look at me. My magic power is overflowing. Lavenna's eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Do-hun, saying it's all thanks to him. Thank you. After hearing that, he smiled happily and congratulated. I'm glad you're okay. Looking around her, she said, Everyone looks really tired. I guess you're all having a hard time, right? Lavin took a gem out of his pocket. Because you are my benefactor, I will help you this time if you can give me some magic stones like that. Do-hun repeated the words he just heard. Magic stone. He stepped forward with curiosity, unable to hide his interest. Young master, are you okay? Are you talking to the heir? He looked over and smiled awkwardly, realizing they couldn't see Rel. Down didn't answer, but turned to ask her again. Can you protect them? Lavenna asked confidently. Of course, you don't trust me? Sitting next to Nikia, Joss looked up with a clearly confused expression. What's going on with the leader?
He doesn't use the guild's network. I don't know who he's talking to anymore. It's as if he can see that small figure.
The sphere. That silhouette and magic power are the ones the young master is talking about. She looked at Joss and said, wait a moment. It seems like the young master is investigating something. Jack turned and replied, okay, she started explaining. With a magic stone like this, I can temporarily heal everyone using my spirit magic. It won't be affected by your immunity. Levin's eyes fixated on the stone, furrowing with concern. And temporarily, I will increase your endurance, so handle everything before dawn breaks. After a moment, she looked intently at Do-hyun. Can he do it? In everyone's surprise, his voice rang out. Everyone pay attention, move forward quietly, and listen. Given the current situation in the capital, we cannot afford to waste any time. I know everyone here is very tired, but I have a way to help everyone recover their strength.
You find it hard to understand. Do you mean Do-hyun interrupted?
I will explain later. Look me in the eyes with seriousness.
But this battle will be different from the one we fought inside the gate, because I can't guarantee everyone's safety in this war.
Do-hyun's tone turns cold. Are you all going to fight alongside me? The three of them exchange glances and breathe a sigh of relief. Nikia and Joss look at each other and smile. They all shouted loudly in unison. Of course, leader. In another town, the darkness of night has fallen. The guards were attacked suddenly, unable to react in time. The other two pointed their spears forward. Damn it, don't retreat. We still have civilians behind us. We have to keep them here. They exchange glances and start talking. Why are they so reckless? Why bother trying? They're all going to die. Their eyes lingered on the two soldiers. Don't you realize no one will come to help you? They said loudly, with a tone full of arrogance. This kingdom will soon fall under the Empire's control. Sensing something behind him, he turns around to look. Suddenly, a barrage of swords attacked from nowhere. The two guards stood there, bewildered and confused. The sound of hooves echoed as they scraped the ground, with flags bearing eagles and swords fluttering in the wind. You appear and shout loudly, "Awaken your courage, the warriors of the Reuben Kingdom." They each charge forward with fierce faces. The top knight is here. You shout loudly, making the rallying cry echo through the space. Wake up the courage that lies deep within. Heroes of the Kingdom of Reuben, raise your swords and march forward. The first-ranked knight is here, and his horse charges forward, knocking them down. The two guards can't hide their joy, for he is a top-tier knight. Young Master Round has arrived, and Guard Turi is also here. They shout with joy and follow the lead of the top knight to start the counterattack. The group from Do-hyun rides straight ahead. Philip rides up beside him and says loudly, "Master, it seems the rebels have taken over inside the castle. Shouldn't we gather the members to seize the capital?" Fuming with rage, he cursed at them. "Damn it, we must regain the royal power. Those damn bastards are dead meat. In front of you, you lower your head and stay silent." Do-hyun stopped his horse in the middle of the road and said, "No, Kwang Seong is sneaking in alone. We need to find Bernard and Hammer and also protect the capital. He's suspicious. Why is that?" "Talking to yourself?" She flew beside him, her worried face asking, "Is it very dangerous, Iran? No matter what, you can't handle such a large-scale raid unit alone." He turned to smile reassuringly at Lavenna. "There's no need to confront all of them. Making use of the limited time will be better."
Then Do-hyun handed the flag to Philip and instructed him, "If a few people infiltrate and cause internal chaos, it will be more effective. Try your best to eliminate the rebels spreading throughout the capital. Do you understand?"
He firmly held the flag in his hand and replied with a determined look, "Yes, please ensure your own safety." He subtly smirked as he clenched his fist. "Don't worry about what's happening outside. Show them how formidable the person they are facing really is." PS replied, "We will handle the capital area and escort you to the royal castle." Glancing at his teammates, he softly smiled. Do-hyun looked at her and asked, "Are you ready, Lavin?" Lavin squeezed her arm. "Of course I am." He pulled the reins and galloped like the wind. "All right, let's go." Okay. The scene shifts to a different location. Inside the palace, a surge of power struck him, knocking him backward. Joris, sword in hand, gasped for breath. Jaws put his hands on his hips and confidently stepped forward. "I guess I haven't really known much about the prince all this time. I didn't expect him to have this kind of skill." He frowned, his voice echoing through the room. Although it was 1 against 1, he had defeated one after another the powerful armored soldiers of the Empire. No wonder he excelled at the academy. He clenched his fists, muscles tensing up. Captain Jose never expected him to side with the Empire. Jazz's voice grew louder and louder. Doesn't he feel ashamed of his ancestors and the royal servants of past generations?
Are you criticizing me?
The prince still doesn't quite understand the situation, does he? Joss shrugged and calmly stepped forward.
"The reason I kept the prince alive until now is out of respect for you. You don't know."
He clenched his teeth in anger but couldn't do anything. The Englishman stepped forward from behind and shouted.
"That's enough," Ho Dian said with a clearly annoyed frown.
"The 6th prince will be under my command. You must lead the troops to defend the capital's rear." Joris exhaled sharply, tense. "Prince, I heard you are working with him wielding a sword. So, will the fight take a long time?" He paused and turned back with a cold look. "I have received reports that the kingdom's security forces are gathered behind the royal palace. I will oversee this area, so quickly head to the back of the palace. Hearing that, he immediately led his subordinates away without hesitation. All right, everyone follow me. He kept his eyes fixed on the person questioning him. What's going on? Herdian, are you leading a rebel army? Jorat shouted with cold eyes, wide with anger. How could you do that? You're the crown prince. Why? He glanced sideways behind him, seeming a bit hesitant. Well, it seems Prince Jot can actually speak honestly now. Hearing this from the young servant, did he flinch at something? Suddenly, a light radiated from his body, covering him. Sorry, Prince, there's no other way but to deceive the enemy. He returned to his original form and sternly told me I am the tree, a member of the First Knight, sent by my master to rescue the prince. Without waiting for Jarrett to speak, the tree continued explaining, the current master is heading to the castle, and until then, I will protect the prince. He repeated what he just heard with a confused look on his face. The top knight was somewhere else, standing still with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky. Is Rowan coming? She just went to check and reported back. Just as you said, Rowan hardly has any soldiers at the front gate. Duhin raised an eyebrow. So what? He still spoke casually as if he wasn't concerned at all. All right, it seems the plan has worked well. They just need to go straight through there. Levin turned around confused and asked, How? You can't jump over this city wall. Do-Hyun smirked and said, Just wait and see. He slightly waved his hand and looked to the side. If there is no way, I will create one myself. And with that, a surge of demonic energy appeared in Do-Hyun's hand. The stones beside him immediately flew up, with Do-Hyun standing there controlling them to hover in midair. His blue eyes glow as he says, Let's go. Immediately, Do-Hyun jumps from the ground onto the city wall. The group notices the commotion and immediately look up. You jump down onto the hand and slowly draw your sword. Do-Hyun then strikes at them with a single slash. They lay scattered on the ground, unable to defend themselves. He frowned as he looked at the bodies on the ground, deep in thought. The Royal Guard team and the Royal Hunting team. Could it be that the Royal Guards have also fallen into the hands of the rebels? Then Do-Hyun's gaze shifted to the tallest tower. If that's the case, Kwang Sion's situation is more urgent than I thought and there's no more time to delay. You turn your gaze to her and ask, Are you ready? Lavin, this won't be an easy fight. Lavin confidently replied, I'll handle it. Then the two of them charged forward together. Great, let's go. The town suddenly was engulfed in fierce flames, smoke covering every corner. The guards shouted urgently to evacuate everyone. Stay safe and follow the evacuation orders. The patrol guard quickly steps forward, reporting with urgency, Vice Captain, the entire village will soon be engulfed in flames. He frowned, prioritizing the civilians and searching around to make sure no one was left behind. From behind, Bernard stepped forward, his eyes focused. The rebel army set the fire. We don't have enough people to put it out. With a doubtful look, he asked, Your wind element skill can't do anything? He replied, A fire this big can only be extinguished with a really strong skill. Mine can only blow out the flames. Her footsteps sounded softly from behind before she spoke. Sorry for being late. Nikia stared at the fire, holding a vial of liquid in her hand. I will handle this. They looked at her in shock as Nikia Burness asked with a worried look in her eyes. Hun, are you okay? I heard you got into trouble at the gate, Nikia looked over. But I need to prioritize putting out the fire first. She uncapped the vial and let the liquid pour out. If he couldn't control the fire, he should have stopped the flames before they flared up. Then it shot straight up into the sky, forming a streak of light. They looked on in amazement at Nikia's action. A magic spell gradually appears above the sea of flames. Lightning begins to strike down, and the fog covers everything. A single raindrop falls onto the battered shoulder, and the gentle rain slowly covers the scene, gradually suppressing the raging fire as the flames die out. The guards raise their hands in joy as they cheer for the rain. It's really raining now. Evacuate the residents immediately. She looked up at the sky, sighed in relief, and muttered, The magic is still working. He stood there, looking at Nikia, then praised her. So this is magic that creates rain. That's impressive. She forced a smile, glad it was useful. He continued, This rain is enough to put out the fire. From behind, the sound of hooves echoed as Jack approached. Everyone's here, Bernard. He turned around. Did he go down with them on horseback and carry a sword? Is this rain caused by Nikia? Bernard replied, glad that everyone was safe. Joss looked around and, not seeing the boy, asked, Where is the master? He also didn't hide it. He entered the fortress himself. Joss was surprised. What? Alone by himself? He frowned and stepped forward with a doubtful look. Infiltrating the arena occupied by the rebels? Isn't that a bit too much for the master to handle? Philip crossed his arms and said, Surely he has a plan. We just need to trust him. She clenched her fist confidently beside him. Don't worry about the young master. Over here, Do-Hyun and she are still running like the wind. Actually, he's not alone. He has a very trusted companion. In the silence of the castle, he gasps for breath, each breath echoing loudly. Dion lowered his head and spoke in a calm voice. As expected, there's a reason he earned the title of Master Swordsman. He stood facing him with a frown, sternly reminding him, Lower your weapon. If you confess, you will be granted mercy before execution. He sneered as if hearing a joke. You want me to protect my honor while being executed? That's good advice. Dion's hand clenched tightly around the sword hilt, muscles bulging.
You think I killed my brother and pointed my sword at my father just to give up here? His eyes flashed with a cold, piercing light. If you want to stop me, you have to kill me right here. Kak-san looks down from above, his face clearly showing veins. You started a rebellion and have completely abandoned your last shred of honor. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword with a cold snort. I will do as you said. Kak-san steps forward, standing in front of Hien and raising his sword. In the name of the leader of the kingdom's Knight Order, Ruben, the rebel's head will be beheaded. Suddenly, his sword-holding hand was caught in midair. He smirked, his eyes full of cunning as he spoke. I don't know about that. In terror, Kan turned around with wide eyes. Jerry's sword sliced through the air towards him. Kan's face turned pale, eyes wide with pain. His whole body soared into the air and then slammed hard into the wall. Kan's face twisted in pain. He turned to look at him, struggling to speak. Sorry, Prince. I arrived a bit late. You held your own quite well. My claws got a bit caught up on the way here. Ho Dean frowned, looked up at him, and asked why he didn't send Kan out of the capital since he finally arrived. Jerry replied, Sir Kan has become very suspicious, and the plan may be disrupted. Then he turned to look at him, suffering. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. He's been disabled now. They try to open their eyes, teeth clenched. Jerry from the finance department? The finance department and Randon plan to rebel together? He shook his head at his own suspicion and thought no. More importantly, about this strange source of mana. Stare at him with a frightened expression. Is he still human? Jerry's words confused him a little. Now it's time for the prince to move. He ignores that expression with cold eyes. If you still survive while the entire royal family collapses, many problems will arise later. It seems you're about to reap the rewards of your patience. You should prepare for the next phase. The more he looked at Dion's face, the more unpleasant it became. Then, as if realizing something, he involuntarily smiled. That's right. Dion slowly supports his injured body and stands up. Being labeled a traitor will make it hard for me to succeed. I should leave now. He supported his injured shoulder and looked at him. What about him? Jerry replies. The fear of death can't shake his faith at all. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly burst into loud laughter. And he also knew too much already. Kan's face darkened as he listened to Jerry's arrogant tone. Unfortunately, he stepped forward, raised his hand to strike, and kept this secret buried forever. Jerry's move was decisive and unwavering. Suddenly from the shadows he lunged forward to block the attack, frowning as his expression darkened. Who are you? Do Hyun tightly grips his sword, a smile appearing on his face. I'm honored to meet you again, Jerry. The king sat huddled on the chair in the room, clutching his head in darkness. How did it come to this? Do I really have to run away from my own son leading the rebel army against me? He muttered with a confused look, not understanding what was happening. What is the point of living like this anymore? How can I rule the kingdom after all these things? Guard soldiers standing nearby quickly advised, Your Highness, you must stay strong. If you give up, this kingdom will fall apart. The king holds half his face, shaking his head in despair. Even if I give up, nothing will change. The crown prince and the second prince have fallen, while the third prince is leading the army in a fierce attack. He clenched his fists, his fingers trembling as he tried to hold back his emotions. Maybe we should surrender to prevent more casualties. Suddenly, a figure appeared from outside and stepped in. As soon as he entered the room, Jasat shouted in surprise. The king looked up with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Jorat, he knelt before you. I am so glad you are alive. I thought I had lost you forever. Seeing you again, I feel so relieved. In his eyes filled with despair, the king tried to speak. Jorat Hyun, my brother, has gone insane. He killed all his brothers and drew his sword at me. He gently reassures him to calm his panic. I understand, father, but now your safety is my top priority. The king lowered his gaze, hiding his emotions inside. What should we do now? The rebel army has taken the palace. Who else can defeat them? Jorat just finished speaking, and he immediately widened his eyes in surprise. There is still a savior there, with a cold, unwavering gaze. As for this side, you're still in a defensive stance. I am certain he can save this kingdom. Hun smirked, his eyes cold. Glad to see you again. Jerry looks busy, huh? Without waiting for him to speak, he continued. You were promoted from the finance department to lead the rebel army while I was away? Looks like you've found a new hobby, playing with dark magic weapons. Lord Ron, is there something so surprising? Do-hyun's sword swung fiercely, knocking him away. Jerry stepped back, his hand still glowing with powerful demonic energy. Over here, you look at the back of your hand and comment that it hurts a bit, then the bumps retreat, and with a confused expression, you ask, Ron, how did you get here? Do-hyun turned around. Leader, sir, you smile with a slightly shy expression. Sorry about that. I'm still not familiar with the palace's layout, so I arrived a bit late. Do-hyun's words made him widen his eyes, but luckily I arrived just in time. The bumpy fish stared intently at your back, clutching its wounded shoulder, thinking you were at the high-level gate and being controlled by the rebel army. Did he clear the gate to come here? He recalled the previous words, that if one day a threat endangers the kingdom, that young man could very well become its savior. In Kan's mind, a sudden thought flashed through. Dean Gray, at this moment, is also beginning to understand. I understand what you mean now. His words interrupted my train of thought. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you were at the gate. Jerry smirked playfully and spoke. I guess I misunderstood you. Ignore his unpleasant face. Do-hyun lost patience. I should be the one to say that. I also didn't expect the rebellion to be so carefully planned. You are listing all of Jerry's crimes one by one. You used the Randall family to incite the rebellion from within, and it was you who helped the Imperial Hounds sneak into the palace. At this point, Dion couldn't help grinding his teeth, and also pushed all the potential knights away from the capital. Since the third prince had a strong influence on the military agencies, it made things much easier. You look at him with a cold gaze. If the first-class knight order gets trapped at that gate, no one will be left in the capital to stop your rebellion. Wait a moment. Du Hyun's eyebrows furrowed, and he said, I have to admit, that was indeed a very detailed and bold plan. He slowly stepped forward from behind. You are indeed very calm and composed, just as the rumors say, but coming back here was a mistake. Do Hyun shouted, Shut up! Seeing his disrespect, he widened his eyes in anger. What? Du Hyun stared at him with a cold look. What gives you the right to say that to me? You have killed your own brother, so I don't need to hesitate about cutting your throat because you're no longer a prince. Now you're just a cowardly rebel soldier, so shut up. The more he spoke, Hodion's body trembled and veins bulged. You are just a puppet. Stand beside him. I calmly remind you to stay calm and handle everything without getting provoked by him. Jerry happily raised an eyebrow and said, The rest is up to me. Go rest now. You'll get into trouble if you stay here too long. As soon as he finished speaking, he then said, Did you hear that? Do Hyun dismissively waved his hand and told them to leave. Get out. Hodin had nothing to say, only gritting his teeth. Helpless, he turned and walked away, leaving this fight behind. It is indeed Hothen because I couldn't kill you myself. Brown Aston said so. Heen, clutching her injured shoulder in frustration, walks away. Everything will end, and I will sit on that throne right now. I guarantee there will be no more Aston left in the future. Hearing what he said, you raised an eyebrow in doubt. Does he not realize he's being used by the Empire? Then Do-hun turned to face him. It seems you had to try your hardest to manipulate the third prince like that. Your words carry a hint of mockery. Seeing him walk away, does he truly believe he will become the new king after this rebellion ends? Jerry also pretended to agree with that statement. You really never fail to surprise me. Watching Haetian walk away decisively without looking back. I am not lying to him. He will get the throne as promised. The crown just fell and rolled on the ground. He will still be king, but also a puppet. He slightly smirked. Of course, that only happens when the Empire has fully taken control of the kingdom. You fall silent, lost in thought with your own suspicions. I was right about these damn empires. Sitting on the ground, he opened his mouth to warn you, be careful, Ron. He has an unknown source of power. Du Hyun is suspicious. Unidentified energy? Since you don't seem to understand, I need to start explaining. It's like a dark magic weapon, but it's very unusual. I can only say it's an extremely dangerous source of power. He raised his sword to stand up. That source of power had never been discovered before. After hearing this, Dion didn't seem scared and just smiled. Your words make Can stare in confusion. A mysterious power, huh? Even Jerry raises an eyebrow at that statement. That's fun. Dahyun's eyes flash as his hand unleashes his power. Coincidentally, I also have quite a bit of experience using mysterious powers. The pouring rain drenched every street in the town. He stared with a bewildered look of shock. A sword strike from Yak, and they fell immediately. What is that? Damn it, why is it so cold? Pai reminded. Be careful, we still have a long way to go. Z turned to look at him and asked, At least our hardships have borne fruit. How is Joss doing with you? He replied. He calmed down then. I've tied him up so he can't run away. Then Joss's gaze falls on the person kneeling on the ground. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing his furious face gritting his teeth, the young master whip. You're still as stubborn as ever, huh? Do you think our positions are still equal to what they were that damn day? He frowned, looking at Roy as if he were an idiot. You still don't understand the issue? Do you think you still have the right to be arrogant? Seeing that he didn't reply, George continued. If you think your status is important, you shouldn't have participated in this rebellion. The knights of this kingdom will not lower their dignity to cooperate with traitors. Roy, after hearing that, thought it was a joke. Hearing a defeated nation talk like that was hilarious. A defeated knight has no dignity left. Stop for a moment. He raised his head to meet your gaze. You'd better prepare a funeral for that foolish round guy for daring to sneak into the palace alone. You're standing there not far away, losing patience and speaking up. That guy really gets on my nerves. Can't I just kill him already? Hold back your contempt. The son of the count will be useful to us. Suddenly, in the darkness, a figure appeared. Your negotiation skills are impressive, Sir Philip of the Golden Lance. You really assessed the situation well. Both of them looked in surprise towards the direction of the voice. Over here, Joss and Roy also immediately turned to look. He stood silently in the rain, his face as cold as ice. With such a small force, you can pressure the royal army, so I don't think my useless son would be of any use to you. His serious face and cold words echoed. I am so impressed that I want to express my respect. Seeing Husan, Roy cheered with joy. Father. His face darkened as he clenched his teeth in thought. Count Husan, why has the head of the family come here in person? He knelt on the ground, staring intently at him. Father, you finally arrived. Hus glanced over and saw his son in his line of sight. Jack furrowed his brow, drew his sword, and shouted, Damn it, the scene I wanted to avoid has already happened. Over here, Exel tightly grips his sword, protecting Nikia from behind. Philip frowns. his eyes filled with deep contemplation. The head of the Rendon family, he watches him intently with a hint of worry in his eyes. The lord of one of the 5 major warrior clans and also a swordsman, one of the few with great power in the kingdom, Philip began to consider his attack strategy. If I face him without him, I would definitely lose right away. Seeing everyone silent, their eyes fixed on me, made him uncomfortable. Who suddenly spoke to break the tense atmosphere. I don't see Ron Aston here. Is it true that he sneaked into the palace alone? He said. Then a sword appeared from his hand. If he's not here, I have no reason to stay anymore. But the First Class Knights Guild is a crucial part of our future plans. Husan's eyes narrowed and flashed with red light, so witnessing his loyal subordinates die also satisfied me. Jack's men held their swords, but their bodies trembled slightly. Jaws clenched his teeth around his sword. Roy sat behind him, smirking, slowly stood up, and before he could react, he threw his entire body at Joss. Roy ran for his life, then turned to smirk provocatively. You fool, do you think you can keep me as a hostage forever? But as soon as he approached him, Husan struck him with a sword. This scene left them stunned and confused. Nikia here widened her eyes, covering her mouth to stop herself from shouting. Even before dying, Roy couldn't understand the reason. Looking at his body, he coldly said, "Why would such a useless brat like you dare interfere in our conversation?" Then Husan looked at them, still in shock. Sorry, where was I again? You just now snapped out of it, grinding your teeth. You crazy person, how could you be so cruel to your own child? He was even more inferior than those nobles, Bernard thought to himself with a pale face. Countess Husan, I know he is very cruel, but I stare at Husan assessing him and didn't expect him to be this brutal. His hand holding the sword slightly tightens the demonic energy. Looks like I went on a bit too long. Alright then, we're all pretty bored now. The dark aura around Hus gradually erupts. He steps forward, focusing on the main matter. Over on your side, he's still casually rambling about how the battle between the 2 mysterious factions turned out to be quite interesting. Jerry smiled at his magical hand. Then let's get started, shall we? Do-hyun said coldly, tilting his chin with a cold gaze and voice. Go ahead. Without hesitation, you grab your sword and charge forward. He still stood there calmly without any fear. A sword slash from Do-hyun cut past Jerry, but he didn't feel happy. In fact, he was suspicious. What is this? Did I really hit him so easily? The wound on his chest healed over. Jerry lowered his head and slowly revealed a cold smile. His eyes show a deadly look as he says, Impressive, not wasting time waiting for this fight. She appears beside Do-hyun, curious, and asks, What happened to that guy? Jerry's hand slowly reached out with a hint of meaning in his words. But this place seems a bit cramped to continue the fight. Let's go somewhere more spacious. In an instant, his entire body was knocked back by him. Can stood to the side, wide-eyed and stunned, while Lavin hurriedly flew over, calling out in worry. Boom! Jerry's face twisted into a dangerous expression. Now our real battle begins. Outside the palace, the rain is pouring down more and more heavily, relentless. Everything inside was shrouded in silent, dark darkness. A loud crash echoed as the blow sent him flying backward. Dion quickly leapt back, alert, and after a tense moment, stood firm with sweat dripping down his forehead. I couldn't joke around. We almost really got into danger. She hurriedly flew after, anxiously asking Han, Ron, are you okay? Do-hyun replies, I'm fine, don't worry. Lavin looked back and warned, Watch out, Ron. That guy seems very skilled at using dark demonic energy. I understand. Do-hyun furrowed his brow, thinking intensely. Normal attacks won't work on him. So what? Jerry appears floating in midair. Is that enough? He laughs as the claws on his hands gleam with a terrifying look. In this confined space, it seems hard to unleash full power. I have moved to a more spacious area. Are you satisfied now? You furrowed your brow and stared intently at Jerry, speaking. Although I don't like swinging my sword in the church, there's no other choice. He smiles happily as he gathers his demonic energy. So, shall we continue fighting now? The surrounding space is silent, only 2 eyes fixed on each other. Jerry glances at Do with a knowing smile. He remains silent, not rushing to attack. The glass in the palace shattered into pieces, falling with a loud, piercing clang. Dion raises his sword and lunges forward, while he also rushes in with excitement. Both of them collided forcefully, causing a shockwave to spread out, while Jerry's other hand was raised, ready to strike. You open your eyes wide, looking surprised. As his hand brushed past Doyen, he deftly dodged aside, revealing a tear in Doyen's shirt, exposing his front torso. Without waiting for your reaction, Jerry charged forward, and this strike made Do-hyun fall back, a smug smile on his face and arrogance in his eyes. It's disappointing. Do you really think you can only use a sword to fight me? He remained silent, calmly defending himself. Do-hyun's hand suddenly glowed, light spreading behind Jerry, and 3 shining swords appeared clearly in the air, rushing straight at him without hesitation. The 3 swords are stuck straight into Jerry's back, and he stands motionless with his head bowed, not moving. Suddenly, Jerry growled and a dark, ominous aura emanated from his body, even though he still didn't understand why. No matter how much you struggle, your sword won't reach me. Prince Raon. She stood nearby, observing and judging him as a high-level dark mage who specializes in using dark demonic energy. Who exactly is he? His face gradually grew more tense, and with the current situation, there was nothing he could do. Not only did he control dark demonic energy effortlessly, but he also used it in an unprecedented way, appearing completely unharmed. The status window displays the name Jerry. 39 years old. Level 88, 6th Circle Dark Mage. Head of finance for the Reuben Kingdom of the Frank family from the Grainan Empire. Ranked 8th in fame. A noble son of high society. His potential ability stats are A rank, with Strength 39, Agility 27, Stamina 34, Intelligence 79, Spirit 77, Magic Power 78, and Perception 73.
The A-rank Mad Wizard's unique trait, excluding the Fanatic B-rank followers. Looking at this analysis, Doyun begins to calculate. If physical attacks are ineffective, then releasing R and AT would be pointless. Then the only remaining option is for you to seduce her, then turn your gaze to Lavenna. At first, it was too dangerous to use. This look makes her feel uncomfortable. Doyun spoke up, so you used magic stones to convert magic power into divine power, right? Lavin clenched her fists and nodded repeatedly. Yes, how did you find out? That is a technique only a few in the fairy world know. Hearing the answer, Du Hu's eyes looked at him. Then maybe we can do this and discuss the details later. You smile with a hint of mystery, grip the sword hilt tightly, and transform divine power into physical strength to strike the dark demonic aura. Hearing Du Hilu's words, she was a bit surprised, but then her eyes flashed with determination. I'll give it a try. What are you muttering to yourself about? Could it be that you are casting a spell? But before he could finish speaking, Do Hyun swung his sword down, striking directly into his arm. Jerry sneered as he saw you stubbornly attack. Still not seeing the situation? I told you your sword can't touch me. But suddenly his pupils contracted as he saw the scene before him. Jerry's hand was struck by Doyun's sword and immediately felt pain, recoiling backward. He looked at his trembling hand, wondering what was going on. Divine power? How can you attack with divine power? The sword in your hand keeps shining. Thanks. Thanks to you, I finally managed to reach him with my sword. It's shining brighter and brighter. Du Hyun smiled. The glow of the battle light was activated. She stood nearby. SSS, little worried, asking that controlling divine power is an extremely difficult technique, requiring the consumption of 10 magic stones. Will it be okay? You reassure him. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Hearing this, Jerry finally understood. So, that's it. You're not easy to defeat either, huh? He gathers his demonic energy to form a sword. Maybe I should be more careful. Jerry's eyes flash with danger as he coldly says, now that the probing is over, I will face you seriously. Du Hyun also smirked without a hint of fear, whatever happens. The light shone straight through the broken window, shards of glass reflecting sparkling, and the two charged at each other at lightning speed with no hesitation. Seeing you block the attack, he snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Down kept a close eye on the situation without ever letting his guard down. Jerry continues to strike down with his sword, the force spreading out. He swiftly swings his sword to block the attack, his body tense like a string. Doyun grit his teeth, his tense eyes fixed on him. Jerry stopped, his gaze locked on the back of his arm where magic was gathering. Before he could react, Doyun struck and Jerry was pushed back. He was not angry. In fact, he was smiling with interest. Not bad. He furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes focused ahead. Jerry crouched and leapt forward to attack, while Do-hyun also sprang ahead to confront him. The two rush at each other again, their speed like wind howling through space, their swords clashing with a deafening screech. Jerry's pupils narrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Suddenly he stands in the middle of the maze, while he disappears. Under the ground, countless arms emerge, grabbing Do-hyun's legs. He cannot move, his face tense. What is this? Suddenly Jerry appears out of nowhere and swings his sword down? You're caught in the trap. Down quickly uses his sword to block the attack. He struggled, heavy breaths clearly visible on his face. He laughed confidently, full of satisfaction. Is that all you've got? Marquis Ron, it's so easy I'm disappointed. Jerry stepped back a few paces away from the Matrix. With your ability to control objects, you cannot either. But from the rooftop, a rock fell from an unknown source, and Do-hyun clenched his fist, releasing a surge of magic. The ground beneath him cracked open. Jerry also chuckled happily at this scene. That's impressive. He stands opposite Do-hyun, praising him without holding back. His power to control objects is already extraordinary, and you apply it in many different ways, which is truly fascinating. Jerry's eyes flickered with a blue light, allowing us to continue enjoying it. The more he unleashes his power in a frenzy, the more we should enjoy the game from now on. On this side, your hand is trembling slightly, just escape danger, but this time it's really serious. Hun sighed deeply. Maybe I can't win this battle. The rain outside continues to pour heavily, pounding against the darkened space. From inside the building, their voices break the silence. Is this magic that calls for rain? I didn't expect the kingdom's people to know how to use this. Maybe so, but if the royal city has already been taken, what's the point of this magic? When they looked out the window, they saw a figure, and defending the fortress should be left to those steadfast guys. Who is that approaching the city gate? What? They still stood there when suddenly they heard a voice ring out. Are you the Imperial Army? I am bringing out the body of the noble from the kingdom to open the city gate. They looked a bit puzzled after hearing that. Are there still nobles from the kingdom remaining in the capital? Who dares to demand the city gates be opened? The person lying across the saddle is Jay Tempoton, the grandson of the swordsman Marquis. It's a pity to leave his body in the street. They were terrified when they heard this name. The nephew of the swordsman Marquis?
Why would someone from Duke Tempatin still be in the capital? Anyway, since the gate has been opened, they immediately proceed without hesitation and go to open the city gate. They step out and stand in front of the empty drum to question. Which side do you belong to? The kingdom? Marco dismounted, saying, I am the vice captain of the Carrington Cavalry. He looked suspiciously. Carrington caught such a big fish. Not bad. The other guy stepped over to his side to check. I heard that the swordsman's grandson is also a formidable fighter. Could it just be a rumor? Seeing how lazy he looks, he's definitely not from the Tu family. Suddenly, Dan Tan opens his eyes and lifts his head, making him jump in surprise, right? That guy stared wide-eyed and gaped, quickly stepping back. What? Before he could finish speaking, he was hit with a punch from him. Dan Tan, still sitting on the horse, watched him fall and apologize, appearing quite lazy. Damn Imperial bastard. He doesn't care about the other guy trembling and turning to look at him. As expected, when claiming the Carrington name, they had no further doubts. We can impersonate the rebel army and infiltrate. Danton steps down. Even if I don't like it, I think I have to do it. Mexico stands below, looking up at the tallest building. If what they said is true, the royal city has been taken, so it no longer matters. But as the two of them were talking back and forth, footsteps approached. After infiltrating, what should be done next? When asked, he replied, Who knows? I haven't thought about it. Jaws calmly approached, causing the two to startle. Oh dear, the prince probably misunderstood something. He said the rear base of the royal city urgently needs support, so I came. He smiled, drew his sword from his back room, but are only these two bugs crawling over? He looked carefully at the approaching person and seemed startled. Could that person be Princess Rose, the royal guard captain? You mean even the royal guards have turned to the Empire's side? I can't believe it. Seeing the expressions of the two people, he spoke, hearing that Tempatin's belongings were discarded by the swordsman, violating the order to leave and staying in the capital. Ah, so that's how Lord Danton is. I turned my ear with a teasing look and replied to the renowned royal guard captain that I even know about that. It's an honor, truly an honor. Dantan slowly took a few steps forward. How long have you been the captain of the guards, yet you still haven't become a true swordsman? It's truly a failure. After joining the rebel army, you still have to oversee the fortress? Hearing this insult, Rose's veins bulged with anger. Honestly, your mouth deserves the title of trash. He regained his composure, waved his hand, and a group of subordinates appeared in the corridor. I could order an encirclement and point my sword at you right now, but I will give you a little time to enjoy yourself. You don't even care as you blow on your fingers. You're truly generous. Rose raises her shining sword and snorts coldly. I'm also bored. Lucky for you, I will deliver your head to the swordsman when he returns from the ruins of Kindo. Dan Tan, holding two swords, smiles teasingly. You're scared. All right, go ahead and try to take the swordsman's head. He stares at you from the air with a cold, threatening gaze. Do-hun is gasping for breath below, sweat beading on his forehead, while Jerry smirks with a mocking smile. Your skills exceed expectations, but in the end, this is as far as you can go. The strength I have gained is to face the kingdom's strongest swordsman, and the price I pay is not cheap. You furrow your brow, your body tense as you listen to Jerry's rambling. With the current strength of Duke Ron, dealing with him will definitely be difficult. Inside, Yuhyun's mind, thoughts began to surface. Who would have thought you were this powerful? His power radiated outward, and your eyes followed every movement. Although his swordsmanship skills did not reach the level of a swordsman, he could control dark magic and dark spells fluently, along with immense magical power. Dion quietly focused, but the most important thing was that this wasn't everything. There was something else, a power even greater. Seeing that he remained silent, Jerry sneered. Why are you suddenly silent? Are you starting to give up? Doyen's hands gently gripped the hilt of the sword. I think you're not someone who knows how to give up. Immediately after, he straightened his back and responded to him in a confusing way. Maybe everything had already ended. What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're planning to give up like this. Hearing that, you frown in annoyance.
Before that happens, I have a question for you. What exactly is the power you mentioned to face the Swordmaster?
He paused for a moment, then moved his lips. Do you wonder? If you want, I can tell you, but I'm sure you won't understand. This power only belongs to those who have realized it. He looked at his palm, which was emanating demonic energy. That's right. Looking back, instead of saying you grasped the power, it might be more accurate to say you understood it. Have you ever felt that way before? Huh, Duke Ron? His aura of demonic energy spreads around him. Your body, mind, and magic are connected to this world. Jerry narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Do-han, feeling as if you are the entire world. After hearing that, your heart suddenly skipped a beat. What did you say? Swordsmen, the strongest warriors of the Reuben Kingdom. The pinnacle of swordsmen, those who have reached an extraordinary realm, are extremely rare. However, even if they are not recognized as swordsmen, there are still those with abilities that rival theirs. His face became a little crazy. So how do you defeat those monsters and take over the kingdom? One thing is certain. Dark magic and black sorcery cannot surpass their level. Jerry paused, then his gaze became distant. I sought a greater power and conducted many experiments, then suddenly he burst into loud laughter. Of course, there are sacrifices involved in the process. I am grateful to those who gave their lives. Listening to what Jerry said, you become a bit contemplative. Sacrifice? Are you talking about that place? Without waiting for Do-hoon to speak, he raised his head and said loudly, "Yes, in my relentless pursuit of power, I received something like a prophecy." Jerry's face twisted as he said that I and this world are connected. Then he stared intently at you, and that was the reason. Suddenly, many magic circles appeared around Do-hyun, and he was controlled by the magic circles, floating in midair. Jerry also begins to rise, gradually approaching. Upon realizing this, I was able to unleash enormous dark magic that I never thought possible before. Aren't you surprised? Do-Hi-hun tries to move his hand but can't. Damn it, I can't use my spiritual power. Is this a dark magic that controls my body and also blocks my abilities? He turns the demonic energy into a sword and slowly approaches. Since I discovered this power, I have continually pushed beyond my limits. It feels like I am becoming more and more one with this world. When I got close, Jerry didn't hesitate and charged at me. There are no more limits for me. Do-hyun's eyes widened and clenched his teeth as a magical circle appeared to protect him. She appears and creates a shield to try to hold it off. He stares in disbelief at this unbelievable scene. No, Do-hyun saw Lavanna and shouted out loud. She didn't listen, so you continued to unleash your power. Jerry was immediately pushed back. Then he looked at Do-hyun with a look of disbelief. How do you still have such strength? You ignore Jerry and stare intently at her. Lavanna's body gradually loses its weight, falling back and into the book, which then closes. He stood there, looking around and brushing the dust off his clothes. Surely the sealing spell had worked. How could you possibly withstand it? Do-hyun hurriedly ran over, holding her injured shoulder. Are you okay? She speaks reassuringly from the book. I'm fine. I just have a mana deficiency and was summoned back into the book. You're still worried? Really? Inside Lavanna, she kept murmuring to herself, but what should we do now? I need to draw more magic power from the book, so I probably can't help you anymore. Dion reassured him. It's okay. You've done enough. Jerry's eyes widened as he continued to marvel. In this situation, you can still use that level of defensive magic. It seems I underestimated Duke Raoul, but he quickly regained his confidence. But it's okay. I'm starting to get tired of this battle anyway. Jerry soared into the sky, dark energy forming wings. Now it's over. Outside the tower, the rain kept falling non-stop. The king sat anxiously on his throne. What was that sound? What on earth is going on? Jorat, noticing his unease, turned and said, Maybe Duke Rayun is leading the first night squad against the enemy. With such loud sounds and tremors, it must be a terrible battle. Feeling a bit anxious, he went outside. I will go out and fight too. The first knight's order is fighting against the rebel army alone. We promised to cooperate with them, so we can't just stand by and watch in this situation. Kay's words made Jorat open his eyes in silence. Even if I have to die, I will die alongside the commander. Wait a moment, he's about to leave. Joras tightly grips his sword, determined, with eyes that show no hesitation, ready to rush out and fight alongside you. The rain has stopped, hasn't it? His gaze followed this group of people lying on the ground. Maybe fighting would be a bit easier this way, but now it no longer mattered. Shaking his sword in a frown, he muttered, Damn it, he's really a monster. Hearing this, Husan angrily shouted, You still plan to fight? Really stupid. His gaze swept over Bernard's group. The Aston group is always like this, always immersed in their knightly spirit, foolishly courting death. Host walks past each person, his words leaving them stunned. Anyway, useless people like you can't change the course of this plan, but there's always an exception. His steps stop in front of Nikia, and that's you, the fake Kim Thuot. Seeing Nikia's changing expression and her gritting her teeth at me, I know she won't give up now like the other Aston, so it's best to eliminate the threat right here. Hosen without hesitation swung his sword to strike down. I will end you without pain. Suddenly from behind, Joss swung his sword and shouted. He was a bit surprised but quickly turned to block the attack with his sword. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold Husan back. He looked at Joss with half-lidded contempt. Is there still someone who can move? This guy is really strong. The two swords clash with a deafening screech. Your aura is impressive, but before you can react, Husan gently pushes Joss aside. His whole body slamming down onto the ground, and his overwhelming aura approached like death itself. That's right, I remember now. You're the mercenary who defeated Roy at the previous coronation ceremony. Husan's face turned fierce, his eyes wide with anger. You have dishonored Rainan's name, that debt must be paid, right? His sword swung back, ready to strike. For a commoner to die by my blade, consider it an honor. Ross clenched his teeth, his hand tight as he waited. Just as the sword swung down, he suddenly appeared to block the attack. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, No way! Seeing the person blocking his attack, he stared in surprise. You are not a stranger coming here, but someone very familiar with Husan, the captain of the Meteor Holy Knights. It's been a long time since we last met. The last time Duke John was seen was after the founding of the nation. Derry's gaze was fixed on him, surprised to meet again in such a sword confrontation. I didn't consider that. Hudson's eyebrows furrowed in suspicion, and he asked, Why are you here? Didn't you already lead the Holy Knights to the northern border? He said seriously without hiding his expression. Exactly so. As soon as he received the divine decree and turned his horse around, Midariya pushed him aside. Hu snorted coldly and stepped forward with his sword. Well, perhaps you didn't consider the variable of Father Jerry's predictive abilities. He watched him approach with an unchanged expression. The moment the report of a large number of bandit appearing on the northern border came in, there was already a problem. If there had been a major event capable of shaking the divine power of the continent, there would have already been a divine decree beforehand, Hu said, raising an eyebrow as he voiced his speculation. So you turned your horse back to the capital during your expedition? Only the captain of the Holy Knights could do such a thing. He didn't answer, and media turned to look at him. You must be the deputy leader of the First Knight Squad. Lord Philip. He nodded. Yes, that's right, captain of the Holy Knights. Having received the response, he then reminded them that the Holy Knights are on their way to the palace and suggested they join them. The sword in Midoriya's hand blazed with flames. I will take charge of this area. Seeing this, Hudson smirked with amusement. You're really full of hot air. The weapon in his hand also radiates a dark aura. Right in the heart of the capital, a confrontation between two master swordsmen. Do you not realize what the consequences could be? Hoos raised his sword in front of Dongtu as two powerful streams of sword energy clashed, threatening to flatten the entire area, as if he was trying to persuade him. If you wish, I am ready to comply. As he finished speaking, he came from behind and loudly declared, No, that would be a big trouble. Hoos's face darkened as he turned away and repeated, No. He turned around with a frown upon hearing the voice. That person is thanks to the moonlight illuminating that aged face, Gray Sword. He frowned when he heard that name. Gray the hero, I didn't expect you to return to the capital as well. At this point, Jerry's plan has completely failed. He walks forward, removes his hat and cloak, and sighs. Failure lies with us, for not preventing this tragedy earlier and paying the price with so many lives. Gray paused for a moment before continuing. As Duke Grandin said, if two master swordsmen clash in the capital, the consequences will be enormous and innocent lives will be sacrificed even more. His words made Hudson's face turn angry. And if I join that battle, there's no need to discuss it anymore. Gray's hand gathers aura into a circle, a pointless fight with nothing gained. His entire body was surrounded by demonic energy. So let's retreat here and meet again another day. Wouldn't that be the wiser choice? Han's face was full of veins, clenched teeth without a word. He remained silent before suddenly speaking, surprising them all. That's right, your presence here means the other night orders will also return. Staying here any longer is no longer beneficial for me. He turned and left, ignoring the gazes watching him. I send my respect to you for turning a perfect plan into a failure. Husan's eyes flashed with a furious red light. Maybe not, on your side. Dohyun's hand is relaxed on the ground, so it's not a complete failure. His body remains still, and his torn clothes don't necessarily mean anything yet. Dohyun lies motionless on the ground, clothes torn and tattered. Lavenna anxiously calls out, Rahun, are you okay? Wake up! Seeing Dohyun still unmoving, she became even more worried. Ron Jerry, standing above with disdain, said, Rahun Aston, you are the biggest obstacle to my plan. He then smiled cruelly. Without you, this plan would have been completed much faster and easier to succeed. Throughout this time, you have been very diligent with your sharp observational skills. At this point, I respect you, but I didn't realize Dohyun was gradually regaining consciousness, and Jerry continued speaking.
No matter how smart you are, you're just the youngest son of a count from a remote area. Your limits are clear. He spread his arms wide as a blue aura surrounded Jerry.
Anyway, for someone like me who is gradually merging with and evolving with this world, any resistance is meaningless. Levin was extremely panicked. Just wait a moment, Ron. I'll be out right now. Why is it taking so long? He reached out his hand, and that energy radiated more from Jerry's palm. Unfortunately, Lord Ron, if you weren't an enemy, that exceptional talent could have caught the eye of the Empire. His eyes turned fierce, but he still showed a hint of final respect. I will end it without leaving a trace. The energy gathered into fierce snakes rushing towards Dohyun. She panicked and shouted Ron as an invisible aftershock spread from where you were unconscious, destroying the snakes and causing even the nearby castle to tremble. Zora and the tree are stunned. What is this shockwave? He froze. Could this also be the sound Ron made during the fight? He nodded slightly as he looked back. It seems that with this level of shock, a powerful spell must have been used. The tree thought to itself, what are you fighting against? On the other side, the spot where Do-hyun just lay has collapsed into a large hole, with green smoke continuously rising. Jerry smiles contentedly, with no dust remaining. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, realizing he had been behind Jerry all along. Better this way. Cleaner. He glanced again and was stunned, horror on his face. Do-hyun didn't hesitate and threw a punch at Jerry's face. He was hit so hard he couldn't react. What? Jerry's face was filled with terror. How are you still alive? You gradually move closer, your eyes filled with deadly intent. On the other side, Joss and Danton are watching each other cautiously. He suddenly swung his sword quickly toward him. Danton decisively swung his sword. Joss is lucky to have reacted quickly and avoided it. Seeing himself gradually losing the upper hand, he gritted his teeth and pushed his sword away. Danton was knocked back but quickly regained his footing and immediately charged forward again. Jose was startled and terrified, quickly raising his sword in front of him, but his attack was deflected. Jose quickly stepped back, huffing in anger. He angrily swings his sword and scolds, "Arrogant fool," but he only calmly smiles softly. Immediately after, a series of sword shadows flash in the air. What is this?
That Royal Guard captain is actually more struggling than I thought. It's pathetic. With someone like him as the captain of the Royal Guards, no wonder this kingdom is so easily breached. Marco felt a bit worried. Although Captain Jose climbed to that position thanks to his family's reputation, he was still one of the high-ranking warriors of the elite. Watching you prepare to attack, he secretly admired you. Young Master Dan Tan, I didn't expect you to be this strong. This strike of yours pushed Jose back. He grits his teeth and curses, damn it, that annoying kid. Dan Tan sighed. It's easy to say, but it's really no joke. That's right, he didn't just climb up there for no reason. His eyes grew sharp, but he couldn't retreat now. He had to hold on and distract the troops. His hand trembled, and his voice was filled with anger. Damn it, a young punk radiating killing intent dares to make a move? I'll end you with one strike. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind him, causing Jose to stop in his tracks. He turned around in confusion. What was that? Even Dion is stunned by that loud explosion. At this moment, someone hurried over. Captain, there's a big problem. That person shouted in worry. The Holy Knights have returned to the capital and are attacking the main gate. Most of our army is gathered in the back. We won't hold out for long like this. Jaws' eyes widened in panic. The Holy Knights. Marco, standing behind, was startled. If it's the Holy Knights, could Medeiros be here? He let out a small breath of relief. Luckily, there's still a sharp old man here. The soldier anxiously asked, What should we do? Sir Captain, he is just as urgent. You ask what to do, leave the city immediately and withdraw from the capital. And let the Empire know, too. Jaws turned around and said, Support is the top priority. I will challenge you again someday, kid. You're lucky to have survived. Tell Swordmaster that I'm still alive. He sneered, not forgetting to mock. Your mouth is as stubborn as a leech. Watch your step or you'll fall. He stepped out quickly and gave urgent orders. Damn it, help the troops now. Everyone, hurry up. Dan Tan stopped in his tracks, feeling a bit nervous. The Holy Knight team had arrived. Retaking the palace was only a matter of time. But thinking about Do-yoon, he couldn't help but feel worried. Ron, what happened to him? Get back to this battle, Jerry warned Do-yoon, his eyes coldly fixed on him. Jerry stands firm, his voice once again filled with disdain. Can you still move? What a cheap shot. Blue energy streams burst out again from his hand. It doesn't matter. The more you resist, the more fun I have crushing you. Jerry sneered. But are you planning to face me without a sword? He continued to mock. I can give you some time to pick up your sword. Before Jerry could finish speaking, Do-yoon suddenly charged forward and punched him, knocking Jerry back several meters. The blue energies gathered into a sword. He shouted angrily, You dare! Do-yoon's eyes lit up, sparks of lightning flashing from his hand. But just as Jerry swung his sword, he only cut through Do-yoon's afterimages. Jerry stared in horror at him in midair, manipulating his divine power to change direction right in the middle of the attack. Ah! A golden light surrounds Do-yoon as he clenches his fist, then suddenly punches him hard. Seeing himself overwhelmed, Jerry clearly can't believe it. This is impossible. He quickly retreated, sensing something was wrong, while you calmly landed on the ground. Jerry trembled with anger and fear. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Is there still this much power left? His voice was filled with doubt and disbelief. Didn't you say you were exhausted? How are you still this powerful? Outside, the sky is gradually brightening. Inside the castle, you and he are still fighting each other. Jerry couldn't help but curse in frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, Do-yoon remains calm as if nothing is happening. Inside the book, Lavin is struggling non-stop. After a while, Lavin managed to escape from the book, took a deep breath, and hurried back, finally outside. Where's Ron? In front of Lavin, Jerry and you are fighting each other, and she looks a bit worried. Seeing Do-hyun's serious expression, Lavin suddenly hesitates. Ron, did you throw another punch to push him back? Jerry angrily stepped back and cursed. Damn it! Do-hyun also lands with an expressionless face. As soon as he stabilizes himself, he wonders, how can this be? How can he still use this power? Jerry growled in confusion, nearly dead but suddenly recovering even stronger. What exactly is he up to? Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Looking down at his palm as a dark green aura slowly enveloped it. Jerry suddenly smiled. I see now, I understand now, I get it. He seems to have figured it out. He has a partner too. Jerry excitedly shouted, You are just like me, right? Lord Ron, that's exactly right. I think somewhere in this world there is someone like me. He is a bit excited, and you must have felt that power too. The more Jerry spoke, the more excited he became, which is why he could demonstrate such extraordinary power, because you and I are the same kind. Seeing your silence, he grew even more enthusiastic. Young Master Ron, do you understand the feeling of being connected to the world, as if the world itself is granting you strength? I become the world, and the world becomes me. In the end, we are one. Do. Hai-hun speaks slowly and calmly. Oh, that. It's because of my level of assimilation. That's why Jerry couldn't help but be stunned. What? You rub your wrist and calmly explain that this level of assimilation is a measure of how strong your connection to the system is, which also reflects your power. His expression grew even more stunned as he asked the system again. Dune, who had just arrived, slowly explained, the feeling when the system and your consciousness are one, as if you are one with the world. This kind of thing rarely happens to an NPC like you, Levin said, feeling a bit confused. Ron Jerry confused, shouting in anger. What are you talking about? NPC system! You're talking nonsense! I really have to thank you because thanks to you, I realized an important thing, which is that Doyen's gaze has become even colder. Since waking up in this world, my level of assimilation has always been at 100%, and I haven't used it until now, Jerry shouted in frustration. What are you rambling about? What kind of system or whatever is that? Ignoring his words, you slowly raise your hand toward Jerry. His whole body suddenly stiffens and is lifted into the air. No way. Jerry panically struggles to break free with all his might. What is going on? Hun said slowly. Although I decided to accept this world as my new game, there's no reason to give up the pleasures I can get from playing. Your arm tightens, so immersing yourself too much in the game or reality isn't good. His face gradually turned to horror as Hun slowly uttered a sarcastic thank you. Thank you for reminding me of who I truly am. Jerry was too shocked to speak and looked at Doyen. You remain unmoved and deliver a straight punch that sends him flying away. The punch causes Jerry to spit out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, faint blue mists hold him tightly. Without saying a word, Doyen pulls Jerry back. He was terrified and wanted to escape but couldn't at all. Doyen clenched Jerry's head and then slammed it down onto the floor. Jerry winced in pain, his hand trembling as he reached out. Then suddenly he roared in anger, breaking free and pushing you away. Lavin, watching from afar, began to feel worried. Dion remains calm and steady as he lands on the ground. Jerry stands up, speaking condescendingly. A grand plan meticulously calculated. Could it all fall apart because of someone as inexperienced as you? His expression became even more exaggerated. What are you rambling about? No matter what you say, you can't stop our plan. Jerry's smile widened, and his tone became more confident. This kingdom will fall under the Empire's hand and soon be covered by the Empire's flag and dark energy. He boldly declares, your family and Knight Order will be crushed and forever mocked as losers. It's a pity you won't be able to see that scene with your own eyes and have to die here. But Dohyun's irritation in his voice interrupted Jerry. Forget it, forget it, forget it, he said as he ran his hand through his hair in annoyance. Talking NPCs with long lines like this really is exhausting. I already know everything about the mission details. Hun, stop messing around and get serious. Let's fight. The more I fight you, the more I realize you're not my match. His fist was quickly blocked by him, and both of them fought very seriously. Suddenly, a few sharp hands appeared behind Jerry, aiming straight at Doyen. With quick reflexes, he reached back, a faint blue light gathering in his palm. Just as the attack from behind was aimed at Doyen's position, he leapt back to dodge the strike. The snakes opened their mouths wide and rushed straight at Doyen. Do you think you can escape? He quickly swung his hand to gather strength. Then Doyen continuously struck the snakes with his fist to destroy them. This scene leaves Jerry stunned. What is happening? Clenching his fist, a faint blue light wrapped around his hand. Seeing the blue aura gradually surround him, he was stunned. Suddenly, the rock beneath Jerry lifts him up. Doyen's focused gaze and Duong's cold fist are ready. This punch caused Jerry's head to snap back and fall backward, crashing heavily onto the stone floor, leaving a deep dent. After that punch, you gently land beside Jerry. Doyen's cold gaze stares intently at him. Still alert, Jerry still manages a smile and says, I didn't expect it would end like this. I thought this was a perfect plan. Calculated every variable, but it all fell apart because of a young son of a count from the border region. He looked at his trembling hand, his voice turning into mockery. I could have used these very hands to overthrow the kingdom and plant the imperial flag, but suddenly I ask, why do you harbor such ambitions? Jerry was stunned and asked back in confusion, what? Do-hyun looked down at him and repeated, why do you have such ambitions? What are you thinking to destroy the kingdom and hand it over to the degenerate nation? Jerry shouted in anger. Now you're just curious about that? Of course it is me. His unfinished words are suddenly cut off and his voice clearly carries a tone of mockery. What's wrong with you? Why can't you talk about how your ambitions began? Without letting Jerry answer, Doyen gave his own response. Of course it was impossible because there was no reason from the start. His stunned expression only confirmed your judgment. This entire story is just part of a beta test script. No matter how sophisticated Seaki's world is, it can't replicate the short-term psychology of a human NPC. Lavin listened silently to Dion, which is pretty meaningless, right? You grind your teeth, your face angry. But that doesn't mean I will forgive you. Thinking of those who sacrifice, he gritted his teeth and said, too many people have sacrificed for you. They lost loved ones and trembled in pain. They lost even the place they called home, living in misery. Do-hyun ignored Jerry's shock and continued recounting. I decided to accept this world as my reality since I woke up in that nightmare. So I will never forgive the one who tried to destroy the world I want to protect. His hand trembling on the stone floor. Who are you really? Seeing the fist ready to strike down, Jerry panicked and shouted, what are you? Do. Hoon's tone was calm and slow as he replied, I am a player. Immediately after, a straight punch to his face. The impact shattered the surrounding floor. Jerry's hand trembled slightly before going completely still, and only then did he slowly exhale. In the blinding sunlight, Do-hyun stands in the hall. This is indeed Phantom West. Down stepped back from Jerry, who was unconscious and let out a relieved breath. Finally done. A flood of thoughts rushes through your mind. Although I predicted the rebellion, the timing was off. Moreover, it happened in a way I never expected. Truly dangerous from many angles. Looking at his hand, Do-hyun felt a bit uncertain. Had his actions really affected Ginek's plan? Seeing the brightening sky outside, he silently made a firm decision. But anyway, it was time to stop being afraid. Do-hyun clenched his fist tighter, knowing he had to prepare more thoroughly, become stronger, and expand his influence for that day. He looked ahead with a serious and determined face. This was only the beginning. At this moment, Lavenna happily flew over. "Roan, you won? That's great." Doan turned back, her eyes full of admiration, and said, "I really thought everything was over when you fell. Why didn't you use that power from the start instead of hiding it?" Do-hyun turned away in a steady voice. "Actually, I didn't mean to hide it." Turning his back to Lavenna, he explained, "I really think it's time to tell you I can't keep this secret anymore," and my body subtly shifted to reveal who I truly am. Seeing you fall straight to the floor, she was worried. "Roan, are you okay? Are you okay?" Suddenly, Lavenna paused as if she realized something. A gentle light shines on Do-hyun lying peacefully. She looks outside and murmurs, "It's already morning." Looking at you sleeping peacefully from exhaustion, Lavenna softly smiles and breathes a sigh of relief. She gently strokes Do-hyun's cheek and says softly, "I have many questions, but maybe later." Lavin sat down beside him, her gesture gentle. "Today, you've worked hard. The night has passed, and a new day begins." The nightmare of that night when the rebels joined forces with the Empire has vanished as if it never existed as the morning sun rises. From the assault on Gate D to the battle with the Imperial House and the rebels, a long and fierce day finally came to an end. As Laban warned, right after that night's battle, Do-hyun fainted from exhaustion and was soon discovered by Ken and Prince Jer. Not only you, but Philip, Jack, Pyjos, and Nikia are the same. Overexerted, they all collapsed at dawn and ended up sleeping for 3 days straight. Although the king was saved, he fell ill again shortly after. His already weakened health made this shock truly severe. What pains him the most is probably the truth that the leader of the rebellion is the third prince. After the Holy Knights arrived, Dion hurried back to the capital. But most of the rebel troops had already left the capital beforehand. The nobles also started to panic after realizing the situation, trying to prove their innocence by quickly sending aid and funds to the court. So the kingdom and the Triumph capital, once plunged into unprecedented chaos, gradually began to recover. The scene shifts to a few days later inside the royal palace, where Jer stands before Do-hyun and others behind him. He spoke up, the third son of Count Aston and the leader of the first Knight Squad. His name was mentioned with great honor. "Ron Aston," Jorat continued, "you have defeated the rebel forces threatening the kingdom, protecting the royal family and the safety of the people, bringing glory to the knights of the realm." With a serious expression, he continued, "And thus, the sixth prince of the Najorat Reuven kingdom officially recognized your achievements on behalf of his majesty." After finishing, Jorat announced that you would be granted the title of Marquise, given a domain and residence in the capital to continue serving the kingdom faithfully. It has been half a year since I left the Aston estate to attend the academy, and on that same day, another important ceremony was held. Sitting at the center of the meeting table, Jorat said, "I truly appreciate everyone coming despite the chaos." He sincerely explained that he was organizing this ceremony on behalf of his ailing father, and asked everyone to forgive his shortcomings. Melvin, the lord of the Earl of Aston, spoke. "We are not participating in the war, so what is there to discuss? It's just shameful." Marquis, the head of the Tempaton ducal family, simply crossed his arms and remained silent. Count R, the mysterious lord of the R family, speaks up. A minor official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs dares to plan this unprecedented rebellion. Does no one in the Internal Affairs Department realize this? I must insist that this is not the action of just one Internal Affairs officer. The rebellion also involves the Crown Prince, Noble Randan, and even the Empire itself. Madari speaks up. In fact, this rebellion is no different from an invasion led by the Empire, so this event must be regarded as a war, not just a civil conflict. Lord Marneo, the head of the house, clenched his arms in frustration, feeling humiliated that the entire 5 families were controlled by the Empire like puppets, yet he sat silently without saying a word. Gray looked serious. Not only did the capital suffer heavy losses, but the academy also sustained significant damage. Many of the academy's top students joined the rebel side. Then he forced a gentle smile. But the consolation is that the main role in quelling the rebellion also came from the academy. Ray turned to Do-hyun. "Lord Raon, what do you think makes someone the leader in the fight against the rebels? Please share your thoughts. Calmly express what you think. This rebellion was not stopped by me alone. Its success is thanks to the members of the First Knight team and the kingdom's knights who fought to the end against the rebels." Do-hyun's voice grew firm. "Through this event, I think we should focus on what we still have instead of clinging to what we have lost. So we will be better prepared for future threats." D helplessly watches his father smiling brightly in the background. "Yes, well said, my son." Jet nodded in agreement. "Lord Ron is right. The Empire is silent about this, but the war has truly begun." He explained and made his request. "Currently, the kingdom is vulnerable and facing a major threat, so I hope that Lord Wu will take the lead to protect the kingdom with all his strength." Do-hyun remained silent, thinking to himself that the Empire is indeed a threat, but the bigger problem lies elsewhere. The chaos has only just begun. A person in a black cloak walks down the street speaking excitedly. "This is really amazing." Yu's eyes sparkled with amazement. Could this really be inside the game? At that moment, the system panel appeared, announcing that the update was complete and the CNIC open beta service had been successfully launched. Ilyu looked around, constantly marveling. This game is really incredible, as if I've stepped into a real world. My name is Kim Ilu. I am 25 years old. My ordinary life was lucky for the first time not long ago when I was selected as a beta tester for the latest virtual reality system called Kinect System, a capsule that looks like it's straight out of a sci-fi movie in the community. Many people say it's a scam or a human experiment. I only tried out of curiosity, not thinking much. As soon as he put on the glasses, he was transported to an unfamiliar space. A message appeared in front of Ilu. Welcome to the world of night. Would you like to connect now? No, this is not a scam, nor is it a conspiracy. This game is virtual reality, even more than that. He looked around excitedly, confusing the other NPCs. The sensation of the wind and the smell are unbelievably realistic. The supporting characters are as vivid as real people. Looking ahead, you felt a bit worried. Could pain really be felt so clearly? That was terrifying. He stood on the high platform and announced, "Welcome, strangers. I am Genelop, the mayor of Mirror Free City," he said loudly. "Mirror Free City welcomes your presence." He was a bit puzzled, wondering to himself if they had encountered an incident right after arriving. It didn't seem to be part of the usual introduction. Renalot continues, "Surely you've all heard the news by now, right? The large-scale riot is happening in the capital." Ayu rubs his chin, thinking, "A rebellion? So this is how the story begins?" He raised his hand proudly and said, "Although this situation has never happened before, many people are still worried. I want to announce that our kingdom remains strong. The main reason is the pride of our city, the hero who suppressed the rebellion, the first cavalry of Count Raoul Geest Aston." The residents below cheered happily, and Genelo continued, "So rest assured and explore this free city to your heart's content." On the podium, he couldn't help but feel moved. "It's been a long time since I was last cheered like this. Through a speech, I clearly see I made the right choice in supporting Prince Lon." He also seems more interested. "The first-class night squad? It seems this force plays a pretty important role in the game. They must be connected to the main storyline." Thinking of Dion, Ayu becomes even more curious. What kind of person will Ron Aston be? At the mansion, Melvin happily pinched the boy's cheek nonstop. This kid is so adorable. Amazing. Just amazing. The more he talked, the happier he became. Just yesterday it was begging to get into the academy, and now it's achieved something so great. "You have helped our family become glorious." Hun, feeling helpless, replied, "It was just luck."
So, what will you do to handle the Randon family, father?
All the remaining members of the Randon family in the capital have been captured, including their branches. Melvin asked in confusion. "I see," he rests his chin in thought, "but ultimately the decision will be made by His Majesty, though most likely they will only face light punishment." Melvin continued, "The core members of the treacherous family have fled to the Empire, and the others are not heavily involved in the uprising." He spoke with a hint of concern, but still insisted on at least house arrest for supervision. He nodded seriously. "That's the right thing to do." Suddenly, you interjected, "Lord Jen's family should also be placed under surveillance." This statement stunned Melvin. "Lord Jen, my brother." "No, I mean, your uncle's family?" Don Hun's face darkened as he explained, "Your uncle has had indirect contact with Randon through Lord Gender, who confirmed that he frequently dealt with the Minister of the Interior, the mastermind of this rebellion. Although he did not appear publicly, it is highly likely that Lord Jiden was involved in the rebellion in some way." Hearing this, the two of them fell into deep thought. Dean's confirmation makes sense. "Father, even though things have been peaceful for a few years, maybe we should check just to be sure." Melvin also had no choice but to agree. "All right, you stay here and focus on monitoring the rebel family." Then he looked at you and my youngest son. Melvin's voice was gentle, but his eyes revealed undeniable pride. "The child I once thought was still so young has grown up like this. Father has nothing to worry about anymore." He continued, "The future of the kingdom will need you even more. Please, do your best in your role." "Do," Hai-hun replied with a confident smile. "Yes, father." Suddenly, Ruto stepped in and softly reminded me, "Sir, Marcus Ron, the prince is waiting for you." "I understand. I will go now." Before leaving, Down bowed respectfully and said, "I ask for your permission, father. Please be careful on the road." He also advised him to take care of his health. Without hesitation, Do-hyun turned around and walked straight out the door. Melvin proudly told the kid that his appearance really looked like he had grown up, and the person next to him happily chimed in, "Yes, that's really how it is." He looks back at the main door with a bit of reluctance.
It was also the first to remind my child to be cautious of his uncle. The child who was once weak both physically and mentally has changed so much. It's hard to believe.
He suddenly turned back and sternly reminded Den, "But am I supposed to rely only on the youngest?" Melvin lightly frowned, noting that assigning him to supervise his uncle was too conspicuous, and the youngest still carried too many burdens. "Then there is only one way left." He thought for a moment, as if realizing the hidden meaning.
"Dad, do you mean him?" Confirmed Dion's thoughts.
"Yes, find my second child, Lauren." On the other side, Jorat's side, facing the leaders of the four great clans was not easy. Just being near them made him feel pressured. Dion sitting beside him said they were all loyal attendants of the prince, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. He shyly waved his hand and said, "Ron, could you please change the way you address me and your tone? I don't want to talk to you like this." Jat awkwardly said, "For now, we're just classmates and friends from the academy, so please don't be too formal with me." He smiled softly. "It seems you've endured a lot." His voice grew a little sad. "I really don't know how to thank you enough. As a prince, I feel ashamed to have to rely on you completely." Do-hyun gently reassures, "What are you talking about?"
You also fought to the end against the rebel forces. You have done everything a prince could do.
Jurat smiled and replied, "Thank you for saying that." Looking at the coffee table, he asked, "But do the people in the capital think like you?" Before he could answer, Jazz muttered to himself about how the incompetence of the royal family had dragged many citizens into rebellion, resulting in death, injuries, and loss of homes, and how the mastermind behind the uprising was actually a member of the royal family. His voice was filled with regret. Perhaps they wanted to throw stones at the royal family. Do-hyun listened silently and then gently smiled. After a few seconds, he suddenly stood up. "Really? Do you really think they believe that?" Dawn's eyes lit up. "If you're curious, go verify for yourself. Check the people's sentiment in the capital." In the morning at the castle, gentle sunlight filters through the windows as the Marquis stands with his back turned, arms crossed, exuding a cold aura. "You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to try to escape the king's orders." He frowns and lets out a sigh, saying, "The royal order is for the family, not for you, right? Honestly, your absence doesn't cause any problem." Listening to Danton, the Marquis clenched his teeth in anger and turned around glaring. Finally, he could only let out a helpless sigh. The Marquis looked straight at him with a firm, unwavering gaze. "I sent you to the academy to learn discipline because as a member of the Tempeton family, you must know how to earn honor and responsibility." He slowly turned his gaze to the flag. "I don't want my son to be underestimated just because he's the grandson of the swordmaster. To do that, you need to assert yourself." Danton lowered his head, avoiding Marquis' gaze and remaining silent. He subtly glanced at Danton with a hint of meaning. The words the Marquis spoke next made him somewhat confused, but it seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Seeing Danton's expression, he explained, "I heard that you personally took part in the gate destruction mission. Remember when you stood alone to protect the people, facing the rebels and rescuing civilians? I truly doubted my ears." A hint of pride flickered in the Marquis' eyes, someone who had never volunteered before, but was so passionate outside. Danton felt a bit embarrassed, his face turning red, and he scratched his head. "Really? Turn away." He replied in a deep voice. "Thanks to your independent actions, Tempoton's honor was able to retain some dignity." Even though her eyebrows slightly furrowed, Maris still smiled. "You have done something commendable." A soft laugh escaped then. He remained silent. He turned away and let out a sigh. "Perhaps it is better for both you and the family to let you be free." Danton was momentarily stunned, listening to Marquis say, "If you feel suffocated by the protection of the family, then I will no longer force you to take on a role in the family." After a brief silence, he slowly made a suggestion. "The first night squad of Lord Ryon might be a better fit for someone as free as you." The Marquis slowly turned his back, appearing silent. "If you want to go with him, I will not stop you. Think carefully, it could also be preparation for what's to come." He widened his eyes, stammering in shock. "What is going to happen?" He raised his head and spoke slowly. "After this rebellion's failure, the Empire will abandon its strategy of destabilizing the kingdom from within and will likely prepare for a full-scale war to attack us. Of course, the rebel forces who fled to the Empire will also join in." After hearing this, Dantrian fell silent, saying nothing more. The Marquis's finger lightly tapped, as if contemplating something. "If the day the Empire directly confronts us truly comes, the smile will vanish entirely and his face will turn cold. At that moment, Marcus's swordsmanship will surely not sit idly by helplessly." The scene slowly shifts to a pristine white castle, inside a group of people diligently practicing swordsmanship, with Mo holding a sword and each move carefully guided by him. No, watch closely when wielding the sword. Suddenly, his right hand and eyes freeze, as if he just discovered something. From afar, you and he are walking together. Everyone is very diligent. He hurriedly said, "Master, you're here." Immediately afterward, Homer rushed forward. "Sir Jurat, what brings you here?" He shook his head and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm just here to visit as a student of the academy." Hai-hun put his hands on his hips and said, "Anyway, the new recruits don't recognize me as a prince, so just pretend you don't know anything." He nodded and said, "I understand." His gaze swept over the group of children standing in front. Hearing that many newcomers had joined this time, the atmosphere was lively. He nodded and said, "Yes, the list is full, so we classified them as applicants." He glanced at the boy training hard, noting that this time there are many young people, mostly teenagers who experienced upheaval from the rebellion, most of whom are children who lost their families or homes. After hearing that, Joris fell silent, unable to speak. Suddenly, the boy next to him burst into loud laughter. "Really? Then I should ask those kids. He seems confusing." Raon ignored Gerardo Hun's expression and walked ahead. "You seem very diligent, huh? How old are you?" Atho was startled and quickly turned to speak loudly. "Yes, I am 13 years old." You slightly raise your eyebrows. 13 years old? After a moment of silence, Do-Hu stared intently at the boy who still seemed too young to join the knights. "Why do you want to join the knight order?" Hearing the question, Atho fell silent and looked down. Then the boy looked up, his eyes determined as he stared straight at Do-Hyun. Because I want to become strong. Hearing that answer, he became curious. Strong? For what purpose? Otho stands tall and responds openly. To protect my family from the Empire, and beyond that, to defend this kingdom with my own hands. As he spoke, his hand trembled slightly as he clenched it. I also want to be like the knights who sacrificed themselves to protect the king, just as Lord Rowan defeated the leader of the rebellion, and Otho's eyebrows furrowed with a determined look like Prince Jarrett, who refused to retreat and stayed on the front lines until the end. I want to fight bravely and face the Empire. He stood behind, hearing these words, was a bit shaken. Looking at Jarrett's still unsettled face, he approached and patted Do-hyun's shoulder, giving him a smile, because now children like him are coming from everywhere. And without waiting for Jarrett to speak, he remembered that the prince probably also understood how the people felt about the royal family after this rebellion. His expression slightly drooped, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Joris waved down aside and quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Otho. Then he finally spoke. What is your name? The boy was a bit startled. Yes, my name is Atho. Jet smiled kindly, looking at Atho with admiration. Your name is wonderful. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, he suddenly knelt down. Even he and the old man were startled and exclaimed, The prince! Yunjong stared in disbelief, feeling a shock in his heart. Do the royal family kneel before a commoner? Ignoring everyone's commotion, Jarrett said, I feel ashamed in front of your bravery. You may be small and young, but your inner will is incredibly strong. He solemnly placed his hand on his forehead and bowed slightly. This is my respect for your bravery, and also an apology for the hardships you have endured because of my helplessness. The kids behind exchanged glances and listened carefully. I humbly ask for everyone's understanding here. As he spoke, Jer's hand trembled slightly as he clenched it. I will also carry on your courage and protect this kingdom with my own hands. He opens his eyes wide, determination in them. Even if I have to sacrifice this body, I will never let myself become weak again. The kingdom of Reuben was ruled by King Tuss in the CC world. He is depicted as having died in a rebellion. However, this time the rebellion failed. He is still alive despite being in critical condition. The crown prince and second prince both sacrificed in the uprising, while the third prince, the mastermind, fled to the empire. With this event, the fourth prince becomes the heir to the throne. Do-hyun stood frozen in place, his eyes wide. Stopping the rebellion has also changed the history of the Aston family's destruction, so I don't think who inherits next really matters. My pupils narrow slightly, reflecting only the image of him kneeling before me. But I was mistaken. In front of Do-hyun, he showed no sign of being an aristocrat, a suitable heir, or someone with the qualities of a king right before his eyes. In the silence, Jarrett slowly spoke. You are Otho, right? The boy was startled and quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. Hearing the response, a faint smile curled on his lips. I will remember your name, and I hope you become an excellent knight of the kingdom, and I look forward to seeing you again. The boy stared intently at Jazz, unwavering. Yes, I will be determined. His gaze briefly shifted to Atho, then back to him, standing before the challenge of war and division, a ruler the people most desire. He suddenly remembered the moment Jairus fought against him, a brave and courageous man facing the royal hounds. When he sat at the table discussing with the generals, taking action to unify the divided kingdom after the rebellion, he turned back to Jarrett's straight-back silhouette, a king showing concern and humility for his people. The determined smile and bright eyes belonged to the sixth prince, Jorat Jer Rubin. Thinking of this, Do-hyun suddenly realized, that's right. A confident smile appeared in his mind, as he confirmed his suspicion that the next king of the Rubin kingdom had already been chosen. The scene shifts and the setting changes to the castle. Sitting at the tea table, a voice breaks the silence. A royal family member kneeling before commoners, he gently lifts his teacup to face him. Luckily, the kids don't know you're a prince. If they did, they'd be very surprised. Jet chuckled. That's probably true. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, I just wanted to thank them that way. Thanks to us, they can recognize what's important. Do-hyun slightly frowns, silently listening to Jarrett. He suddenly thought of something and responded unexpectedly. Those children will probably become stronger and stronger, but the kingdom needs someone who can take charge right now. After a moment of daze, he smiled and said, The one standing before me is Raun Aston, the guardian spirit of Turium. Do-hyun silently continued to listen with the cup of tea in hand. No, perhaps now I should call him the guardian deity of the kingdom Reuben. The entire kingdom depends on you. After saying that, he set the teacup down and said, But relying on trust alone is not enough. Dion looked straight into Jorat's eyes and suggested that we need someone capable of leading to unite the nobles, knights, mercenaries, and vagabonds in the kingdom into one. Someone who can shelter the people with kindness. He paused for a moment, then sighed and continued. With the emperor gravely ill and most of the heirs either dead or incapacitated, Do-hyun's eyes flicked towards him with unwavering resolve. I believe you are the only one who can fill that gap. Seeing Jorat's confused and puzzled expression, he chuckled. I'm saying this only as a friend. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, he was completely stunned into silence. Joris looked at the calm surface of the teacup hesitantly. Raun, I just want you to answer one question. Remembering how the country behaved before, now the empire will not act openly as it did before.
A cold glint flashes in his eyes. Perhaps they will gather strength before starting a full-scale war. He remains silent, his words somewhat hesitant. The kingdom must unite more than ever. But at that time, not only the nobility, but even the royal inner circle would fall into great chaos. Do-hyun continued to listen intently in silence. If the time comes and I want to quell this chaos, will you stand by my side? Without rushing to answer, he smiled. Do-hyun crossed his arms in front of him and shouted loudly. Of course, the scene then shifts to the residence of the noble family. Frank, the basement under the mansion, is immersed in ink-like darkness. It's strange that he created such a secret space deep beneath his mansion. Such a disturbing habit. P stands in front of the gate complaining about Nikia. Someone obsessed with dark magic must have an abnormal mind, but here we might find clues about the rebellion. He looked around, then turned to her. How is it? Did Nikia find anything? She furrowed her brows as she examined and looked at the symbols on the door. There was a strong seal, but it didn't seem to contain any dangerous elements like traps. It's just that this type of magic is too ancient and needs to be deciphered. The three of them all looked up at the magic circle on the door.
Maybe it has existed for so long that it's hard to find even in records. It could be a form of ancient magic.
Pi suddenly sweats, showing signs of worry. Ancient magic? How does Frank know about that? Suddenly, a panicked guard rushes in to report. The investigation team leader has completed exploring the cave. He is surprised. Really? Is there a problem? The guards stare ahead and explain that this cave is indeed man-made, but it seems to have been created a long time ago, at least thousands of years ago. At least thousands of He stared in disbelief after hearing that. Thousands of years ago means he was right beside him. Philip tilted his head, eyes a bit suspicious. It's not Frank who created this cave, but he built his mansion right on top of it. Nikia stands up, looking a bit worried, her hand clenched tightly. What exactly has he hidden inside here? Everyone stared intently at the seal on the door. Perhaps it's time to report back to the master. The scene gradually changes, revealing a towering spire rising from the sea with two guards standing watch at the prison. Inside, Can stands still, teeth clenched, eyes furious. I never expected that the hunter I met back then for R would be the leader of the rebellion I face again today. He stands there, eyes fixed on the man chained up, now just a criminal. Can's face briefly showed a cold expression as he said, thinking of the comrades who fell at your hands, I just want to end you right here. Lan remained silent, head bowed down, but there are still many questions I need to ask, so I will hold back. Seeing that he didn't answer, he continued to question him. Who will be the one behind this rebellious empire? How did you come into contact with the Duke's team of the empire? Hearing this, Frank finally smirked sarcastically. Are there any other forces besides the clans involved this time? Seeing him just smile without answering, he grew a bit angry. Is there anyone else in the 5 great clans besides the Dandan? Before I could finish my sentence, Frank said, You really don't know anything. He raised his head, his eyes terrifyingly white. Yes, you really don't know anything because both you and I have been living in lies since birth. Isn't that right? Hearing Brank's words, Can was momentarily stunned and confused. Then he sneered, What are you talking about? It was like hearing his roar in response. Rao and Aston. Brank, with both hands tied and leaning against the wall, laughs maniacally and rebels. The empire and everything to me are meaningless. Nothing in this world has any meaning anymore. The more I hear, the more his face becomes grim. Unfortunately, I have realized that. Saying that, he raised his head and stared, laughing loudly. That's right. He planted that cursed truth into my mind. This world is just an illusion created by someone. Soon, everyone will realize that. The scene shifts to a bustling street intertwined with Brank's cursed words. The crack in this false, entangled world has already begun. Silver Zero leans on the command table and reports immediately. The first voice that appeared inside the crystal sphere has identified all the identities of the refugees. At the moment, there is no one particularly suspicious. Next, the 7 Vices reported that the royal family and nobles seemed quite agitated, but overall everything was gradually stabilizing, and the chaos was being brought under control. Besides, the 4 great clans are quickly taking action to strengthen their forces. Hearing this, Silver Zero pondered for a moment, summing up that the failed plan only made the enemies grow stronger, then suddenly remembered something and asked, 8 Viscera, what if Prank is no longer available? He reported that after being captured in the Imperial City, he was suppressed with dark demonic energy and imprisoned, and it is said that his mental state is unstable, constantly uttering incomprehensible words. Perhaps it is a side effect of using dark energy, which makes Silver Zero even more worried. Next second, he began to blame, saying, This failure has disappointed His Majesty. You understand that, don't you? First place, the man quickly bowed his head to admit fault. Yes, I understand. Rose sighed and promised. I feel responsible for not meeting expectations and will make up for it in the future. Silver Zero's gaze turns cold as a warning. It's best that way, or next time you won't survive. Juwei bluntly accuses him, saying he's the cause of this failure. Silver Zero hesitated for a moment, then understood. You are talking about Raoul Aston. He confirmed that. Yes, in fact, this time the plan was also thwarted by him alone. Failing to control Raoul Aston was Frank's mistake. He also added that, moreover, since he and the 6th Prince are
or 6th Prince Jurat were classmates at the academy. There is analysis suggesting he is urging the 6th Prince to become the next king. Finally, QV concluded that he is no longer just an emerging star, but has become one of the greatest threats to our empire. The unfavorable information leaves Silver Zero deep in thought. Before he could speak, the 9 sages proposed a solution to deal with him before his power increases, but Silver Zero stopped them. Don't interfere with Aston anymore. His hands clenched tightly as he declared, "From now on, I will personally watch over him." The fire of rage in Silver Zero's heart burned fiercely. Aston, I guess I need to be more serious now. The scene shifts to 2 people sword fighting elsewhere. Joss takes a deep breath with determination, and Danton immediately becomes more alert. The next moment, the 2 rush into combat. Suddenly, Danton realizes something that surprises him. Joss's powerful sword swing makes Danton momentarily stunned. Then, his sword was knocked out of his hand, causing him to lose his balance. Joss was determined to fight on. Danton quickly regained control and turned his sword back. He delivered a powerful strike that cut past Joss, forcing him to retreat. Finally, Joss lost his momentum and fell to the ground in pain. Seeing that, Danton also stopped. Joss sits on the ground, frustrated. Damn it, is this method really not effective? Danton praises again. No, this time it's better. I'm very pleased with Joss's performance earlier. If I hadn't finished using my sword, I would have been hit too. This time, I got lucky. I thought you relied only on strength, but your technique is pretty decent too. Joss clearly shows his embarrassment when praised. His voice sounds a bit sad, but he still cannot defeat a swordsman like Count Randon. That's right, Danton feels intrigued. Randon, the Swordmaster, is the pinnacle that all knights aspire to, but it's a bit surprising. Your style is very different from his, so why set him as your goal? Clenching his sword, Josen denies it. It's not about any goal, just an opponent I want to defeat. What I remember most is that I couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair that night. No matter how much I struggled, I could feel the insurmountable gap that couldn't be bridged. The peak of a swordsman, the ultimate of a knight, is truly too distant for me to even consider approaching. These words make Danton reflect for a moment, and in the next second, he smiles with satisfaction. Danton, with an encouraging tone, "But you say you want to defeat Jeondan. Let me explain to you." Usually, those who sense an overwhelming power gap tend to give up after a short time when they realize the difference is insurmountable, often being overwhelmed by fear. Danton respects the person in front of him, but for him, it's different. Instead of giving up, he's trying to find a way to defeat him. Is that right? Those words seem to have awakened Josh. He swallowed his saliva, preparing to say something in response. Josh's confident face confirmed it. Yes, a member of the knight team never gives up. Danton couldn't help but be interested. Indeed, there are many formidable people here. This will be interesting later on. Suddenly, he remembered something else. "Hey, Ron, that kid, what's going on that made you leave so hurriedly? What is this place?" In front of you is a magic formation. I didn't expect such a relic beneath the mansion. The girl beside you hesitates to advise, but this is an extremely powerful magic seal, and removing it carelessly could be very dangerous. Philip also agreed, not knowing what was sealed away. But if Frank was involved, it definitely wasn't something good. P added, "Maybe it's better to leave it as it is." Hearing that, Dion began to think. "When I was in Kras, I explored all the ruins in Cake, but I had never seen this before." He looked up and observed, could this also be the result of the changes we caused in Next? In the end, Dion decided, "I'll handle it. Everyone rest up. It seems I need to check it myself." The girl looked a bit confused and asked, "Alone?" Philip stepped closer and asked again, "Are you sure? If you want, I will," but before he finished speaking, you interrupted him. "No need to worry." Dion reassures everyone. "If there's danger, I'll retreat, faster than anyone else. Rest assured, leave it to me." Philip saw his determination and said nothing more. Got it. Then they left, and Dion stayed there. He excitedly drew his weapon. "All right, now I'm all alone." Doihun couldn't hide his anticipation. It's been a long time since I last explored any ruins. Now Doihun wondered to himself, "Ram, how do I get past this gate?" A stream of thoughts raced through his mind. Even Nikia couldn't fully understand. This is a mysterious magic, and perhaps my power isn't enough to dispel it. Dohyun observed more carefully. If this is an ancient lost magic or an elf spell, then it's probably beyond my understanding. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, is this elf magic? Jay continued, as a glow appeared in his hand. "Are you there?" Levin immediately appeared. "I have always been here," she asked curiously. "Do you need my help? I'm always ready. Just say anything." June is very pleased and praises, truly trustworthy. You point ahead and ask, "Do you know what this is?" Lavenna turns her head and stammers. Oh, she quickly recognized the elf's sealing magic, and it's a high-level spell from ancient times. How could this be engraved in a place like this? Only a very few elves can use this kind of magic. Doyen seemed to have confirmed his suspicion. As expected, it's elf magic. No wonder Nikia didn't know. "So you're returning to the main point. Then what? Can she lift it?" Lavin explained that this is not a type of magic that can be dispelled, and this statement made Do-hyun repeat in shock. The sealing magic that cannot be dispelled, she provided more details. Usually when we talk about sealing magic, we think of a secure lock that can be opened, but not all sealing magics are like that. Lavin is very knowledgeable. This is more like a kind of guard. The lock can be opened, but a guard is not the same. This gate only allows the chosen ones to pass through. Hearing that, Do-hun started thinking of a way. You marvel, an invisible guard? That's really troublesome. Suddenly, Do-hun had an idea, his eyes shining bright. No, or maybe it's easier than I thought. These words confuse Lavenna. Huh, what are you talking about? Doyen's hand gently touches the magic seal as he slowly closes his eyes and speaks. Round Aston, the third son of Count Aston from the Jasmine Kingdom, pleads for the acceptance of the Seal Master. Seeing this, Lavin also holds his breath and watches closely. Down still patiently waits for a response from the magic. Just then, a deep voice echoes. Round Aston startled him. The magic circle was gradually glowing brighter, confirming it firmly. You're lying. The voice from the magic keeps echoing steadily. A person hiding themselves behind a false facade. This door cannot be opened for you. Leave here now. Do-hyun looked up at it in shock. Lavin angrily shouted, "What do you mean by that? Round is round, so where is the deception?" She kept scolding. It's really elf magic. Only elves have the time to play such elaborate tricks. What is going on with Do-hyun right now? Could it be that they realized I am not the real Round? His eyes were full of confusion. If so, then how is that possible? Do-hyun's hand gently moved. Whatever this is, first, I must get through this gate and then figure things out. I secretly guessed that on the other side of the gate might be the answer I seek about why I awakened as Round Aston. The answer. Do-hyun's heart is filled with anticipation. Thinking, he raised his hand to reintroduce the player B down, known as Crass, begging to meet the owner of the seal. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lavenna froze completely. After a moment, the magic still did not respond. Suddenly, it spun, causing the entire space to shake. The magic circle was now split into two halves, one bright and one dark. The door immediately opened to welcome Doyen, leaving Lavenna in shock. It's open now. You still look confused, wondering if this is really the way to break the seal. How does it know about me? Doyen was extremely curious. What exactly is inside this place? Seeing you stand frozen for a moment, Levin called out to Round. Dione sighed, opening. It was easier than I thought, huh?
You also understand how she was feeling at that moment. She must have had many questions, but I will explain gradually.
For now, let's just finish this exploration. Hearing that, Lavenna was a bit stunned. Then her face showed determination to return. All right, seeing that, Do-hyun happily stepped in. Let's go. There's someone lying on the bench over there. Ilu suddenly sat up, reaching up to remove the blindfold, but hesitated for a moment before doing so. Then, Ayu turned his head to look toward the light in the room. The next second, he looked back at the glass in his hand and sighed, this really is top-notch. After a while, Ilu sat down at the keyboard, recounting the story that no one would believe. This really is a revolution in the gaming world. It's not just a game, but a whole new level of teleporting across space. CG 3D still has a long way to go, I guarantee that. You can't tell real from fake anymore. From the feeling of the wind to the smell of horse manure on the road, everything is perfectly recreated. Yu's hands keep typing, and above all, he can play for 10 hours straight without feeling tired, even waking up feeling like he just had a very refreshing dream. Everything is happening in real time to the point that I'm not even sure what's real anymore. Anyway, I started in Mira Free City, and just beginning, it seems like something interesting is going to happen. Let me know when you have time to stop by. After typing, his face was full of happiness. The comments kept coming in, praising Ilu excessively. Seeing that, he could only sigh and complain. If those fools don't believe it, that's up to them. Just keep hunting those 3D data chunks by clicking the mouse. Ilu's eyes suddenly paused for a moment, finally showing a comment that seemed interested. Mira Free City, wow, so cool. A smooth start indeed. I heard there are many high reward missions and useful NPCs there, right? Tell me more. I was planning to go there too. He seems even more excited. Oh, so that place is really that good? Then Ilu picked up the glasses. All right, I get it. I can't waste any more time now. He continues his journey. Before the open beta starts, I will wipe out everything. The scene shifts to Doyen, who is walking deeper inside. Lavenna looks around and comments, deeper than I thought. Are there any traps here? Doyen innocently asked again. A trap, but why worry? With spirits, it probably isn't dangerous, right? She explained, since the seal was originally a spell of the spirits anyway. If the trap is created by a spirit, I could also be in danger. Do-hyun becomes more cautious of his surroundings. I see, the magic energy inside here really is quite strange. He reached out his hand to feel it, and the sensation was as if the mana was condensed to an odd degree. The surrounding mana was enough to light up the entire space. Lavin softly warned, the deeper we go, the denser the magic energy becomes. Be careful, Rayun. Still, Do-hyun felt something was off. Strange indeed, with this much mana, it must be a high-level relic or dungeon. Could I have missed a place like this during the Crass era? He wondered if his existence and actions had changed the course of events. Anyway, a place that didn't exist before couldn't just appear naturally. Suddenly, Lavin noticed something. Laroun is in front. According to her direction, a blinding light appears ahead. Do-hyun's face showed clear surprise. A light. As he approached, both of them looked down, and Do-hyun's face was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. What is that thing actually? In front of them now is a gate emitting a strange aura.
Inside that gate, it seems to be holding something extremely dangerous. Lavin becomes terrified. What? What do you mean? What is that black thing up there? No way a spirit would create something emitting such strange demonic energy. Do-hyun hesitated and guessed, could that be a gate to the demon world bringing an unimaginable disaster? He silently called its name. The dark portal is destroyed. Just then, someone appears behind Lavenna, startling her. Do-hyun quickly turned around, alert, while Lavenna looked confused. I see now. Standing before them now is a warrior in armor, carefully watching the two of them. Do-hyun raises his sword forward, quietly pondering. I can't sense any signs at all. Despite emitting such a strong magical aura, you become extremely cautious. Who exactly is this person? Cadenus has been observing silently all this time. Then he reminds you to put down your sword. The stranger wearing Aston's mask. Gardinus warns in a low voice that your sword can't harm me, and my sword can't reach you either. This statement leaves Doyen frozen for a few seconds, and he coldly questions him. You are the one who created the sealing magic. Isn't it true that you are the master of this dungeon? Hearing that, Cadenus seemed to mock. Master, that name doesn't seem to suit me very well. He said I am just a lingering remnant of the past, a ghost of old memories. Then I introduced myself. My name is Cadenus, the bridge between the demon world and the human world. I am the guardian of the Dark Gate. Do-hyun couldn't believe his ears and repeated himself. The guardian of the Dark Gate? Suddenly, Cadenus asked a question that made Lavin startle. Is the one with you a spirit? It's been a long time since I last saw her with my own eyes. Can you see me, your majesty? Cadenus explained about that. I learned many spells from the blue-haired spirits at Lake Valadia. That was over 1,000 years ago. Hearing that, Lavin let out a relieved sigh. So you also met the spirit back in the day. There is indeed a legend that once the spirit fairies lived at Lake Valadia. Suddenly, she realized the problem and exclaimed, You just said it was how many years ago? 1,000 years? Cadenus returned to the main topic. As I said, I am only a remnant of the past. Just a fragment of the seal guarding the gate to the demon realm. Nevertheless, I still need to ask you this. Do-hyun looked at the person in front of him with tension. Once again, his tone carried an interrogative implication. Who are you really? The stranger wearing Aston's mask? Do-hyun hesitated for a few seconds, and Lavenna anxiously called out to Raon. Finally, he let out a breath and regained his composure. Do-hy sheathed his sword and replied softly, Fine, there's no point in hiding anymore. I was going to tell Lavenna anyway. Dion gradually recounted. As you said, my real name is not Raon Aston, but at the same time, I am also Raon Aston. You honestly admit that my real name is Beto Hun, and I also have another name, Crash. I am a person from another world, not this world or the demon realm, but from a place called Earth. For some reason, I woke up in Raon Aston's body. Cadenus was a bit surprised. Earth, you continue to recount that I was once killed in a surprise attack by the opposing side. But somehow, I opened my eyes in this world. Although I don't know the reason, I see this as a second chance given to me. I have decided to accept reality. Like Raon Aston, he directly asked, Is it for revenge? His determined gaze affirms, maybe that's true, but deep down I still have those thoughts. Doyen's fist clenches with resolve, but even if I seek revenge, I won't do it just to retaliate in a simple way. My voice echoes with great determination. I want to fix the mistakes of my past life and finish everything left unfinished with this second chance. Standing at the top of everything, Doyen once again affirms that this is the life he chose as Raon Aston. This made Cadenus ponder. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and was stunned. Cadenus politely replied, Your story is quite interesting, stranger. I want to hear more, but I must postpone it for now. He slowly drew his sword to remind them that uninvited guests have arrived. At the same time, a stream of demonic energy from the back gate of Do-hyun begins to fluctuate. Both of them instinctively turn their heads to look at a pair of legs with sharp claws stepping out. A figure with a darkened face greets with a sinister smile. It's been a long time. He walks with grandeur and then calls out Cadenus' name. In the chamber of the relic, a figure with a horn emerges from the dark portal, interrupting the conversation between Doyen and Cadenus. He steps out, still carrying immense power, and speaks. It's been a long time since I saw you again, delusional one from Cadenus' past. He smiled, revealing his sharp teeth, and then said, You seem to have become much weaker. Truly, ordinary beings can do nothing, right? Cadenus immediately drew his sword upon seeing him and coldly said, You rank 98, Demon Lord Fumus of the Death Abyss. Are you still not giving up? That stupidity hasn't changed in hundreds of years, has it? Hearing Cadenus' words, he just sneered and replied, Oh, come on. Is that how you greet an old friend? Your personality really hasn't changed, but neither of us has time to enjoy this reunion. Cadenus listened to him silently, showing no reaction. Fumus, seeing no response, drew his sword from its sheath and said, Let's get straight to the point. Get out of the way, outsider. This is my fight. There's no reason for an outsider to get involved in this battle. Cadenus immediately prepared for combat, frowning as he continued, I will make sure you never cross this world again, you used pawn. Fumus, hearing him say that, only replied, I can't let you leave before settling the old debt, so let's have a game. As soon as he finished, both of them charged wildly at each other. Two streams of light collide instantly. The scene shifts to the quiet night as Philip, Nikia, and Pear stand before the door, waiting for Do-hyun. Philip suddenly spoke, saying, Is he still not back? Could something have happened? Everyone is worried. Philip continued. Maybe sealing the spell isn't easy for him, or he's searching for clues to break it. Nikia, hearing this, placed her hand on her chest, her eyes full of worry, saying nothing. Philip was still saying, we should trust him and wait. Pai, standing nearby, noticed her condition and asked, what's going on? Nikia, you don't look very well. Hearing herself called out, she tilted her head with a slight smile and replied, is it obvious? Philip also noticed her unusual behavior and asked, are you worried about that magic circle? Nikia nodded and said, yes, it's so unfamiliar that I don't know if there's any hidden danger. Actually, since we arrived at this villa, I have sensed something very hard to describe, something very different, faint but completely unfamiliar. Moreover, it also gives off a very strong sense of unease. How should I put it? It's as if it doesn't belong to this world. Returning to the room inside the ruins, it has been shrouded in a dark source of power. Fumus and Cadenas are still fighting non-stop, swinging their swords at each other, instantly causing an explosion. Both of them stepped back a few paces to minimize the damage, and the twin Hyun standing nearby were also affected by the explosion. He raised his hand to shield his body. Lavin sitting on his shoulder almost got blown away. She shouted out loud. After her power diminished, Dune frowned and thought. The tremendous shockwave, and without even using a demon sword, it created such power. Looking at Fumus's current state, I realized that the 98th ranked demon, Fumus, can't fight him in this condition. Over here, Cadenas and Fumus continue to fight fiercely. Down stands outside, still thinking, yet that person can still hold his own. Who exactly is the bodyguard Cadenas? Over there, both Cadenas and Fumus are still fighting. The two still don't seem to be stopping, and Fumus is also exhausted. He swung his sword up and said, indeed, a stubborn one. Suddenly, he flew into the air, catching Cadenas off guard. Fumus grabs his sword with both hands and thrusts it down, instantly unleashing a massive burst of light energy. Cadenas and Dohyun are both caught off guard by this move. Everyone was stunned, as if they realized their suspicion was correct. Fumus then laughed loudly and confirmed his suspicion. As expected. This altar is your source of power and immortality, isn't it? Left unattended for too long, the altar must be losing its strength. Thank you, you foolish humans. Cadenas didn't expect him to figure it out. He raised his hand to look at it, still standing motionless and unmoving. Fumus took the opportunity to draw his sword from the ground and said, this gives me a chance to settle my debt with you. To everyone's surprise, Cadenas suddenly kneeled down on one knee. Lavenna saw him like that and didn't know what to say. Most demons are just bloodthirsty beasts that attack with brute strength, but I, as the ruler of the demon world, am different. I know how to use my mind. From the previous battle, I suspected there was something secret about this altar. Cadenas remained silent, listening to him, waiting for hundreds of years to fight, only to end up so disappointingly. It's truly a pity, but it doesn't really matter. He held his sword and stepped down the stairs, saying, I will enjoy your disappearance every second. As he approached, unexpectedly Cadenas raised his head, his cold gaze fixed on him. At that moment, Doyen suddenly drew his sword to block, holding it against Fumus's blade as it swung down. He saw that you were destroying everything and glared at Doyen, speaking out. No, at this moment, Cadenas also looked up at you and spoke. The outsider. Doyen's eyes are shining brightly, and both his body and sword are enveloped in a dazzling golden light. At this moment, Dohyun clenched his fist like thunder, took a run-up, and Fumus, caught off guard, immediately spoke up. What? What's with that kid? How is it possible that it blocked my sword? Immediately, Dohyun threw a thunderous punch at Fumus. He couldn't react in time and was thrown back. Seeing that the kid had such strength, he clenched his teeth and gritted each word. This brat. Dohyun looked down at his arm and then spoke. Facing someone who uses dark magic is truly worth the effort. Fortunately, Aura Kwang Hui still works well against the demon world. Dohyun and Levin are still standing guard in front of Cadenas. Both of us are now radiating a powerful aura. I tell Cadenas, we will support you. Cadenas Fumus was injured by Doi's punch. He knelt on one knee on the ground, looked at him and said, you will join the battle, just an ordinary mortal. He raised his hand to wipe the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and continued, I don't know why a human appeared here, but daring to challenge the demon race, you will pay the price for that. Dohyun smirked provocatively and said to him, you only know how to talk, not think. Typical of a demon lord. Don't jump around. Just fight already, you immortal noble. Cadenas at this moment also drew his sword, slowly stood up, and told Dohyun to step back. Get back, outsider. That one is beyond your ability. Doyen, hearing this, could only smile wryly and say, maybe so. If it were during the Cruce era, there might still be a chance. But even with 100% harmony, the limits of physical and magical power can't be surpassed. Hearing the strange words, Cadenas asked, Harmony Doyen knows you're curious, but you just replied, details later. Seeing Fumus standing across, emanating a dark aura as he approached, Doyen continued, first, we have to deal with that demon. Handle it. As long as the seal is broken, you'll quickly be taken over by the demon realm, like a tiny worm, not knowing your limits and causing chaos. Being the first human killed by demons might not be such a bad thing. For you humans, that must be a great honor. Fumus saw that you remained silent, so he continued to provoke.
After all, humans are just playthings of the demon race. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted his words. Stop, it's Do-hyun! He ran his hand through his hair and said irritably, why are those who face me always so talkative? Extending the gameplay with these things? That's so lazy.
You just point your sword at Fumus floating in the middle and tell him to stop whining and get moving, ruining the mood.
The Immortal Lord is so talkative. A surge of power begins to flow out from the dark portal, filling the entire room. Fumus immediately swung his sword, but suddenly Cadenus jumped out and blocked right in front of Doyun. He uses his sword to block Fumus's attack. Seeing this, Doyun immediately seizes the opportunity. Doyun jumps from behind, rushing to block Fumus's sword strike, facing both of them at once, making Fumus's situation much more difficult. He can only grit his teeth and endure, without fighting back. Cadenus and Fumus both swing their swords at each other, causing a clash that results in an explosion. Meanwhile, Fumus seized the opportunity and slashed his sharp claws at Doyun, who was cornered. He could only think, damn it, should I counterattack now? Luckily, at the critical moment, Lavin flew out and used her power to create a magic circle to block his attack. Seeing this, Fumus was furious and shouted, what? Dion saw that she had saved him, so he called out to Lavenna. She responded by asking him a question. Are you okay? Round Fumus looked down at the two of them, snorted coldly, and said, a fairy, and such a troublesome one at that. Fumus, sword in hand, smirked and said, a spirit servant for humans. It's hard to believe this is the same spirit that once declared war on the demon race. Not a servant, but a friend. But how could the demon race understand that kind of relationship? Do-hyun, standing behind, hearing her say that, immediately spoke up. Thank you, Lavenna. Can you fight alongside me? Of course, how could a spirit remain idle while the demon race rages? Humans, spirits, and even undead forming an alliance to fight a high-level demon. How interesting, but also quite annoying. His entire body suddenly surged with demonic energy, and he said, fine, thanks to you, I no longer have to worry about the consequences. I can just attack freely. He raised his head, showing his sharp teeth, then began to unleash his magic and said, after revealing how to break the seal of the gate, I will slaughter everyone so you can witness the demon race pouring into the human world. Cadenus did not hesitate, rushing from behind to attack Fumus, who immediately sensed it and turned around to block the attack with his sword. Cadenus frowned at him and declared, that will never happen. Fumus, hearing that, directly asked, do you think you can protect this seal, an increasingly weakened spirit? Cadenus looked at Fumus with a cold gaze and said, not me. Hearing this, he was a bit confused inside. While he was distracted, the twin spirits and Lavenna had time to prepare. Fumus then glanced at Cadenus, who was still frowning, and he said to him, the one you always look down on. That mortal. At this moment, Doyun and Lavenna are controlling the stones to attack Fumus. What the hell is this? What kind of joke is this? With one hand, he grabs the stone, squeezing it until it explodes, then continues speaking. Do you think you can defeat me with this? Don't dream about it. As some of the flying stones headed toward him, he suddenly realized something and turned his head back. So it's Doyun. You suddenly appeared after the stones. Seeing you, Fumus drew his sword and swung it, smiling smugly as he said, I knew it, you little brat. Lavenna also appears at the same time, floating above his head and casting a magic circle. Immediately, Fumus falls into her trap. The magic circle beneath his feet suddenly appeared, with countless ropes binding him. Seeing this, Lavin shouted loudly to warn Doyun. At that moment, he heard her words and poured all his strength into his sword to strike. Cadenus was also not idle, quickly coordinating with the two and also focusing his power into his sword as he charged forward. Both Doyun and Cadenus strike 2 cuts through Fumus's body, causing his blood to spray everywhere. Fumus immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing the danger was gone, Do-hyun let out a sigh of relief and said, that was close. It was really dangerous. If it weren't for Lavenna, I probably would have been defeated. He immediately looked at Lavenna, who was flying in the air, and smiled narrowly, thanking her. Thank you, Lavenna. Thanks to you, I am safe. At this moment, Cadenus finally spoke cautiously. The story is not over yet. He looked at Fumus's still burning corpse on the ground and continued. If the altar collapses completely, everything will go beyond control, and a strong force of suppression is needed to maintain the seal instead of the altar. Do-hyun thought to himself, a force to suppress the magic seal. He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, a power that can suppress magic, is that all? Then he raised his arm covered in flames and smiled, saying, maybe I can do it with this regnant. Cadenus, hearing Down say that, immediately asked, what is that? Do-hyun clenched his fists in his mind. Regnant is a type of ego item. Usually it contains a soul inside, but right now it is empty. After some reflection, he told Cadenus that this device could replace the shattered sealing stone. Hearing that, Doyun and Lavenna, who was beside her, hesitated to speak. That means seeing Lavenna remind him like that. Doyun purses his lips and thought, yes, replacing the sealing stone means moving the previous seal here. In the end, that will once again bind Lord Cadenus to the seal. But whether he ends his long life with the seal or walks a completely different path depends entirely on his decision. Cadenus saw that you didn't say anything, and he could only remain silent. He looked down at his hand, and his mind began to ponder. Having been bound to the seal for over 1,000 years and trapped within the barrier, I have spent my time teaching the royal family and the knights because I couldn't leave the palace. There have been powerful intruders and even descendants of the royal family who betrayed me. But no matter what, I still keep the seal intact. Cadenus finished his thoughts and spoke first. I arrived just in time. The room inside the relic shows signs of collapse. The rocks and dirt started to break apart and fall down. Cadenus remained there without moving. Dion and Melvin quickly jumped aside to avoid the falling debris and then re-entered the tunnel. Turning back to look at what was in front of them, the room had completely collapsed, filled only with sand and rubble. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared again. Dion immediately checked the system notification. The mana concentration in the CNC world would increase, improving the residents' mana compatibility, making mana-related achievements faster, and accelerating the growth of plants and animals, increasing the chances of mutations. The shadow energy had started to activate again, increasing the chances of revealing the ceiling points. Some NPCs have been converted into scripted NPCs. After seeing the system notification, Do-hyun read it and furrowed his brow in thought. So the game has officially begun. From now on, more formidable enemies will appear. Fortunately, the weaker the seal becomes, the faster the residents will develop. Although they can't match the players for now, in the long run, they can definitely catch up. I didn't expect Cadenus' soul to appear in the tunnel now. He approached Do-hyun and asked, "Are you really sure about replacing the seal with Red Nat? That could become a curse. Think it through carefully." "It's okay. Instead, I will turn the curse into my strength." Cadenus listened to what you said, then remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I understand your choice. I accept the outsider's offer." Dion saw that he accepted his offer and reached out his hand, saying, "Call me Roan, Lord Cadenus." He also closed his eyes and told him, "Call me Ki." "All right, Ka. Please guide me from now on." Now back at Doyen's mansion, I am sitting in front of my desk. Lavenna is also here. The boy propped his chin on his hand, thinking. According to CCK's timeline, it should have appeared by now. The system suddenly sent a notification to you. Dion opened it to read. The update was complete. The CNC system has successfully updated to the open beta version. New players will enter the CN world. 16 free cities are designated as safe zones for players. No resurrection penalties apply within these free cities. During the protection period, players cannot leave the free city area. The upgraded community system now includes personal broadcasting, video upload functions, and an updated private browser. The Banking Connect system has been added, including dedicated accounts, item trading pages, and an auction system. Main task: the first gate outbreak has been completed, with a very low success rate, and the difficulty has been adjusted. From now on, the gates will no longer automatically erupt after a certain time, but will turn into dungeon. During the wait for the next scenario, Dungeon and Kong will not erupt. The new scenario of Chaos Rising will begin. The main mission for players is the appearance of the Savior. The opening event with the trainer will take place. After reading the announcement, Dion lazily stretched out his arm to relax his body. He was thinking that it wasn't much different from the time he logged in before, when suddenly a blue light appeared in the corner of the room. Do-hyun was curious when he saw that. The system then continued to send the scenario of the Chaos Uprising as the portal outbreak engulfed the continent.
A series of villages and territories were wiped out by monster invasions, causing humanity to lose many vital areas, and the 4 ancient seals that once blocked the resource gates have become unstable due to some conspiracy.
During this process, the guardians protecting the kingdoms were completely wiped out, severely weakening the royal family. The balance of power has collapsed, and the strong who have been hiding are now beginning to act in the upcoming chaotic and lawless world. What will be your choice? After reading the new script, Dion also remained silent. He rested his hand on his chin in a troubled expression, beginning to think. Those who suffered the most in this event were the barons without real power and their residents, while the noble families with their knightly orders and strong armies had suffered relatively little. In just a short time, they will fully restore their strength, and that is the biggest problem. Not only the renowned martial noble families, but also most of the powerful aristocrats will start to act. Decades of peace have given them the chance to accumulate strength, and now that opportunity to show it has arrived. The abandoned lands can be easily taken over by just a squad of knights and a few soldiers. Hyun just tapped his hand on the table a few times, but his overflowing thoughts continued to race through his mind. Those nobles definitely won't let this go. Even you yourself have already gained 3 territories. Do-hyun is worried about this and can only rub his temples as he continues to think of a way to handle it. If in the past the royal family was the balancing force managing the affairs among the nobles, now they are also troubled by this incident.
Do-hyu remembered the image of Cadenus and continued to think, especially the loss of the secret guard protecting the royal family was a devastating blow.
For now, the nobles are still unaware of this, but it won't be long before the truth comes to light. Can a royal family without Cadenus control the noble houses with their still active masters? Do-hyun thought about this, entirely leaned back in his chair, sighing. His thoughts still couldn't stop flowing. This is the current of the age. If you can't fight it, you can only go with the flow to maximize your benefits. I don't think I have any lofty ideals of changing the world, or anything. All you want is peace and happiness for your loved ones. For that goal, you will choose the best path. Anyway, I think I have minimized the damage to the residents, more than half of whom have fallen in the war, and I intervened in the palace to save a large number of guards and knights. The royal family will no longer be completely useless as before, but that doesn't mean the plots against the Count's house will end. According to Do-hyun's investigation, the malicious plans against the House of Aston have been prepared long ago, and the involved forces are not insignificant, so the next steps need to be carefully planned. Dawn glanced at Lavenna again. She had been silent all this time. Dune called her. Lavenna, you had to call her twice for her to finally speak up. Huh? Seeing her like that, Do-hyun immediately asked, Lavenna, what's going on? I kept calling, but no one answered, which startled me. Lavenna slowly turned around to look at him. She clung to her skirt, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Ron, you knew all along, didn't you?
What do you mean by that?
Lavin heard that, and she finally exclaimed that this world and other worlds are connected. Down heard that, and he just gave a helpless smile, not knowing what to say to her. Lavin looked back at her glowing system screens. She was so excited, it's incredible. The internet is like an ocean of information connecting the whole world together. Hyun listens to her and just forces a smile before saying, Looking back, I didn't have time to explain clearly last time. He then shows Lavenna his armored hand emitting light and says, This time I will explain step by step so you understand. He clenched his fist tightly as a sudden burst of luminous energy began to emerge, and a powerful blinding light shone from Do-hyun's hand. If it's not too much trouble, may I explain again? Cadenus also appears from the blinding light.
What is it that made you call me here? Do-hyun sat on the chair, looked straight at him, and said, I want to explain once more about what I said before. Cadenus, hearing this, immediately replied, You are referring to your true identity and past.
Do-hyun, hearing him say that, looked at Lavenna and said, Last time you avoided it, but now you want to be clear, right? Because at this point, Do-hyun suddenly cut himself off and didn't speak anymore, immediately switching to an excited state and continuing, Now that we share the same fate, I want to honestly reveal everything about myself. Now let me explain everything to you step by step. The daylight sunlight is shining through the window, illuminating the entire room. After hearing everything Do-hyun told, Cadenus raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering deeply before speaking, meaning that the person coming from the same place as the outsiders who appeared here, the place called Earth, the other world he mentioned before. Lavenna, after learning this, looked back at Do-hyun and asked him why he didn't tell me directly from the start. Hun's face showed a hint of self-blame, and he said to Lavenna, Sorry, because it was a hard story to believe. And even I wasn't entirely sure at the time, but now more and more people like me from Earth are beginning to appear. Only after confirming that did I dare to be sure. Hearing your explanation, Lavin understood the reason behind your actions and then spoke up. After hearing this, I now understand that the information in the linked coffee shop isn't just about future names, but records of events Do-hyun has experienced. She frowned seriously and said loudly, I once thought Do-hyun was a messenger of the divine, but it turns out that's not the case. Wait a moment, but if you think about it carefully, it's not wrong to say that a normal person experiencing regression and rebirth is truly extraordinary. Do-hyun just sat quietly beside, listening without speaking. Cadenus crossed his arms and said, Even after hearing it a second time, it's still hard to believe. But one thing is clear, your ability to reincarnate is definitely not a coincidence. There is no doubt that one day you will have to make an important choice, just like I did. Those with special powers carry a responsibility that matches their strength. The important thing is that when that moment comes, you must make your decision based on your own will, not anyone else's. Do-hyun listened to him and, with a determined look, said clearly, To do that, first you need to become stronger, or you'll only be swept into unfavorable situations around you. Hearing you say that, Cadenus just stared silently. In his mind, he began to think, You are a young man full of will and potential, reminding me of myself in the past. But Ron, I hope you won't repeat my mistakes. I wish you won't be swept away by the malice and injustice of the world, and will walk confidently on your own path. A moment later in the room, Do-hyun was left alone, sitting there lost in thought. It has been a while since the sword was harmonized with the core of Red Nader. Although the sword's soul now only exists and cannot display its power in reality, when I activate Regnator, it can appear as a semi-phantom in reality. Furthermore, after harmonization, Red Nat was upgraded, improving its abilities. The system shows that Red Nat power armor is at B+ to A rank, with part of Do-hyun's sealed state partially unlocked. Energy 16 to 18 units of C power. Operating time 60 to 120 minutes. Maximum operation mode self-charging defensive spell with a level 6 protective barrier. The intermediate level magic sword field reduces attribute effectiveness by 70%. Special feature for judging guilt. The Predator ascends the illusion wings, awakening the ego. 15 seconds to 30 seconds. Because Hyun is sitting there frowning. He continued to think, also considering that being stored in the core of the sword each day briefly appears to assist with training. Thanks to that, my swordsmanship skills have improved significantly as the scene shifts to the training area where Do-hyun is practicing swordsmanship under Cadenus' watchful eye. Watching Do-hyun train, Cadenus remarked that the Aston family's swordsmanship is truly excellent, with the destructive power of dual-handed greatsword techniques being outstanding.
However, overly refined swordsmanship will gradually reveal its weaknesses at higher levels. As soon as he finished speaking, Cadenas drew his swords, holding two blades, and slashed them parallel into the ground, instantly causing a blinding explosion of force that even Hyun watching from outside had to shield his eyes. The spot where Cadenas struck now has a dent in the ground, with water seeping out, and he continues. Your Count's swordsmanship is highly praised for your family's exceptional physical abilities. A strong body far beyond ordinary people enables you to perform seemingly impossible moves, but that doesn't mean it's the right kind of swordsmanship for you.
Dion was momentarily stunned after hearing that, and he seriously contemplated Cadenas' words.
I told you to give up the family swordsmanship because that is your foundation, but if you use it in its original form, it will become a burden for you. Cadenas placed his hand on your shoulder, gently patting it before saying, I will teach you my swordsmanship. With your foundation, you will progress very quickly. Dion, hearing this, looked up at him. Cadenas continued, though a bit regretful, once you reach that level, adjusting the family swordsmanship to suit yourself will become possible. What do you think? Dion listened to him and clenched his fists with determination before confidently replying, Yes, please teach me. It is already evening, and Dion is back in his office, sitting in front of his desk and staring at the system screen. He is thinking to himself that although he regrets having to give up the swordsmanship he has practiced for so long, this is also a valuable opportunity. The system in front of Dion shows his current swordsmanship level as level 1. Seeing that, he carefully considers how his skill was reset from level 8 mid-tier to level 1, yet his realm remains unchanged. He continued to think to himself that the Cadenas swordsmanship, also known as the Endless Sword, is characterized by continuous and ever-changing techniques, sharing many similarities with his previous swordsmanship. Maybe the sword recognized this, which is why it made the suggestion. In reality, he felt that his progress was much faster than before. Duo Hyun placed his hand on the table, muttering to himself, but there was still a long way to go. I have to try harder for the people around you. You clenched your fist, your eyes showing determination. He thought to himself that no matter what happens in this second life, he would protect it with his own hands. A few days later, Dion was in his office. He is now sitting and reviewing documents that report the expansion of the territory, which has increased the workload. I instruct the territory soldiers to regularly check the newly appeared gates to prevent them from turning into dungeons. Constantly managing the gates and dungeons is essential. For dungeons with valuable monsters or abundant resources, the raid team is organized around members of the guild to continuously handle monsters and guardians. The gauge will gradually fill up. When it is full, the final boss managing the dungeon will appear. Hyun finished reading the report and began to ponder. Defeating the dungeon manager would make the dungeon disappear, but it might also be possible not to kill the guardian or the manager to avoid filling up the gauge. Now that the level has surpassed 80, conquering gates or dungeons is no longer effective. It's unfortunate, but before higher level gates appear, we can only accept this. Of course, ancient dungeons always carry the risk of eruption, but thanks to the difficulty adjustment mechanism, at least for now, that won't happen. We can rest a little easier. At this moment, there was a knock on the door from outside, interrupting Do-hyun's train of thought. He looked up and said, Come in. The tree at the door entered, holding a stack of documents, and said, Sir, I brought the documents you requested. He then placed the documents on Do-hyun's desk and said, Here is the list of strangers you mentioned last time. Out of the 2,000 visitors in the first 2 weeks, only 17 remain uninvestigated, and not a single one of the strangers in the free city of Xnet in the Marcus Kingdom has been overlooked. Holding everyone's documents, Do-hyun was very pleased and immediately praised. Well done. Delegating someone to collect and manage information remotely must have been quite challenging. Thongai Do-hyun then looked up and said to him, Thank you, that's enough, go rest now, Kay. Hearing that, Kay also placed his hand on his chest and bowed, then stepped back. He resumed examining the report, which clearly listed the new players being added every week, and now, after 15 days, they had entered the third phase. Looking at the information documents of everyone on the table, Do-hyun's mind was pondering whether the details he had been most curious about for a long time might be in there. He picked up each sheet carefully, examining each person one by one, then continued to think that perhaps his plan would change, depending on what was recorded in these documents. He carefully examined the information of one person, then muttered, Now, let's see what the real story is. Down kept searching for the crash document. He told himself, the top player of Net, the last to resist authority until the very end. The final solo player, Cross. Let's see where you are. After searching through the pile of documents and still not finding anything, Do-hyun put his hand on his forehead and said tiredly, Nothing. Looking at the pile of documents spread out on the table, Do-hyun felt confused. No matter how he searched, the name Cross simply did not exist. He opened the system again and checked once more himself, but still found no information, and he couldn't help but think that he had used all the personal data he knew to search, but found nothing. The top player Cross from Khan has no records about him. Whether in CCK or on Earth, he raised his hand to cover his face, exhausted and unsure of what to say. He rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, I've been wondering if I should involve my past self in this plan if we meet again, or just pretend I don't know anything. But now it's just a pointless worry. He stood up from his desk and continued to think. After all, Dion really wants to meet him. Dion recalls, still muttering to himself in the real world. Dion was once an orphaned child with no family to rely on and few close friends, living a life cast out and harshly rejected by everyone. But no matter how painful the life may be, at this moment, angry with fiery eyes, he shouted, "It is still my life." Dion continued to recall the past. Dion is the kind of person who doesn't easily trust anyone, lives by individualism, and always harbors dissatisfaction with society. If he didn't have talent, if he had never known about the con game, perhaps his life would be no different from that of a failure. But on the contrary, he has a sense of justice and cannot ignore injustice. Once he makes a decision, he won't change it, always holding firm to his will and faith. Remembering this, Do-hyun clenched his teeth and told himself that maybe this time there was hope. Thoughts started to flood his mind again. Down reflected on Do-hyun's departure in the real world. In the previous life, no matter how far he searched, he could never find out the identities of his biological parents. But this time, he truly wants to find them. I want to support Do-hyun to prove to the world that even if you come from a poor background and are an orphan, you can succeed not only in the game, but also in real life. You want to see him find the person he loves, get married, and live happily. But are all those just meaningless regrets? Because the name Do-hyun left not even a trace, Do-hyun walked to the window, took a deep breath, and looked outside. Do-hyun again thought to himself that he and his past self were clearly the same person, but you could also say he had changed so much that he was no longer that person, from a rough, unfriendly individual. Now that he has grown up with love for the name Ron, he is completely different. Being with someone else has become so natural that sometimes he even feels strange when he's alone. At this moment, Do-hyun told himself that if someone called him a hypocrite, he wouldn't have anything to say in reply. He looked at his reflection in the window, frowning as he thought that right now, the only thing left for him is this world. He remembers the images of his father, brothers, and friends, and continues to think. But thanks to that, his goal has become clearer than ever. Family, territory, and friends. Anyone who dares to touch them, I will never forgive, even if it means facing all the players. In reality, without Do-hyun, everything would be much easier. It would take a long time for the world to recognize how he transforms his skills. Do-hyun keeps thinking about his past life. Ordinary businesses can't compare to his power now that he has fully mastered his skills. But now, such a character no longer exists. Do-hyun turns inward, his eyes filled with worry. He can't stop his thoughts. So at least for now, no one will stand in my way. Players will only truly show their talents when they master their transformation skills and make good use of their unique traits. If this world has forgotten Do-hyun, then it will be him who makes them remember. Hyun slowly walks away, lost in thought about his place in the world, determined to reclaim it outside. Meanwhile, on the 15th day since its launch, news shook the entire gaming community. The system announced to players the first official main event of Ynet. The announcement about the first R Academy has not been released yet. The information lines are starting to appear. The free cities of the Ruben Kingdom are famous for their generous support policies for players, and now, once again, they attract attention as the pillar of these policies. Route 10 officially establishes a dedicated academy for players and announces recruitment without discrimination of class or profession, as long as the first class change has been completed. Each branch will recruit 150 students, totaling 600 trainees, for a 3-month free training program. Those who complete the course will be awarded the honorary R title with priority access to missions and special tasks from Route 10. Some outstanding students will be given the chance to participate in the official member selection exam, and if they pass, they will receive specialized equipment, salaries according to rank, and special support to continue training at a higher level. The system announced the application deadline as January 1st. This announcement immediately sparked a frenzy on the forums. Everyone shouted crazy. In the real world, after receiving the system notification, players flooded the forums with countless comments. "I have to craft gear and rush to Ruben now. It's too late. Since when did they ban leaving the free city zone? I already translated the portal to Mira last week. This isn't fair. These buffs are ruining the game's balance." In front of the computer screen, someone is typing now. They leave a comment along with another chicken being herded. The comments keep pouring in. Someone asked, "Has anyone been to the Rue headquarters first?" The person below comments, looking at Ryu Vien and the others, "So cool I didn't choose me. Too bad I won't be cast for him. Because I took it." Show this side of the scene, with a group of people standing in front of the academy gate, chatting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this one, there won't be another chance. That's right, next year's competition will have a 1-to-1 ratio, and the following one will be 10 times more intense. Ko just announced that 3,000 people will be accepted each week. In 3 months, the number of players will probably reach 40,000. Someone walks over to the notice board and immediately checks the discussion groups. Why do they have to wait for more people to gather to hold the event now? Someone immediately responded below. If you don't like it, go to the headquarters first to protest. Everyone is starting to comment on the game's notice board. CCK, pay attention. If you don't hold the event in another country, we will come to your headquarters. They haven't even reached the door and they're already being turned away. What right does SAG have? The ban on interference is clearly stated in the notice. Rumor has it the headquarters light stayed on all night.
Hyun read the comment as from players on the game forum announcement and only felt amused. Hun crossed his arms and muttered, nothing new about players complaining about the game management. No matter how many events they organize or how they tweak the game balance, they still can't please all players. Events for newcomers. Rankers will tear apart. Too difficult events make newcomers cry. That's true. A company that prioritizes profit above all else can't possibly run a balanced game. Hyun continued to think. The first academy was a plan he had devised long ago. Partnering with the mayors of free cities is just the first step in our player support policy. Once these policies prove effective, players will flock to Ruben's free cities, and then I will use Routian to select the most promising individuals. Hyun alone in the room, his cold voice echoes. We need to be careful. He clenched his fists until the veins bulged, still thinking that they are somewhere out there, even though he can't see the ones behind this world's manipulation. The CN Management Board to you are not just game administrators. They are the real enemies as the story narration resumes with the game entering its middle stage. The CNIC management has lost its original ideals and become pawns of those in power. Events that should be fair are manipulated to benefit sponsored guilds, and they even continuously organize disruptive events to support state-backed guilds. No matter how much CNIC's AI tries to prevent excessive interference from the administrators, it cannot completely neutralize their influence in guiding players' actions. Hyun's twin is still deep in thought, but this time it will be different. Organizing recruitment events is not just about finding talent or improving the guild's image, but about testing whether events like these affect the core system. Usually, in-game events are prepared and managed by the administration, but CCK is a different world with a focus on free gameplay. As Hyun thought about this, he raised his hand to his chin, wondering if an NPC like himself could create events and quests on his own. At this moment, his eyes were deep and he smirked. And so far, there have been no issues. The management team cannot interfere with your actions or those of the first guild. His thoughts continued, meaning that even within the game he could organize events that influence players, maybe even control them. The game administrators probably plan to sit above and manipulate the players, but from now on, things will no longer go according to your wishes. Absolutely not. The scene shifts to a large building with birds flying across the sky. Renalot saw him coming to see him, so he happily went out to greet him, and his flattering tone began to sound again. Oh no, I almost forgot. I should be calling him Count now. Do-hyun, along with a guard, heard him say that and also greeted him, saying, You're so busy I should have warned you before coming. Sorry. Oh, come on, sir. There's no need for such formalities between us. Do-hyun listened to him and could only force a faint smile, appearing to be in a very good mood. Do-hyun looked at him with a calculating gaze, slightly curling his lips into a smile, and in his mind, he thought, That makes sense. Just a year ago, Mira was still a rustic town, and now it has become a central city. From my perspective as mayor, I am nothing more than a benefactor to him. Jinalot squinted happily and asked Do-hyun the reason for his visit. So, what brings you here today? Whatever request Count Round has, I will do my best to help. Just say it openly. Hearing that, Do-hyun didn't beat around the bush, looked at the person beside him, and said, I actually came to introduce someone to you. Oh, I'm starting to get curious now. My Lord Count, you don't just introduce anyone to others. Do-hyun then said, Let me introduce someone. The boy slowly removed his hood and said to Jinalot, This is the companion who will accompany me in the coming days. Kras also greeted after removing his hood. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Mayor, I am Kras. Oh dear, I should be the one asking for help. You will be an important guest of our city. Do-hyun stood to the side, arms crossed, watching the two talk as if he was plotting something. It was a long while before they finished their conversation and Cruz had already left. Since Do-hyun and Renalot also went out to see you off, he raised his hand and said to Cruz, If you encounter any difficulties, come to me anytime. I will definitely help you with all my heart. Cross just opened the door, heard that, and responded, I appreciate it very much. See you another time. After Cruz left, Do-hyun and Renalot exchanged glances. He said with bright eyes, Indeed, I can't compete with the Count. When did you recruit another traveler? Do-hyun saw him ask that and just smiled faintly before replying. It was just a chance encounter. Compared to a traveler, I see this as a promising talent with outstanding strength and ability. I think if you pay a little attention, it will surely benefit you in the future, so I introduced him. Renalot, hearing you say that, raised his head and laughed loudly, saying, I have nothing to argue about with your eye for people. From now on, I will keep a closer watch on this one. Do-hyun saw him like that and also smiled with satisfaction. After the conversation, Jalot saw Do-hyun off all the way to the door. He nodded and bowed, saying, Be careful on your journey. Do-hyun also raised his hand to show he was not seeing him off anymore and said, Sorry for the inconvenience. Do-hyun just stepped outside when a carriage was waiting there for him. Do-hyun got on the carriage. Crash sat cross-legged opposite him and asked how the mayor reacted. Do-hyun looked at him and said, Not too bad, although he doesn't fully trust us yet. It seems he's planning to observe more. Now Down cast a smiling glance at him and said, Your disguise skills are truly perfect. Cross also slightly smirked and replied, I didn't expect to actually fool the mayor. At this moment, Down suddenly glowed. After he dispelled the magic, it turned out to be him who spoke. Helping you is my honor. At this moment, Dion also removes the magic from his body. You said, This item really works.
You looked at the glowing ring on your middle finger and thought, it's the ring I received from Deputy Dean Gray at the academy back then. The system display shows Gray's transforming ring, which perfectly alters the wearer's body into the specified form. And there's one more thing. You open your system screen and look into it. The system displays a second ID. The unique second identity description provides an alternate identity that the user can change at any time. It can be used for team ranking, accepting missions, achievements, and contribution points for each identity, which will be calculated separately. Note that it can be detected by those with special skills or significantly higher levels. You keep thinking this is a consumable item bought from the store exclusively for new players unlocked in this update. With this, I can disguise myself more perfectly. The only downside is that they're so expensive it makes you faint, but it's worth every penny. Anyway, with these two items, I now have a new identity, meaning I can operate as a player. Thinking of this, Do-yoon clenched his fist with a look full of confidence and said, let's get back to the main job. In the real world, at the Connect building, Sensec classroom, many people are sitting here with computers and papers on the tables. Manager Han then turned to Manager Kim sitting next to him and asked, have you heard anything yet? Manager Kim responded, I don't know either. I only know the meeting was suddenly called. The two people on the other side are whispering. What exactly is going on? Could it be because of that matter? The incident at First Four Wheel Academy? The entire meeting room fell into a murmur for a moment before a man in a suit and glasses suddenly entered. As soon as he entered, he said, is everyone present? Because this is an urgent matter. We have convened an emergency meeting. This man is Choi Iwan, the Chief Planning Director and General Manager. He just entered the meeting room and displayed on the screen the topic, the live broadcast program, and the special advertising contract for the 4 Academy entrance exam competition. He then began to present, and everyone must have heard about the 4 Academy entrance exam this time. One of the competition tests will be broadcast live by CCK. The person proposing this plan is the 3 owners of 4, Raul Aston, along with Cruz's representative, and the final approval came from the chairman. Everyone in the room was stunned after hearing this. For a moment, everyone started to discuss. The proposer is First Rill, an NPC, and even approved by the chairman himself. A blonde man in a blue suit also spoke as if he couldn't believe it. No way! What kind of crazy story is this? Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, his face full of anger as he shouted, is this even reasonable? This plan was proposed by a character in the game, not by any of our staff. Everyone in the classroom fell silent upon hearing him say that. Yan stands above, still silent, wondering how he dared to unilaterally approve such an unreasonable plan. He clenches the paper tightly in his hand, trembling with anger as he ponders what on earth the chairman is thinking. The scene shifts to Mira Central, the gathering square, where many people are passing by and 2 individuals are standing and selling goods. The man raised his hand and loudly declared, there is only one last spot to kill the royal dog. While a few steps away, someone else was also selling priority items for warriors, guiding the warriors' hands and shoes which were on sale. Looking for a level 17 archer group, Hyun, who was disguised as Cross, sitting on a bench in the square, observing Lavenna, who also appeared beside him, sitting pensively, thinking about the enlightenment among players with appearances from a previous life that made me feel like I had never been reborn. Suddenly spoke to Lavenna feeling strangely comfortable, while she was watching something on the system screens, saw some information and exclaimed, then turned to look at Do-hyun happily and said, Ron? A notice has been posted on the homepage along with an advertisement. He also turned to look at her, smiling and asked, really? How did they react? Lavin looks at the system screen and then continues. I think it's spreading very quickly. All communities are talking about it. Down nodded with a satisfied look. Great, now we just need to prepare. Then, he turned to instruct Lavenna to keep monitoring the homepage and forums and to inform him of any updates. Lavin nodded with a small smile and replied, okay, Ron, you're still sitting in Mirror Square, thinking to himself that luckily, no trouble has occurred. You think this will be more difficult? Can an NPC-led guild negotiate? But everything went more smoothly than you expected. CCK will be ready for it. This is an opportunity for them to redirect players' complaints and promote their business. They will definitely prepare thoroughly. He unclenched his fist tightly and then thought, everything is going according to plan. Down suddenly becomes cheerful. I am very excited. What will happen next? At this moment, Down has returned home and is looking at Crash's reflection in the mirror. He touched his hand to his head, thinking that this plan had a serious flaw. He was pretending to be a player. But Crash didn't exist in the real world. If someone from Kidnapping Company wants to meet you in person, there's nothing you can do. Lavin has found a solution. Lavin is now sitting in front of her system screen and says to Doyen, you said that an AI manages the CNET system. So then, can we ask someone to help us? You hear Lavenna say that and immediately reply, I guess so. I've never heard of anyone contacting anyone directly. You raise your hand to your chin, thinking for a moment, then say again, people usually only contact customer support, not AI. Really? So what is this button then? On the screen next to the inbox button, there is an empty button with no icon glowing. Down then says to Lavenna, I see nothing. Levin looked at the button on the screen and read it aloud to him. It says to call the system administrator. Dohan heard that and immediately widened his eyes and shouted, what?
He slammed his hand on the table, eyes wide and face pale, wondering if he could call the system administrator. Can I call someone? So maybe you can find out why you were reborn into this world. The Gnick system administrator might know something. Dion remained silent at this moment. Seeing him like that, Lavenna turned to say, I will press it. She finished speaking and immediately reached out to press the button. As soon as she pressed it, a blinding blue light shone out. It caused Do-hyun to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the intense light. The system screen now displayed a message from the administrator of Connect D-Ron Aston. Level 4 access is authorized to send messages, each costing 100 credits. Down saw this and frantically typed on the keyboard, thinking to himself, is this really working? Seeing Do-hyun's message, the system immediately responded. Who are you? I am the system administrator of the D system. After losing 100 coins, Do-hyun frantically typed on the keyboard. The system responds again. What is your true identity? I am the administrator of System D who was deducted 100 points. Do-hyun was sweating profusely. He remained silent, pondering something. After a moment, he typed 4 words on the screen. Where are you? The screen now shows ellipsis, followed by the system repeatedly displaying messages. Access denied, 100 coins deducted. Access denied, 100 coins deducted. What's going on here? This is just an automatic message. Lavin, standing nearby, also looked worried and asked, Ron, ask what you really need to do. Down, resting his chin on his hand in thought, remembered Lavna's reminder and quickly responded, That's right. He quickly typed on the screen. I have a suggestion for you. Can I send it here? The screen immediately displayed a response. Send your suggestion here, with a deduction of 200x. Do-hyun angrily scolded, It costs 200x just because I wrote 2 sentences. You just typed on this keyboard while muttering, Can I do this? A beam of light suddenly appeared, shining directly at the two of them. The system issued a warning that sensitive information must not be disclosed, and I still don't understand what is happening. At this moment, in a real-world office room at the CNC headquarters, a man stands with his hands behind his back, looking out the glass door, with someone standing behind him. At this moment, the man with his hands clasped behind his back asked, So, how is the progress? Hearing the man's question, Iwan picked up his tablet, checked, and replied that everything was proceeding smoothly as planned. Ju, the man with this hair, doesn't turn around but continues speaking. The launch date for the promotional campaign is approaching. Make sure there are no mistakes. Ewan listened, then remained silent. After a while, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Director, this plan is too reckless. The whole company is being swept up by an NPC and a player. We should cancel this partnership right now. Du heard him say that and replied firmly, It can't be done. It seems you don't fully understand this matter. This plan was not approved by me personally. It has been authorized by higher management. Hearing that, Iwan froze for a few seconds, then wanted to confirm with the higher-ups. The director turned around, looked at Iwan, and calmly said, The chairman himself approved this plan directly. Ju's next words left him even more stunned. Not only that, he also seemed interested in that guy named Crash. Ian heard this and thought to himself, The chairman? Du then clasped his hands behind his back, looked out the window, and continued, You may not understand the situation, but no matter what, we must ensure this plan succeeds. You understand, right? He simply nodded and said, I understand. Inside the game, everyone was gathered in the square. The forging workshop belongs to First Four-Will. The owner is a blacksmith named Choi. Seeing someone enter his shop, he immediately greeted them. Welcome, I heard from Master. You want to take all the basic weapons this workshop produces? Hyun, in Crass's form, entered, and upon hearing that, he nodded in response. Yes, that's right. He then looked Crass up and down from head to toe. At this moment, his gaze fell on your scarred and calloused hands, and after observing them, he decided to take you inside the forge, and then handed you a pile of weapons to choose from. He quickly chose a sword he liked, and the blacksmith praised him enthusiastically. Choi then told him, as requested, everything has the First W logo engraved on it, and he slung the sword onto his shoulder before saying to the blacksmith, That's really impressive. These are excellent weapons that Master will surely be pleased with. Choi heard you praise them like that. He then laughed loudly and raised his hand, saying, So, check carefully, and if adjustments are needed, it will also take quite some time. After inspecting the sword, Cross also left, bidding farewell to the blacksmith. Then I'll come back later. Choi also saw you out and said, Be careful out there. Cross leaves, while some children are playing on the street. As he walks along, he thinks to himself, Finished with the weapons, now it's time to head to the workshop to make armor. Connect still lacks a brand culture, so equipment with clear logos will easily attract attention. This is a major event broadcast worldwide. Moreover, the Knot Corporation is working with us very smoothly. He thought this and smiled confidently, stepping forward, still contemplating in his mind that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of 102, and he must seize it to promote himself strongly. The system then displays a notification that the First Academy will select 16 fighters from 600 applicants to compete in a live broadcast knockout tournament for admission, with Connect sponsoring round-trip teleportation tickets to Mira for all applicants. The narration resumes, and soon the official promotional event begins. Thanks to CNC's strong media campaign, the community's reaction was explosive. Players started sitting in front of their computers and typing on forums to discuss the game. Everyone shout out, Yes, this is exactly the kind of event we need. Damn it, but thinking about it, this is actually a huge deal. Broadcast live worldwide, win once and you'll become a superstar. What else is there? What kind of star? It's just a small game with only a few thousand players online at the same time. It's a global live broadcast, but terrestrial TV won't air it. Confirm that it's rated 19+. Sorry for insulting the management, but thanks to them, I also submitted my application. If Mira comes this time, I don't plan to return even if I fail. Great. Mourners who fail the qualifiers will be forcibly transported back immediately after the exam. The lively online chatter exploded across the internet, but I wonder if anyone is actually watching. Until now, even the most prestigious gaming tournaments have never had high ratings. I don't think this can just be considered a game. Watch the video. The graphics are not simulated but real images. It's just a form of electronic sports. Kids these days keep trying to force games into being sports. It smells like illegal fish.
This time is different. If you consider the game's annual revenue, parents across the country will be devastated after reading this comment.
At this moment, a hand suddenly slammed down. Jan just hit the whiteboard and loudly said, "It's still not enough. This isn't enough to cause a stir. Gather all the forces to make the forum explode. The content doesn't matter. It can be biased or controversial." Everyone in the office, upon hearing him say that, immediately started frantically working on their computers. Except for those already working, everyone else looked pale and dared not speak up. Ewan continued loudly, saying, "Stir up everyone to argue. Even post negative comments about the game if needed. What we need now is attention. Just attention. Mobilize reporters. Hire people to create a buzz on the forum." Everyone in the office responded in unison. "I understand now." At this moment, Yuan placed both hands on the table, thinking that only 5 days remained until the academy entrance exam. Iwan clenched his fists so tightly that they trembled. He was still thinking that we took a fatal blow with the previous plan, but couldn't let ourselves be hit again. This is not just a matter for the director, but also involves higher-ups. The fact that the mysterious chairman personally got involved shows this is no simple matter, and that player as well. When he thought a crash, his eyes turned bloodshot. He hesitated again, thinking that if it was just an anonymous fool acting recklessly, I wouldn't let them off. Suddenly, someone in the office raised their hand and said, "Director, the summary forum is ready."
We have also upgraded the servers to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances.
Iwan listened to the report and his tone softened a bit. "All right, plan team and media team, how is the progress on that?" The collection and organization of documents are complete, and someone also reports that the media team is ready. Jan claps a few times in response. He continued, "Let's move on to the next step. We have to make everyone follow this event." Everyone in the classroom responded clearly to his words. Then everyone started working frantically. The scene shifts to the other side, where Do-hyun is sitting at his desk, examining some documents spread out in front of him. Lavenna suddenly appeared out of nowhere, cheering excitedly. Round, there's a new announcement. Hearing Lavenna say that, you stop what you're doing, pick up your pen and check the system for the announcement. Concoct Company announced their second official promotional video about the fight. After reading the announcement, Dion smiled and said, "Finally, everything has begun." The scene shifts to a forest. At this moment, Danton and Jack are both here, leading a powerful cavalry unit heading toward the forest. Hiding in the shadows, a goblin is watching them, with countless other goblin eyes staring at them from behind. The three goblins holding the instrument grin slyly, and Jack and Danton quickly realize the presence of the goblins. The two of them immediately charged in to slaughter the goblins. In the blink of an eye, the goblins had been taken care of by the two of them. At this moment, Nikia also approaches from afar, holding a blue orb in her hand. Seeing the goblin in front of her, she began muttering a spell to unleash her power. In an instant, the entire area was covered in a blue bone shield. But the goblins, seeing this, just stood still without resisting. Suddenly, Philip, Pi, and Joss also appeared. Pi shoots an arrow that hits the eye of the demon, causing it to cry out in pain. As the two Hai-Hun ride up, he asks his knight team if they want to become the main characters. Everyone heard that and raised their hands to shout in response. He confidently continued to command the entire army to fight and seize it. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the cavalry team forward to fight. The system sent a message to all players. Everyone can also become the main character. The scene shifts to Yu, who looks at the system screen and sighs. He is examining something on his system.
He raised his hand to his chin and muttered, "Even though I expected it, the reality is even more shocking than I imagined." On the other side of the screen, viewers keep commenting on the game.
Look at the quality of the video. Who is the person appearing at the end? The most handsome among all the actors I've ever seen. Look at the description, isn't it? That's not an actor, but a character in the game. I bet that in the future they will appear as main quest NPCs. The game company will also quickly release an announcement. Do connect. The new notification board now supports real-time global language translation. CNCK's contest event. The national war officially begins. Who will claim the #1 glory in the domestic game and become a global battlefield? Who will be the winner? Right now, Do-hyun is sitting at his desk, reading the comments from netizens with Levin. Do-hyun smiled contentedly and said, "As expected, the management team isn't amateurs." Seeing this, Lavin also cheered up, thinking that the effort put into the promotional video was worth it. Do-hyun heard her say that and also smiled proudly, saying, "Yes, filming was quite exhausting. Lavenna happily held up the cut footage and kept saying, "Action." Lavenna excitedly said, "The main news is all about the competition, system displays, event details, and what the first place prize is." Down continued checking his system, praising the video quality as good, but the reward for the nickname was even more incredible.
The system now sends the latest official announcement about the rewards for the special competition from First Academy. Thank you to all players and future participants for your support.
Here is the official prize announcement for the competition event, individual rewards. Those who reach the top 64 will receive a free pet voucher for 1 month. Players reaching the top 16 will receive 5% of the broadcast revenue as a prize. The winner will get 10 million world currency and a 6-month exclusive modeling contract with Gimmick. For the next 3 months, each country with a player in the top 16 will be guaranteed a 1% priority chance in the capsule draw. For example, if 3 players from country A qualify, out of 3,000 capsules, 90 capsules, equivalent to 3%, will be allocated to country A. The country with the champion player will receive a 10% priority in the draw, and all players within that country will enjoy free service for 1 month. Conch Corporation hopes to build a game together with the community and has prepared these rewards. Good luck to all players. Even those waiting for their turn should enjoy this competition to the fullest. After reading the announcement, Dion placed his hand on his chin. He pondered silently, indeed a clever move, creating rewards that influence all players in the country. If this event is branded as a national war, not only gamers but also ordinary people will pay attention. At this moment, the latest comments appeared on the notification board. Our champion is us. South Korea used to be a gaming powerhouse, but that's in the past. Foreign players using auto-translate are really annoying to listen to, and thinking about losing to them makes Do-hyun feel overwhelmed as he looks at the chaotic comments on the announcement board.
But this situation is quite interesting. The atmosphere is heating up now. Doyen then opened the leaderboard to check the real-time rankings.
A Do-hyun level 23 from Korea is ranked 2nd. Luis Break level 21 from the US is 3rd. And Lin Chang level 21 from China is 4th. Seeing the name down on the leaderboard, he exclaimed, "I am really looking forward to that day." The day of the first entrance exam in front of the academy, many people are practicing here. Do-hyun stands from the room upstairs, crossing his arms as he looks down through the window. Lavin, also curious, presses close to the window to watch. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but marvel and said, "Even after filtering, the numbers are still the same." The two of them had now returned to their work. Dune is carefully examining some documents in his hand and thinking that the total number of applicants to the academy is over 6,500, with 8,000 capsules issued so far, meaning most level 10 and above have registered. But during the review process, only 2,000 people were selected. If the non-combatants are excluded, only 1,600 remain to compete. The selection criteria are very simple. Right now, someone below is shouting, and the man is Manoon. He is shouting, "I still have to work. Are you only going to choose the unemployed?" The wizard girl. Sun behind him also angrily said, "My level is higher, but the lower level ones are chosen, and I was eliminated." Down covered his ears because it was too noisy, thinking that those with lower levels and login times than the average would be eliminated. Oh my god, it's so noisy. Talent and character are important, but effort and passion are even more crucial. No matter how talented you are, irregular login times are useless. On the other hand, even if your talent isn't outstanding, with hard work and passion, I can still choose you. In the center square of First, Genelos arrived with a crowd to greet Do-hyun. "Oh Lord Count Ron, congratulations on founding the academy. These people are all mayors of the free cities within the Ruben Kingdom." When Down saw him, he stepped forward to shake hands with Genelos and said, "Thank you for coming, despite your busy schedules." The mayor behind him then spoke up, "Oh, we should be the ones thanking you. It is an honor for us to cooperate in such a major event." At this moment, Dune also glanced around and noticed a group of 3 people watching him from afar. He immediately looked towards them, recognizing at a glance that they were the mayors who had previously rejected his investment proposal. Unlike Mayor Ruben, who was willing to cooperate and give up land, they looked down on me and rejected the conditions. But what about now? They must be jealous that other markets are making profits from them. They get what they deserve. At this moment, Bernard also approached Do-hyun from afar. As he arrived, he immediately spoke. "Sir, all the players are in position." When Do-hyun heard Bernard make the announcement, he immediately spoke up. Clearly, everyone was eager to wait. So, it's finally time for the event to begin, right? Above the sky, countless fireworks are being launched as the host Pan M enthusiastically announces to everyone, "Everyone has kept you waiting long enough. The entrance exam for First Academy officially begins now." As he finished speaking, everyone in the stands cheered loudly. On stage, Pan M happily smiled and continued, "Hello everyone, I am Pan M, the Mira branch manager of First R. Before we officially begin, I will explain some rules." The system screen starts to display with capital letters. Pan M raises both hands and continues. The qualifying round will divide 1,600 contestants into 8 groups, with 200 people in each group, who will be sent to the battlefield simultaneously and fight for survival until only one remains. Chun heard this from below the stands and immediately asked, "I knew it, but is this really a survival battle?" June, standing nearby, also spoke up. So how will the winners be chosen? Van M stands on the stage. He is still explaining to everyone. Only 8 people in each group will proceed. The last survivor and the 5 players who defeat the most opponents will pass. The remaining 2 spots will be decided by a special rule. There will be hidden fragments scattered across the battlefield. The first 2 people to collect all 5 will be chosen. But once you collect all 5 pieces, a beam of light will appear for 5 seconds to mark the location. If you successfully defend it within 1 minute from then, you will pass. If the artifact is stolen or killed, it will disappear. Whoever is holding the artifact must be more careful. The time limit is 100 minutes. If the final survivor or the owner of the relic piece is not determined, the person with the most kills will win. To ensure fairness, there are still some hidden rules, so experience it yourself. I will end the instructions here. Now I will announce the group list. A screen displaying the group divisions will be shown. Ban M continues, Group A members, please follow the instructions. After the list is announced, Elu at the bottom sighs. He crossed his arms and thought, damn it, it's Group A again. I was planning to watch the other groups compete before making a strategy. He opened the system menu to review, still thinking he couldn't keep complaining and needed to quickly check the Group A list again. As he looked over the list, he ran his hand along his chin, noticing that the highest level players were level 25 and 24. About 30 players were at level 23, but the top 2 rankings were not in Group A, luckily. But there are 5 players at level 23 in this group, ranked 7th, 13th, 16th, 25th, and 31st, so we need to keep an eye on them. Suddenly, he heard a call from behind him. Are you the Korean guy? Yu turned back and replied, so what? Sung Hyun heard that and smiled happily, then said, ah, great, can you talk with us for a moment? Yu heard him say that and remained silent without replying. Seeing the group standing far away, Elu finally responded. Is something happening right now? I said, smiling and pulling him along. Come on, Koreans should work together. It's not a bad thing. Let's go. Yu immediately pulled his hand away and said, oh, it's fine. I can go by myself. Hello, everyone. I am Park Sun-ho. It's really reassuring to stand here with fellow countrymen like this. Ilyu immediately looked up his name on the ranking board. He silently read in his mind that Park Sun-ho was 357th globally and 27th in Korea. As you all know, this qualifier could very well turn into a team battle, so who would dare go alone in a survival situation? She crossed her arms and asked, so what do you mean then? Sun-ho immediately got straight to the point without hesitation. Of course we should cooperate, since everyone will gather together. So the initial number of kills doesn't matter. It's hard for one person to fight the crowd, and if many fight each other, the kills will be spread out. In the end, surviving longer and accumulating more kills is more advantageous. Mu listened to him and remained silent. At this point, Yu noticed her facial expression and thought to himself that there was no other choice. If what he said was true, I wouldn't be able to do anything alone. At this moment, Sun-ho raised his hand again and asked everyone, is Kim Yu here? Hearing Sun-ho ask about him, he raised his hand and replied, yes, that's me. What's going on? Sun-ho saw you and jumped up with joy. He said that Kim Il-woo, the pride of Korea ranked 16th worldwide, is an honor to meet. Everyone around started whispering and gossiping. Ranked 16th worldwide. Does he play games all day? Hearing his words, Il-woo thought to himself that he was being overly praised and suspected he had some ulterior motive. Sun-ho, seeing that Il-woo said nothing, squinted and said, Il-woo, you know too, right? This exam is a competition between countries. The more Koreans pass, the better, right? So what? Sun-ho heard the question and happily laughed, then replied, I think you should give up some of your kills to others. If one person has too many points, the number of people passing will decrease. Let's split the kills evenly and settle things internally at the end of the match. Il-woo was speechless and said nothing after hearing him. Run-ho then continued to say to everyone, I am also willing to give up my kill points to others. What does everyone think? The others around, hearing him say that, immediately cheered up and agreed. I think sharing equally is fair since we're in this together. Another person also spoke up and said, I think it's fine too. We will show the world the spirit of unity of the Korean people. Il-woo gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. He snorted coldly, thinking to himself that it was too obvious. If they really wanted more people to pass, they should have concentrated points on the strongest player, not split them up. It's all just an excuse to hold me back. They think they can have someone like me at the end of the match? Sun-ho, seeing your suspicion, immediately provoked, noticing your bad mood. Don't you like this plan? He raised his hand to his chin, sighed, and then continued. I believe you will be the team leader. As a solo player, you can't cooperate with the team, right? As he finished speaking, all eyes turned to you, and he sensed their hostility. After some thought, Il-woo finally spoke up. All right, I will follow the plan. Sun-ho and the other players, seeing his agreement, happily clapped and said, great. At this moment, Yu thought to himself that although they said it was cooperation, he had no real intention of being sincere. After all, they were all opponents, and he would exploit them to the fullest before leaving. Sun-ho and the others cheered happily. Sun-ho then said, relax, let's move to the battlefield together. Everyone shouted in unison, Go Korea, stay strong forever. Go Korea! Yu stood to the side, arms crossed, sighed and thought that the game hadn't even started yet and was already being manipulated politically. which was really frustrating. Looks like things won't be easy ahead. All the players are now entering one after another. Inside the hall, Renalot is walking around looking for someone. He saw Round and his eyes lit up as if he had found treasure. He quickly approached Round to talk. Count Roan, you're here. Round and Burnout approached and seeing him said, "It seems Group A has all arrived."
Renalot continued, I heard you designed this exam yourself, which is truly impressive, but I get the feeling E was also in the hall. You observe everything around but remain silent.
Is everyone just talking about holding the qualifiers here? It's so crowded, is there even an opening ceremony too? Don't worry, we've prepared a special device for this qualifying round. At this moment, Jenna Law chuckled loudly and added, I was worried too much because it was designed by Count Doyen, so there's definitely no problem. Down now notices the groups gathering into clubs in the audience. Lian scans the crowd and sneers softly, thinking to himself that they still prefer to gather in small groups. He never surprises me. At this moment, Genelo came up with an idea. He immediately shouted, let's place our bets on who will win. Everyone in the audience responded with agreement. Genelot also quickly glanced at Doyen with a smile and continued, Count Raoun should try betting too. That sounds interesting. I suppose I'll watch from above and think to myself who will be the winner. It's really hard to tell. Down is now walking down the second floor corridor. You glance down and see someone, thinking to yourself, I didn't expect to meet you here. Do Hyun silently thinks Kim Yu, the 16th ranked player in Korea, looks like an ordinary player, but he is actually a peculiar point in the CC world. He remembers the old memories because of him. He is the only friend he trusted and relied on in his past life. They grew up together in an orphanage, like brothers since childhood. Ailu is someone who always strives to do his best in life. He managed to get a job at a small but stable company, then met fate and got married. Unlike Doyen, who bet his entire life on CN, Ailu chose to live an ordinary life. He is the key to connecting with the real world and a solid support for you. It's fine. According to Dohyun's memory, Ailu has never logged into set even once. He worries that he shouldn't have appeared here, that perhaps his presence has turned his life upside down. He glances at his reflection in the mirror, thinking the connection to Earth had been completely severed, yet he still encounters Ailu here. Trin Do-hyun is confused, wondering how he should respond to this situation. He's hesitating, trying to decide whether to find a way to bring him back to his original life or help him adapt to this world. Looking at Ilu's back, he worries, truly unsure which path is best for the person. Below the stage, Panem shouts, everyone get ready. When the time on the magic screen reaches 0, the exam will begin. The countdown echoes 10, 9, 8, 7. Ailu listens to each second passing by, 5, 4, until the last second when he announces the start of the test. The array of runes beneath everyone's feet lights up. He raises his hand to cover his eyes and exclaims, what is going on? It's too bright, I can't see anything. He is teleported to a simple wooden room. Looking at the surroundings, he is shocked. What is this? He is extremely confused. A hut. The other players standing nearby have disappeared. Have they been separated? Just as he is curious, the team attack makes no sense anymore. I wonder what Punho looks like now. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the wall, making him curious. What is this? It seems like there's something. Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise as he took the golden eagle statue, his voice filled with joy. Ailu smiled brightly, humming like a child. Lucky me, today seems to be a lucky day. The system displays, he is curious. And what is this? A new feature? Is it updated again? Yu presses the button on the system screen, and a map with a small tree in the center appears before him. Liu realized it was a small map with a total of 11 areas. The place they're in is Area 4, and the other areas probably need to be explored to find out. He noticed the sunlight coming through the window, and Yu was a bit tense because he felt it was too quiet outside. Was it the right decision to go out now? Through the live screen, a voice echoes impressively. The group marvels and praises, wow, how did you come up with this? Young people really do have a different way of thinking. Doyen modestly said, I'm just sketching out ideas. He hasn't forgotten your kindness. Without you, Gray, it would never have been completed. The whispers and murmurs grow louder. Is this the work of the great sage Gray? What's happening inside is truly vivid. Do-hyun silently thought, yes, this is the right reaction. He is very confident in his plan. A lot of demon crystals and money have been invested in this exam. This place will be very important later, so I poured my heart into building it. Ban Mo turned back to praise him. Truly impressive.
The special design of separating the players is brilliant. Looking at the person hiding in that room, he wondered, but it seemed no one intended to leave their position.
So, is the match proceeding as planned? You had your own strategy, of course, but if it keeps going like this, it will be very boring. So, I prepared a special mechanism. A quick look at the map allowed Do-hyun to figure it out easily. It seems it's time. The wooden door is kicked open, falling backward. Ilu, inside the crossbow, is preparing to shoot. An arrow grazes the opponent's shoulder, causing bleeding. Not giving the enemy a moment to breathe, he charges forward with his shield. Ilu's determined and sharp gaze immediately sends the opponent flying back with a shield to the chest. Outside, someone is slumped under a tree, cursing after being taken down by Ilu. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past his face. Ilu quickly ran around to the tree behind him. He is hiding behind the tree branch to dodge arrows, trying to locate the opponent. Stay calm. there's an archer at 3 o'clock and someone shooting at 12 o'clock.
The system screen turns red and displays a warning message indicating that staying in the same spot for over 5 minutes will result in a 30-second penalty, and the bright flash revealing your position will be visible to all players.
Ilu muttered to himself, do they really not give any warning for such serious punishments?
He glanced into the distance, but this isn't necessarily a bad situation. Ilu saw the opponent's image, realizing he wasn't the only one exposed. The archer silently wondered. It's been a while since anyone came here. Where did they all go? The bushes behind this person burst into a red glow. Just as the enemy turned to look that way, Ilu appeared from behind, ready to stab with a dagger, blood splattering everywhere, while another person hiding behind a distant tree looked on in shock. Donghai Hun, anxious, activates his magic. What's happening? Now there's no choice but to burn everything, but before he can do anything, someone teleports behind him. Dong Hyun's hand was still hovering, ready to cast magic when Yu's knife was about to strike. What bad luck, a mage going alone. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and this person was already gone. He sighed in relief as he looked at the person on the ground, almost losing his life. Ilu now looks very excited about this game. It's only just the beginning. Currently, he has taken 3 lives and possesses a golden eagle statue. Suddenly, the ground trembles repeatedly, shocking Yu. He has to ask what's going on from the base of the tree. A red notification appears, and Yu feels something. The displayed information, 10 minutes have passed since the battle began, and the area with the most surviving players will be wiped out. The time limit is 1 minute. Players in this area must leave before it runs out. The affected area. When Ayu reached this part, she froze in shock. Wipe them out? He leapt up to a high branch. After steadying himself on the branch, Yu looked down and saw a scene that froze him in place. What is that? The entire distant area is shrouded in a strange dark red, with people frantically running and shouting. Run, run fast, some have already fallen. So, damn it, we've been ambushed. Up in the tall tree, a group of archers is shooting arrows, and someone can't hold back their curse. These bastards dared to ambush so close to the border. Update the report. After 1 minute, the 7 zones will be wiped out. Someone shouted in fear. What is it? Wait a moment. We haven't left yet. His whole body was swallowed by the darkness behind him. The survivors gape in horror. One of them exclaims, It's gone? The ground ahead trembles. A blue light flashes, cracking open in the middle, and everyone sways. A frightened girl said, The ground is moving. A notification appears indicating that the obliteration effect is altering the battlefield terrain. The land fragments apart, with some rocks shattering and falling below. Pan couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, the terrain is changing like that? Duhyun said, Staying still isn't a good idea. Everyone must have realized that, right? He asked curiously, but who could have predicted this bizarre situation? Surely everything inside is in chaos. He calmly admitted, yes, maybe so. Inside, a massacre is unfolding. Panmo thinks this scene is no different from hell. A group of players patrols the forest, trembling and muttering curses under their breath. Who the hell designed this crazy game? His plan was to gather Korean players, which wasn't difficult, especially with so many top-ranked ones involved. If everything went smoothly, things would have turned out much better. But from the very beginning, I was completely isolated, so the plan was already doomed. Still, I had anticipated this. If you can't form a team in advance, then just fight first and form a team later. All languages are automatically translated, so there's no need to find Korean teammates. Sunho Ho knows it's time, and so I've spent a lot of time gathering 5 people now. I just have to prove my ability. Real-time leaderboard shows Grand America 7, second rank Korea 1, China 1. Kim Yu looks furious. How many has he killed? Sunho shouted, looking for a reason. Damn it, I just got lucky to be chosen as the vanguard and climb the rankings. If I were the one chosen instead of that guy, I would already be in first place. There are 5 of them to serve as shields for me. With my skills, catching those screams is no problem. I swear enjoy it now because soon you'll be crushed under my foot. A magical energy suddenly erupts beneath their feet, and they, led by him, are confused about what is happening. He realized something was wrong and immediately turned back to shout, "Get out of the way." The bodies of those people gradually became blurry. They trembled and frowned. Sweat dripped down his face as he was teleported to another dimension. Behind is a lush green forest. The notification board displays that cheating behavior has been detected. The involved players will be teleported to random locations as a punishment. Junho angrily kicks the wooden fence nearby. What the hell is this? I doubt anyone knows who designed this, but it's definitely some sick twisted thing. Now it's probably laughing at me from outside. Damn bastard. Do-hyun suddenly sneezed outside. He rubbed his nose and wondered who was cursing him so fiercely. Sunho is desperately trying to figure things out. Gathering the team now is impossible, and even if we do, catching the screamers will be difficult. Then Ilu's voice suddenly rang out from behind, interrupting his train of thought. What are you doing standing there? Junho's whole body stiffened as he saw the voice come from the person stepping out from behind the tree. Kim Yu, Sunho called warmly. Are you still safe? That's a relief. Seeing him approach, he raised his dagger. Hold on, don't take another step. Sunho suggested that since we are fellow townsmen, there's no reason to fight. We've already met again, so maybe we should cooperate. You thought this guy's face was really thick.
After such a dirty trick, he still dares to suggest cooperation? He sighed and refused. I have no interest. Best for everyone to go their separate ways. He kept begging. Think it over again, Sun shouted in panic, reminding him with a frightened face. Wait a moment, Yu is behind you. Yu instinctively turned his head to see what was behind him. Light and heat shone down on his bewildered face. A fire dragon is approaching, opening its mouth to unleash a blast of fire. Ailu curses. What the hell is this? How can level 20 kids fight something like this? But it's only a soul passing through Ayu's body. He was stunned. Isn't that a real dragon? Behind Sunho's dagger, it was plunged into Ayu's back. He turned around just in time to see his triumphant expression. Sunho smiled cruelly. You idiot, go die. Sunho's special ability is called A-rank rare talent, specializing in sophistry and illusions that deceive the senses. And of course, the fire dragon is also Ponho's creation. The fool is delighted. The real attack is here. Actually, Yu has known for a long time. Did you think I didn't see? I saw it clearly. What you're hiding is the golden eagle statue, and not just one, but several. I already have 3, just need to steal this guy's, and I'm sure to pass the qualifiers. Run Ho stared in shock at what stopped his knife. It was a sturdy shield. Run was so exhausted he was breathless, yet surprisingly cautious. He sneered, Do you think only you can deceive others? Yu raises his sword and says, You're even more stupid than I thought. The man turns pale with fear and pleads for mercy. Wait, but it's already too late. Blood is splattering everywhere. Yu said calmly, You should have lived better. He retrieved his 2 golden eagles. Yu was delighted. Now he had collected enough. Update notice. Kim Ilu owns 5 golden eagle statues. Updated information board. List of Group A qualifiers. The last survivor. Grand America has 11 people who completed the Ilu statues. South Korea has 7 W long. China has 4 people with the highest kill counts, excluding those prioritized for longer survival time. Jozun from China is first with 8 kills. Satoshi from Japan second with 7. Manninger from Germany third with 6. Vasily from Russia fourth with 5. And Marcos fifth with 5. The first day of the qualifiers has ended. The matches of Groups A and B are over. The online community is buzzing about this event. Someone couldn't hide their amazement. The graphics are so realistic. This is a game after all. Thanks to today's broadcast, the number of new players has exploded. A bunch of newbie are commenting on the forum without knowing anything. The initial comments weren't very impressive, but they turned out to be really great. The designer of this test really has a mind. I thought it would be a boring large-scale battle scene. Who would have thought it would be a sudden turn of events? Not informing properly and punishing so harshly, isn't that too much? Is there anything wrong with the team? Clearly some forces want to cheat. You're a foreigner, right? This isn't a team competition. It's a matter of survival. Then this rule is only natural. But it's not just foreigners. There are also some in Korea who were involved in politics from the start and got wiped out. That's right, there's the complete idiot. Thought it was a cool conversation, but everyone ended up dead. The impact of the live broadcast was greater than expected. A series of articles about the fight attracted so much attention that they took over the front pages of news outlets. The articles were titled Live Broadcast. The simultaneous viewership of thousands of highlight videos from the round quickly reached millions of views in just one day, flooding the internet. While the outside world was lively, the outside players were also active, and the internal players' accounts were just as bustling, especially since the Chinese players, who make up the largest group, have focused on analyzing forced movement. Jin Cheng is waiting to see how the situation develops. Has the scope of the punishment been determined yet? The other side replied, Yes, we just finished analyzing the video. As Li Jin Cheng predicted, it follows a pattern. This is Li Jin Cheng, level 21 from China, the last survivor of Group B. He smirked quietly, just as he expected. From what Jin Cheng understands, the data isn't enough yet to make a definitive conclusion. But if there are 5 or more people and the time exceeds 3 minutes, the forced relocation will be activated. He issued an excellent order. Then make a plan for the team based on that. Jin Chan is excited that tomorrow is a great opportunity for the world to see China's strength. On the second day of the competition, during the first test, thanks to Li Jin Cheng's efforts, Group C's morning match ended with an overwhelming victory for the Chinese. Among the 8 who passed the qualifiers, 5 were Chinese and no Koreans qualified. The Chinese players divided the 10 zones into pairs and predetermined the meeting points, such as zones 1 and 2, focusing on the most prominent building in zone 1. When they successfully converge, they immediately divide into teams of 4. If a large-scale battle occurs, neighboring groups will coordinate flexibly. Thanks to that, they made the right choice to showcase their overwhelming strength in the qualifiers. The spectators couldn't help but be amazed and worried. Fortunately, only Group C advanced from the morning qualifiers, and before Group D's match, everyone had a break to figure out a plan. All the other players have their own worries. If it stays like this, won't they just take all the tickets to the next round? We can't just sit back. Maybe we should form a team and take action. But our numbers are too few, so we might have to form alliances with players from other countries. The desire to win has quickly brought the players together. Thanks to that, most people moved in groups of 4 during the afternoon qualifiers, turning the survival competition into a team battle. Do Hyun watched the development unfold exactly as he wanted, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest. each beat resonating steadily. Hyun thought to himself, this was bound to happen sooner or later. China just acted faster than expected. He stared intently at the screen in front of him. After all, his goal was to turn players into stars through competition. Solo fighting isn't impressive enough, but with too many people, individuals get lost in team battles. 4 is the ideal number. With a team of 4, capable players will have enough opportunities to shine. Except for the Group C qualifiers, where China dominates completely. No country is overwhelmingly superior, and no expert is eliminated solely because of the numerical difference. The top players all advance based on their own strength. Looking at the list of players who made it past Group G, China has 14, the US 8, South Korea 5, Japan 4, and the UK 2. Some people couldn't help but feel disappointed as expected, but they still found it too boring. Out of 1,600 participants, nearly 200 are Korean, and now only 5 remain in the next round. Isn't that too unreasonable? The others just put it together and don't know what to say anymore. Those 200 people, if you consider their overall level, are even higher than the Americans. They usually stay at the top but don't really accomplish anything. The Western commenters keep attacking anyone they see as a threat, always blaming us few who are less numerous. Someone is spamming requests since the C group qualifiers. I really feel the same way. I want to see more exciting matches. It would be great if someone played more spectacularly and stood out. A comment popped up, but the final group is probably worth the wait. There's even a top-ranked player among them. They are Korean. Inside the game, the sky is strangely clear, and he returns to his real form, slightly smiling. As Dion checked the game interface, he said, "The main character always shows up last." On the screen, the list of the Dohyun level 23 Korean singing group appeared, and he believed the forum was also buzzing. If I have a spectacular performance, it will definitely make a strong impact. Dohyun recalls the past, when he tried to avoid attracting attention, but this time is different. I will take a different path than before. You choose your own path. From now on, I won't be a solo player, but an influencer. To do that, I need to deeply embed in everyone's mind that Dohyun is on a completely different level. A perfect stage has already been set for me. A qualifying round turned into a team battle, with the poor performance of the Koreans. Public disappointment emerges at this moment and delivers a true performance. At that moment, no one could take their eyes off of me. Of course, that also brought some problems. In the end, Dohyun is just an artificial character. Without a real identity, I won't be able to handle this overwhelming attention and will be exposed soon. He turned his back, paused for a moment, and then continued forward, his eyes following him to the end, but still proceeding with the plan because he had prepared thoroughly. Accepting Lavenna is the best move. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. You're excited. All right, then let's start the official match.
You remember her. Although you've temporarily forgotten, Lavenna is actually a wise woman who spent many years in the library acquiring a vast amount of knowledge.
At first, she only learned a little about Earth through the internet, Lavenna excitedly reported. It's that simple, isn't it? To me, the internet is no different from a magic circle or a barrier. The flow of information through the network is like a stream of magical energy within a magic circle, and the security system is no different from forming a barrier. At some point, she seems to have reached a level far beyond that of a network expert. She helped Dohyun solve a difficult problem. You're saying you're having trouble because you don't have a legal identity, right? Let me handle it. Just give me Dohyun's personal information. You're worried. That's not something that can be solved so easily. Korean law is very strict. She didn't care. Just give it to me. Dohyun sighed, letting her do as she pleased, and if it doesn't work, then forget about it. A moment later, Lavenna reminded her, "Everything's done. Check your bag." Round looked confused. "What do you mean?" Dohyun stared intently at the system screen. Dohyun's ID card appeared. "You're shocked." This is Lavin smiling brightly and saying it's a gift. "I've sent the details by mail already." She added that there's no need to create an actual copy, but even if the past can't be revisited, having an item to remember is a good thing. You understand, just like me, Lavin has also lost her homeland and friends. I can still read news about Earth online, but Lavenna has no way to do that at all. Dohyun looked at the ID card in his hand, which in the context was meaningless, but for Lavin it was a precious gift filled with her emotions. He swore to himself that he would definitely help her find her fellow Lavin and lift her spirits. "Just go ahead now, Ron. Don't worry about the consequences. Show them who Dohyun really is." Encouraged by her, you smile and stare at the opponent without blinking. That look leaving Lavin stunned.
Dion placed his hand on Liettheep's chest and bowed his head clearly. Following the Lord's orders, there are many players gathering in the lobby now, and the chatter is loud. A new strategy has just been posted on the forum.
Isn't that a strategy for the two-person team? We need to find a strategy for our team. Dion, standing alone, quietly thought that everyone seemed busy reading the pre-existing strategies, when suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Excuse me, are you Korean?" The boy looks at the approaching person to confirm. "Yes, that's right." You see, he was overjoyed. "Lucky you. Please come this way." Everyone is already gathered. She leads you to the Korean players group. A man from the group took the initiative to start a conversation. He is the last one. "Hello, I am Parent Jun." You nod in response. "Hello, I am Dohyun." The people around don't seem very welcoming to you. Mr. Jun's car speaks. "So everyone is here. Let's continue our discussion. I am currently chairing the meeting. Down." Are you okay with this? You asked without any objections, but before we start, I want to say a few things. And he agreed. All right then, go ahead. You straightforwardly proposed to fight alone in this qualifying round. So when planning the strategy, exclude me from the team. After hearing this, they fell silent, and someone couldn't help but ask, are you saying you'll be against us? Do-hyun denied, no, I won't touch you until I defeat all the other national players. You have a kind reminder, and I have 2 things I want to tell you. First, try to get as many kills as possible in the early stage. Second, if the situation worsens, or if you have collected all 4 fragments, focus on the area once it opens in the mid-game. After finishing, he turned and walked away. That's all I have. See you in the main match. Sehun and his teammates are speechless at Do-hyun's sudden appearance and departure, as he stands alone in a corner checking the game screen. The information about Gray's transformable ring appears, a unique item with effects that completely alter the wearer's body shape according to their specifications. Since the enhancement can be customized to your desired stats, it will revert to the original form if mana runs out. The side effect allows summoning Gray the Craftsman once only. Because I saw the ring on my middle finger glowing. I previously bought an enhancement scroll from the player shop to upgrade the ring to +5. As a result, the 30% stat reduction effect disappeared. Instead, I can customize the stats as I wish. Please tap the screen to check again. The information has been updated. Doyen's status board level 23. HCO mode 84. Primary psychic profession. Link 0 strength 41, agility 45, intelligence 34, stamina 42, magic 46 mental 48 spirit 49 perception 48 unique trait S+ psychic. Master. 4 hidden traits. Doyen thought to himself that he had adjusted it to match his current level. Now he can operate under the name Doyen thanks to the transformation ring, +5, and the secondary account with almost no suspicion. You are very cautious, even if it seems a bit excessive. Since some players have the ability to peek at status screens, staying alert is still the best. Luckily for Doyen, this also means I don't have to worry about accidentally unleashing my power uncontrollably. If you upgrade further, the adjustment range will turn positive, but the enhancement scrolls have different prices depending on the item's rarity. For unique equipment, each scroll costs as much as 10,000 special coins. I tried to upgrade it to +5, but from now on the failure rate will suddenly increase, so it's best not to risk it. In the past, I could earn a lot of coins through the story mission's top reward, but now with more players appearing, I'm no longer sure I can monopolize the mission. The announcement sounds, the singing team prepares for battle. The match will start when the magic clock on the screen hits 0. You secretly hoped that the final match had finally arrived. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 7, 6. The twin spirits count in sync until number 1. The countdown is not set in stone. A notification sounds, signaling the start of the challenge. Your body gradually disappears. Dion was teleported to a city and looked around in confusion. This is Do-hyun trying to activate his long-range vision, but it appears a bit blurry. His eyes scan through each location. Dion breathes a sigh of relief, a white mist escaping from his mouth. He closes his eyes and activates his extrasensory perception, clearly feeling that his sensing range has been limited, but he can still perceive clearly within 3 meters and vaguely within 10 meters. Dion can confirm that adjustments have been made to better suit new players. He is excited. Then, let me show them a performance at a different level. Do-hyun jumps up high, stepping on the wall below to observe the city scene, while the movement nearby draws his attention, and he turns to see someone sitting quietly, trying not to make a sound. Do-hyun pulls out a bow and arrow, surprised that he calls that hiding. Probably has never served in the military. The person glances around to check for danger, then suddenly senses something approaching, and a look of fear appears on his face. An arrow aimed at this person's temple is shot. Do-hyun silently summons his spear, and this time someone is looking up at him from a window of the building below. Do-hyun raised his spear, aiming at the target, the sharp tip slicing through his arm. The opponent, clutching his bleeding arm, sat down trembling as he watched him approach. Do-hyun ruthlessly takes the life of the next player, his sword dripping with blood as the opponent's body falls to the ground. Do-hyun exclaimed, "We've almost cleared this area. Prepare to move to the next zone, so let's keep moving forward." In a certain neighborhood, a cat was strolling along the street when it heard a noise from one side and turned to look. The agile body leaps through an open window into a nearby room. The white cat jumps inside and approaches her. Brother Say, our summoned spirit pet, hugs the cat and praises it. Well done, our Unbayan. Brother Say, what do you think? I'm fine. At least there are no enemies in the nearby buildings, Hansu added. I thought it was just a cute summoned fox. Who would have thought your sensing ability was so good? The person next to me added, anyway, it's a relief. Staying here should be safe. Hui impatiently asked, should we go out and fight now? He said sadly, it's already settled. Our team agreed that survival comes first. No, I said from the beginning that we have to take the initiative to fight. Hugh interrupted her. That's enough. No matter what you think, we're not planning to move. If you want to fight, go out and do it yourself. Someone secretly envies. You only sit back and enjoy. So you say things like that, huh? Thinking a pretty face means you can do whatever you want with us. Probably. Brother's car gritted his teeth, thinking talking is useless. Traveling with this team, don't even dream of being proud, but I can't act alone either. She remembers what he told her. If the situation gets worse, or she has collected all 4 pieces, she should go to Zone 1 during the middle phase. The only hope left now are the 2 statues being brought back. If there's truly no other way, then we'll have to follow that person's advice. Hyuna directs the team. The area is about to disappear. Everyone get ready to move out. The formation remains as planned. The real-time leaderboard should be appearing soon. Let's see. It just finished updating. The guy fell silent, and those around him looked at the screen in shock. Even Brother Chin X couldn't help but be moved when he saw that the real-time leaderboard showed Do Hyun at the top. Some people can't believe it. How can there be 21 calls in such a short time? The chatter grows louder. It's unbelievable. Less than 10 minutes and the results are already like this. The Japanese players can't understand how the damn Koreans pulled this off. What kind of cheating did they use? Could it be that they found a way for more people to go together? After saying that, Taeg fell silent and glanced at the person behind him. He is Soiro from Japan, 2nd in real-time rankings. They hurriedly beg, Soyo-san, please don't worry too much, we still have other plans. That's right, in the worst case, all the Japanese players will have already sacrificed themselves for Soyeon. So deny it no more, from now on we must act even faster. To Hyun's reckless actions with Kwach Kyu, the situation has become urgent. Another member looks confused and says, what's the rush for? He scolded, if you look and don't understand, then what's the point? Seeing that call sign, they'll cling to each other even more. We have to seize the moment while they're still careless to gather more strength. Seeing them stand still, Soy Siro grew even more annoyed. What are you just standing around for? Don't you understand? Get ready to go on our reconnaissance mission now, they hurriedly replied. Yes, I'll go right away. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall behind, watching the group leave, feeling worried inside, wondering if that guy would stop here or not. He stepped outside, seeing the deserted street, and feeling scared. He should have held back now, but he felt uneasy. If he kept recklessly hunting people, there would be no prey left to kill in the end. What the hell kind of monster is that anyway? Down isn't peaceful either. Another person has fallen. Just as the arrow was shot toward him, he dodged in time. The arrow pierced into the wall behind Do Hyun. A player materialized and lunged forward, his body gradually vanishing before the opponent's eyes. And in the blink of an eye, the space in front was empty. His eyes show clear fear as he loses his sense of direction. Suddenly, an explosion erupts in the space, and he grits his teeth, staring ahead as smoke and dust swirl around him. The opponent is struggling with visibility when Down suddenly appears behind him, blood splattering everywhere, and the companion beside him is stunned and gasping. Monster, you slowly step forward towards the coward. Even though Du Hai Hun sarcastically pointed out the position, it seems like it doesn't matter. If you're on defense, you have to hold your position to protect your teammates. The swordsman should do the same, coordinating with Sai Thuong in the second line. He angrily and gloomily exclaimed, what the hell is this monster doing? Swinging that weapon high and then jumping around like that. Du Hyun caught the staff about to hit him. He coldly assessed it as truly disrespectful, and he was stunned. Du Hyun reminded him, remember this? This is valuable advice from a senior that not everyone has the chance to hear. In front of you are the scattered bodies of other players. Dawn breathes a sigh of relief after clearing another area, frowning in thought, then softly huffs. Dawn first checks the notification board. You remember yourself in the past fighting a monster, when Doyon came to warn the others? Someone saw you wielding your sword in battle, and Dahyun unleashed a rain of swords to kill the monster. Right now he sighs and thinks that back then, he really was a rookie, and that it's not right to mock others when he's in a worse situation. Du Hyun thinks these players actually have real potential. Maybe their current skill level is just because they haven't had enough real combat experience yet. But if you want to make use of them, your current situation still isn't enough. The Duel Hyun are very selective. Anyone who wants to work with me at least needs to get rid of the half-hearted style of play that only spams skills. That's also why you founded your organization. The academy was established for the same reason. No one understands better than Do Han that not everyone who comes to the academy is here to learn. Most are here for the rewards and benefits that attract them. You think to yourself that this is why it is even more important to make them see clearly. On this occasion, Do Hyun wants to teach them a lesson and show them that there is still something beyond skill or level. After a recent sweep, the players' weapons are scattered all over the ground. Looking at the bodies on the ground, someone couldn't help but ask, what the hell is this? Is this some kind of monster? The real-time leaderboard shows Beidou Hyun from Korea in first place with 33 kills. Second place, Soiro Japan with 5 kills. Third place, Kaohsiung China with 5 kills, 97 survivors. They shockingly increased by 12 kills in just a short time. Wairo can't believe that was done in 10 minutes unless they were leading 2 or more teams. Otherwise, it's impossible. Reminder, 20 minutes have passed since the battle began. The area with the most survivors will be erased. He glances at the new arrivals behind. It's only been 20 minutes and more than half of the players have already been eliminated. There are nearly 20 people behind us following. If we're cornered, it could easily be the end. He called out to Soiro, who quickly reported that they had spotted Beidou Hun. He hurriedly turned back to ask where he was. He reports that near a building 2 blocks away, he's fighting with another team. Soiro needs more details on how many people he's with. Could he be leading both teams? Hesitating, he revealed that he was going alone. Sawaro couldn't believe his ears. What? He can't accept it. No way. There must be a team hiding nearby. He denies having checked the entire surrounding area. There's no one there. I saw him go solo against 4 people myself. Compared to the order, it's really crazy. I need to see it with my own eyes to be sure. Everyone is ready to strike while he's finishing his attack, sneaking up from behind. Zero's mind is set, no matter what secret techniques he has. If he's really going solo, then it's a golden opportunity. Kill him here and claim the final victory. He arrogantly thinks that 33 kills is already a great effort. Baeo Hyun, but the one who will stand at the top is still me. On Doyeon's side, a blazing fire rushes toward him. He remains fearless, waiting for the flames to hit. The spear in his hand shattered the fireball, and the flames erupted with the strike from Doyeon. Wide was stunned. What is this? That bomb skill is enough to send the wolves to heaven. Seowon couldn't help but curse. Wow, he's not even fazed by the fireball. Is there anything stronger out there? Is he taking even more damage? There's no bigger move than that. Seowon sighed in despair. Damn, I really was stupid to expect anything from this guy. He runs away with his shield. Well, big mage, take care of yourself. Hey, buddy. Why did you leave me behind like this? The two. Hyun facing each other aim their spears forward, precisely targeting Sejun's shield. He believes that with someone wielding a long weapon like a spear, getting close would give him an advantage. Sejun tries to control everything within a certain distance. He chuckled to himself. Good, keep the distance to unleash the superpower. Seowon steps on the ground to gain momentum and prepare. As it was adjusting its weapon, he executed Clot Shoes, lunging forward. Do Hyun's lips curled into a smile. Seo-jun stared in shock, wondering why he was smiling, as the spear tip pointed downward at his feet. Seo-jun collapsed to the ground, his shield falling beside him, his whole body trembling as he silently thought he couldn't react in time. He bent down to pick up the spear and casually reminded himself that rushing attacks are much easier to handle when encountering obstacles. Next time, pay close attention to your opponent's weapon adjustments. The spear tip was down, blood splattered everywhere, but your reaction was pretty good. Yeon from afar saw this and screamed in fear. Of course, Do Hyun couldn't miss anyone, and his sword shot out, 2 blades piercing into his back. Yonda was in so much pain that his eyes nearly popped out. Do Hyun retracted his weapon. The spear was bent. What a shame, but blocking that charge came at a cost. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual aura behind him. A few figures were hiding on the roof. Down immediately realized that several auras were approaching faster than he thought. He froze as he sensed something even more unusual. Do Hyun thought to himself, this familiar aura is Soiro commanding his allies from the rooftop. His actions cannot escape my sight. It's you, Soyo. He's hiding on a rooftop preparing to act. Duo Hyun knows his opponent very well. So has been a passionate ninja otaku long before Sick appeared. He founded Ryo Regwenlock Uin with the backing of a major power in Japan. Acting as a core member, Soiro formed a ninja team within Connect. The problem is that the leader of that ninja team is always present on the front lines of the business yard solo. He uses cowardly and dirty tactics to sabotage companies not belonging to R. Ambush assassination with poison during monster clearing is a familiar trick. Sometimes they even kidnap NPCs related to the mission to set traps for rank. And of course, he is always their favorite target. Having his dirty ninja interfere with the mission happens all the time, but they have never revealed themselves openly. No matter how hard you try to chase after them, you can only catch the R-level minions. The mastermind is nowhere to be seen. Do Hyun has a grudge against this guy. In his past life, he was just like that troublemaker, causing chaos bit by bit. Seeing him makes your henchman itchy again. I really miss him, and it drives me crazy. Do Hyun gradually disappears from his usual spot. Now that he's met an old friend again, he has to prepare properly. He's looking forward to seeing if you can handle it this time. Carefully watch over the rooftop, he signals his accomplices to follow orders. The other one aims his crossbow precisely at a spot, while another brings his weapon to his mouth to blow. He thought to himself that catching a lone guy didn't require close combat. Looking at your silhouette below, even if you're the boss. Zero's hand clenched in response, signaling a command. Surviving this blow probably isn't possible. Get lost. That idiot with the bow already shot at you. The actual situation didn't go as he had planned. Seeing the empty space below, Zero shouted, "He's gone now." The arrow from the sky zooms forward. It stabbed deep into the archer's arm, watching his team being ambushed. He froze in place and shouted loudly when he saw inside the house. Check inside the house. The remaining person is ordered to jump off the roof and leave. Understood. A flash of light flickers from the window of a house. So stand on the roof and look out immediately. Second floor. That tree. You stay outside. Keep watch. After saying that, he jumps down to the second floor window. The shattered glass broke into pieces, and suddenly a voice called out from inside the room. Zero! Seeing his people outside the door, he turned and asked, "Where is he?" Ga reported they couldn't find him. A scream echoed from outside, causing the Zero observer to halt. The person outside was shot in the shoulder by 2 arrows and couldn't think clearly, being struck from behind. Impossible. Could it be a clone technique? Even Soy Zero was hit by an arrow that whizzed past. The arrow lodged in Tao's hand behind him. He begged Soy Zerowama for help. "Save me. He's not that stupid." "Save? You must be stupid. It's obviously a trap no matter how you look at it." Swiro looked at the wound on the motorbike's hand, not aiming for a vital spot, but only targeting the limb so the opponent could still fight. He wanted to draw himself in. He grits his teeth in anger, unable to believe he's being outmaneuvered. He shouts loudly, "Stop playing dirty like that. Come out now. I challenge you to a fair one-on-one fight." "You bastard." Standing calmly in the building opposite, you say, "Gia, you're controlling a few swords, if I have to step in." A look of surprise appears in his eyes. "You." Each sword shot toward him, carrying a cold, murderous intent, slicing through both his shoulder and calf. Taiga, the unfortunate one behind, was grazed on the head by a shining sword tip. So, clutching his wounded shoulder, he looked at his bleeding comrades on the ground and couldn't hold back anymore. "You bastard, I will kill you." Duhyun appears from behind and asks, "How does it feel to be beaten up?" The feeling of helplessness and not being able to do anything. "Do I know you?" He hasn't recognized you. "Who are you?" "You know me?" The boy gradually reveals himself, replying, "Of course." Swiro swung his sword down. Do-hyun dodged backward, and he delivered a punch to his face that made him spit blood. Do-hyun slowly stepped forward and asked, "Do you really not recognize me?" So angry that he was trembling. "It's the first time we've met. What nonsense are you talking about? You didn't bother arguing with someone about to die. It's a pity, but today isn't the last time." Doyen's foot stomps hard on Sawiro's face as he growls, "You bastard, next time we meet, you're dead." 3 small swords appear, ready to end this old friend's life. You bid him farewell. "See you again, old friend." Fresh blood splattered as Shirosoi drew his sword. After killing the enemy, Do-hoon stretched and relaxed his muscles. He feels much more relaxed now. This is really exhilarating. Do-hoon opens the notification panel to see who's still alive. How did the number drop so suddenly, then glances out the window? Looks like it's time to move. Do-hoon's eyes focus on that gate. The legendary Zone 1 is about to open. Move to Zone 1 and stop to check the system again. Do-hoon estimates there are 81 survivors left. Just one more person needs to be eliminated for the gate to open. He understands that the space is designed to be more stressful, and controlling the artificial terrain first will give an advantage. From the space, Do-hoon pulls out a chair. With only 10 minutes left, all areas except Area 1 will be erased. Whether you want to or not, everyone will have to gather here. You sit and wait endlessly, not knowing when they will appear. As he was relaxing, an arrow was shot towards him. Do-hoon tilted his head to dodge. "I know, but I had to survive on my own first." In a certain neighborhood, the situation was extremely tense. Zihui, being chased by a group of over 10 Chinese players, is bitten on the arm by a cat and angrily scolds the crazy dogs, using the distraction to speed up her run. Unbeyond is stalling, but it's only a matter of time before we get caught. Zehun's mind drifts to the golden eagle statue, remembering that all his former teammates have been defeated, leaving only himself. Now the only thing I can trust is that man's word. She quickly jumps onto the high wall. Zehun froze in place when he saw what was in front of him. Seeing him sitting there, she was shocked to see someone was already there. The two Hai-hun had been waiting for a long time for someone to arrive. Zehun thought to himself, "Is he sitting there so recklessly? That's bad. If so, he'll get dragged into trouble because of me." She grit her teeth and took a risk. With no other choice, Sehun activated her beast spirit senses, energy surging as she spun around. Her eyes turned purple, now resembling a cat's eyes, allowing Sehun to scan her surroundings. She saw 4 people on one side, allowing Zehui to move away. The group chasing from behind pulls out their bows and runs straight into the middle. "Are you trying to die?" "Shoot, kill them." A barrage of arrows is fired at Sehun's back. She skillfully dodged the arrows, but Zehui still couldn't avoid one piercing through his arm. She looked at Do-hyun sitting and waiting ahead. "Damn it, just a little more." He stands still, watching the newcomer. Zehui closed his eyes and charged forward, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way!" The next arrow grazes her hip, bleeding. "Are you still stubborn enough to refuse help now that you've given in to that other's stubbornness?" He didn't bother to say he would save me, just told me to get out of the way. Do-hyun stepped forward to speak for Brother X and told me to run straight into the gate. Seeing someone pass by her face, she was terrified. When did he get so close? The notification shows that the number of survivors has dropped below 80. Area 1 that was previously locked is now open, the gate slowly revealing itself to Brother X. The crowd sneers at this act, pretending to be heroes. "Ah, he's really a fool wanting to die early." Hai-hun darted past at lightning speed, causing them to fall one after another. He stood there glancing at the 3 bodies at his feet, thinking to himself, are they panicking now because they won't rush forward anymore? Hui peeked out from behind the gate and asked, "Are you okay?" "I am." Now they won't be able to rush in recklessly anymore. She blankly stammered, "Yes, wait for me a moment. I will be there right away." Huynh stepped forward, sincerely bowing and saying, "Thank you for saving me, and sorry for bringing the enemy here and putting you in danger." Anbedo-hun replied, "It's okay. I said something before the test started, so I have to take responsibility." Hui reminds her, "I'll treat your wounds first or you'll die from blood loss." Huynh stammers, "Yes." Area 1 has become strangely peaceful. The sky is a clear blue. Hui hesitates, but why is he here? Brother Beto-hun, actually you don't need to fight anymore with a life force so much higher than everyone else. Find a reason. I want to see how strong you really are.
There aren't many chances to fight many people without worries, and secretly, I don't want to be misunderstood as a bloodthirsty person. Brother Hui really admires you. He proves himself through his strength, not just words. If I get into the academy, will I be able to be confident like that too? First, I have to get through this. Suddenly, she remembered what Dohan had advised. If you have collected all 4 statues, proceed to Area 1 when it opens in the sky circle. Just as Hai's vehicle is about to speak, you cut him off. Wait a moment, someone is coming. When they saw Hui's group approaching, someone shouted. Those bastards from Korea are heading towards Area 1, blocking us from the gate. The 2 of them are standing on the city wall, and the crossbow attack has already begun. What should we do now? Do-hyun is planning to support them for now. Sung-jun's team has set up a shield wall, and he is inside, drawing his bow. Seeing that, she couldn't help but admire how impressive their formation was. He aimed precisely at the enemy's position. The bow is drawn tight. Suddenly, a formation appears above Sung-jun's head. Hui is panicking and worried about his safety. Be careful. Sung-jun remains calm as he continues to aim and shoot. The arrows flying forward cause the formation to explode. Do-hyun quietly assessed that they were blocking the attacks with arrows and even countering with magic. Could blocking magic also be an effective skill? That's really cool. The arrows stuck in the shield can't pierce their defenses. Do-hyun stepped forward confidently and made a good decision. Mr. Jun's car was modest. It seems I was just lucky. If it had come down to close combat, we wouldn't have made it to the gate in time. You smile at the opponent. You knew but still dared to make a breakthrough? Very brave. Do-hyun accepts them. Good. You've passed the round. Please call each of the X and Mr. Jun over here. Do Hai-hun handed them an item because everyone had made it this far and deserved a reward. He evaluated them, and both of them had done very well to get here. Suddenly, Dion asked them, Senior Sei, Mr. Jun, you've collected almost all the stone statues, right? Senior Sei took out a statue. I've collected 4. He continued, Our group has also collected 4 pieces. You take out 2, and I'll give 1 to each of the others. She felt confused. What do you mean? But this is yours, right? Do-hyun replied, I'm just keeping my promise. I was the one who told you to collect the statues and go to Area 1. Other groups might just send the statue to one person. Everyone should choose one member to send here. Mr. Jun's car replied, I will go. Actually, I think staying until the end to help you would be the right thing to do. But given my current condition, I probably can't be of any help. Did Do-hyun deny something? Not exactly. She interrupted. For now, I will accept your kindness. See, Hui extended his hand, but I am determined to repay this debt. I can't stand always being the one to receive favors. This attitude seems to please him very much. Doyon takes her hand. I hope you will do well. Doyon reminds him that it seems Parent Jun has already made his decision, so it's time for him to get ready to go. Everyone get ready to go. There will be many enemies attacking the city soon. He is following orders. Understood. Suddenly, 2 pillars of energy appeared inside the city. From afar, Jiaoliang saw this scene and gasped. He is a Chinese player, curious and asking why not 2, instead of 1. His subordinate behind him asks, Should we go to Area 1, sir? Jing ordered, Now, it's too late to go there. Send a messenger to summon those in the south. He remained calm and unhurried. After all, they are just a rabble before the power of unity. His subordinate took out a drum, and the sound of the drum echoed as a signal to gather the messengers. Other Chinese players heard the signal, gathered into a team, and moved toward the sound. Jiaoliang was quite confident, gathering about 30 people, enough to sweep through the chaos on the battlefield, and he was looking forward to it. So now, Do-hyun, what are you going to do? How do you plan to defend the city against dozens of enemies? A bloody battle has just taken place on your side. The real-time leaderboard is being updated. First place Do-hyun from Korea with 50 kills. Second place Galing from China with 47 kills. Third place, Parent Jun's country is unknown with 34 survivors remaining. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Soon all areas outside Zone 1 will be wiped out. It's almost time. Seong, trembling from behind, asked curiously. Aren't you worried? He continued. I took down many enemies in the last battle, but the next one will start immediately. No time to rest. Do-hyun understood we had to hold out for 10 minutes earlier against the players gathered around the light pillar. We managed to protect the statue, but lost many people and revealed the size of our small group to everyone. Sure, Jun is probably worried about that. You reassure him, don't worry, this will be the final battle. He was surprised and asked, what do you mean? Do-hyun revealed that if it's someone I know, he will gather the rest of the group and bring them here. Jun's car still doesn't understand what your friend is about. The back door swings open. Someone hurriedly reports that the enemies are here. Are they coming to attack? How big is their scale? This person hesitated about that. His voice couldn't hide his fear. They were so many that it was impossible to count. Jun's car became extremely tense after hearing this.
Dion has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Has it finally arrived? The person you've been waiting for is none other than Jia Liang.
Jia Liang is a highly regarded player, a strategist and leader of the major Chinese guild general. But what earns him recognition from players worldwide is his sharp tactics and leadership skills. Even low-level members can come up with brilliant strategies. Truly a real troublemaker. Not just 1 or 2 people have fallen into his trap. Moreover, he always operates from behind the scenes, making it extremely difficult to approach him in the previous life.
You're confident, but this time, it's different. Down swears he'll get right up close to him to prove it. Cornered by Jang's army, you realize he prepared everything meticulously in such a short time. Is he trying to push himself into a desperate situation? Up above, mages are setting up a magic circle, and arrows suddenly fly in, striking them. Mr. Zie shouted, "We will support from above. Their side is drawing bows. Show them the true strength of Korean players. Prove the strength of the strongest loudly and clearly. That's why you are confident." That's right. This time is different. I'm no longer alone. Even the most perfect formation will have its weaknesses. A two-type formation will hinder players from unleashing their full strength and skills, showing how skill differences can lead to big results. Just moments ago, Do-hyun was in front of them, but soon after, he teleported behind this group. Because Hyun silently thought the teleportation skill rooted in the spiritual realm was the same skill that previously exhausted Soe mentally. This time, he used the weapon reception skill, with sharp sword strikes blazing out, cutting through the Chinese players with sword flashes. Dun lands safely on the ground, surrounded by shaken players. As a skill passed down to K, an expert in dagger combat is used. A Chinese player with a shield, terrified and on guard, sees Dun teleport behind him and is slain by a dagger. The ground is littered with the enemy team's corpses, fresh blood flowing out. Mr. Z trembles in shock, thinking to himself, he's too strong. Do-hyun glances at the remaining two shield bearers. Your formation was already very good, but it was you who dug your own grave. If you take care of those two, should I keep cleaning up until I catch Gao Jialiang? Jialiang is right in front of us, so I'll step forward calmly. The space between them was filled with blood-stained corpses on the ground, some of which had died from the names of Songrun. He trembled with anger. This couldn't be true. How could you do that? Do-hyun moved closer to his old friend and asked, "Why not fight? If you're just going to stand there dazed, step aside." Offended, Jang turned red with anger and summoned a few whirlwinds. "You bastard, don't think you'll win easily." Jialiang, a wind mage from China, proudly shouted, "I am a high-level player of the People's Republic of China." You stab the dagger into each raging gust approaching. When Do-hyun appears perfectly in front of you, you are stunned. Then grab his collar and lift him up, causing him to grimace in discomfort. Do-hyun achieved his goal, and at last I finally got to see your face up close. Blood splattered as Jang was killed. You stand before his body, beginning to check the system. The update notification shows the list of candidates who passed the qualifying round. Bae-do-hun from Korea with 80 kills. The person who completed the Han Sui fragment from Korea with 4 kills, and Lee from China with 3 kills. The highest number of kills is used to rank those who pass the qualifiers based on survival time. A Park Song-jun Korea with 11 kills, 2 Galiang China with 11 kills, 3 Zhang Yulong China with 8 kills, 4 Zhang Jiaoduan China with 7 kills, 5 Maoduan China with 7 kills. Bae-do-hun was surprised. So is this the level of the preliminary round? You find it a bit boring, too easy, to the point that you're really disappointed. When the preliminary round ended, articles flooded the news portals, and communities were buzzing with heated debates. With the news headline, "The Predator has truly revealed itself in the final qualifying round, Bae-do-hun." Everyone is enthusiastically commenting. Has everyone watched the singing group performance? It was like drinking soda. So cool, feeling so proud of my country. Bae-do-hyun, from today I'm your fan. Everyone watching Bae-do-hyun was amazed by his skills and convinced he would be the winner. Some viewers questioned whether such overwhelming ability could really be trustworthy. But in the end, only one question captivated all the viewers. Who exactly is Bae-do-hyun? One person was so angry in the meeting about Do-hyun's mystery that they slammed the table. Iwan, the director of the CCK Operations Center, stood up and asked, "What do you mean?" "It's untraceable. Kyung has exhausted all methods. That's the case. Investigating this further is beyond our intelligence team's capabilities." He added, "As you all know, all CNC data is managed and coordinated by the administrator system. Therefore, except for special cases, even we cannot access players' personal information. Iwan has a plan. If he logs into the game, he must have already received the gaming chair. We're the delivery team, so we just need to check the delivery list and addresses, right?" He checked the documents, but there was no one named Bae-do-hun on the list. He must be a player connected to the VIP circle somehow. Yan couldn't believe it. "What?" Kyung expressed his intention. "You must also be well aware of those VIPs. Anyway, our team won't take this case." After saying that, he turned and walked away. "Then I will withdraw and leave it behind." Iwan is going crazy, throwing the pile of documents up in the air. He's frustrated. Damn it, what kind of damn company is this? Iwan can't swallow this anger. Although it bears the name as a company, in reality everything is run by AI. The company only manages the game. CEO Mu's appointee is just a figurehead, with all decisions made behind the scenes by the chairman and AI. As for those damn VIPs, a few exceptional individuals hold shares in the company and share in the profits along with some privileges. One of those privileges is the right to receive gaming chairs, which are provided directly by the real headquarters. Iwan muttered in disappointment. Yes, the real headquarters. He suddenly realized that the Seon headquarters was just a facade. To truly succeed, I need to become a member of the real headquarters. The image of Do-hyun appears in Yeon's mind as an answer.
convincing him that the guy definitely holds the key to the real headquarters. Yuan wants to support him, so I will have to keep investigating his background. One way or another, he will become a major figure in the organization.
He figures he doesn't really know what he's dealing with, but he needs to approach carefully. At this moment, Dion rides his horse back to the familiar place in the Confort Castle City. He looked around with a happy expression, and on the way back, Dion encountered a group of servants happily chatting. He silently thought, "It's been almost 9 months since I returned home, right?" Suddenly, Do-hyun noticed something, and he looked at the gate in front of him at this place. The memories of that day come back to Do-hyun's mind, the place where he fought in the tournament to enter the Royal Academy. Hwainim has experienced so much, everything has changed, yet this place still feels as familiar as before. Doi Hai-han enjoys the peaceful atmosphere here. So this is what it feels like to return home. Yan happily greets you. "Young Master Round, welcome back." You hold him tightly and ask Tungvon, "Are you still healthy? Are you suffering from any illness?" He smiled and replied, "This old man has always been healthy as ever." Yan continued, "I am truly glad you returned safely. I want someone to send at least one carriage to pick you up, but the Duke has been waiting for you since early." Do-hyun confirms, "Yes, I came because my father summoned me. Take me to him." Yvonne leads you to the Duke's place and gently knocks on the door to signal the person inside. The person inside ordered them to enter. Ivan opened the door and led Do-hyun inside. Melvin has been waiting inside for a while. "How do you feel about the atmosphere?" Ivan carefully closed the door behind him. "Wishing you a pleasant time." He suddenly snapped irritably and called out. Round blurted out, "Yes, sir," Melvin asked with a stern face. "Do you realize your mistake?" A bad feeling rises in his heart as he hesitates. "My child," he reminded Ron that he was rude. "Do you realize your own guilt?" Do-hyun feels confused after being attacked immediately upon returning. "What have I done? Is it because I took too many resources from the family? Or maybe the raid on the Empire's base and pretending nothing happened?" Melvin pats your shoulder, making your heart skip a beat in surprise. "He scolds you now that you're the official lord of the territory. How could you let the estate fall into disrepair for so long?" Do-hyun froze upon hearing this, surprised that what Melvin mentioned was actually about this. "I think I've been playing the role of Do-hyun for too long since the beta test. Today, I just advanced past round 32 of the tournament and handed over everything at the estate to Bernat. There's no way Father wouldn't know about this. He's reminding you of your status." "No matter how busy I am, I must always remember that I am the lord of the territory," Do-hyun realized. "Now I understand why Father was so angry." The boy bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Father. I will never leave the estate for so long without notice again. Melvin threatens that if this happens again, he will lock you in the estate for a month for special training. Did you know?" Do-hyun's voice sounds so tired. "If I really get locked up for a month, I'll be doomed." There's a knock at the door. He ordered to come in. D opened the door and asked if his father called for him. Do-hyun happily calls out Dion. "Is he raising his voice? Rowan finally came back, huh?" Melvin cleared his throat and gently called their attention, saying he had summoned them for an important matter. "I wish Lawrence was here too, but he refuses to come despite being called, so oh well. Sit down." The hot Hun-No couple didn't know what their father was about to say. When all three sat down in the living room, Melvin brought up the matter. "Everyone knows that the entire continent has been in chaos lately," he continued. "I wanted to wait until things calmed down before acting, but it seems we can no longer delay." DN can't believe it. "Dad," this is the look of shock on his face. Melvin reveals a family secret and grants Den the right to officially become the heir of the Aston Baron family and lead the clan in his stead. "I believe you will lead our family with unwavering determination." Both of them froze in place, unable to regain their composure after hearing that. Do-hyun silently thought that his older brother had always been considered the de facto heir, but becoming the official heir was a completely different matter. Dian suspiciously asked, "Why did Father suddenly make such a decision? There's no need to rush like this." Melvin honestly said, "I actually need to leave this position for a while." He feels a bit worried. "Yes, what is it?" He revealed that it seems the time has come for me to reach a higher realm. This news shocked both of them more than ever before. Do-hyun wondered if it was related to the Swordmaster. In the end, his father was finally determined. Melvin expressed his view that to prepare for the chaotic times ahead, "I think I need to seek a greater power." Fully supportive, "I had no idea my father was so determined." "What can we do to help you, Father?" "Mr. Tranan, it's not certain yet, so there's no need to make such a fuss." Melvin has his own plans. "First, I want to spend about 2 months in a quiet place to reflect on the enlightenment I have achieved." "Den, do you think you can help me?" At this request, he was momentarily silent. Dong agrees. "Of course, Father. Please entrust it to me." "I swear I will do my best to help Father." Do-hyun is happily by his side. "Congratulations, brother. You must be feeling so relieved." "All right, thank you." You yourself also let out a really relieved sigh. Do-hyun relaxed his worries. Back then, when trouble erupted within the Count family, the eldest son had not yet been officially designated as the heir. So when my father suddenly passed away, the whole family fell into chaos. Now we can finally rest assured. Your name is called out and Raon Doyen listens. "Yes, Father." He reminded you of your responsibilities. "I know you're probably very busy, but you must always remember that you are a member of the Aston family and lead the territory together with your brother."
After being scolded, Do-hun always keeps it in mind. I will always remember that. Melvin added another condition, and there's one more thing I want to ask for your help with. Both of them looked confused, wondering what their father was planning. They moved to the swordsmanship hall to make it more spacious. Dion was the first to duel with him, and he's exhausted on one side. Why is it sword fighting among so many things? Seeing the two of them fighting in front, Dion couldn't accept that this kind of sword fight was so unreasonable. In your memory, the last time I sword fought with my father was over a year before I left the academy, and that made Do-hyun delude himself. Since then, I have improved beyond what others imagined, so I think I am really making progress. Dion is putting all his strength into the final strike as his aura roars. Melvin dismisses that move. It's pointless. The aura created by the father and son is incredibly magnificent, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Do-hyun rolled his eyes at that immense power, feeling a deep sense of respect. Is your father a monster? He just pointed out that Dion still relies too much on brute strength. You never seem sad, Dad. If it weren't for your sword aura, you'd already be at my feet. Do-hyun is speechless. From what I see, you two are exactly the same. Do you know that? Both your father and brother always use their strength to force others. You can only stand outside and watch the fight. Even though I reinforced my body with internal energy and enhanced it with remote control techniques, I was still easily knocked back. I need to change my strategy. Melvin turns back and calls Ryun. Kid, stop showing off with those tricks. Face him head on, and add that. That's why I told you to train together. You need to strengthen your body to truly harness your power. He feels oppressed, as if they only care about muscle. So Dion decided to activate the holy light to show them what true strength is. The swords were lifted into the air by the holy light. Everyone surrounding him gave him more confidence and strength. The real battle has only just begun. But Do-hyun's confidence flickered like a dying flame as the swords, resembling scraps of iron, fell to the ground. He was beaten to the point of a bloody face, panting heavily. Do-hyun recalls that he used all his skills earlier, including expert-level swordsmanship, medium-level telekinesis, various muscles, and spiritual powers like quick teleportation. He must reevaluate his perception of his opponent's strength. I used all my skills, yet I still lost. He's on par with the sword saints I've faced in my past life, maybe even surpassing them in some aspects. Dion admires as expected. Genuine experts are truly on a different level. I can't imagine how strong my father will be when he becomes a sword saint, if he's already this powerful before leveling up. Melvin glanced at his youngest son and asked, "Why do you look so serious? Are you upset about being defeated by me?" Do-hyun denied. "No, that's not true." He walks over to pat his son's head, his cheek flushing with embarrassment. Melvin praises him, saying, "You have truly grown up and made a lot of progress. I wish I had realized that sooner. Then I wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Do-hyun replied, "No, father, it's because I went through all those things that I became the person I am today." Dion patted his chest and said, "I should have cared more about you, no matter how hard your life was. I should have passed on my training method to you." He sighed in frustration and said, "If I had done that, Raon would have gone to heaven long ago." Your brother reminds you both, "Come on, the day is almost over. Let's go inside." At night, the mansion is lit up and shrouded in silence. Inside the study, Dawn asked DY, who was standing and admiring the bookshelf behind him, "Brother, have you been able to contact Lawrence?" He admitted he does. The knights beside him are still sending updates. I wonder where he is now. DN says he's still staying behind the barrier since the Space Gate incident. The Hun were surprised to hear those two words. The barrier? According to your memory, after the war with the Empire decades ago, the Alliance of Kingdoms pushed the Empire back to the northwest of the continent and ended the war. The border was marked by a giant terrain called the Desperate Gorge. However, there is a path through the Valley of Despair, a place called the Dead Road. It is the only route connecting the Empire and the Kingdoms. But out of fear, the Alliance built a huge fortress and completely sealed off the Dead Man's Road after the war. You can't help but suspect that it is the barrier. What is he doing in such a dangerous place? DN confidently says he's probably just dealing with some monster again. Since the Spacegate incident, there have been many reports of monster waves behind the barrier. He revealed, according to the Knights, that the situation is unfolding in a strange way. DN described the situation at that time. As you know, this is the area where death often occurs during Imperial experiments. But since the gate opened, the monsters spilling out have fought against the zombies. DN is waiting, but I wonder what he's doing right now. I wish he could come back to his family. Du Hai Hun silently thought that when I visited the barrier in my previous life, only its remnants remained. This time I have to go before it's too late. You're worried. According to the plan, when the Empire launches an invasion, a major incident will occur at the barrier. It's very likely that second brother will also be in danger. Before that happens, I need to prepare something. Did Do-hyun suddenly mention it? Do you still remember my proposal from back then? I'm confused. What proposal? Your attitude became more serious. Are you asking again? You're begging me. You want me to become a first-class knight's advisor. DN frowned and asked, I clearly remember that I already refused that before. I'm really not comfortable joining your private organization. Don't overthink it. He's begging. Can't you see that as a simple way to keep in touch? Because Hyun believes you are now the one responsible for this entire land. This alliance will definitely be very helpful to you. Those words moved DN.
I agree. I really don't understand what you're thinking anymore. All right, if you're begging like that, I guess I have no choice but to accept, the boy happily said. Thank you, second brother. By the way, Down also revealed that the sister-in-law had joined long ago. She keeps asking when you'll join too. He was stunned. What do you mean? Your sister-in-law has been in for a long time? Du-hun winked playfully. Of course, we can talk anytime through the system and also keep track of each other's locations. It's incredibly convenient. Dan's face darkened, and I started to feel regret. You're satisfied? All right, I feel a bit more at ease now. Now that those guys are starting to show their true colors, joining the guild is essential to keep everyone safe. And if I can get a duel skill suited to my older brother's physique, a new monster could be born in this land. The real game is just beginning. The semifinals are taking place in the arena.
Hello, dear viewers. I am host Park Jing Onin, here to bring you today's coverage. Finally, the long-anticipated semifinals have begun. The 8th day of the Academy entrance exam battle has begun. First, Jingan heats up the atmosphere by announcing, "Many of you must be very shocked. We will announce the lineup for the first match." He emphasized that if they win this game, the next round will be the final. This match will be extremely important for both players, with comments appearing constantly. The winner is definitely Beidou Hun. Show us the epic match. Beidou Hyun, Korea's pride, move forward. Love you. Beidou Hyun, please win. Beidou Hun is the best player. Let's go. Jingan announced that the match had started as today's contestant stepped onto the stage. He introduces the star of the competition, Beidou Hun from Korea, and his opponent, the flashy fighter Blake from the United States. The atmosphere in the arena is extremely tense. What kind of match will these two fighters bring? The bell rings, and Jingan announces, "As soon as I finish speaking, the fight has begun." He narrates the battle, with Blake charging fiercely towards Beidou Hun. Black initially threw a punch. Jingan excitedly exclaimed, "Truly a martial arts master. He's launching a relentless barrage with an incredible combo." Do-hyun skillfully tilts his head and ducks to avoid each punch. Black didn't expect his opponent's agility to be this quick. He had to try a different approach, climbing over Hyun's head. As soon as Blake hits the ground, a pillar of energy shoots up where he stands. His fist strikes out, accompanied by thick smoke. That punch just brushed past his face. Drake was shocked. It wasn't just an illusion, he could still dodge, so something felt off. Beidou Hyun is completely different today. Even though he could take me down with a single strike at any moment, he's blocking all my attacks. Do-hyun smiles approvingly. "Not bad," he says. "Now it's my turn to be happy a little." Do-hyun throws a punch, Bro struggles to block it, then raises his hand again, his fist emitting a cold glow. That punch flashes past Brake's face like lightning, leaving a streak of blood. He stepped back, realizing that his suspicion was not just his imagination. Doyon was different from usual. Drake is different from what I thought about him. I used to think he was just a cold-blooded warrior who only knew how to crush his opponents mercilessly, but somehow he's holding back with me. With my current skill level, I should be able to showcase all my techniques. Then I speed up and run towards Doyon, his eyes blazing with a golden glow. He frowned as he watched the opponent's movements, but Do-hyun simply tilted his body to dodge the attack. Doyon praised as you quickly move behind your opponent. That was a pretty good move. Keep going, Drake. As he turned back, Doyon's fist greeted him. See you next time for a rematch. That punch straightened Brake's face with a single blow. Jingan excitedly shouted out a perfect straight attack. The competitor Brake has fallen. Beidou Hun is declared the winner. Jingan repeats defeating the American competitor Brake. The competitor Beidou Hun has become the winner. Brake stood up with a bright smile and said, "Thank you for going easy on me today." He eagerly tried to persuade him. "If it's not too sudden, can we have a rematch? You're okay with that." "Of course, I always welcome matches with strong opponents." Black proactively said, "You're too kind. May I have your phone number?" "Is that okay?" "My number is 2. They wave goodbye to each other. Drive carefully. See you again later." Do-hyun is friendly with me for a reason why I treat him well. Once we get a bit closer, I will persuade him to join the top-tier guild. A notification appears on the screen bringing new news to you. The other battle involving the female contestant has come to an end. Jingan shouted victory over player El Jin Cheng. Player Wang Tianmin has advanced to the finals. Hun smiled to himself, thinking that it had been a long time since he last saw Wang Tianmin. One of the characters still deeply imprinted in his memory. He is one of China's top players, always competing alone until the very end. Since the beginning of the game, he has always been in the top 100 rankings, and until Doyon's death, he remained one of the highest ranked players. His innate sword energy technique is one of the strongest skills at the moment. He truly has what it takes to reach the finals. You feel helpless, but that guy is too unpredictable. No one knows what he'll do next. Down has some understanding of him. Wang Tianming is a martial arts enthusiast, a true eccentric who always preaches about the chivalrous and romantic spirit of the martial world on his social media. In the end, he fully immerses himself as a genuine hero. Of course, that also led to a few clashes between you and him, but you just can't stand a life driven by such ideals. Do-hyun just wants to stop caring now. We're strangers anyway, so there's no need to worry. Tianmin takes the initiative to shake hands. Do-hyun, I really enjoyed your qualifying match. Your skills are truly excellent. Do-hyun greeted him warmly. I also really enjoyed your match. Your swordsmanship is excellent, with both hands clenched.
quietly sensing your opponent's attitude. He's lecturing me. I acknowledge your skills, but I don't sense the charisma that should go along with them. A truly strong person should not boast about their power, but show compassion and respect to the weak. Hyun's pair is no exception. As before, the self-proclaimed hero of justice appears again. Do-hyun clenched his fist so tightly that Tianmin's arm trembled with pain. I don't know anymore. I never thought of myself as a strong person. I only try my best every time I fight. He bitterly pushed Do-hanza away. Your way of playing is a mistake. I will prove it in this match. You still keep a calm smile. That's impressive. I'm also looking forward to seeing you prove yourself with real strength, not just words. There's nothing you can do. Min turned and left immediately, vowing that he wasn't a bad person, but his perspective was too narrow. This time, I will make him quickly abandon that rigid way of thinking. Dion also becomes interested. With that spirit, he's ready to loosen up his muscles and give him a beating first. The announcement of the match displays the final tournament of the Top Academy Finals. Jingan excitedly says, "Thank you all for waiting." The user is angry. The long-awaited Grand Lake Final is finally about to begin. Everyone is buzzing with comments. Beto Hun will definitely be the winner. Wangi Tianmin, we support you. Show the world the strength of China. Crush him, Wangi Tianmin.
Beto Hun only got lucky because his match was easy. I can't believe it.
Are those Chinese people really that serious? This post has been reported and can't be displayed. Jinga is reminding everyone that Tu Shich's comments are being sent to all users in the chat frame. Please avoid using overly vulgar language. Please note that using excessively offensive language may result in a temporary chat ban. The Chinese players are annoyed. This chat is really bad. He leads the match. Now is the moment everyone has been waiting for. The players are stepping onto the arena. Jingan's voice rang out proudly as Beto Hyun, Korea's pride, stepped into the arena. The showdown is none other than the master swordsman Kwang Tianmin from China. Who will emerge victorious in this battle between two monsters? He clasped his hands in greeting to his opponent on the arena floor. Tianmin declared with determination, "I will defeat you and show the world what it means to be a righteous warrior preserving the spirit of martial arts." Do-Hyun forced a smile, draining all his energy. This guy really never gets tired of that, huh? I take out my sword, but this time I won't lose either. In battles like this, whoever loses the initiative is the one who loses. Du-Hyun lowered his sword. Sorry about this, Wang Tianmin. You draw a circle around yourself with the tip of your sword. Janan is surprised. Before the match begins, the contestant Beto Hyun drew a warning circle around himself. He shows good intentions, saying the gap in skill level between us is too great for a normal fight. So, in this final match, I will not step outside this circle. If I take even one step out, I accept defeat. Everyone present here was stunned. What did you say? Publicly humiliated? Tianmin is furious. I will truly crush you. Du-Hyun has been waiting for a long time. All right, Kwang Tianmin, let's see what you've got. I will act according to your concept. In my way, with all my anger, I keep attacking him, but always fail. A sense of amazement arose inside him. Why was Tianmin becoming more and more agitated the more he fought? Why? He just can't understand why his attack has no effect at all. Blocked again, Tianmin grits his teeth and endures. He jumps high, determined to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Tianmin seems to have lost his composure, only remaining with murderous intent. He is aiming for Do-Hun's back. However, he blocked it with his sword, still facing away. Tianmin stepped back in disbelief. How could he possibly block that too? He's starting to get scared. What the hell is this bastard anyway? The Korean player's team claps in celebration. Tianmin grits his teeth in frustration, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Damn it, I never expected to feel so powerless. Tianmin confidently smirked to himself, but he had studied carefully to prepare. He paid attention to every detail, analyzing from the preliminary rounds to the main tournament. Beto Hyun's skills are only spiritual abilities, short-range teleportation, and basic weapon skills. Tianmin believes that from the start, spiritual powers aren't very strong. He's just someone who knows how to use them at the right time and place. He underestimates him, and since the weapon skills and short-range teleportation have clear limits, I don't need to worry too much. Tianmin's whole body surges with power. In other words, Beto Hyun currently has no skills strong enough to withstand my sword energy. He is full of fighting spirit, determined to defeat Do-Hyun, with a strike carrying the power of a storm aimed at him. I will cut that handsome face into pieces. It's over. The whole sky is engulfed in flames, with sparks flying everywhere. The audience is stunned, open-mouthed, watching the scene. Even Tianmin himself is frozen, unable to believe that he could break through an attack he thought was unstoppable. Did An and Min manage to block it? Do-Hyun's sword slashed down and he quickly stepped back. Tianmin couldn't accept it. No way. Did he channel his magic into the weapon to block the attack? There's no way that attack could be blocked with spiritual power or tricks. Suddenly, a rope wrapped around his feet. Tianmin's ankle was lifted forward by the force of the rope, causing him to lean back and fall heavily to the ground, his weapon dropping from his hand as he was dragged along. Do-Hyun pulls the opponent close before stopping, then smiles and asks, "Do you know how to fight with fists?" Tianmin, terrified, looked at Do-Hyun's fist coming down. "No, I've never trained properly. A punch to the face would leave him unable to fight back." Jin exclaimed in horror. Beto Hyun is completely overpowering Kwang Tianmin.
Why isn't he ending it with his sword but keeps punching instead, repeatedly knocking him down with blood and teeth falling to the ground? Dion and Min, who was still arrogant and begging, said, "I surrender." Of course, you didn't let him. His hand clenched the opponent's mouth shut, intending to give him one more round. After launching a barrage of attacks, how can he ask for mercy after just a few hits? I told myself I would fight him with the same endurance I endured in war. The Hyun duo declares that in Mira they can be resurrected without penalty, so instead of taking the hit and leaving the arena, just die properly and come back. The entire arena echoes with the screams of that person. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't lift his face. The twin Huns looked tired and bored. The opponent at his feet was motionless. Jinghua didn't expect the game to come to this. I am pleased to announce that the winner is Beto Hyun. The player Beto Hyun from Korea has secured the top spot in the firecracker shooting competition. You stand there amid everyone's cheers, secretly thinking that after being beaten so badly this time, he probably won't boast anymore next time. The dominant victory in the final match was won by Beto Hyun. After the finals, the list of successful candidates and the First Party Academy was announced, with about 600 players, including over 60 non-combat personnel who qualified as first-year students. Students are provided with accommodation and meals equivalent to 5-star hotel standards for 3 months, along with clean new clothes every day. In addition, 16 specially selected players through the matches will receive higher Dai U. These individuals will not only have upgraded accommodations, but also be equipped with gear suited to their characteristics. Furthermore, they also receive a pass allowing free movement to and from the starting city during training and are granted permission to enter Turium capital. In other words, new players will no longer be restricted within the free city area. Meanwhile, the Khan Company, famous for broadcasting this match, has heavily invested in a personal streaming system for players. Although Beto Hyun's channel announced they wouldn't broadcast live, their follower count remained the highest. Video capturing Beto Hyun's activities during the tournament quickly reached hundreds of millions of views after being uploaded. Receiving an explosive reaction, the video editing was done by Ravel. In the end, the special prize was awarded to the mid-level winner, Beto Hyun. No matter if he completes the academy program or not, he will immediately be granted first-class member status and can receive missions from the guild. Down thought to himself, of course, that's just on paper. In fact, it's just an excuse to allow him to operate independently under that guise. Beto Hyun will only participate in some practical training sessions and the graduation exam without needing to attend regular classes. There are more urgent matters to attend to elsewhere. Bernat reports, "Master, the meeting has ended." He replied, "Good. So, is the tree still here?" He bowed respectfully. "Yes, everyone is still waiting." Do-Hyun leaves. So which meeting room is he heading to? It's about time to get back to his main duties. During the meeting, our representative reported that several unusual signs were detected in the 3 territories. According to witnesses, many unidentified knights repelled monsters and protected the routes. He pondered. After the gate crisis, the Duke's territory had just recovered its forces and held the fortress. Could this be a scheme by another family, a plan to seize the territory? Are you asking whether we can identify which family those knights come from? The report states that their armor and weapons have no identifying insignia at all. When they saw our scouts, they quickly fled because he unsuspected something, as knights have always been proud of their noble lineage and family background. So why would they hide their crest? It confirms that a ducal territory cannot muster that many knights. Someone must be behind the scenes or an accomplice. You ask, is there any noble house or faction acting suspiciously? He revealed that until now, the Duke of Tempeton and the Marnell family have remained silent. They are usually families that avoid political movements. Count Marneo was the first to stabilize the situation, with reports that the Earl had acted personally or had prepared in advance. Dunn pays attention to this name, Marcus Mello. He quietly analyzes from Aston's perspective. Randon is a thorn in their side, but from the kingdom's point of view, the most dangerous family is the Marnell house. The question is why they betrayed after the Imperial invasion, when the kingdom fought back under the Tempeton family's leadership, but Marcus Marneo refused to form an alliance and sided with the Empire. Fortunately, thanks to an insider tip-off, we were not betrayed from behind, but the disparity in military strength was unavoidable. The problem is to find out why they allied with the Empire. If we can't reach them, maybe we can turn the tide. If not, we will have to eliminate them. Key concludes. So the main suspects here are the Marcus Magnil and the Countess. And the Viscount you mentioned also seems very suspicious. I just remembered, that's right, what has he been doing lately? The tree reports that he just returned to the capital and is plotting something with his allied relatives, possibly related to the incident at the estate. Do-Hyun's finger lightly taps the table as he ponders. Based on the current information, the night squad appearing near the estate could belong to one of these noble families. Are they planning to challenge us? Do you think everything will go according to the plan you've laid out? You ordered Philip, the night squad is on high alert. Be ready to activate the teleportation gate at any sign of emergency. He obeys. Yes, sir. The task of managing and controlling the gates, previously handled by the knights, will now be assigned to the forces directly under the guild's command. The order is clear. The knight reminds them that, as you can also feel, the enemy forces have already begun to act. They must think we're easy prey. You want to punish them. Show them the price they will pay for messing with us without knowing their place. As for the rest, Bernat, you call him. Bernat responds. Yes, sir. Do-hun advised that I will have to stay in the capital for a while. If anything happens at the main house and I cannot be reached, just do as I told you before. He understands. Your intention is to have Lady Nikia taken to the main house in that case, correct? Understood.
Do-hun carefully warned that they must not follow any orders or requests from the main house alliance unless it was an order from Den. He secretly thought he still hadn't identified who in the main house was colluding with the Empire.
I need to prepare for the worst case scenario. Their plan probably won't change much. They will definitely target the father first. His power is absolute. If the head of the fallen family is gone, the entire family will fall into chaos. I can't continue the plan while the threat still lurks within the main house. But perhaps this is the perfect opportunity. From now on, I will wipe out all the parasites hiding within the main house. At the First Class Society, the Turium branch of Alias. The Turium branch of the First Class Society welcomes Do-hun. Welcome, sir. You greet Sir Alias. Are you still well these days? He smiled brightly and replied, Thank you, I am still well. Alias was once a trainee knight of the Golden Bear Squad. He was one of the 6 trainee knights who followed Do-hun from the very beginning. Now he has become a stadium expert and holds a senior position in the guild. You think to yourself, the Turium branch currently has 500 new guild recruits and more than 20 knights. According to royal orders, they manage many dungeons around the capital and take on missions from both nobles and commoners. Alias led Do-hun into a room. He opened the door and the 3 inside stood up to greet him. It's been a while. Thuangai! Do-hun looked at the person, realizing all the knights here were classmates from his academy. They applied to the First Class Knights Guild along with Danton. They are promising S-Class students. With the support of the guild, they made great progress all of a sudden. They are all top swordsmen and will soon reach the intermediate expert level. Excuse me, I heard you found the entrance to an ancient dungeon. Can you tell me more? Ken stepped forward and said, Yes, I will explain. An explorer wandering through found that dungeon. Luckily, it is near one of the dungeons managed by the Union, so we can easily protect it. The Hun duo quietly rejoiced. Confirmation received. We have finally found the ancient dungeon. Within the barrier, there are 2 types of dungeons. Failed portals, where the gates have frozen and merged with our world. The remaining type existed before the gates started to explode. Natural dungeons where failed portals continuously spawn monsters and can only be destroyed under certain conditions. Meanwhile, natural dungeons include places that hold the secrets of the barrier. Wizard laboratories, hidden dungeons, dragon caves, and similar locations. All of these places are collectively called ancient dungeons. Whether they are failed gates or regular dungeons, they may look like normal entrances, but inside they all connect to another dimension. But an ancient dungeon is inherently part of the barrier. Compared to regular dungeons, ancient dungeons are much harder to find. Ken continued. So people believe this dungeon is the Rope Nape dungeon, where the entrance disappeared 5 years ago. Dawn is curious about the current state of that dungeon. She revealed that the knights and soldiers are guarding this place very strictly. And of course, the information is also being tightly controlled. Because he knows about this place, Jap's dungeon. That dungeon has been explored by many adventurers in the past and is considered extremely dangerous. Only one entrance has been found so far, but it has revealed countless relics that would make any explorer's heart race. However, inside the entrance, it's a place where countless people have gone in but never returned. The dungeon has become a notorious place. Many years ago, an expedition from a noble family entered and the entrance collapsed. And now, after all these years, this dungeon has reappeared in a different location. A member raises his hand and asks, Are you going to enter the dungeon? Hai-hun admits yes. I want to clear it out before any enemies find it. I will go in with the same elite team, Alias said excitedly. May I ask who you plan to bring along, he wondered. Surprised. Everyone seems eager to join. First, Do-hyu said, Sorry, but I have made my decision. He looked at her and asked, So Ken, do you think you are capable of conquering an ancient dungeon? Ken never expected that he would be the lucky one. She stammered in disbelief, asking again just to be sure. You mean me? Ken nodded without hesitation. I really want to go. Hai-hun asked the others for their opinion. Among all the knights, I only brought Ken along. Does everyone agree? They all are happy for her. It's a pity. But if it's Ken, there's no other choice. Congratulations, Ken. Keep going. Because we all know the information about her. Ken is the second most skilled after Dan among the top 10 members of the Knight team. He is also the only one to reach the intermediate expert level. Despite his small stature, he has a quick and agile body. What truly makes him stand out is his superior internal energy control, more refined than most people, allowing him to compensate for physical limitations. Moreover, he is a key player in this dungeon raid. Do-hyun secretly hoped she had been looking forward to this ancient dungeon raid. When only the 2 of them remained, Do-hyun poured her a glass of tea and pushed it toward Ken. Dion asked, Do you have any inconveniences living with the Knight team? She denied, No, I don't. With an effective training system and excellent facilities, honestly, I don't think there's a better environment than this. He secretly evaluates the exemplary answer of a soldier. We may have graduated from the Royal Academy together,
but we've never had the chance to meet in person. Do-hyun advised that if there's anything to improve, feel free to suggest it. We are still a newly formed night team, so there are definitely many shortcomings. She agrees. Yes, I understand. Do-hyun asked directly. Now, let's get to the main matter. Do you know why I chose you to join this dungeon raid? Ken stammered, unsure. Sorry, I don't know. After taking a sip of tea, this was not beyond Do-hyun's expectations. You calmly announced before discussing the dungeon that we need to handle another matter first. Do you agree? Miss Kia. The name made Ken turn pale with fear. He never expected to be exposed. Her face darkened and her heart tightened with anxiety. She knew about the Marcus Gear family, one of the 5 greatest martial clans in the Reuben Kingdom. Located in the southernmost part of the kingdom, the Gia family is renowned for their unmatched trading skills. As a result, they have trained countless talents and become one of the most prestigious clans. However, after losing their head of the family and heir in the Great War against the Empire, the clan gradually declined. Moreover, since part of the secret technique was only passed down to the missing head, they could no longer train any sword saints. Do-hyun continued, I heard the family has withdrawn from politics and is focusing on internal strengthening to restore their former glory. And the reason a noble young lady of the family would disguise herself as a man and enroll in the academy is very clear. Ken lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. She was trembling. I didn't know what to say. I truly mean no harm. If you order me to leave the night squad, I will leave immediately. He calmly took another sip of tea. Ken, it seems like that young lady wants to give up her role as a knight. She denied firmly, no matter what happens, I will continue to be a knight. Ken's concern is that such things are not easily decided. Most knight squads in the Reuben Kingdom do not recognize female knights as members. Lord Hun sighed and asked, so why do you speak as if you're going to leave the night squad?
Is there something that disappointed you about our team?
She blushed and said, sorry, no. Of course not, she asked again. Does that mean I am allowed to stay in this night squad? Do-hyun shrugged casually and said, isn't it obvious? Which knightly team would pass up a talented individual reaching mid-level expert status as a teenager? She mentioned her status, but I am the daughter of the Marcus Gia family, the rival of the Earl Aston family. Moreover, I am a girl. You cut me off. That's not an issue at all. Even if something happens, I will take full responsibility for accepting you as a member. Ken was stunned. Are you saying that my gender or background doesn't matter? Do-hyun emphasized. What matters is your will. You slammed the table, startling Do-hyun. I kneel and swear allegiance. I, Knight Ken of the Marcus Gear family, once again pledge my loyalty to Lord Raon. Aston nodded in response. Down also stood up from his seat. He solemnly announces that Raon, the owner of the top-tier knight team, accepts Ken's loyalty and vows to fulfill all the duties of a master. The twin brothers smirk secretly. We've been through a lot, but in the end, we've achieved our goal. Kelly is the talent I aimed for from the very beginning at the Royal Academy. It's not Ken. Kelly is the first female knight to reach the master level in the game, a talent with enormous S-rank potential. Even though things were complicated and she was involved with Danton before, it's good that we can still include Ken in the team. Ken is curious. So what should I do now? Should I reveal my true identity and gender? You have full authority. I will let you decide. You can continue living as you are or choose to come out publicly. Ken, without hesitation, I want to keep things as they are. The first matter is settled. Do-hyun changed the subject. Then you mentioned something important, so let's continue the discussion about the dungeon raid. There are 2 guards at the entrance of the dungeon. Inside, bats are flying out to feed. Dong-hyun's team entered the dungeon, all of them hopeful about this mission. The soldier behind bowed his head and said, we will stop here. Good luck, young master, he replied. Very good. Thank you all for your guidance. Do-hyun called the other team, attack team. Following this, Joss excitedly ran over after hearing the command. He expressed, I can't believe I was chosen for the dungeon raid team. It truly is an honor. Sir, every time I go on outdoor missions with you, my heart races. Ken looked confused and asked, are we going on a picnic? Then he habitually took out the lantern. I also brought the magic lantern you asked me to keep here. Take out something else. Today is really fun seeing Joss full of energy. But this time I brought something even better than the lamp, so it's all good. Lavenna materialized from her book and unleashed a spell that lit up the entire dungeon. Leave it to me. The green light surrounding us makes the others marvel. You conclude that this level of light should be enough. Let's start exploring this ancient dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the atmosphere is eerily silent and deadly. Clearly there are monsters here. A snarling wolf glares fiercely at the intruder. Ken brandishes his spear and charges at it. As Duong Thuong prepared to rush towards the wolf, she was stunned and couldn't believe what happened next. The wolf surprisingly ran back deeper into the dungeon. Ken felt something was off. This was really complicated. As the young master said, this is a truly unique maze. Most of the monsters here are spiritual beings, and physical attacks are almost useless against them. So the weakness is Do-hyun's spear attack that splits the wolf in 2. The only thing that can destroy it is spiritual power. He closes his eyes to sense the positions of the others. Dawn reminds Joss over there, who is leaning against the wall taking a break, and he is stunned. What? The wall suddenly shifted, almost causing Joss to miss. Ken said, I think that's a secret passage. She looked at you curiously. Why does the young master know this maze so well? Of course, because I have conquered it once in my previous life. That's why you are so determined, because Gen X maze is the first one you ever conquered in your previous life. The reason Hin can pass through it alone, while many others fail, is because this maze was created specifically for martial artists, those with spiritual abilities. Jinap is also known as the Ancient Master, or the Combat Expert. As a martial artist, this maze was originally built as a challenge for people like him, but as the martial artist gradually disappeared from the continent, conquering it became almost impossible, and the person known as his close friend was none other than the ancestor of that Marquis family. They went deeper into the dungeon. Do-hyun squinted into the distance and was surprised. Finally, the whole group has passed through this dungeon. In front of them is Toan Duwang. Are we already outside? No way, right? Is this also part of the maze? Is it a place like this? Du Hai Hun calmly thought, after all, the ancient maze truly cannot be predicted. He paused. This structure looks too complex all around. A voice echoed from behind. Young master, there's something here. Joss Tom-mo looked at that wide open space and asked, I wonder what this place is. There are towering statues standing there. Ken stared in shock at the bronze statue. Dion reminds us, now it's time to go back and raid the maze. You heard the rumors too, right, Ken? Regarding the hidden treasure left by the ancestors of that marquis in the maze, she replied yes. In fact, most of the artifacts found are related to that marquis family. The marquis had tried many times to infiltrate this maze whenever it appeared, but most of the knights and mercenaries dispatched never returned. The family suffered tremendous losses because of it, and the most recent failure was just 5 years ago. As soon as Ken threw open the door, she saw her loved ones crying inside. Even Ken was moved to tears by the fate of the family. She looked up at the photo. The leader of that expedition was my brother, the heir of the marquis. Please. When he heard about the maze appearing, my brother, who was studying at the Royal Academy at the time, led knights and soldiers to escort and march towards the maze. But in the end, he never came back. With unwavering determination, so young master, no matter what happens, I must get there. She continued, at least because of my brother. Do-hyun asked, what do you think? Do you believe that rumor is true? Ken firmly asserted. Yes, I am sure. That bronze statue is Jeremiah, the founder of the Marquis family. The three of them are heading toward the courtyard where the statue is, when a notification suddenly appears warning, warning, this is a forced mission area. Unauthorized entry may lead to death. Request a B grade or higher technical skill recommendation, at least level 1 proficiency. The holder of the noble family merchant technique immediately calls out, Ken, are you ready? Yes, young master. Do-hyun confidently entrusted the task. Finally, it's your turn. Can I leave this to you? Ken confidently shouted, yes, please entrust it to me. She stepped forward alone to the statue without hesitation. The ground suddenly trembled beneath her feet. The eyes of the statue shone brightly, and its feet moved heavily, step by step. Jeremiah shouts, who dares disturb my eternal sleep? Ken proactively points his spear at him. Ken from the Marquis family requests to learn the teachings of the founder of his house. Jeremiah replies, are you from that family? I won't hold back. Let's see if you have what it takes. He swung his spear with 2 powerful strikes, and Ken was even more certain that this was the Duke's spear technique. A wave of fury, she reminded herself to observe carefully and not miss any details. Do-hyun casually turned and walked away. Then I'll leave this task to Ken. You have your own matters, so focus on your part now. Do-hyun approaches the remaining statue where Jen is standing. A warning appears, indicating this is a mandatory mission area. Unauthorized intrusion may lead to death, and a recommended combat skill level of B or higher, intermediate level 1, and spiritual skill level of B or higher, intermediate level 1. You kept going, half of your body turning into an illusion. Daynak, who was standing still, suddenly changed. The ground beneath him trembled. Stones flew up, his eyes blazing, and he shouted, who dares? The old man awakened and clapped his hands together, saying, who dares disturb my long sleep? The Nap burst into laughter, looking at the opponent, saying, that's interesting. A fairy and a novice outsider. Both of them are looked down upon by this old man. Jen decides to teach them a lesson. All right, if you can withstand my duel, I will give you a worthy reward. Do you dare to challenge us? Do-hyun agreed without hesitation. I dare to do it, I thought to myself. In my previous life, I overcame this challenge with only mid-level psychic ability level 3, but now I am at a completely different level. This is nothing. You summon the array, dozens of swords shooting out. Den, who was swaggering, suddenly falls silent. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. That was clearly only mid-level spiritual power, so how could it be this strong? He hesitated, saying, you know, having many doesn't mean having everything, right? Du-hai Hun remains calm and composed. Of course, I've been looking forward to this fight. Daynak lifts his foot and stomps hard on the ground to gain momentum for a powerful leap. He concentrates his energy into his fist and strikes at you, while Hun controls the swords to block the attack. A series of spears fall towards Daynak. He skillfully dodges them.
The Fist of the Wire rises to give the junior a lesson, while Lavena arrives to create a barrier with a formation.
Watch out for his punch coming down on the shield. They are fighting each other. She nervously turned back and asked Ron, are you okay? Do-hyun slid backward. The attack is directly affecting me. Lavena must have set up a defensive guard. Is this one of the advanced penetrating martial arts techniques? Do you realize you'll be at a disadvantage with this speed? Cadenus appears and asks, "You've already faced a pretty dangerous opponent. What does it feel like to face him directly?" Dion replied, "He is truly very cunning. It feels like I can't block his attacks. I have to dodge all of his strikes, but then it's no longer a one-on-one fight." He explains that this is what makes martial artists terrifying when facing users of the piercing spear, either to counter it or keep a safe distance. You struggle to turn your head and dodge another punch. His attack with the whip is fierce and relentless like a storm. He warns, "The warm-up is over. Now it's time for you to see my true strength." Do-hyun only just realized that in his previous life he was still holding back. Jeonnut has two spiritual abilities, controlling fire and enhancing physical strength to boost power and defense. Not to mention that his martial arts have reached the level of a Grand Master. In terms of pure strength, he is almost the strongest fighter in one-on-one combat. Even when Jen's fist was about to land, he remained confident. But still, Do-hyun leapt into the air and that punch missed its mark. He controlled his sword in mid-air, maintaining the advantage with his remote control ability. A barrage of arrows rained down like a storm. He stomped firmly on the ground to steady himself, and cracks began to appear in the earth. From these cracks, powerful energies burst out, and Joss watched from the side in shock. What is this? Ken's situation is also very intense. She nervously glances towards Do-hyun. "Young master!" Den-nok shouted over there. "I told you, kid, stats aren't everything." He clenched his fist. "I can handle these scraps easily." One by one, Den-nok knocked away those swords, but his confidence was shattered when he saw a cut on his arm. This was a magic sword. Now he realizes that not only that sword, but the other swords are also infused with magic power. A new soldier like him can control so many. The whip screams in pain as it lets out a piercing cry while swords rain down from above. Do-hyun knew he had to put in more effort. As the enchanted sword shattered, he needed to transfer more energy into it. The vine below had to exert itself to activate the final trump card. A dragon flies in front of you and roars loudly to intimidate you. Do-hyun is tense. "Damn it, there's no way to avoid this attack no matter which way I run." Cadenus' voice echoes in my ear, calming me down. Raun opened his eyes and observed. He only pointed out that it was just a dragon, just a fake fire energy. Find the magic core located at the center of that energy flow. That is the core of the fire energy. He focused on the light emanating from its mouth. That is the core of its inner energy. So, Do-hyun summoned more sword light, and a balanced confrontation ensued. On one side is the holy light, on the other is the ancient dragon. Their collision seems to make Cao explode. Den-nak stares blankly at what's happening, having safely landed on the ground without a scratch. He assesses his opponent. "I have to admit that. You have surpassed the level I can evaluate." Denid admits defeat. "You win this duel." As the swords pointed at him, he continued, "This is your victory. Meeting a talented junior like you allows me to leave peacefully. Update notification. Jen's Force Challenge mission has been completed. You received the reward of a key to the villa's storage room B, 50,000 player coins, and a large amount of experience points. You have received the title of the recognized Wire Worker. Wire Worker reveals, I look forward to the day your mental energy ability reaches master level. The old man took out a luminous core of mental energy. I look forward to the day your mental energy ability reaches master level. Jenk hands it to you. I hope what you gain from today's battle will help you on your upcoming journey. Hyun was surprised. What is that? Isn't the hidden quest reward already predetermined? The whole body suddenly stiffened, as if returning to its original statue-like form. A voice from behind said, I give up. Jeremiah has accepted. It's over. I can't beat you. I lost. Ken was panting heavily after the battle with him. Jeremiah honestly said, You really surprised me. You have endured until the very end. I bow to your perseverance. He declared, Ken from the cursed family, you have succeeded. Joss jumps up in excitement, while Do-hyun stares intently at the notification screen. The notification indicates that Gen X Force Challenge has been completed. You have received the key to the villa's storage room B, 50,000 D, a player coin, and a large amount of experience points. You realize that Ken has clearly also passed the challenge, and you can't help but feel secretly pleased. Good, everything is going according to plan, and they are all moving into the mansion together. A door opens to a luxurious living room inside. Joss exclaims in admiration, This place is just as fancy as the mansion in the capital. Du-hilu told them, You've worked hard, rest for a while. I will contact you again through the guild communication channel. Just stay in the room until then. Joss obeys. Yes, young master, you've worked hard too. You wait until they leave the room before proceeding, eager to check the rewards. The system screen displays. You click on Jap's avatar to confirm the title. The updated information shows that Jen has recognized the S rank effect, increasing combat power, skill abilities, motivation, and skill proficiency by 20%. Du-hyun was satisfied, not bad, but still a bit disappointed. It would have been better if it was related to swordsmanship, but I can get that somewhere else. He notices what the old man left behind. When he touches the spirit core, a notification appears indicating it is Jen's S-level spirit core with enhanced spiritual power for the user. Describes a special spirit core left by Janek for future generations, granting unique abilities based on the user's choices. Do-hyun was stunned by the level in the past, being the first to clear the dungeon with only a B-level core. while those who came after received C-level cores. He pursed his lips and silently made a decision. Then, down placed the spirit core into his mouth, and his entire body began to glow with golden light. Update notification. You have used Janap's S-rank mental core. The effects of the mental core are spreading throughout your body. The appropriate development effects for the player's personal abilities are being displayed. Please choose 2 from the following. 2. The growth of mental influence strength increases 10-fold, allowing control over a total mass 10 times greater. 3. The growth of mental control increases 10-fold, enabling control over multiple objects simultaneously, doubling the influence range of telekinesis to expand perception and mental transmission range. Hyun is overjoyed. I have to choose from these. I can't believe it, he reassures himself, calming down, and must choose carefully. Do Hyun focuses on the 3 fundamental aspects of psychokinesis: power, control, and influence. Power is the total mass you can manipulate with your mind. The greater your strength, the more you can move heavier and faster objects. Control allows you to manipulate multiple objects at once and refine their movements with greater precision. Finally, influence. Influence is what determines the distance, impact, and range of perception. Do-hyun strokes his chin thoughtfully as he looks at the screen, pressing his finger on a yellow highlighted spot. A notification reminds him that he has selected influence and control. Do-hyun's entire body is enveloped in a golden light, lifted up, with energy like electricity swirling around him. Do-hyun opens his eyes, and his pupils are also golden. His feet lightly touch the ground as Do-hyun extends his palm to test in that direction. Are you feeling this way? He silently compares. This feeling is completely different from when I reached the master level of mental energy in my previous life. Honestly, I feel like I could win a mental energy battle against Baeo-hyun from my previous life. No, I'm sure I would win 100%. I now possess mental strength equivalent to 15 years of cultivation in my previous life, thanks to the meditation staff learned from Mira, and my power and control have now surpassed those of my past self. Do-hyun lowered those objects to the ground. Suddenly, a blue aura flew over. He remembered, thinking back, that he had received a hidden reward, and Ken had also received a reward from Jeremiah. At that moment, she looked at the ring on her finger in confusion, realizing that Ken was indeed awakening. That aura was emanating from her. Do-hyun quietly rejoiced. It seems he has successfully awakened. Outside, Joss ran in and called out, "Master, something big has happened. Please turn around and see what's going on." He replied that he was just taking a walk behind the villa during break time, and Joss remembered the pile of white bones as high as a mountain where I had discovered a vacant spot that looked like a graveyard. The 3 of them hurriedly ran toward the place he found. When they arrive, Do-hyun leads the way and stops to look around, his face turning worse and worse. The place is filled with piles of skulls and white bones, covered in spider webs. He turned back to ask Ken, "It's more mischievous than I thought. There's something we need to find, right?" She admits to this. "Yes, young master." When Hyun raises his hand in that direction, a golden light flashes. This is the moment for him to test his new power. Use the power of the elixir efficiently. Down scans through the pile of bones to check. Here, you find a ring with a crest inside. Ken watches Do-hyun closely from behind, and on the ground, a white knight skeleton is sitting. On the skeleton's index finger is the ring you saw earlier. Ken suddenly gasped when he saw that skeleton. "Young master, I found this next to the corpse." He took the stack of papers in surprise. "This is it, the journal entry that records it. On the 7th of the month, I heard about Jenna's dungeon from Fabian. He is still bitter because I scored the highest on the entrance exam, so his sharing this information seems suspicious. On the 10th, Fabian from the Marnell family seems to want to make peace with me. He suggested that we raid the dungeon ourselves without involving the elders. On the 12th of the month, after some consideration, I decided to accept that proposal. It seems it's too late to wait for support from the family, so I decided to recover the family's secret technique on my own. On the 15th, with my guards and soldiers, the assault team easily broke through the door in the dungeon. Fabian coordinated quite well, and everything seemed to go smoothly. Something went wrong on the 19th. Inside the dungeon, the spirits here are immune to physical attacks. On the 21st, we were betrayed. Fabian and his group disappeared during the night. Even the mercenary guide and the priest are missing. He must have bribed everyone. I found the priest's body and the guide's remains, no doubt caused by Fabian. The entrance we used has completely disappeared. The owner of the diary can only tell himself. I must survive at all costs. Now it's just me and a night protector. If I can't return, I'm worried about Kai, who will be left alone. I shouldn't have come to this cursed dungeon. You notice the rest is unreadable, as if his mind has collapsed. Ken stands there trembling, with murderous intent emanating from her, her eyes blazing red. Do-hyun silently thought of the name Fabian, the son of Marquis Magnello. He is the youngest son of Marquis Cliff Force Magnil, a guiding master. He was born when his father was over 40. He has no special talents, but the Count was extremely indulgent towards him, even forming a knightly order dedicated solely to him. Wait a minute, this sounds exactly like my own situation, doesn't it? I clear my throat and say, Ken, I am very sorry for the tragedy that happened here. And as for Fabian of the Marnell family, I have remained loyal to you. Young master, I will not let personal hatred interfere with you. She emphasized a point, but Do-hyun was startled to hear Ken continue speaking. She wept, tears streaming down her face. If after this any conflict arises between you and the Marn family, please let me take the lead. He quietly bowed his head, looking at Ken sobbing. Do Hu-hun said, I will give you a chance to seek justice and repay the debt of betrayed trust. But remember, this revenge must be carried out with your own strength. Thank you, sir, she replied. I will not tarnish your honor. He thought to himself, dealing with Fabian alone is nothing, but there's no need to rush. It seems we will eventually face the Marnell family. They're not the only ones who know how to use dirty tricks. When the time comes, we will return everything to the Marnell family. After the raid, Jen's dungeon was moved to Caleb's territory. That became possible thanks to an unexpected special reward when you obtained the energy core. The notification shows that the S-rank dungeon energy core has a takeover effect for ancient dandelion dungeons, allowing you to create or close portals to the dungeon anywhere. Be careful. If the core is destroyed, the dungeon will vanish. Do-hyun was delighted to recover the loot. Information about the ancient dungeons is the most secret. Even when I run an intelligence network, I have never heard of anything like it. Using the dungeon core, Do-hyun recovered all remaining items inside it. He transformed it into a training area where he could receive guidance from 2 ancient masters. Even Master Wen has arrived and successfully upgraded Doyen's spiritual power. You have your own plans, so from now on we must focus on training the soldiers and reorganizing the Night Corps to prepare for what's coming. A month later, Danton returned to the Mira First Class Association Academy, greeting warmly. Long time, no see. Rondown smiled and replied, I'm glad to see you again. How are the trainees doing? He reported, You mean the new recruits? Their progress is truly remarkable. I see why you're concerned about them. Currently, Danton is in charge of the First Class Guild trainees. Danton is both the Academy's principal and a swordsmanship instructor. As he walks down the hallway, he asks about the recruitment status for the guild. Danton hesitated. I'm focusing on capable people, but there aren't as many willing to join as I thought. Hun reminds you, there's no need to force anyone. Just make sure to keep the people I mentioned. I agree. Of course, I won't overlook anyone who could become my subordinate. Usually in CNC, each person can only join one guild, and a guild leader can only have one guild. But there is still a way to bend the rules. They use a linked guild creation license that allows creating a subsidiary guild sharing effects with the main guild. The guild leader can choose which effects to share. Yun quietly thought that this was a consumable item he received after completing the main story quest. With it, he could create a new guild on par with the first one. I plan to use it to create a guild exclusively for players. Separate from the first guild, the Faith Guild. The first guild has already reached the highest level possible. Having another such guild will give them power far beyond any other player guilds. I trust you completely, so I will hand over most of the Purple Guild's authority to you. Danton confidently takes responsibility. Let me handle it. Those old-fashioned lords will never suspect we're secretly building such a force. With that, he happily hums and turns to leave. Do-Hu looks at his palm as it transforms and then reverts to his disguised appearance. So before I leave today, I should upload a few recordings, right? The sound of hurried footsteps echoes. In the hallway, Cavan throws open the door to deliver the news. Hearing this, 2 others are startled. Really? How high do you think he's going to push his score this time? Hurry up. If we're lucky, we might get to team up with him. It's been 2 months since the first class of the First Party Academy enrolled. The first 600 students trained with the Academy's method made rapid progress, with a unique feature in their training being virtual battles through illusion magic arrays that set these students apart. The virtual combat program creates a special environment and monsters to evaluate students' scores. The points are tallied weekly for rankings, and the graduation exams will also use a similar system. But more than 2 months since the program started, the top position has never changed once. They believe that the leader is definitely Dion. His position in the academy is truly untouchable. Down is fighting a monster right now. He swung his sword and defeated a giant monster. The number 1 spot has always belonged to Do-hyun, and nothing has changed. The others were shocked to see that monster break another record. I thought we were about to catch up this time. These 2 friends are talking. He hardly ever shows up to class, so how does he still get such incredible scores? The other one adds that even the instructors have to admit his skills. I heard you're busy completing missions for the First Class Knights Guild. Hyun and the others returned to the academy after the battle, surprised to see everyone rushing over. Black happily asked, Are you looking for a sparring partner? Fight me today. The person next to him retorted, Don't be dazed. I scheduled a match with him last week. A muscular arm pushed both of them away. Get out of the way. Tianmin, feeling she hasn't been beaten enough, will settle the score with her previous opponent today. He sighed and asked, Do you really not find this boring? He won't accept it. We can't keep failing and not graduate because of you. I will keep challenging until I win. Black pats his shoulder. At least wait for your turn. Don't just rush in every time because of bloodlust. Watching them argue, Do-hyun smiled to himself. But still, he had to respect their persistence. At least now, with most of the rookie looters gone, we can talk like normal people. Your voice makes the 2 arguing stop. Then Do-hyun agrees. So today, it's a 2-on-1 match. Both of them are happy to accept the invitation. They still got beaten badly and collapsed to the ground at the training ground. Tianmin, with a swollen head and a bitter expression, muttered, Damn it. Even with coordination, we couldn't land a single hit on him. This monster. Drake continued, No matter how you look at it, Doyen is still an outsider.
I can't believe he's on the same level as us. Tianmin believes you just haven't gotten good enough yet. One day I will definitely defeat that guy, Black suddenly asked.
And what about you? He replied.
What are you talking about? You're referring to the purple society that's been popular in the business world lately. Even the instructors are actively promoting it. YN Min leaves. I'm not interested. I don't plan to join any organization. I have refused all invitations from the guilds back home, Drake expressed. I'm thinking of joining. The conditions sound pretty decent. He revealed that he wanted the best treatment in the best guild, but even if he formed his own, he still believed he could surpass the one he's in. Think about it. After the academy ends, it's not easy to meet Beidou Hyun again. If you want to beat him someday, isn't it better to join the same guild and stay in it for the long run? Dion Min wondered about the day he might defeat Doyon. Although a bit embarrassed, he still asked, "Do you still have that flyer about the guild?" Black was surprised. "What do you say?" Tianmin honestly said, "I was furious after losing to Beidou Hun that day and immediately threw away that paper." He shrugged and advised, "Then go ask another instructor for a different one. It's true, you need to control that hot temper of yours. He's about to blow up like whipped cream. Focus on your own matters." So, the business targeting outsiders is finally starting to turn a profit. He plans for us to expect a large influx of outsiders in the future, so we are preparing to expand the store in case more people come than expected. You also advise that the guild has enough personnel and funds. If you need anything, we are willing to cooperate and sincerely appreciate your personal support, Lord Rowan suddenly said as a message appeared on the screen in front of him from inside the village. "Young master, something has happened," Bernard warns. "We just received a message from the messenger at Comfort Castle. The news is that Count Melvin Inn has been poisoned." After hearing this news, his face darkened. Du Hyun muttered angrily, "Damn it, is the script starting exactly as predicted? You order, and all guild members urgently relay the command. All forces must remain on high alert. From now on, consider this a wartime situation and prepare to respond. Everyone follow orders." "Understood, young master." Doyun's cloak billows in the wind with a commanding presence. "You lead the order. All the knights of the Mirror Branch will immediately head to Calip's castle. Additionally, there will be an emergency meeting with the officers tonight. Wait for further instructions until then. That's all." The Hun couple open the door and leave this room. At the teleportation gate, Danton, Sai, and Nikia were waiting there. He approached to ask about the current situation. He reports that the Count is still unconscious, but the healers and priests have begun treatment. You order the mission to proceed with me directly to the main estate. Danton, Bernard, and Nikia regrouped at Calip's castle. Everyone said in unison, "Understood, young master. I will relay the order to her. And finally, Nikia, I have a special command for you. Secret order. Because it is classified, the information exchange must not be disclosed." The teleportation gate appears before the group. Du Hyun prepares to enter. First, we will hurriedly head to the main mansion. In my memory, I remember opening my eyes in Rowan Aston's body and making a vow to accept this life as reality and face whatever is coming. Do-yoon vows that he will stop it at all costs. Tragedy is looming over the Count's family. I will stop it at all costs. From the Aston Doyon family castle, the door opens and someone enters the room. I came as soon as I heard about Ivan. He nervously and tremblingly stepped out to greet you. Sir Ron. Ivan takes responsibility willingly. I have not served the Count as well as I should have. I have no excuse to offer, Ivan interrupted. Don't blame yourself too much. Ivan, let's go see Father first. Philip leads the way upstairs. Melvin's room is heavily guarded, and their armor bears the emblem of the organization. He noticed the badge and was momentarily silent. The heavy door opened, and Do-hyun gently stepped inside, where Melvin lay weakened on the bed surrounded by his loved ones. Mrs. Estella, Den's wife, tearfully asked what should we do about this as he frowned and stepped beside his father's bed. Purple veins are bulging on his body. Do-hyun clenched his lips, trying to hold back his anger after seeing it. He turned to Mon and asked what had happened and why his father was like this. He hesitated. Actually, Ma-an sadly said, "We still don't know the exact cause, but based on the symptoms, it seems to be a backlash of magic." Down was shocked when he heard these 4 words, backlash of magic. As far as you know, every knight who uses magic has a channel in their body called a magic vein, similar to blood flowing through veins. Magic also flows in a fixed direction through that channel, circulating within the body. When for some reason, the magic power starts flowing backward, that is called a backlash. In most cases, it would lead to death, or at best, lifelong disability. Demon Mage continued, "Although this situation is a bit different from what I have seen before, the reverse flow of magic is the only explanation for the Count's condition." Dawn is worried. Is there any way to cure him? We must stabilize him at all costs. He's out of options. In this case, divine power won't be effective. We can only pray for him. He lowered his head and whispered a plea. Please, do whatever you can. There are only the father and son left in the room now. Do-yoon hears Cadenus' voice. The Count's will is truly admirable. He must be in great pain. You're surprised to see him appear so hurriedly to ask for help. Master, is there no other way? Cadenus replies, let me borrow his feeling for a moment. It's in the seat. Your hand is reaching out to Melvin. He sensed that this was very strange. It was completely different from any magic backlash he had ever experienced. Du Hyun hesitated, meaning, is there a chance for treatment? Cadenus was not sure. This is very complicated. First of all, his condition is very unusual. He analyzes that with this amount of magic power, he should have already reached the intermediate level, but he hasn't broken through yet. The Count's magic power is clashing with the opposing flow, trying to push back. The bad news Cadena brought is that he won't be able to endure much longer. He proposed two options. First, identify and address the cause of the backlash. There is an abnormal flow of magic mixed in. If we can stop it, his magic power might return to normal. The second method is to forcibly suppress the backlash.
But this method requires a master-level mage to control it with extreme precision, making it very dangerous. And even if it works, there's no guarantee the Count's magic will stabilize this way.
If neither method works, in the worst case, Do-hyun leaves the room, followed by Ivan. When Do-hyun enters the living room, he sees the faint smell of blood. He asked him, "Ivan, why hasn't my eldest brother arrived yet?" Ivan recounted that two teams had gone missing in a strange dungeon. A few days ago, the young master personally went there to investigate. Do-hyun realized why he hadn't responded to the guild's messages. It was because of the dungeon. Did he send any message saying he would return? Ivan replied, but it was from the farthest edge of the Count's territory. Do-hyun suddenly noticed something unusual. Inside the room, the chairs were arranged neatly. You hurriedly asked, "Wait, what about the Knight Commander? And Commander Ernest Bozo? What about the Count?" Ivan replied. "The commander has gone into the dungeon with Lord Don. Count Boss has been away for more than a week training the cavalry." Do-hyun wondered. Wait a minute. So who is in charge of the Count's family and the castle's defenses right now? He revealed that the main residence is currently guarded by Lord Caro Aston, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, while the castle is overseen by Lord W. Aston, the head of the security forces.
You remember the badge on the guard's armor, damn it. Why is the Silver Bear Squad on escort duty? The Aston domain has a total of 4 knight squads.
The Golden Bear Knights, an elite force under the head of the family. The Silver Bear Knights, composed of Aston family members, and the Iron Bear Knights, made up of commoners or outsiders. The Chained Knights are not officially formed yet, but are being trained and awaiting their mission from the Chained Knights unit. However, generally everyone believes that the Silver Bear is weaker in combat than the Iron Bear. You order Ivan to send a messenger immediately and summon the Golden Bear Knights, filling the gap left by the Golden Bear with other members, and instruct Count Wei to seal off Comfort Castle completely right away. No one is allowed in or out, and no outsiders are permitted to approach under any circumstances. He remembers clearly. Yes, sir. Do-hyun secretly thought that the timing of all this was truly too coincidental. Everyone thought that his father's fall was just an accident, but he didn't. This happened at a suspiciously perfect time when my brother and most of the troops were away. If I hadn't had someone planted inside the estate to send me information, I would have arrived too late. And if my father had died in that situation, the entire territory would have fallen into chaos. We almost took a fatal blow. I need to prepare countermeasures. Remind Z, I will open a private teleportation gate. Send the knights and guild members to Comfort Castle. Danton will go to the villa with Nikia and Kay. Yes, sir. Lord Do-hyun has a secret plan. The enemy still doesn't know our true strength, and our first-class guild
will use that to deploy forces and root out any suspicious activities. A report has been sent, sir. There's an issue. I am hiding behind the wall, watching the soldiers from the 6 noble families bordering our lands. They are moving troops to the border, targeting an important workshop, including the Dorian Knights. I swear they want to go there. I'll make those rotten traitors see exactly what happens to backstabbing enemies. Tonight, at that grand and imposing mansion, preparing for the arrival of new guests is not easy. Finding a suitable place is challenging.
Sorry for hosting you in such a shabby place, Count Jen Aston. Jean frowned as he stepped into the mansion and stared intently at the person in front of him, then asked, "What's the situation now?" Rowe reports that according to our spy, the Count is now near death, and most of the main forces of the castle are deployed to suppress the dungeon. Jean sneered, "Serves him right. He should have known his place and not brought trouble on himself with foolish actions. Dion has already fallen into the trap. There's nothing else to worry about." The old man expressed his concern that no one else could gather them, but I just received news that somehow Ryun Aston has appeared at the DH Manor. He's paying attention to you. That kid Ron, huh? Jen thought to himself that after what happened in the capital, that kid had been overdoing it. Russell reassured him, "Don't worry, we've stationed troops in his territory. He'll have to come back soon." Jean replied, "That's better. We paid a lot to move those useless pawns." He ordered, "Keep a close watch on him and report immediately." The old man agreed. "Yes, sir." Jean stepped out to rally the knights. "Brothers, everyone has waited long enough," he confidently said. "Our great undertaking has finally begun. This is the key mission to restore the Aston family's honor. Sweep away the despicable ones who disrupt the family's order, and we will rewrite Aston's history with our own hands." Those knights shouted to show their fighting spirit. Jaden smugly thought, "Those Baron's lackeys, I will bring them down from the top to the bottom."
Do-hyun's side has also completed their task, so I am counting on you. He has been entrusted with this great responsibility, so please leave it to me.
Sir, his name is Wen, a senior knight of the Golden Bear Knights and the best choice for this situation. Now, a day after my father collapsed, the nearby knights have returned to the estate. Careful examination shows that all of them have proven to be trustworthy. Do-hyun has entrusted the protection task to their leader. Wen calmly asked if this was going too far and sadly inquired if increasing the guards meant distrust towards the Silver Bear Knights. Huan denied it, saying it's not that he doesn't trust him, but that he doesn't trust anyone. He will continue to strengthen the defenses until his brother returns, and he hopes the Lord understands. After hearing that, they fell silent, neither speaking anymore. He silently thought that right now, 5 of the Golden Bear Knights were taking turns guarding the 5th floor where his father's room was. No one is allowed to enter my father's room without my permission. The evil definitely starts from within this estate. Right now, I can't trust anyone. I need to keep strengthening the protection around my father. In Melvin's room, the lights are off and the atmosphere is gloomy. Rohyun approached the bed, watching as magic was used to treat him. He anxiously asked about his condition. Is there any progress? Bishop Alonzo of the church apologetically said, I'm sorry, just maintaining the current state of the count is already too much for me. Du Hai-un glanced at Melvin lying on the bed, his condition worsening. You did your best, so could you step aside for a moment? When Kon was still alive, Dion asked Nikia, how does he look? She replied, I think your guess is correct. This is definitely a case of parasitic magic. Dion let out a heavy sigh when he heard that. Parasite magic. I've seen this before. In Doyon's past life, it was only later discovered that key figures of the kingdom had been assassinated using parasitic magic. The exact cause was never found, but it led to a major massacre. You have always suspected it was connected to the extinction of the Count's family. Doyon's main concern is whether it can be cured or not. Based on your data, I have completed developing the cure. Treating parasitic magic is no problem. However, I cannot guarantee what will happen to the Count after the treatment. I will do my best. You trust her. I rely on her. If it were you, Nikia, I believe you can do it. Nikia, after hearing this, approached the door to leave, leaving Doyon behind. You exclaim, now Doyon has time to deal with those people. Let's go catch the ones who caused this chaos. Your steps are moving faster than your questions. You said you discovered enemy troops stationed at the Calip's border. Phillips confirms, yes, it is believed to include a private knightly order and mercenaries. There is no official report yet, but based on the scale of the forces surrounding Calip, a war between the territories is likely to break out. Du Hyun understands this well, but they need the royal approval to declare war. That's right, Philip replied. Still, the enemy has completed their deployment, so they can declare war at any moment. You should hurry back to your territory. Before passing through the teleportation gate, Do-hun orders the commanders of each territory to be informed about the movements in the neighboring land and to prepare all night squads for battle. I remember clearly. Sir, there is a stranger secretly eavesdropping behind the side wall. Didn't you hear anything? As soon as he finished speaking, his teammate beside him was slit in the throat, and he met the same fate as the other. The two of them fell without warning the headquarters. Royal Hunter number 6 sneered. Just as I heard. The security is as loose as promised. All the windows of the mansion are open. Good. Move to the designated spot and wait for orders. The other replied. Once you see the signal, kill them all and burn everything. As he finished speaking, the group disappeared, leaving only Lama Ma standing there. His sword was bloodied. I have held my breath for decades, waiting for this day. Lama Ma hopes to end the Count Aston family. I will extinguish your last breath with my own hands. The moonlight shines through the window of a room in the mansion. Outside the door are 2 guards standing watch. One looks up when he sees a point of light above. Before he could react, he was pierced through the head by a weapon, startling the person next to him. A hand from behind covered the soldier's mouth, and a dagger was stabbed into his back, silencing him. These 2 are gently laid on the ground by the subordinates to avoid making noise. Inside the main room, Estella is asleep. The light shining on her face gently woke her up, and a hand quickly covered Estella's mouth. Her hand trembled as she pressed it against her opponent's chest, trying to push them away until her hand relaxed and she lost consciousness. Are you sure that is the target? He felt everything was going very smoothly. The subordinate carried Estella on his shoulder. Lama Ma chuckled proudly. From tonight on, the Count's family will walk the path of destruction. Vako's subordinate jumped out the window to escape, secretly thinking that everything was going according to plan, and he just needed to observe a little longer. Lama estimates it's almost time to send the signal, and the large fire blazing across the building opposite leaves him stunned as he watches. A soldier only manages to shout out, "Enemies are attacking us. A bloody slaughter has taken place, and countless knights have fallen. They are gradually falling into a weaker position, while those people are extremely fierce. The large fire burning inside the mansion makes the mates panic. It's burning." Seeing everything unfold as he planned, Lama Ma chuckled to himself. He strides away confidently. Good, only chaos will do. Let's move quickly to the next target's location. The demon opens the door. A distinctive smell wafts out. He was stunned when he caught this scent. Blood smell? The demon warns loudly, I told you to be careful. How many times have I told you not to hurt the target, yet you still did it? His pupils widened with bloodshot eyes in shock at what he saw inside. A surge of energy bursts from within. Lama Ma swiftly steps back to dodge the attack. The floor in front is stained with fresh blood. Philip quickly took down a few enemies standing opposite. He exclaimed, Do I have the command? I probably didn't know. Damn it, this guy. I heard he returned with Ron, and I feel something's off. Lama Ma decided there's something wrong and needs to withdraw immediately. He quickly spun around and ran away. As he fled, Lama Ma glanced back to see if he could catch up. Seeing Philip standing still, Lama Ma breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't pursue. Protecting the new target was the top priority. He jumped through, shattering the glass into pieces. It seems Round has secretly hidden his troops. The damn fool. Lama Ma looked at the raging fire surrounding the mansion and was certain that tonight would still be our victory. One slammed the table in anger upon hearing the news. He shouted, "What kind of situation has been set up for such a disaster to happen?" Kalo struggled. "What? Are you saying all of this is the fault of the Silver Bear Knights?" The two of them argued loudly, with him blaming. Security both inside and outside is the responsibility of the Silver Bear Knights. This incident will be thoroughly investigated later and the responsibility will be clarified. If you dare to insult the night team that protected the city with their lives, I won't let it slide. Philip ignored it completely. "That's enough. Both of you stop now." The whole room fell silent. The two of them turned to look at him. Philip ordered a report on the damages. Warren had been waiting for a long time. "Understood. In last night's attack, 30 guards and 5 Silver Bear Knights were killed." He added even more, saying a row of outbuildings was burned down, half of the eastern garden was destroyed, and the main building suffered significant damage. The latest news left the two of them stunned. Amid the chaos, Lady Estella was kidnapped. They both exclaimed, "What?" One, feeling helpless and bored, said, "It's a disaster. I have no face left to meet." The Count and Lord Don. Philip calmly asked, "What about their trail? Did the pursuit team find anything?" Warren replied, "For some reason, after they left the castle, we couldn't find any trace of them." The whole room fell silent for a moment. Then you calmly ordered us to do what we could first. Right after the incident, I told the captain of the guards to close the gates. So they still haven't escaped the castle. Philip assigned him a task. Lord Wen, continue to protect the Count with full force. He then turned to inform Lord Carallo to defend the estate. There may still be remnants left behind. You understand well that the attackers from last night clearly destroyed the outer gate to prevent the Count's main forces from returning to the castle. Philip predicts they might attack again, so everyone must stay alert. He waits until no one is left in the room, even carefully checking the room one last time before activating the system to report. "I have carried out your orders, my lord." Don was behind the scenes directing these actions. "You're doing well, Philip. You're waiting patiently. Soon the prey will take the bait. Now it's time to deal with the rats." At a camp set up outside the area, someone rushes through Hoiha inside. The person is Count Tet, bringing joyful news. There's news that Dion, Aston, and the Golden Bear Knights have returned from the dungeon. Standing inside the tent, waiting, is Commander Jiden. He calmly asked, "Where is the enemy?" Tet laid out the tactical map on the table. He picks up a chess piece to place it on a position. The general and the main army of the Count's territory are to the west and have hurriedly begun retreating from the Forbidden Border. Tet calculates that even if they rush, it will take at least 5 days for them to reach after the gate is destroyed. He points to another location.
But now we are on the east side of Confort Castle. In Lord Bennett's territory on the mountainous terrain, we can reach there in 2 days.
Jiden asked how the forces at Confort Castle were doing. Tet reminded him that given the size of the castle, it wouldn't be an easy opponent to take down. He reports that 5,000 guards remain to maintain order and security, including 60 elite knights and about 100 heavily armored knights confirmed. He understands his own strength well. In reality, we only have about 1,500 elite troops, so taking the castle within 5 days won't be easy. But Jen is confident that even if unexpected events occur, the hostages in our hands will be very useful. To do that, right in front of the Count's house, he, our collaborator, must be very skilled. Jiden Ding calmly said, "It's not that difficult. A person unworthy of the title of Count is sitting there." The henchman nodded. "You are right. The current Count is too soft-hearted. Now is the time for your decisiveness and willpower, Commander." He happily said, "Yes, we must replace the current Count." Jiden stepped outside, where an elite army was waiting. Among the soldiers, their chests bore familiar badges, as the siren sounded signaling the upcoming battle. Jiden shouted, and the entire army immediately charged at Confort Fortress. In a forest clearing, 2 horses rest and graze, gradually lost in thought as they gaze into the distance. Someone behind asked, "Have you seen any better? This is Shev Hesse, the commander of the Golden Bear Knights." He calls the commander. He sighs, blaming himself, and says, "I was still hesitant. I should have judged more carefully." Lord Shev denied it was your fault. "Master, it's been a long time since I was truly deceived." Dion secretly thought about the reports of a strange dungeon and the missing soldiers and knights. With all procedures and verifications in place, I and the First Class Knight Order must act. In the end, those reports all had traces related to demons, but in reality, even after thoroughly searching the dungeon, there was nothing. There were no monsters attacking the reconnaissance team, nor were there any demons. Even during the chaos in the capital, I was deceived and couldn't hold my position. D grits his teeth, his face bulging with veins of anger. And now he's been deceived again by a false report. Trevor asked with concern, "So where do you plan to go now?" He immediately remembered that right after leaving the dungeon, Ron had told him everything. At that moment, it was he who gave 2 options. A little further, the main road splits into 2 directions. One is to return to Confort Castle as quickly as possible to gather the scattered troops, and the other, Dion decides there is a place we need to reach before heading back to the castle, and we will go there by a different route. Suddenly, he called Trevor, the commander, and he was surprised. Dion continued. Commander, what do you think of Ron? Are you saying the third young master? He told me that before the Count went for training, he had a conversation with me about young master Ron. The Count blames himself for not recognizing Ron's true nature. He thought Ron was a child who needed lifelong protection, but he was too exceptional for the noble house to contain. DN was stunned and asked, My father said that? He sighed and nodded in confirmation. If Ron had only been an average child, the Count would have warned to be cautious. Even as the youngest, young Master Ron is not someone who can sit on the throne as Count. This could be dangerous, but he has the talent to build a nation. As the Count said, he's too great for a single family to contain. D smiled proudly. When did that boy Ron make even the commander respect him so much? He turned his back and left. Let's go. Those who dare betray the Count's family must pay the price. D mounted his horse and spurred it forward, shouting loudly, moving ahead. Those who fall behind can do as they please. A whole mountain range echoed with commands as everyone advanced. In some dungeon, the stone walls surrounded a corridor where a group of masked people walked through. They stopped in front of a grand door, which was slowly opened by someone, revealing several protective formations inside. Lama Ma thought to himself that the recent campaign caused much more damage than expected. That Roan guy left behind dangers even worse than we imagined. Anyway, that's not important. No matter who survives, the outcome remains the same. Those foolish Aeson will kill each other off until only the last one remains. Below the abyss behind that door are the monsters. He grinned, and that would be the perfect moment to end the Count of the Countess's remaining life.
From outside the dungeon, sounds from inside could be heard echoing out. As he stood on the balcony observing the monsters below, he pondered for a moment. Lama secretly regretted, should we have deployed the cavalry earlier? On one hand, he struggled. They were not allowed to reveal themselves at this moment.
Whether Count Jin takes over Confort Castle or not, that no longer matters to us. When the battle begins, our agents will disable the castle's magical defense system. Then, we will open the portal to the other world in the underground chamber and send reinforcements along with the cavalry inside. The cavalry must be kept until the very end for the upcoming Blood Festival. His smile became more arrogant. I really can't wait to see that scene anymore. There are hurried footsteps approaching from outside. An officer rushes in to report. Captain, something serious has happened. He brought bad news. The prisoner we captured from the Marquis family has escaped. Lama couldn't help but be shocked. What? He angrily slammed his hand down. What are the guards doing? Are you all so useless that you can't even watch over a woman? Lama Ma orders her not to escape the underground area and immediately searches inside, with her subordinate nervously obeying the order. Yes, master. Behind her, Estella's cold voice rang out. Sorry for underestimating you just because you're a woman. The subordinate from earlier was stabbed in the back, blood splattering. Lama Ma stared in shock at the scene. He shouted orders to his subordinates. The prisoner has escaped. There's no more hesitation. Catch her now! Estella was not afraid of them at all. She sped past at incredible speed, taking them out one by one, and Estella, with no one to stop her, rushed toward him. Lama is terrified by that move. What the hell is that? Isn't she just an ordinary person? Estella's face gradually disappeared, and the masculine voice of the tree echoed. That disgusting copper mask, I never thought I would have to take it off myself someday. It turns out the prisoner they captured was actually him disguised as Estella, the tree declares. Because my brothers fell tragically, today I will take full revenge. Lama was stunned to see that he was right. He knew that the man was the leader of the Intelligence Guild, the free-spirited one. Lama Ma muttered angrily, Damn it, he disguised himself as a prisoner just to wait for this moment. How could he have gotten here? The man sneered coldly. Truly the dirty tricks people often use. How's that? Are you angry that your own game backfired on you? Lama shouted. Arrogant, this is the royal dog's den. Don't think you can leave alive while you're still breathing. The henchmen immediately surround the tree. He still calmly smiles without any fear as the tree quickly shoots up high to easily perform its skill. A barrage of swords rained down, causing the henchmen to fall one after another. Lord Ma personally stepped into the fight, furious. You bastard. A series of blazing red sword lights slashed toward him. He can't swallow this shame, rushing into the enemy's territory so recklessly and foolishly. Even if you're lucky enough to make it here, once you've seen everything, you can't let those alive walk away like that. Different groups of people started to appear, fighting fiercely with their opponents. Seeing the others arrive, he snorted coldly and said, So you all crawled out of your mockery? Lama Ma suddenly seems to realize something is wrong as an explosion erupts, sending them flying backwards. The shining sword gleamed with sharpness as Du-hun appeared and ordered to kill everyone without leaving a single one behind. A bloody purge ensued. Yes, young master. Lama saw that the situation had gotten out of control. What? Why are you here? You seem to be in charge of this tunnel judging by your attire. He asked, confused. Why are you here? Didn't you already return to your territory? Du Hai-hun shows no concern as he gazes at this place. That's interesting. Does the Empire have any underground tunneling units? How do you keep digging these kinds of tunnels? Constantly ignored, Malice grits his teeth in frustration. He wondered when he had gathered such a force, with hundreds of cavalry, over 100 enhanced soldiers, and royal knights all being overwhelmed completely. Completely different from the scale I saw when the title was conferred. Dunn has had a plan for a long time. For the past 6 months, I have recruited talented individuals using the developer's analysis. During that time, with the support of the system, we have conquered gateways and trained relentlessly. Everyone has reached the level of expert knight, and now all that effort has finally borne fruit. You smile with satisfaction as everything unfolds according to plan. Lama Ma remains silent, momentarily at a loss for words to express his turbulent feelings. He looked down in despair at the bodies on the ground. Is this how the plan he had nurtured for over 10 years was going to fall apart? No, I can't give up like this. The plant stared vigilantly at Lama Ma with a suspicious expression, its veins glowing bright red. Lama Ma shouted, "For the glory of His Majesty the Emperor," in Dark Ritual. These 4 words shocked Dion. Dark Ritual. Tree approaches him, ready to act, and from behind asks, "Tree, what do you think?" He analyzes the situation. The opponent is a highly skilled warrior. Once the tattoo is activated and he falls into a berserk state, he's even more dangerous. Hyun smiled and asked, "It seems those guys still have some remaining emotions." "So what? Do you want to deal with them?" The green energy tree envelops the sword. "I am honored that you entrusted me with this task." He is determined to swear that he will defeat you with his own hands for his fallen comrades. Lama shouted loudly ahead. He charged forward with a powerful attack towards him. Do-hyun stood with his arms crossed, watching everything unfold, calling out just in time to intervene. "Young master, I have good news. We have finished dealing with all the royal knights and demon knights downstairs." You cheerfully said, "Faster than I thought. Everyone did a great job." Jack looked worriedly at the battle. "That crazy monster is gaining the upper hand. Will it be okay? Are you curious? Do you think so?" Hun secretly thought that he was defending better than expected. "This battle will be decided soon. Keep your spirits up. Miss Tree, if you need this knight's help, just say so." Tree gets even more annoyed after hearing this. He angrily shouted that it was none of his business while Lama Ma was attacking. The tree's eyes flash with a fierce golden glow, and its attitude becomes extremely serious, unleashing all its suppressed anger through sharp sword strikes at Lama Ma. He cried out in pain, blood spraying everywhere. Lama Ma's body was covered with shallow and deep wounds, his legs buckling to the ground. Seeing his opponent collapsed, he turned and said, "I am enough on my own." Down praises, that was quite an impressive battle. Your skills have improved a lot. He humbly said, "You flatter me. I've already put on a rather embarrassing performance. Do-hyun warns you not to think it's over yet. It's time to move on to the next step." The golden glowing daggers are activated, piercing through Law's body, making him look like a puppet with blades stuck all over him. He realized that the knife had cut off all the demonic energy invading his body. Lama Ma's belongings fell to the ground.
Do-hyun orders his 2 subordinates to carry him. He is still breathing, so take him away.
He glanced at Lama's belongings on the ground. Do-hyun reached out toward the pile. A whole bunch has been lifted to the middle stage by power. You check it out. Just as I thought, this has been confirmed. Lavin confirmed that to evolve our NAT to the next stage, we need to absorb the demonic energy-infused armor. Hyun and I exchanged more information. I had a feeling it would be like this. Is there anything else that has changed? She denies it. I think we'll find out once the digestion process is complete. Surely, this alone won't be enough for a long time. You secretly rejoice. Of course, don't worry. We'll have many more chances to get them later. Du-hai ordered his subordinates. All right, let's finish this and go back quickly. We still have a lot to do. The 2 behind him spoke in unison. "Sir, you should show the mask. This might be troublesome, but I want to ask you for one more favor. Take that mask, leave it to me. I'll put on the mask and disguise myself as Lama," confidently saying, "This is my specialty." Du-hai smiles gently, preparing for the next plan. Now it's time to eliminate the pests hiding inside the castle. Many people have gathered in the hall of the DH Manor. Murmurs spread as we all come together like this. I wonder if the owner has run into trouble, but don't say such unlucky things. They must have already found the attackers of the castle. Upstairs, there are hardly any people around. Wenon stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, please pay attention. The reason I gathered you here today is to seek your opinions on a matter." He points to the nearby screen showing the magic message received last night, with a series of information displayed that leaves someone reading it in shock. What is it? Count Jen? The message on the screen says he left the family and wandered in foreign lands. But he never forgot his family. He trained knights and soldiers, hoping one day to help. When he heard that the family was in danger due to an unprecedented event at the gate, and that the head of the family was critically ill while he was in the capital trying to find a way to help, he could no longer ignore the crisis. He is heading to the county with the knights and soldiers he trained, hoping to overcome the family crisis together. Count Jaros Aston, elder of the Aston family, shouted, "What the hell is he writing? How dare that filthy traitor step foot on this land again?" Countess Isaac retorted, "But we don't need to keep bringing up the past like that. Are you annoyed about constantly reminding?" "He is a traitor, Count Isaac. Does it really make sense to turn your back on the one coming to help the Lord in this situation?" Wynn intervened. "This is a matter that should be decided by the Count or his representative. However, this is an urgent situation. According to our reconnaissance team, Lord Jaden and his supporting demon clan will arrive at Comfort Castle tomorrow." Jir was stunned. "What?" He scolds them. "Truly impressive. How dare you bring troops into the district without permission?" Isaac said. "Has there been any armed conflict or looting?" he asked. "There have been no reports of that," he concluded. "So what's the problem?" He didn't force his way in.
Isn't this a sign that the Viscount has no intention of being hostile to us? If the others overheard, wouldn't it be better to accept him for now and discuss it when the Count's representative returns? Refusing help from others is unworthy of a noble family. Jero scolds them, calling them ungrateful. After all the favors the Earl's family has bestowed, how dare you say such unreasonable things? He and another guy are acting superior, but it's that outdated mindset that's eroding the Earl's family, letting emotions cloud reason. It's really true. It's time for us to break that bad habit. I can't believe seeing them all ganging up like that. They agree with that unreasonable thing. Jer fears that a terrible event is about to happen in this county. Dion predicted this. The Aston Count family is not an ordinary family. Granted the title of Border Count, Aston oversees the western part of the kingdom and receives many privileges from the royal family to oppose the Forbidden Zone, such as some territories paying taxes directly to the Count rather than to the royal family. And the Count only pays a portion to the royal family, building his own army to guard the border regions. The cultivated lands near Kham were incorporated into his domain without the approval of the royal family. Furthermore, the Count also held the authority to appoint vassals, which allowed his family to govern many noble houses and be called a small kingdom. And that territory is as vast as the Korean peninsula. Of course, within the Count's domain, nobles often fight for power and form factions based on their allegiances. So keep a close eye on certain relatives who loudly demand power in your absence. They will do anything to seize control. Isaac excitedly said, "We are family, so shouldn't we talk to them directly?" Philip looked at their excitement in silence, and everyone nervously turned to look at him. "Sorry for the interruption. I just contacted the Count and will pass on his orders." Philip reminds them, "Everyone, please pay attention to the screen." Dion's image appears. He announces, "The people of Confort Castle. I apologize for the delay. I am the acting Count. I thank everyone in the city for diligently fulfilling their duties despite the chaos, and I would like to announce some decisions made during the meeting. From now on, all gates of Confort Castle will be closed. No one inside may leave, and no one outside may enter. On Monday, I appoint Knight Commander 1 as the temporary commander of the fortress. All forces inside must obey his orders. This order is valid until the commander-in-chief or my army arrives at the castle. Be vigilant. Any violation will be punished according to wartime law." Philip ends this gathering here. The order session is over. Everyone can leave now. Isaac stands there with a sullen face, whispers and murmurs echoing in his ears. He clenched his lips, trying to hold back before that order. Philip silently hoped they would retreat obediently. Seeing Isaac's proud expression, he knew it was just an illusion. But that would never happen. If that's the case, then this never would have started. At night, the mansion becomes quiet. During the meeting led by AC, a group of people are discussing. He frowns and asks, "Have you found the current location of the Legion yet?" The chained knight commander also confirmed that the Marquis' central forces are all stationed inside the city walls. In addition, the patrol forces are positioned on the 2 outer city walls, and the captain of the guards believes that concentrating forces inside the city would be better for us. He asked curiously, "Who ordered the Silver Bear Knights to guard outside?" Devante replied, "I think Acting Commander 1 still commands the Knights." Isaac asked Lama, the deputy commander of the chained knights currently disguised, "So that's the situation. Do you see any problems with that?" He replied that if it was the Silver Bear Knights, then it's no problem. We've managed to bring some to our side, and cleaning up the scattered ones isn't difficult either. He thought to himself that the chained knight was a reserve unit waiting for a spot in the main knight squads. Although officially they were just an apprentice group, they were still ordered to serve as guards in Confort Castle, the capital, and other key locations. In other words, besides the regular knights, the remaining forces are already in our hands. Isaac assigned the tasks. "All right, I'll assign the Silver Bear Knights to Kara Lama and the Shackled Knights to another team. Are you sure about this? Leaving the city walls unguarded, is that really safe? If we don't hold the fortress, won't everything become meaningless?" He understands his purpose. We are not here to incite civil war. As long as Count Jen enters the city, establishing legitimacy won't be difficult. The Count is leading a few hundred knights, and even if they charge in, taking over the estate will be very easy. The other two nod in agreement. If everything goes according to plan, we will take key allies of the main characters in the territory hostage. The person next to him objects, then both the Central Army and elite knight squads won't be able to act. That guy isn't afraid. Once the situation turns in our favor, the surrounding vassals will have no reason to stand with Dan anymore, Yak excitedly announced. It's time to get ready soon. The true owner of this seed, Count Jen, will arrive here. They finish the meeting and leave the room, the tree following last, watching the backs of the traitors, a faint smile curling on his lips as he takes pride in seeing them fall into the trap. Someone is rushing anxiously from the study room, bursting open the door and shouting a warning. Inside are Philip and Caro. One asked, "What's going on?" This person reports that it seems a coup has broken out during the night. He recounted that just now a blood-stained Silver Bear Knight appeared at the inner gate. He said that several Silver Bear Knights and traitors had taken over all the public areas. Callow and Philip were stunned by the news, and he shouted angrily, "What disgrace is this? They dare to tarnish the reputation of the Silver Bear." Philip calmly asked, "What about Captain GH of the guard unit?" He reports that it seems he is on their side. As soon as the news spread, he went out and said he would assess the situation, but never returned. Wen helplessly sighs. Around noon, Count Jen will arrive. This hot-headed Kalo plans to deal with them all. Damn it, I'm going to cut down all those traitors. We need to break at least one gate before more people join to break the encirclement. Philip is much calmer than the two of them. He called out, "Stop!" Wayan naturally understood what he meant. Our top priority is to protect the Countess Aston's family. We can't risk an attack in this situation. He emphasized that if we were ambushed like last time, everything would spiral out of control. Philip agreed. The commander is right, and if a battle breaks out outside the castle, both soldiers and civilians will be affected. Callow, not convinced, asked, "What are you going to do now? Are we just going to stand by and watch Jen's forces attack?" Of course not. Du-hyun arrived just in time, his footsteps echoing as the subordinate looked on in surprise. "Count Rowan, why are you here? Please reassure them you've all been through a lot." Du-hyun entered the room with a very confident attitude and revealed that he came to tell them how to handle this situation. The next morning, outside Confort Castle, the Silver Bear team was captured. Gwei stepped forward, followed by Isaac, a team member, shouting, "Guard Captain, you have arrived." He asked, "How's the situation?" The person replied, "You have to see for yourself to be sure." "Do use his binoculars to observe the entire estate from the outside?" He narrows his eyes, his face serious as he walks forward. Ia asked nervously, "Is there a problem?" Du wondered why. With 5 full hours passing, there was no reaction instead of the expected chaos. He sighed in relief and said casually, "I guess they figured out the situation. Maybe it's strange, right? Perhaps Acting Commander Wen is hesitating, clearly lacking confidence in his judgment." He replies, "I hope that's all there is to it. But deep down I feel uneasy. It's strange, even when he's clumsy, he still had to send a messenger to secretly gauge our intentions. What are they thinking? Are they planning to trigger a direct conflict? They won't make such a foolish decision. We have hundreds of knights here. They can't stand against us. Even if it shifts to a political struggle, the outcome will be the same. Even if Dion is the legitimate heir, he cannot compare to the seasoned Baron Jen. Mseppum." He smirked quietly. "Too bad, Lord Melvin. If you were still alive, this decision would never have been made." Suddenly a magic screen appeared in the sky. A voice reminded that something had just appeared, and Do-yoon's image appeared, clearing his throat. Du-hyun asked, "Can everyone hear me clearly?" And seeing him, Wei had a bad feeling. Rao and Aston just now inside the command room. Do-hyun spoke up with a way to resolve this situation. Wayan was worried, but said, "Sir, the current situation is too unfavorable. If a war breaks out in the castle, you would deny that there is any battle at all." Du-hyun analyzes the situation and finds it less serious than we thought. Most of the guards outside are simply following orders from their commander. He was stunned to hear this news. Ant, please continue. "The ones occupying the gate and defeating the knights are just a few chained knights and some nobles. That means most of the guards don't even know what they're doing. Dion emphasizes that we just need to awaken their consciousness. Currently, you are announcing that Aston District is calling on everyone to avoid pointless bloodshed. Everyone's duty is to protect their family and neighbors, not to brandish swords against their comrades. So don't be swayed by a few treacherous traitors." Isak, after hearing that, angrily slammed his fist against the city wall and, panic-stricken, ordered everyone to stop. "Damn it, stop that broadcast right now!" A falls silent as he sees the soldiers on the wall start to waver. In the end, he realized he was branding us as shameless traitors. If this continues, we will lose control. Dunn continued, "I, Rowan Aston, promise everyone bleeding on this battlefield that no soldier forced into this rebellion will be punished." A lost his temper, shouting, "Don't trust him, it's all lies. The real traitors are those who seize the castle from within." The listeners fell silent, as if struggling with their thoughts, and W realized this was no longer working in our favor. He is confident, but we still have full control of the gates, and time is on our side. Just hold out until Lord Jen's army arrives. These tricks won't work. He doesn't have enough strength to retake this place. At the city gate, Tai Rennion and his troops arrived. The gate guards followed protocol and presented their identification. I heard the situation through the radio and came to lend a hand in suppressing the rebels. "Someone is running over from the other side. I am Janito Talent. I want to join the suppression force. People keep coming to help. I heard some fools dared to rebel against the Count's house, so I came out of curiosity." Wayon was stunned when he received the news. "What do you mean?" "More than 2,000 reinforcements have gathered inside the castle," the subordinate confirms. "Yes, we just finished organizing them. Everyone says they are ready to fight to punish those who took over from outside. You can't help but believe it. Everything is unfolding exactly as Lord Rowan predicted." Isaac's side is wavering. "Do you see the forces gathering inside the castle? Are we really about to fight each other?" "I have nothing to do with this. I was just following orders." They threw down their weapons and prepared to retreat, ignoring the commander shouting behind them. "The guards are returning here. This is clear insubordination. They are charging straight toward the door." The mansion echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps, swords at the ready, as shouts rang out, defeating the traitors who dared to oppose the Count. The two masterminds didn't expect this move from the opponent. He nervously asked, "Lord Wei, what should we do now? We can't fight such a large suppressing force. Countess Jen will arrive any moment now." Wei remained silent, as if about to make an important decision. The others are standing guard strictly.
He orders the archers to prepare rockets and gather the swiftest men to ready oil and fire. Isaac advises, Dway, you must think more clearly. Below us is a whole area of houses on fire, but I am thinking more clearly than anyone else right now. He's playing a risky game now that we've been branded as traitors. There's no more hesitation. The people are hiding inside the room. Mom, what's going on outside? The mother signaled her child to stay quiet. The large fire engulfs the buildings as people panic and flee. Dway's plan succeeds. If we break the gate and burn the streets, at least we gain some more time. At this point, A has no choice but to make a decision. He continued, anyway, if we lose, we are doomed. With the rumors spreading this far, we have no choice but to fight to our last breath. He was worried, but if we burn for too long, we'll lose the support of the neutral nobles. W didn't want to think too much. We're about to die. Does that matter anymore? In this chaos, do you think the common people know who set the fire? Can we justify that? The important thing now is to regroup with Lord Jen. Isaac froze, with no reason to argue. He agrees, I will order the soldiers to follow your command. View praises. Well done. Ak was surprised to see the newcomer enter and greeted him. Count Lama, perfect timing. We need your help. He orders some chained knights to bring oil and set fire to the streets. The tree-armed hand reaches up, drawing a sword in preparation. Meanwhile, he's talking about the plan. This time, we'll break through the gate during the chaos. W, startled by this sudden event, contemptuously said, disgusting. I can't stomach this anymore. Just hearing what some people say makes my ears want to rot. A, holding his wounded shoulder, asks what's going on. The knights are already here behind him. He bent down to look at the traitor and then ordered, Knights, arrest all the rebels here. A battle raged at the city gate as swords clashed and charged toward him. The plant watched him intently, every movement as their swords clashed and sparks flew. You found it really funny and asked, betrayal? Kay sneered coldly, don't make me laugh. Who's the one calling whom a traitor? In the end, he threw in the towel. You're not Lama Dway, he sneered. Do you think I didn't recognize my direct subordinate whom I've worked with for many years? The tree had to retreat because he was truly too strong. He laughed and said, who knows, but it's too late for someone who claims to be that and only now realizes it. A beam of light suddenly struck from behind W, and he quickly used his sword to block the attack. W's hand started to tremble. Who would wield a sword so clumsily? Jack returned and asked curiously, are you still standing? He greets, long time no see, senior, or should I call you a traitor now? W was speechless, a wave of fear rising inside him. You sarcastic bastard, since you left the Golden Bear Knights, it seems your mind has gone crazy, doing things you never dared to do in the past 10 years. He was amazed by his strength. When did that Z guy become so powerful? Just 2 years ago, I was clearly the one in control. Returning to my original form, I curiously ask, do you two know each other? Jake confirms it's pretty much the same, but they are not on good terms. The rebels have been tightly bound. They clean up the place thoroughly and suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. He gloomily said, if you're here, it means Ron has also arrived, led astray by a kid, truly old now. Be careful with your words when mentioning the young master. Jack punches in silence, a straight fist to the arrogant face, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, causing him to fall backward. The two of them approached to check. Ja, happy to report, the rebels who seized the estate have been subdued. Sir, Duhyun orders everyone to lock them up in the castle dungeon and assign guards to monitor the estates of the related families. He agreed, yes sir, Wayan also reported. Report, we have captured all the nobles and knights involved in the rebellion. You praise, well done, the evidence is clear, they cannot deny it. He silently calculated that with this, the trash inside the main family had been cleared out. Now only an uninvited guest was approaching. Lord Hyun asked where Count Jen was, and he replied, he will arrive within the next hour. He stood up, it's time to get ready. Kalo suddenly called for Kido Hyun to prepare to pass by. Sir, he only has one request. I will also follow the Count. I glanced at this person. Count Kalo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, was injured in the recent attack, and some traitors have joined the rebels. It seems he wants to take responsibility for it. Philip stepped in from behind and asked, what do you plan to do? Du Hai Hun replied, for now, we should at least try to negotiate after all. Officially, he is still your uncle. He inquires, what if they launch a reckless attack? You laugh at this direct question. Jen's forces gradually approached the castle. He stopped his horse and silently observed, his expression turning serious as they prepared for the assault. On the Dohyun side, they continued, we will crush them without mercy. Jedin Ding and his men had stopped some distance from the castle. The castle ahead remains peaceful before the storm. He asked his subordinates if there was still no contact. Het reported that the last communication was 2 hours ago. Let's think positively. The battle must be very fierce, so they haven't had time to send the magic globe. Titus interjects and says, Man Tuok Tet is right. Father, even the worst armies can't hold the outer wall for 2 or 3 hours, right? No matter how bad the situation is, they will suffer heavy losses when fighting each other. Jedin lowered his guard, and perhaps that was the case. Suddenly, the horse he was riding reared up. He turned around confused and asked Jian, what is that? The city gate opens and Wen leads the knight group into view. He introduces himself as Wen, the temporary commander of Confort Castle. From now on, no one is allowed in without permission. Please leave if you do not have it. Jiden was shocked by these words. He assessed that your determination to protect the castle was commendable, but you lack wisdom. I came here to protect my weak loved ones and this castle. I am not a member of the Count's family, so what right do you have to block my way? Wen replied, I will clarify. The Countess's order is to not allow anyone in except those with permission. Stop causing a fuss and leave. He shouted in rage, Who are you to arrogantly order me to leave or stay? Shut your mouth and open the gate immediately. When Young prepares to fight, Du Hyun is also present. Sorry, but you cannot enter Count Berenjen's castle. He frowned with a bad feeling and asked, Who are you? I calmly said, This is the first time we've met. Ron Aston, the third son of the Count and currently the acting lord of Confort Castle. Jiden thought in shock, that cunning bastard. Isn't he returning to my territory? He spoke in a superior tone, saying, You clearly haven't learned from your father how to treat elders. Criticized, Do Hyun chuckled coldly and said, If you want to be respected as an elder, you shouldn't betray your family. Your name has been erased from the family register, yet you still wait and hesitate. As Dawn revealed, Jeden was left speechless with rage. You reach out your hand to take the documents Wen handed you. Down opens them and reads the names. Baron, Baron Esteban, Baron Key, Baron Emos, Baron June. The listeners were stunned in shock as you announced that those named had committed treason by bringing in external forces and mobilizing the army without permission. But Count Aston orders those called to disperse. Someone explains, Count Raoun, this is clearly a misunderstanding. I'm just escorting the rebellious lord's brother. That's ridiculous. Duke Hun frowned and reminded you, if you are innocent, go to the Count's castle and prove it. If you don't plan to make a big fuss, leave immediately. This one won't be able to argue back. He snorted coldly. Suddenly, Jiden burst out laughing for no apparent reason. He laughed heartily and exclaimed, It hurts because neither side is willing to give in. This won't end easily. I'll make a proposal first. Let's settle this today with a 5-on-5 night duel. How about that? Pretty good, right? The Hun couple, of course, knows about this form of combat. A knight's duel, a one-on-one fight to resolve conflicts that the law cannot settle. It could be a personal duel or a large-scale military conflict. This is a way to resolve issues by betting on knightly honor and accepting the outcome. Wenin is not convinced. A dishonorable person daring to talk about a knight's duel? He replied, I don't think that's a proposal that puts us at a disadvantage. If you don't like that approach, then the only option is to bet on Eubank here. Du Hai Hun frowned at the careless human. This is really troublesome. Wretch spoke up. Wouldn't it be better to just fight and wipe them out? I'll lead the vanguard team. I am considering it. I want to as well, but this isn't an easy decision. The tree advises that it's best to avoid direct confrontation, as the damage to us would be severe. He asked, confused, what are you talking about? The knights prepared for us are twice as many as theirs. He pointed out our team's weakness. We are missing our most important force. All of their knights are wearing power armor. Z immediately looked towards the enemy knight team after hearing this. Dune also understands. Yes, the problem is the armor of power. We have gathered a few, but the number is too small compared to our forces. Even if a battle begins, the walls will suffer heavy damage from those using power armor. Starting the fight here means accepting those losses. A real battle is one where you choose the time and place. The boy sighed and conceded. What do you want? He proposed that if we win, I and a few other lords will be allowed into the city to meet the Count. If we lose, we will withdraw quietly. Jeden is calculating every step. At this point, we must at least achieve our original goal of showing respect. Only then can we seize the next opportunities. Now they see me as an outsider, but if Melvin dies, everything will change completely. We need to have a clear reason to aim for the next Count's position. Duke Hai Hun silently considers the pros and cons. You agree? Fine. Then we will accept the knight's duel. He was pleased to see the prey caught in the trap. That's right. Wei-yun worries about Do-hyun's decision. Jaden is determined to see it through to the end. Today, right here, I will clearly prove that the path you chose is a mistake. You reply, very well, we accept the nightly duel format. He ordered a ceasefire. Good, let's begin the negotiations. The man stepped forward and said, according to continental law, the night duel will be a best of 5 matches. The side that wins 3 first is the winner. A match is considered over when one side is unable to fight or voluntarily concedes. Do you agree? Do-hyun plays to the end, with no objections. Tet smiled when he saw you agree. Good. The announcer said the match would take place in 30 minutes on the field outside the castle, and both sides should finish their preparations and gather at the castle gate. Jaden smiled confidently, as if he had already secured victory. The gate closed after the negotiation. Do-hyun glanced at his 2 loyal commanders. One eagerly suggested, let our Golden Bear Knights lead the charge. Kallo continued, the Silver Bear Knights are also very confident, another person interjected, apologizing for the interruption but asking if the Chained Knights could have a chance to contribute to boost the morale of the Reserve Knights who will be the future lords. Do-hyun thought to himself, everyone is so confident. As knights who value their honor, they naturally want to step forward in a situation like this. However, Giet called out, sir, he asked to let me handle it. I will personally crush the traitors. You can't refuse. Are you surprised, Giet? Why not, I think to myself, seriously saying,
The first knight team that Z belongs to is under our direct command. For such a serious matter, it's best to let the Countess family teams handle it to limit our involvement. To strengthen control over the entire region, we must demonstrate the decisiveness of the Countess family. If someone has declared independence like me, the owner of Calypso Castle wouldn't be pleased right now. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Who should we send then?" Someone stepped forward from behind and called Lord Ron. Do-hyun turned around at the sound to see who was approaching. Seeing that person, he was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, inside Lord Gentet's camp, he happily said, "Things have been chaotic, but the outcome turned out very well. I didn't expect them to accept the night duel so easily. Although they look formidable, in the end, they are just a bunch of boastful kids." Even Jadon is pleased and no longer worried. He is confident that they are just a rural knight team. How could they possibly defeat our Black Bear Knights, who have trained for 15 years, right? After speaking, Jadon glanced at him. Luciano, the confident leader of the Black Bear Knights. Of course, we have no reason to lose to those lazy guys clinging to outdated sword techniques. His backward fencing style is now completely exposed. Moreover, we know nothing about them. This match is already decided to be a victory. Graham stepped in. "This time, I also want to fight." He agrees. "If you want, I welcome it." "It's strange that you're suddenly volunteering for this." Graham of the Delamian family from Brighton Republic replies, "I'm tired of constantly following you anyway. I want to experience firsthand the great traditional swordsmanship of the Reuben Kingdom that people often boast about." Titus was displeased to hear him express that, and Jen also frowned. The rude guy who just fought with my men a little now wants to know about the swordsmanship of the predecessors. He coldly says, "Then I leave it to you." "All right, go handle them quickly." Jadon doesn't care. After all, the fools from the main family will be finished here. Whoever fights, I will crush them all. When both sides gather at the meeting point, a signal rings out. The night duel will begin now. Both sides step forward. Luciano, proud, draws his sword and steps into the fight, exuding confidence. The person stepping forward for your side is John. Seeing him arrive, the guy bursts into tears with a smile. Is there no decent person left in the Count family? Do they have to bring in the retired old man all the way here? John smiled and said, "You talk so loudly, but you look no different from 16 years ago, right? Are you bitter that you can't argue back?" The old man is talkative. Do-hyun crosses his arms, watching their situation. The owner stands in the middle and waves his hand. As his arm drops, he shouts, "Everyone ready?" The first match begins. A blazing red energy erupts around Luciano. He swings his sword like a raging storm towards his opponent. Meanwhile, John hadn't even drawn his sword yet. When the attack came, he quickly moved out of the way. John stepped in front of him and asked, "What is this, Luciano, you're holding back for a dying old man?" Luciano didn't answer, continuing to strike with his sword instead. He still calmly dodges attacks, as relaxed as a stroll. Your habit of wildly swinging your sword whenever provoked hasn't changed, has it? Offended, he lost his temper and shouted, "Shut up, old man. I will crush your boring Count swordsmanship with my own hands." The sword tip aimed at John, ready to stab. Although G's eyes were tightly closed, he could still feel his hand gripping the sword hilt, ready to counterattack. Luciano crazily charged forward with his sword, but Jian calmly raised his blade, which shimmered with a golden energy, as a powerful wave of energy surged from the man, causing an explosion. Guy looks a bit battered now, covered in dirt and scratches. He sneers. "That's right, you've learned quite a lot. Are you copying the combat style of the Brandon Republic?" He laughed, thinking the old man was still sharp, but it was no use to him either. That made G interested. "It's been a long time since I last felt this." He was excited, energy surging. The sensation of blood boiling had been a long time coming. Do-hyun is satisfied as everything remains on schedule. A formation appears beneath G, with its borders glowing brightly. Luciano could see that his mana flow had changed. How could an old man who has retired be this strong? He quickly rushed forward. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, kept forcing him back. He felt his body lighten, as if he had returned to his prime years. John immediately thought of you. Surely this must be the blessing of the Holy Spirit. Did you previously ask Count Ryun if I could fight? Lord John, surprised by his presence. John approaches you to discuss the match, knowing they will surely send someone familiar with the Count's swordsmanship. In that case, the knights who attack head-on will surely fall to their counterattack techniques. I do not mean to underestimate the swordsmanship of the 1,000-year-old Count family, but in this situation, the experience of an old man like me may be necessary. Do-hyun considers John a former deputy captain of the Golden Bear Knights, a top-tier knight who has appeared many times in battles and tournaments across the kingdom. In unpredictable situations, his skills are the best choice. You finally managed to secure a participant for the match. Well done. At that moment, Winon's concern wasn't because he doubted Sir John's swordsmanship, but because he had been retired for many years, and his magic power had significantly weakened. Is he really okay, standing alone, with the sword that has accompanied him through many battles in his hand? He slowly drew his sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming with sharpness. I can sense someone approaching from behind Do-hyun, calling out to Lord John politely. "May I trouble you for a moment?" He sheaths his sword and puts it away. Of course. But what is going on? Suddenly, Do-hyun activates the holy light, with golden energy emanating around him. He was stunned as this light shone on him. The energy flowing through his body made him gasp in amazement. The pain that has tormented me for years is gone. Not only my body, but my mind also feels incredibly refreshed. How can something so impossible happen? So, the youngest master truly received the blessing of the gods and awakened. As they duel with swords, Do Huan silently thinks, it seems Lord Gon really believes that is a blessing. But in reality, that's just my own aura with a little added effect from Lavin. Since Lord John isn't a member of the guild, so the effect might be slightly weaker. Every strike of his sword carried immense power. Luciano struggled to block, but couldn't stop them all. The sword-like cut through his body, bleeding. I think to myself, but it seems that's enough already. Luciano, unable to fight back, curses. Damn that old man. John contemptuously said, Is that all you've got? It seems your efforts have been in vain, he shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? He reminded him, placing his hand on his chest and thinking, Since you left the Count's estate 16 years ago, have you truly lived as passionately as you did here? Luciano clenched his teeth, unable to speak, silently cursing. Damn it, don't make me laugh. I am sure I have lived a more meaningful life than just being stuck in this countryside to kill monsters. He recalls his past of surrendering to Jen's command. Luciano believes I have lived a much more meaningful life. Thinking about my time at the Count's estate makes me sick. Training all day, being sent to forbidden areas without sleep, and fighting monsters nonstop. Even after risking my life in harsh conditions to protect the territory, I was never treated with kindness. He is more convinced than ever that my choice was the right one. The humiliation of being insulted drove him nearly insane. A strong gust of wind struck, causing Gi to brace himself with his sword. Luciano unleashes his power and shouts, I am not wrong. Everyone present is stunned beyond belief. R realizes that Count Ryun is right. Earlier, Dodu Hai advised Lord J that even though he was blessed, he still needed to be cautious. The opponent is definitely hiding a trump card. He will probably keep it until he's cornered, and then use it as a last resort. Never let your guard down. The opportunity will surely come. He was shocked. Their trump card is the Emperor's tattoo. I never expected that he would dare to touch the forbidden thing. Luciano declared, I will end you in one breath. One is worried. Lord Ron, with this kind of game, Sir John will be in danger. He swung his sword at John. He quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. John realized he could feel a power at a completely different level. Burning vitality and magic to unleash such strength gave him a significant advantage in a short fight. Old Ko stood firm, telling himself not to waver. The opportunity will come. Lord Ron said so. John silently raised his sword to find a breakthrough point and instantly teleported in front of Luciano. Dorian is confident and untroubled. John promises himself that he must not betray Lord Ron's trust. He will definitely win and return. The sword fight between the two is incredibly fierce, and outsiders can't even see their figures anymore. In the center of the battle, every sword strike from Luciano sent debris flying in all directions, with shards scattering outward. The group of knights watching the fight hurriedly retreated. One person couldn't dodge in time and curled up in fear, while Hyun stepped forward to block all the flying debris. You smile, eyes fixed on the battle scene, silently thinking, all right, I'm starting to see the bigger picture. Now let's wait and see the outcome of the Genek dungeon raid. Just as Luciano was on the attack and John was in a defensive stance, a wave of power suddenly enveloped his body. John was stunned. What is this feeling? It feels as if the wind itself is pushing my back, making it strangely easy to dodge attacks, as if a victorious goddess is standing behind me, protecting me. Do-hyun quietly rejoiced, using mental energy enhancement techniques which he had previously only applied to strengthen his own body. But as a spiritual power based on mental energy, transferring it to a living creature with a soul was very difficult. But that is in the past. Now, my body is so agile that Luciano's sword strikes become chaotic. He becomes even angrier, red light flashing in his eyes until Dai counterattacks and slashes toward Luciano, blood splattering everywhere, and he screams in pain. Luciano still refuses to accept it. I was not wrong. One of his arms has fallen to the ground. Luciano's legs buckle, and he clutches his wounded arm. Dion calmly sheathes his sword, watching his opponent die with eyes open. Jaden is stunned, unable to believe that the person he trusted has been defeated. The cheers of celebration from the knights rang out, but Dai did not disgrace his mission, bringing home his first victory for Doyen. Even he was moved and said, John has returned from his first match victorious as ordered by the Count. He praises it as a great fight. Sir, on behalf of the Count family, I commend your efforts. Doyen glances at his opponent while those around him celebrate. He is now frowning and not at all pleased. That attitude from the opponent makes him very happy, secretly wondering how they will respond now. Count Jen, the break time is over and the next round is about to begin. The referee's announcement rings out. Knights of the second round, please step forward. The next person to wait for this command stepped forward with determination. He announced himself as Karos Aston, commander of the Silver Bear Knights. Graham steps forward to fight. Just call me Day. Callow frowned at his opponent, feeling insulted. Such disrespect in a knight's match, honor must be truly earned. How dare a fool like that challenge the Aston family? The referee advises the fighters to prepare and get into position. The match is about to begin. Do-hoon helplessly recalled the previous scene. Here we go again. Just now he kept insisting on a fair fight. While observing Graham, you might as well say it. It's been a long time since he appeared. and I've been wondering when he would reveal himself. The information shows his name as Graham, age 46, level 89, a knight with advanced swordsmanship, linked to the Kingdom of Reuben, the Republic of Brandon, and the Delamian family. You are very curious. He is the knight who was present during the incident at the Capitol Mansion. Back then, he was a formidable opponent. I don't know how powerful he's become now, but those two have already started fighting. Graham wields dual swords, much calmer than anyone else. He charged enthusiastically towards him, launching a flurry of sword strikes from the start. Kalo swung a curved sword to deflect Graham. He pointed his sharp sword at his opponent. Do-hyun silently assessed that it was indeed a skill not to be underestimated, but he had great confidence in Karo's strength. Our side is also not to be underestimated. From the very beginning, Graham was at a disadvantage against him, struggling to block countless sword beams with his sword. He gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, this is indeed the swordsmanship of the strongest in the kingdom, but everything will end now. Watch out for the opponent unleashing extraordinary power." He suddenly appeared beside him with incredible speed, Graham's figure flickering rapidly, unlike the foolish Luciano who had self-destructed. I can control this power perfectly. When the two swords clash with complex, accelerating sword paths, the enemy will definitely reveal a weakness. As long as he's distracted even for a moment, his life is over. Kalo, faced with this situation, can only calmly feel his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, waiting for the right moment. Graham spots the opening, stares intently at Karo's weakness, and rushes from behind to attack, clearly revealing his own vulnerability. Graham's whole body leapt into the air, ready to deliver the final blow. "Damn you to hell for your stupidity!" Kalo sneers, showing that you are too cowardly to face him honestly. A brilliant sword light shoots up, illuminating his face with a look of surprise as Graham's expression becomes clear. That sword strike rushed toward him from above. Soon, Graham was hit, blood gushing out wildly. The people below gape in amazement. Kalo looks down on him with contempt. "What's with that show-off? You really ruined the mood, kid." Graham's body, now motionless beside him, had died with his eyes open, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Your team once again cheers in celebration. Of course, Hun is proud. A knight ranked 10th in a Baron family wouldn't fall so easily. Good, just one more strike. With this final blow, we will end with an overwhelming victory. Jen's side won't be so lucky. He angrily throws the pile of documents in his hand, and his curse from inside the tent startles the guards outside. Damn it. After losing his temper, he quietly adjusted his breathing. Jen clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking, damn it, both of the people I sent out to gain an advantage were completely defeated. This can't be happening. Two people stepped forward to volunteer. Please let me fight. I will definitely bring victory. I swear to you, I know the Marcus family's swordsmanship best. Let me fight in the next match. Jaden interrupted sharply. Be quiet. Even Luciano was easily defeated by the old man from the Marquis family. Do you really think you can do anything? We must win this battle no matter what. These two are speechless and can't argue back. They exchange glances, and Titus suddenly has an idea. I have a way. He suggested, let me handle this match. I have a plan that can turn the tide. Jaden quietly considered his son's proposal, recalling the humiliations of past defeats. Anyway, if I lose this battle, it's all over. First, we must change the atmosphere at all costs. Jaden agreed and asked, all right, do whatever you want. No matter the method, just crush the Count family for me. Titus is confident. Of course, father and son will not let you down. On Doyen's side, everyone must have a final meeting. A person has already been chosen, so this time send the high-ranking knight Enrique into battle. Zen stepped in and said, I apologize for the interruption. Young master, I need you to step outside for a moment. This statement made Do-hyu frown in suspicion. They moved outside, footsteps echoing with him leading the group to the city wall. Down below, he shouted, My name is Titus Dust, heir of the Jen Baron family and commander of the Black Bear Knights. I have something to say to Ron Aston of Comfort Castle. Dust kept repeating this phrase the whole time. Do-hyun permits it. You say you have something to say? Go ahead. Titus, he is reflecting. Ron Aston, as a member of the Aston family, I oppose your unjust actions. Use your sword to settle this. Jun sighed and asked, Are you the third swordsman from Lord Jen's southern faction? He replied, This is a challenge not related to the official duel. Just you and me in a sword fight. You interrupted. I refuse. Hyun scoffed and turned away. A nobody who dares to challenge? His plan has failed. Damn it, he seems hot-blooded based on how he acts, daring to outright refuse a sword duel like that. The night's match is turning against us. We must break it at all costs. If that's the case, I have to make Don Aston lose his ability to fight. Titus challenges. Wait a moment, I am the third swordsman. Ron, if you're not a coward, come out and fight me. Is the Aston noble family really going to avoid the fight out of fear? Being entangled by this guy, he sighed and then turned back to say, All right, if you're the third challenger, then everything changes a bit. I accept your challenge. He chuckled to himself. Finally, you've taken the bait, John advised. Lord Ron, do you really have to accept the challenge? We are in a favorable position now. Let the other knights handle it. Deuce said, I understand what you're thinking, but it's too dangerous for you to go into battle yourself. Down reassured him, It's okay, Lord John. Trust me and leave it to me. I am not someone blessed by the gods. Currently, the two are standing beneath the battlefield. Titus's status window shows he is 28 years old, level 69, an ordinary knight with intermediate swordsmanship, affiliated with the Reuben Kingdom, Jaden family, Brandon Republic, with A rank potential attributes, strength 73, agility 67, physique 71, intelligence 64, willpower 68, mana 67, perception 62, special skills including noble knight bloodline A, direct instinct A, combat tendency B. Dohan secretly assesses him as not bad, under 30 and already at intermediate level. If he activates the tattoo, almost no one his age can beat him.
Titus looked at him confused. What is that guy doing? Just look at him. His movements are too unsteady. Even arrogance should have its limits. Having just been knighted, he's already arrogant, but he's only at the intermediate level. Even a genius couldn't level up that quickly. He can't be my opponent. The situation that follows makes him frown. He can't. Every sword strike from Do Hyun carries a blazing holy light. You keep swinging your sword at your opponent. Seeing those sword auras, Titus has to feel intimidated. He was quickly cut by those sword rays, but luckily protected by his armor. Titus was stunned. Is he a monster? Does he have another secret move? It must be at least advanced level. Now I can't even touch a strand of his hair after activating the tattoo, and soon he fell backward. Jaden was stunned, unable to believe his son lost so quickly. Duo Hun stepped forward and asked Titus. The outcome seems clear. You point your sword at him. Will you admit defeat? Titus coughs up blood. I have no choice but to accept that. All right, I accept the result. I have been defeated. The Hun pair silently watched their opponent to see if he would try any tricks. Seeing Titus struggle to stand, they said, all right, the night's match ends here. We should go inform Lord Jen of our defeat. As soon as he turned his back, he exclaimed that we had lost, but his fierce aura was so intimidating that even outsiders were terrified. He planned to secretly stab down with this, and your part is already over. The boy stared at his opponent in shock. Titus planned to assassinate Do Hyun now to take revenge. He thought smugly, goodbye, fool. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off me until the very end. If you thrust your magic sword at this distance, even if you block it, you won't avoid injury. This is your fate. The unlucky kid. You activated the holy light and turned around with a terrifying aura. Titus didn't expect Do Hyun to have his own trump card. His whole body was suspended in midair, unable to move, even as Titus struggled with veins bulging on his face. What is this? Why is the pressure so overwhelming? My body suddenly couldn't move? So you were the one who threw a punch at this guy, daring to ambush him during a sacred duel. Your guts are really big. Do Hyun clenched his fist to see how much you could endure. His leg was quickly crushed, and Titus screamed out in pain that reached to his bones. He fell to the ground begging for mercy, saying, I was wrong, I lost. I completely admit defeat. Do Hyun wouldn't give the traitor a second chance. Now admitting defeat is useless. You dare to defile the duel of the Count's family? You will pay with your life. Titus closed his eyes, unable to look any longer, and could only scream. Jin couldn't just stand by and watch his child be harmed, so he charged in with his sword. While Do Hyun was about to strike, he was quite surprised because the man had initiated the attack himself. The two swords clashed, sparks flying. Jaden swung his blade to stop you from killing Titus. John is surprised to see someone rush into the arena. Do Hyun coldly asks, are you now resorting to dirty tricks? Countess Jen has nothing left to lose, so he takes a risk. Jaden shouted, you're the one cheating. A kid from the Count's family who's not even the official heir dares to wield a sword and act as judge. The order of the Count's domain has completely collapsed. He commands the knights to charge so I can personally prove who truly is the heir of this land. Wayne is ready to defend this land. He coldly says, it seems you are mistaken. No need to go anywhere, just settle it right here. Hyun declares, I hereby reveal all the crimes of the rebel leader, Count Jaden, Lord of Calyps. He seems to realize he has been set up, and Pierce exchange glances as a signal. You could now accuse him of colluding with certain nobles plotting to overthrow Confort City. The crime of attempting to assassinate Lord Melvin of the Aston family using poison. For these reasons, Countess Jen and her accomplices will all be charged with treason. The accomplices are only now starting to fear. They deny everything. Poison, conspiracy, I didn't do any of that. Jaden angrily demands, just saying no without any proof. Is that all you've got? You have no evidence to say such absurd things. Who do you think will believe a kid like you? You calmly replied, you are still as foolish as ever, Jen. Whether you admit guilt or not, the Countess family will still hold you accountable. He burst out laughing in anger. Who does the Countess family think they are to judge me? Do Hai Hun replied. You? No, you're mistaken. The one who will judge is not me. As he finished speaking, the gate opened, and Jin, sensing something was wrong, glanced in that direction. Melvin has returned with unstoppable momentum, he declares. The true owner of this land will judge you. There have been too many shocking things for Jen today. How is that possible? This is just too unreasonable. The Lord of Confort City, Melvin Aston, steps forward and declares that from now on, all dirty schemes against the Count's territory will be thoroughly dealt with here. Before Lady Jen left, you received news about your father's condition and quickly went to his room. The double doors swung open wide, showing a look of urgency on your face. You've arrived. Young master, are you sure? I heard that your condition has improved. Nikia will lead the way. Yes, please go this way.
Melvin's face was rosier, and his body no longer had the purple veins like before. She reports that the external treatments are all complete, and his condition seems to have improved significantly. The magical conflict has also ceased, so there is no threat to his life. However, the Count's magic power has not moved, and normally in such cases, other circulatory systems would show issues, but no symptoms of that are present. What? Did Melvin wake up when he heard the voice of his youngest son, Roan? You asked Han if your father is more alert now. He sat up and said, I've heard the news. I hear you and Dion handled it very wisely. Do-hyun reassured him, just focus on recovering and breaking through to a higher realm now. Don't worry about the territory. No, I think I have hit an insurmountable wall. I have faced a limit that is completely different in nature from any difficulty I have ever experienced. Every time I touch that wall, I feel as if I hear the voice of a divine being. The voice of the divine says that you should only come this far. His hand clenched tightly. Melvin thought to himself that he had once believed that this was definitely the wall he could someday overcome. Not being able to fulfill his family's wish with these hands, he felt such regret. But what else can I do now? My body can no longer even control its magic, so I can only pass this place on to my children, Do-hyun asked. So you are going to give up then? He asked in surprise. What? Say that again, the Countess Territory Swordsman. Are you planning to give up everything and retreat right here? No, father won't give up, so please don't look like you've already given up everything. That is not the demeanor a head of the Count family should show. When Do-hyun spoke to him, he was speechless, Ron. I'm sure that if it were my father, he could definitely do it. I will make it happen. Do-hyun explains that the only reason his father's magic isn't working is because those bastards use poison. He encourages him, saying he can't fall into despair just because he was deceived by scum like them.
Dad is not the kind of person who is just an empty shell without magic.
He frowned in thought for a moment. Then suddenly Melvin burst into laughter, causing both people in the room to fear. It seemed he had overcome his psychological barrier. You're right, my son. This change is something Do-hyun could never have expected. Melvin continued, I have shown you my shameful side. Yes, Melvin Jast Aston was never meant to be like this. He remembered his past in a moment he had forgotten that his life was the result of countless struggles and efforts. That is what made him an outstanding swordsman and the head of the Aston family. Is this as far as I can go? Is this my destiny? He decided to break the limitations of his own beliefs. If this trash is his destiny, he will shatter it. So right now, Melvin has broken through. His body tenses up, muscles bulge, and energy erupts. The entire room was engulfed by the powerful energy emanating from Melvin. Nikia was about to run to Can. No, if you force your magic like that, it could reverse and break your meridian flow. Do-hyun stops her. Wait, she doesn't understand. Why, young master? He replies, everyone has something more important than their life. No one understands father better than you. And now he wants to take back what is rightfully his. Doan asks if Nikia can create a ceiling barrier here to keep out the outside, respecting the choices of the father and son, and can only offer her full support. All right, I can do it. You can also ask Lavenna. Can you help me? She agrees. Of course, Down requests it. Stabilize the magic here and cast supportive spells on my father. Lavin, act immediately and leave it to me. While Nikia was reciting ancient spells to create a shield, Levin was also coordinating to form a barrier to block the escaping magical flows. Down was also not free. You look at your armored golden arm, while I combine the strength of Doyun and Cadenus. He spoke. Just as I thought, there is a problem. Cadenus confirms that when Melvin is trying to upgrade, something is suppressing the Count's magic hall, causing the imbalance between his magic capacity, level, and physical condition. He explains, this is not a matter of willpower or skill. Something outside doesn't want the Count to move on to the next stage. Cadenus said, yes, this phenomenon seems to be caused by an entity with divine power intervening. The furniture in the room shakes. Melvin shouts loudly, his body enduring overload. Nikia warns that these are the initial signs of a reverse flow. In this situation, it's really dangerous. Young master, it seems you have understood Cadenus' intention and have a way to fix it. The Hun couple encourages the wall blocking your path is a curse. I never doubted that you would fall before such a cowardly curse. Someday, father will overcome it himself, but the world won't leave us in peace. And now the Aston family desperately needs your strength, so this time do not refuse my request. You call on me to help you, so break down that damn wall and fight with me. The whole room erupts with energy, blue light shining through the window. Inside the room, everything seemed frozen in place. Even Do-hun was stiff and unresponsive. A red notification box appeared, filled with dense text. Warning, the player is attempting to interfere with a main NPC in the forced scenario. If there is an issue with the main NPC, it could cause errors throughout the entire scenario. It is recommended that the player act immediately. A forced script error is being calculated. A serious error may occur in the current forced script if the constraints on the current Countess Melvin, the head of the Aston family, are released. The collapse of the Aston family could lead to the deletion of all 3,281 related quests that Rayon players can undertake. Raoun's influence on the Aston family could be greatly diminished for the benefit of the player Raoun. Make the right choice. Don't you want to become the true head of the Aston family with its vast territory and powerful knight squad? Follow the scenario designed specifically for you by the system connection. Warning if an error occurs in the scenario due to round players' interference. All rewards from the 27 related missions completed in this scenario may be lost. Warning, due to the distorted script, the system's constraints may backfire on Ron, causing the Hun duo to break free from its control. Shout and transform. The notification board shatters. He immediately went to Melvin, a blue light enveloping his entire body. Update notice, member has been accepted. Melvin's entire body is lifted as he continues to upgrade. Cadenas urgently warns everyone to stay away from the Count. The twin birds quickly grab Lavin to escape danger. He embraces Nikia and turns to fly off into the distance. Energy is escaping from Melvin's chest hair, causing the entire room to shake and objects to fall to the ground. Cadenas admired, I have witnessed the rise of many masters, but this is the first time I have seen such a powerful reaction force. That's because the level he was supposed to reach long ago was forcibly suppressed. Philip burst open the door and asked, Young master, are you all right? Do-hyun quickly called out, Philip, sir. He ordered everyone to lie down and stay away from this room. The Count is testing a new level. Philip can feel that terrifying power. He obeyed the order clearly. Down asked Nikia, how is the barrier coming along? She replied, I've set one up in the center of the room. It's a bit unstable, but the effect won't spread outside the mansion. Lavin reports, let me handle the barrier around the mansion. I can control it properly. There is nothing more to worry about the barrier. Down watches Melvin upgrade. His hands clench tightly as he waits silently. The notification board displays, don't you want to become the true owner of the Aston family with its vast territory and powerful night squad? Follow the script specially designed by the system for players. Warning, if an error occurs in the script due to player rounds interference, all rewards from the 27 related missions completed in this script may be lost. He was annoyed, tired of living a life dictated by someone else's script. He is gradually completing the upgrade process. I secretly promise myself that from now on I will write my own scripts. The room returned to peace, but signs of destruction were clearly visible from the window to the floor. After a sweep, the energy around Melvin had stabilized. When Hun asked, Dad, are you okay? His aura was so intimidating that everyone had to be cautious. You wait for Melvin, still feeling a bit worried inside. He can't believe it. Finally, Dad did it. The lifelong wish of the family that he couldn't fulfill. Melvin clenched his fists in celebration of this upgrade, full of excitement. Today has finally arrived the day Father did it himself. Roan, everything is thanks to you. The two of you are very happy. Congratulations, Father, on reaching a new level. You have worked very hard. Nikia was stunned. How could this be possible? Philip is very happy. Congratulations, sir. My lord, all the relatives have come to visit Melvin, who has escaped the great danger. He silently thought that he had to overcome the final barrier on his own, but that was just foolish stubbornness. I thought I was alone, but that wasn't true. I thought it was something I had to do alone. How foolish. Melvin realizes he has people to protect, loyal allies by his side, and his two sons whom he loves. Melvin glanced at Dion, who was smiling brightly like a child. Raun, I owe this kid another favor. He remained silent as he saw the red system message appear. The main scenario NPC count Melvin Aston has resisted the force control and joined the first guild. System settings are conflicting. An error has occurred. The forced collapse of the Aston house script has been disabled due to a serious error. All tasks related to this script are being disabled and a replacement script is being prepared. Warning. Be careful. Misfortune could fall on player Raun at any moment in any form. Do-hyun accepting karma? This is the first time I've heard that term. I've never done anything like this before, so it's understandable. Player intervention in the forced script is simply impossible. The designated NPCs for the action script seem to be following divine guidance. Some characters have helped players advance the story, but none have ever joined the player's guild. So, the major guilds from my previous life chose to eliminate rather than recruit to complete the script. Raun's existence is definitely becoming a wild card here. I'm worried about what kind of obstacle this might cause. Melvin getting out of bed startled him. Nikia hesitated to intervene. You must not move. At this moment, he has just reached a new level, so the pain is still very intense. You reassure him, Dad, you don't need to push yourself. My brother and I can handle this ourselves. Melvin gently places his hand on your head and smiles kindly, saying, I'm sorry for making you worry and thank you. Melvin understood that you have been through a lot lately. You must have endured much suffering with such an imperfect father like me. I want you to stay by my side and witness how this all ends. Will you agree? Do-hyun pursed his lips, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to speak. He remembered the warning earlier. Warning. Rion forcibly intervened in the mandatory script. The karma enforcement system has been activated. Warning. Be careful. Bad luck can fall on Raun at any moment and in any form. Deep down, I don't know how karma will come for me, but I think accepting everything is worth it. I will not regret. You agree? Of course, Father. Currently, Melvin approaches Jen with a somber expression. He couldn't believe it. I heard your condition has worsened and you're nearing death. So, you look completely healthy. Are you deceiving the Countess family? The old man sneered. You still have that arrogance I heard you're living peacefully in another country. So what brings you here? Caught? Jansen frowned for a moment and bitterly said, Stop pretending to be sympathetic.
It seems you have forgotten that everything you have was given to you by me, yet you respond with ingratitude and blame me. Are you crazy? Melvin calmly ordered the others to proceed. Come in. Leading the way was Alonzo, the bishop of the Janung Church and a sixth level mage of the Charismats Mage Guild. He spoke. According to the Janung Church and the Mage Association, the Count's collapse was not an accident, but a clear assassination. Nikia displays the screen. These are the results we obtained during the count for the Count. The Count is suffering from a disease called monophilaria, a method commonly used in the Empire. Duke Hoon orders his subordinates to bring them in. Those are the servants. The guards were involved in this operation, and you declared that we have obtained more than just evidence. Do Hai Hun summoned his sword light, his cold voice echoing as he looked at one of them, who was both a witness, accomplice, and the mastermind. So, what did you say earlier? This person is trembling. We were just following orders. We were only told to mix a measured amount of the drug into the Count's food. You keep pressing him to reveal who gave the orders, and he immediately confesses the mastermind. Baron Jen. He laughed and said, I understand now. Now I understand everything. So it was all your plan. My dear sibling, to eliminate me, the one who completely threatens you, you launched a surprise attack, deceived everyone, even used me. I will never forgive you. Melvin swung his sword to block the attack and calmly looked at the maniacal one. Jen's laughter grew frantic. That's right. Those eyes, that expression, the attitude as if you're above everyone else. Looking down on everyone as if you are the superior one. He is starting to lose his composure. Decades have passed, but I have never forgotten everything you took away so easily. They originally belonged to me. Without you, all of it should have been mine. Melvin replied, I can't listen to this anymore. This is where I stopped considering you my brother. Lord Jen, I accuse you of treason for causing chaos in the Count's territory. He questioned, don't make me laugh. What are you that dares to do this? Melvin didn't give the opponent much chance to speak and prepared to attack. Jeden was stunned as that energy hit him. What's going on? This magic pressure is so strong I can hardly breathe. The magic power like a raging storm surged toward the opponent, and in this situation, he struggled to defend. His hands beginning to tremble, unable to believe that this level was Melvin. He raised his sword, his face grim, and an extremely terrifying aura radiated from him. In the end, Jeden realized he had reached the realm of the Great Swordmaster, and upon discovering the truth, his aura also erupted. A strike from Melvin splits the ground and rises in a cloud of dust and smoke. Jeden remains in his previous stance after just barely blocking the attack, coughing up blood from internal injuries. Damn it, has he reached the master level already? Something's seriously wrong. He can't accept this. I can't let everything end like this. I have been through countless things to get here. Jen is frantically attacking. You bastard, Melvin! The sword light takes the shape of a snarling beast rushing toward him. Melvin calmly controls his swordsmanship, and just as the beast lunges, the sword light cuts through it. His fist raised towards his opponent. Jeden was stunned as Melvin charged forward. He is now right in front of him, throwing a punch that shatters Jen's sword, followed by another punch aimed directly at his face. Melvin declares, I have already been too lenient with you. I admit many have suffered from my wrong judgments, so I must end this cursed affair right here. Jeden found it really funny. Are you saying it's over? Melvin, blinded by your petty play of justice, you can't even see what's right beneath your feet. That's why you're not fit to be the master of this castle. You think you're the only one? There are countless others cowering at your feet, waiting for the day they can cut your throat. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Melvin, you will finally be swallowed by the darkness, and before you can finish speaking, he swings his sword and cuts into your neck. Fresh blood gushed out as Jeden was about to be executed. Melvin coldly looked at his opponent, showing no emotion at all. The people beside him stood silently, witnessing Jen's head flying off his body. Melvin found it truly ridiculous. Do you think I would fall for something like that? He challenges you, if you're brave, come at me. Melvin Aston, owner of Confort Castle, will defend this land to the death. No one responded, only the joyful shouts of the knights, and Duhill felt relieved. I've protected it. I have saved the Aston family from collapse after the Count's civil war and Lord Jen's purge, as the family members were overwhelmed trying to restore order. He pushed open the door angrily, looking like someone owed him money. A person shouted in fear, there's an intruder. He arrogantly asked, who manages here? This person was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Dylan demanded. Count, the owner of this castle is probably away. Bring the manager here for me. Don't tell me you don't know who I am. Hurry up. He obeyed in fear. Understood, sir. I have ordered my subordinates to seal all the castle gates and instructed the nobles within the territory not to leave their homes. Team 1, follow me to the Lord's residence. Team 2, head to the camp immediately. While the noble family is embroiled in a civil war, the Count's representative, Raoun's brother, has gone outside the territory to reclaim lands from the lords who once aided Baron Jen. He is also busy dealing with internal traitors on behalf of his father. The rebels have been captured by Juan, Jack, annoyed, said. Traitors are everywhere. Philip explains that since Count Melvin didn't act immediately after inheriting the title, the discontented ones are only now starting to stir. He's worried. But is it really okay to round them all up like this? They are all noble aristocrats. Philip doesn't care. Anyway, the one who makes the decision will be the Count. By the time the verdict is announced, we will no longer be here.
Dion in his office quietly rejoiced upon hearing the news. Good. Even the elders that father had to cut down to reach are now within grasp. Together with the major merchant brokers and the association's executives, we have already taken control. If not now, then it would have been impossible. We must root it out completely to prevent any rebellion from happening again. Now I will hand over the Aston family to you, DN and Dad. This is a necessary step for that. Many things have changed due to the altered scenario, and we have gained a lot as well. For example, the system notification shows that the disaster mission to besiege the Marcus Alliance has been completed and the alternate ending for the traitor has been achieved. Check your rewards for completing the traitor's ending. A new hidden scenario for the Aston family's new heir has now opened. You chuckled to yourself, I told you I wouldn't become a new heir. Let's check the rewards. This time Dion obtained an absolute stat boosting potion, an S rank item that instantly and permanently increases one optional stat by 1 upon use. The increase is also adjusted according to the user's current absolute stats. Your cheeks are blushing with excitement. Yes, this is the reward I truly deserve. The required experience points for each level increase exponentially, and once reaching the limit of 100, they can no longer grow. But this pill bypasses that limit and boosts the stats beyond it. Hunt opened the system. I didn't expect a big reward after breaking a forced script, but this turned out to be surprisingly good. Check the status window. It's been a while since I last checked. Your information has been updated.
Round's name is now level 84 to 99 in hard mode. His profession is a high-level sword saint with intermediate divine power linked to the Aston seed. The Round Callow family has returned. The first guild strength stat is 75 to 80, agility 79 to 82, stamina 76 to 81, intelligence 71 to 77, willpower 80 to 83, mana 79 to 82, soul 82 to 85, awareness 81 to 83. Unique trait, S-level gathering skill, developer's analytical eye, S, divine power master S +1, noble swordsmanship lineage. Round is the first player to reach level 99. The special title of Pioneer has been awarded. Seeing the results of his efforts, Do-hyun smiles with satisfaction. He's eager to go. Good, it's time to move on to the next stage at the Mira Free City branch of the First Guild. In the special training hall of the Purple Guild, Tien-min is diligently practicing swordsmanship. He unleashes the Manhwa Kai Lo technique, with his sword blazing like a whirlwind slicing toward his opponent. An explosion shook the entire area. He was stunned to see the condition of his opponent. Ilu stands in the thick smoke unharmed. He finally speaks. Is it over? Yu changed the tone and declared, it's my turn now. Yu jumped in front of Tien-min, ready to start a new fight. He swung his sword in a pattern of plum blossom dance. Yu dodged sideways. I told you not to use those useless names, and you even shouted the name loudly during the attack.
He reminded him, how could he not shout his name when using such a magnificent skill? Tien-min retorted, this is a sacred ritual.
Ha! How could ordinary people understand the heart of a knight? Ilu thought to himself, he's really talented, but every time he wields a sword, he turns into that. Black, standing far away, watched them fight and whispered to Brother Che, is that called personality or stubbornness? She replied, if it obstructs the battle, isn't that stubbornness? Ilu created a clone during the fight, and soon he had 4 more allies. Tien-min angrily shouted, you coward! Using secret techniques again, Ilu replied. You also use your special traits? What's the difference? It's not some sneaky move or anything. Black thinks that after graduation from the academy, everyone really did improve their skills significantly. Yeah, I thought they were just messing around at first. Brother Say continued, maybe it's thanks to that person that they could train their skills in such a good environment. He was surprised. That person? She said Dion? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Do-hyun anywhere. Yes, I also heard that she was temporarily absent to carry out the second transfer, but it's been almost half a month and there's still no news. She truly is someone who can't be understood or known what she's doing or where she is. At this moment, the First Guild Academy is decorated for the celebration, with a faint fog inside. So, the first graduation ceremony of the First Guild Academy is now concluded. May the blessings and glory of the gods accompany the future of all the graduates. Cheers erupt. It has been 5 months since the trial began, and the students who trained for 3 months at the academy have graduated looking completely different from when they first enrolled. To prove their growth, all graduates achieved astonishing results by ranking in the top 1,000. Countless recruiters from various guilds are searching for them, so the future for these graduates is like a wide open road paved with roses.
Those who couldn't attend left annoyed, and in the end, received no invitations at all. The follower asked curiously,
it seems there are still many gaps. So why aren't there any more recruitment efforts? The main reason they feel regret is because of the Purple Guild, a newly formed guild with Dion ranked first as the guild leader. Such a guild like Purple is not a place where any trainee can freely join. Only the top-ranked students and a select few from among them can receive invitations. When Ilu's group received the news, they were shocked. What? An invitation to join the guild for us? Danton smiled brightly and confirmed, yes, I think this is an offer too good to refuse. What does everyone think? Sehui spoke up, this is truly an offer we should be immensely grateful for.
But can we join without the approval of Lord Do-hun, the founder of the guild? He refused? Don't worry, because recruiting everyone is part of Do-yun's plan. Danton also called him aside and said, Kim Yu, I have one more offer for you. Do-yun said he wants to appoint you as vice guild leader. The other three turned to look in shock at the person standing beside them. Ailu stammered, how could I possibly take on such an important position? Danton encouraged him, no need to be so modest. Your abilities are recognized by the academy as being second best in your class, right after Do-yun, the top student, and you also have Do-yun's complete trust. That should be enough of a reason. Ailu quietly recalled the memories with Do-yun from high school. Danton reminded everyone of the benefits that the Purple Guild receives from the support of the F Guild, which goes without saying. It will be very helpful for the guild's future development. You all need to confirm. So, does everyone agree? Currently, Tianmin is still being pushed back by the blows. Ailu steps forward and extends his hand. If things continue like this, not to mention Do-hyun, even I will find it very difficult to defeat you. Tianmin grasped the outstretched hand in front of him, used the force to stand up, and casually said, We'll see. After my martial arts reach the highest level, will you still be able to say such words? Yu chuckled. Well, Brother Sad just came over to assess. Yu has also grown a lot. Are you now able to freely use your clone like that? Drake continued. Indeed, the vice leader is different. How strong do you plan to become in the future? He smiled and replied, Do-hyun already said it. Don't trap yourself within the limits of skills. I am trying to learn and apply skills and abilities that truly have great potential. She suddenly remembered and asked, You can't contact Do-hyun. Anyway, you two are close. Ailu, I still don't understand. Well, there's nothing yet. It seems this time will last a bit longer. Just then, the notification screen appeared, leaving all three stunned. Inside is a notification that player Do-hun has completed their second class change. Please everyone, join in the celebration. A second time class changer has appeared, so the graduation tower has appeared in each free city. The graduation tower has challenges prepared for both combat and non-combat professions. Once a profession graduates, the free city movement limit is lifted and you can attempt official quests. Note that if you fail the challenge, the cooldown time will be applied before you can try again. The minimum recommended challenge level is 50. After completing the second transfer, Sei, Hui, and Break looked on in admiration and said, Wow, finally they did it, I have to admit. Tianmin suddenly turned and left. Ailu asked, Where are you going? He's determined. I'll go level up and transfer first. I can't fall behind that guy Noyun. Ayu's reaction suddenly woke him up, and he hurriedly chased after Tianmin. Hey, wait for me. In the bustling Mira Square, people are passing by and talking about this place. Wow, there's no spot without the symbol of the F Guild. Most of the shops here are operated by the First Mirror Guild, a large city with over 100,000 residents and a constant influx of players bringing in goods. Restaurants are prepared to suit players' tastes, along with medicine shops, waste disposal sites for byproducts, and fashionable clothing stores. Most of the city's public facilities are managed by the First Guild, but no player feels inconvenienced by these facilities. With superior benefits compared to other places, the satisfaction level of players in Mirror Free City is very high and their ratings are excellent. Therefore, it is completely natural for everyone to pay attention to the graduation tower built here, the center of the players. A group of injured players, bandaged, walks out of the tower. From afar, two people are whispering and discussing. It's been days, but no one has claimed to have conquered that tower yet. The person next to them replies, I want to go somewhere other than Mira now. Are those guys walking around in shame because they got judged? You're so confident, but in the end, you probably failed too. Isn't the only person left that person? Someone admired and said, that must be Lord Do-hai-hun, who is surely holding the top position in that nickname. He looked down, but I heard he already completed his second class transfer, so why is there no news? Does my friend think I'm unsure, or is he just trying to stall? If he shows up after all of us have failed, wouldn't he stand out more? He angrily retorted, Hey, do you think you're just like yourself? Of course, something has already happened. Then suddenly a cracking sound was heard. Both of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at the person sitting at the outdoor dining table of a restaurant, fully covered. These two are leaving together. But anyway, don't think about the person who's not here anymore. We should also change our plans quickly. The one earlier was Do-hyun. How did they know? I thought I was caught spying. He took off his hood and stood up saying, Then as you wish, let's make our appearance gradually. The brave duo Hun walks confidently down the street, drawing many eyes, and the two others exclaim in surprise. Hey, could that person be Beto Hun? Some people around him are expressing their admiration. Please just look over here once. I'm a big fan of yours. Lavin happily asked, You're really famous for liking this, huh? Roan, I feel like something's off. Is that a compliment, Lavin? She is worried. Leaving the Calip's territory as it is might not be safe. If there are still remnants of troops, a war could break out there. Do-hyun reassures her that it's okay, and there's no need to worry about that, while Lavena is curious and not like Roan at all. Why are you so indifferent? I was confident everything would be fine, so I acted that way. The magnificent Ruben Royal Palace looms ahead. Joris orders the captured lords who brought troops to Calip's to be brought in. Are you the masterminds behind planning a war in the territory without the king's permission? The two explained, "Oh, it was just a misunderstanding, Your Highness. We were threatened by Awakens." Jorah said sternly, "It seems you fear outside forces more than the Reuben royal family, don't you?" He ordered all the lords to be imprisoned. This will be thoroughly investigated and judged later. As the soldiers took them away, he begged, "Please, we know we were wrong, Prince. Please forgive us." Jorah repeats one last time. "Listen carefully, everyone. Calypso is the territory I personally granted to Roan, who has achieved countless great deeds. He is both a benefactor of the nation and a dear friend of mine. Attacking him is also like turning your back on me."
I hope you also understand how daring that is, with the tower towering high and floating stones all around.
Dune and Lavenna entered the tower. He exclaimed, "It's been a while since we came here, hasn't it? Do you remember? You said you had already gone through this place once before, right?" Do Hyun confirms, "Yeah, it seems nothing has changed since back then." Lavenna marveled at the scene, where illusion and spatial magic were crafted with incredible intricacy. Even I find it hard to fully grasp. The notification board displayed, "Welcome to the graduation tower. Here, you can check the strength you have cultivated over the past period." A blue light scans Dion, and a mechanical voice announces that it is measuring the player's status. Please wait a moment while the system reboots and then displays the recommended challenge list. Melee combat, ranged combat, superpower, magic, summoning, reconnaissance, assassination, crafting. Lavin was amazed and said, "Wow, there are so many? It must be because of the skill encyclopedia." Du Haihun calmly analyzed that there are 3 tests a person can challenge. The first one requires no hesitation at all. It is superpower. "Hey, Round, don't forget this time there's something we absolutely have to get." You reply, "Oh, that thing? Even though I'm not very interested, there's nothing I can do now." Lavin puffs up his cheeks in anger and says, "She left, so I don't need to help her right now, right? If you need anything later, just call me. Ian won't hold you back, so go ahead and rest. You're all alone now," he said excitedly. So then a figure has appeared nearby. Du-hun is waiting. Let's get started. Information about this NPC shows defeating the Guardian. Level A. The goal is to win against the tower's superpower Guardian. The side objective is to use only superpower skills to win, without using any other skills. Both the player and the Guardian are fixed at level 50. Skill proficiency at intermediate level 1. Random specialized equipment reward A. A rank title. 50,000 coins experience. The special skill enhancement reward makes Du-hun's heart tremble. That's a really great reward. You confidently think that in the previous life you couldn't get it, but this time everything will be different. The figure of the officer is lifted high by Do-hyun's power. He struggled to speak for a long time. This ridiculous thing. The figure of the officer becomes transparent. "Congratulations. Fighter, I pray that your future will be filled with blessings." After passing the superpower test, Do-hyun advances to the second test, close combat, continuously dueling with the instructor. He raised his sword and struck with a powerful blow. Do-hun calmly lifted the sword in his hand. "Your technique is agile, the sword light shining brightly as you strike at the instructor." He is defeated. Dawn passed the malaise test, and Cadmus evaluated. "Your strength has improved a lot," he replied. "It's all thanks to my master." "Is the new environment okay?" He replied. "There's nothing inconvenient at all." Down silently thought that one of RNAT's special features is its secret voraciousness. He received a B-level energy armor reward, with Rand's binding status partially unlocked. Currently sealed with the power capacity of 1.5 units C, maximum operation time of 5 minutes. Automatic charging mode, defensive spell, sword attribute field with mid-level power, reduced by 50% effectiveness. A replica of the mythic power armor Rednator. When passing through space and time, most functions have been sealed, and some special functions have been transformed. When the special conditions are met, the seal will be lifted. The special ability of the crime segment increases its effectiveness by 200% when confronting Minwook's targets. Its secret gluttony can absorb lower-level energy armor and mimic its functions. The Hun pair secretly rejoiced as they absorbed lower-level energy armor and mimicked its function. To fully disguise as Doan, I fed it a hidden energy armor and concealed Rednator's appearance. "It seems we've temporarily achieved our goal since the guards didn't recognize my energy armor. They probably don't even know about the concept of players equipped with energy armor." The final announcement displays the third and last exam. Which lock will you choose? You chose. In the end, it's magic. I will fight the magic instructor of the graduation tower. Lavenna has been waiting for her turn, and now it's finally her turn. Now it's finally my turn. Lavin is eager for me to show the strength of the Rivalina Eliosmia heir. June steps in to stop her. "Wait, Lavenna, I have something to say. I've always had a dream, to become a master who can use all kinds of skills. I want to fulfill that dream right here. Can you give me a chance?" Lavenna was silent in response to this proposal. She agreed to guide him, first giving Down a magic staff. "All right, then try to create a basic fire magic fireball here." You grasp the magic staff, summon a fireball, which appears then gradually diminishes, and the 2 annoyed elves break the staff in frustration. "No way! Is this because the staff has a problem?" Lavin reminds him that someone once said that a master doesn't choose their tools. She continues, "I just can't understand it. Why does someone with such exceptional swordsmanship and psychic abilities always become a fool when holding a staff?" You explain that it's because their mechanisms are completely different from swords or psychic powers.
By the way, since we're talking, I'll just say it outright.
Round really has no talent at all for being a mage, so please give up on the idea of mastering magic. Hyun sighed, but I also have a dream of becoming an oven master. You seem worried. Even if you have in the past, it's best to set it aside now. The final round's instructor appears beside you, asking as usual. Welcome, challenger. Are you ready to begin the test? Lavin was excited. She couldn't just stand and watch from behind forever. When did she start? Let me show off my skills after so many days of absence and see how I do. Guardian, I call upon you. O power of the floating flame in the void. Answer my call and pierce through the enemy. A giant missile arrow streaks forward, and Lavenna quickly creates an elemental shield to block it. A devastating explosion occurs at the center, and she continues to unleash a barrage of lightning strikes downward. He used a stone wall to block the attack. Standing outside, you see the stone emit sparks of lightning, and you exclaim, "That's terrifying!" I silently thought that their magic deployment was too fast for me to keep up. The battle was more fierce than I imagined, but Lavenna created a fireball and shouted, causing it to explode into flames. The mage summoned a tornado to wrap around the fire. Oh, heavy wind, rise up fiercely, elemental storm. But the flames were too powerful, swallowing the approaching storm, and he gradually faded into obscurity. I didn't expect someone to be able to surpass my memory magic. The mage declared, I acknowledge you as a true mage. This victory makes Lavenna proud of herself. He sincerely says, Thank you, Lavenna, for your effort on my behalf. She smiled and replied, It's nothing. Down was excited to test. So, the notification shows your choice. Congratulations on passing the graduation test safely. Do you want to graduate from the starting city and challenge the real world? He immediately pressed the Z button on the screen. A beam of light appeared before both of them at the top of the tower, fireworks exploding across the sky. The people outside the tower looked on in surprise at this unexpected display. Hyun smiled and said, Now the real game begins. The notification board appears. Congratulations, player. Down is the first to pass the graduation tower's test. You have proven to the world that the otherworldly players are qualified to become the saviors of the CC world. From this moment on, restrictions on free urban movement will be lifted. Feel free to explore the Kenite continent. Having proven your worth, you will no longer be protected outside the designated areas. The main mission of the Savior's appearance has officially begun. Explore the continent and accumulate merit points for the residents. An immediate meeting is taking place at the Seoul Age capital headquarters. The key leaders are present. The current Prime Minister of South Korea, Seokyeon, spoke, outlining the current situation of the countries including South Korea. Although it's still too early to draw conclusions, the signs indicate that the person named Chai is appearing in various countries. DC Group Chairman Song Young added, I hear that the US and China have also raised concerns about this. Does the VIP not have any specific instructions? Someone murmured. Isn't it a bit early for the government to step in directly? Another person sighed and said, Are the other countries probably already starting to panic? Are we too slow? He argued back. Watch your words carefully. Do you think this is a market to complain? Am I wrong about something? In this urgent situation, we must quickly find a solution. Minister of Science and Technology. Kim Dae interrupted them. Everyone, calm down first. I will summarize the situation. He confirms that since C officially started operating, what that person warned about has indeed been happening. The chart has been displayed on the screen. Please look at the chart. The number of climate anomalies, rising temperatures, and changes in the size of sunspots have increased exponentially in recent years. They are expressing concern. The greenhouse effect is indeed causing global temperatures to rise, but this increase has exceeded predictions. It has been getting worse over the past 6 months since the CCK service started. That is why I have summoned you here. Even a small chance means we cannot ignore that person's words. This concerns the nation's great affairs, and I hope the private sector will pay more attention before the government officially steps in. Being directly accused, Sang Young frowned and said, I understand. The private sector's costs are not important in this situation, but I hope the next meeting will result in practical and constructive agreements. C thanked him for his cooperation. He left a message saying, I hear there are major disturbances starting in the organization. Please share any new information you have. All right, then he ended the call. Sang Young frowned and said, Come in. When the son opens the door and steps inside, he proactively asks, What do you think?
The eldest son of the DC Hansiono group seems to sense that everyone is a bit uncertain and looks like they are hiding something. Sang-Yoon confirms, yes, of course, because we haven't laid all our cards on the table either.
I think we should recruit people and bring them into the team. It will be an important key in the future and also an opportunity for us, he thought to himself. Because he's young, he's decisive early on, but it seems he's not wrong. Sang-Young called out, Lie, Secretary, he's waiting for orders. Yes, Chairman. He's been assigned to handle the recruitment information of a support team, and the announcement is that unlimited capsule funding will be provided, so keep adding personnel as more capsules arrive. Secretary Lai obeyed. Yes, I understand. Sang Young, thinking of his son Sion, said, Sion, he is waiting for orders. Yes, father. You imply that you know I really hate losing, right? Then he awkwardly replied, Of course. Sang Young warned that if what he said is true, then said is the key to our future. Don't tarnish the name of DC. At Guild Branch F, you have returned here.
Dion asked curiously. Is this all that's left? Lavenna confirms. Yeah, he sighed in disappointment and said, I didn't expect the graduation tower's reward to be all illusions, just a bunch of useless junk. Do-hyun paid attention to the last one. So I'll open this final box. Anything will do. Please just give me something useful. When the box opens, the dazzling golden light makes Lavenna gasp in amazement, the effect completely different from before. The item information display shows the Song of Three Spirits with a rare S rank. Effect: 50% increase in spiritual energy recovery rate. Special effect: can store 3 types of mental energy for later use. Description: a necklace made from shards of the ancient mental energy owner's soul. Under the guidance of the ancient soul, the spirit recovery speed will increase. Additionally, it can store 3 different types of mental energy and automatically activate when the owner wishes or when preset conditions are met. Do-hyun took it, the item that all psychics want most, the spiritual energy item. This is definitely the item made just for me. You already have a plan. I can store a secret technique or an evasive skill as a backup. Lavin behind frowned and asked, how long do you plan to keep staring at that necklace? Round Do-hyun thought to himself, making others wait too long is just asking for trouble. You tap on the screen. I know, but there's still the most important reward. A notification shows an additional reward upon completing the event mission to defeat the bishop, which can effectively enhance specialized skills. Please choose one of the options. Which one are you looking forward to? It's time to fulfill your long-standing wish. A series of notifications appeared before both of them, revealing information one after another. Hyun silently thought that all of these options could effectively enhance skills and superpowers, melee combat, and magic that he had already tested. Everything is useful, but the thing Lavin wants most is suddenly her shouting out, "Ah!" as the latest notification updates on the seal removal of the Bak Koaton Thuki Nang magic artifact. She exclaimed as she partially lifted the seal of the Bak Koaton Thuki Nang magic item linked to the player Beo-hun. I found it! Lavin exclaimed excitedly. What did I say? Clearly, I told you it would appear among the options. You're just adding your own commentary. That's right, no wonder you're an internet expert. Do-hyun selected to guide you the encyclopedia skill seal. A series of encrypted characters appeared before her, as Levin hovered above the book, surrounded by a shroud of energy. The entire space is illuminated by the blue energy emanating from the book as Lavin gradually completes her absorption of power. Until those characters gradually faded away and disappeared, she happily felt the energy within her body change. A new update notification, Encyclopedia of Skills, Epic Rank, Execution, Sealed Status. 3 out of 5 are linked to Librarian Lavin, who is currently residing. The effectiveness of the skill increases based on the number and type of skills recorded. The total number of skills recorded is currently 1,573. The new skill creation feature allows converting skills listed in the encyclopedia into skill books. Additionally, you can record skills you've learned into the encyclopedia. Creating skill books requires special materials. Do-hyun was stunned, thinking about creating skill books. If it's this, I can turn all the skills I've learned so far into skill books. This is cheating, isn't it? She crossed her arms proudly and said, See, you should listen to me. You asked Han Lavenna how she feels. Does she notice any change? She revealed that yes, I feel that her body shape and wings have become much clearer. The day the seal is completely broken, I think I will also be freed from this restraint a little. Do-hyun is happy. Oh, congratulations. I hope that day will come soon. You seem a little sad. Lavin regaining her body from her soul state will probably mean saying goodbye to Lavenna, the person who has been with me all this time. June remembers that what happens from now on will be completely different from what I used to know. The world of Set officially begins and my life changes completely. I tell myself that the main storyline won't change, but I need to act more cautiously. Seeing Lavenna beside me, Doyen feels confident, but I won't hesitate. I know myself better than anyone because I understand my strength more than anyone else. At this moment, at the northwest wall, in the desolate wilderness of the continent, deep within the dark forest, a cave lies at the end of the woods. A group of people cautiously enter the cave. Just behind them, a beast has already targeted one of them. However, someone else quickly drew their sword. As soon as the wolf attacked, a strike cut into its back. Young Master Aeon Lauren of the Aeon family arrived just in time and was the one who attacked the wolf. The knight sighed in relief and thanked him. Phew, thank you, young Master Lauren. He is kindly warning you. Be careful. The number of monsters is much higher than in the previous reconnaissance. At this point, the situation on the other side of the wall has escalated. On the other side of the canyon lies despair, bordering the Lord of the Dead. Deep within the mountain range known as the Forbidden Zone, a huge number of monsters and corpses are pouring in to invade. Discovering that truth has been a long time ago. No matter how many times we clear out the invading monsters, they still turn into hordes of corpses and attack the wall again. The exhausted command center, worn out from the endless war of attrition, decided to send a reconnaissance team to investigate the cause and send them to the other side of the wall. And recently, through the reconnaissance team, it was discovered that the gate that once caused chaos across the continent had also appeared on the other side of the wall. Its emergence led to dungeonification, causing a surge in monsters and creating a vicious cycle.
The only way to resolve the current situation is to seal all the entrances to the dungeon in the mountain range beyond the wall. Lauren said, "If we don't complete that mission, we won't be able to withstand the monster attack and will collapse." The knights understood. The mages said that when the dungeonification process of the gate occurs, the space of the old dungeon has been altered. He admits, yes, as a result, decades of accumulated information have become worthless. Lauren is quite confident, but among the 5 suspected locations, this is the last remaining one. If nothing unusual happens, we can seal the way and return to the unit within the next 3 days. The knights here are happily talking among themselves, finally able to go back, huh? I don't know how much suffering they've endured over the past half-month. Lauren silently watches those who are rejoicing. He silently thought that he had to send a letter home after this was over. He hadn't been able to reply even once during all this busy time. Surely your brother and father must have been very worried. Suddenly, the knight's steps halted as countless glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness ahead. A swarm of insects suddenly flew out of the nest and rushed toward them. The knight group, caught off guard, could only shield themselves with their hands. The ground suddenly trembled with successive tremors. Lauren hurriedly ran over to check the situation. He stared in shock, unable to believe it, as 3 gates appeared in front of him and monsters emerged from inside. They are an army of various creatures in large numbers. Lauren was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. 3 dark gates, ominous and black, with monsters howling inside, along with skeletons and zombies advancing. The knight group trembled. We're all doomed. Lauren tried to stay calm and warn them. "Stay calm, this is not the time to stand still. Run away now and report this situation to the wall." A guy stepped out laughing mockingly. "Oh wow, keeping a cool head in this situation is truly commendable." He declared, "All right, you there. I will find a way to add you to my collection, giving you the chance to serve His Majesty as a corpse." Fun, isn't it? Lauren realized things were getting worse and shouted loudly, "Hurry up!" They panicked and ran backward. That guy raised his staff and declared, "No one can leave here without my permission." A crack appeared on the ground and a skeletal hand emerged. Lauren aimed her sword precisely at that spot and then struck down the newly emerged thing. He exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that's swordsmanship. Just by the technique, I can tell. You are from the Aston family."